Chapter 1. Dark Century Era. Awakening of the God Eater Sequence. Blue Star, January 1st, 2000. According to expert observations, a black bird suddenly appeared, vomited a huge stomach, and swallowed the entire sun. Then, the black bird swallowed back the stomach and disappeared. The sun vanished and Blue Star entered the Dark Age. However, the organisms on Blue Star did not go extinct. Humans are barely surviving, and many researchers are currently studying the reasons. On the same day, deities appeared on a large scale on Blue Star, most of them hostile and slaughtering humans. Under the leadership of countless unnamed heroes, humanity established a united government and built several large safe zones, from which humans only live within the safe zones. For some reason, the deities cannot enter the safe zones to slaughter humans, and many researchers are also studying this reason. This period of history is the arrival of the Dark Age on Blue Star. There are 3 examination points. It wasn't tested last year, but it will be this year, believe it or not. The first examination point. Sitting in the corner of the classroom, Qin Xiang sighed. Studying history won't save humanity. Moreover, this history is full of loopholes. In this world, only knowledge related to sequence abilities is meaningful. He turned to look out the window. Through the protective glass, he could vaguely see a couple of oddly shaped deities floating in the night sky above. Blue Star has entered eternal night, so no matter when you look up, the scene outside the safe zone is no different. Faintly twinkling starry sky, and the so-called deities drifting under the starry sky. Classmates, next, we will talk about deities. There are also examination points here, so listen carefully. This is the first round of review, just right for filling in gaps. After eternal night, some strange creatures appeared on Blue Star, with all sorts of bizarre appearances. But they have one thing in common. They are aggressive and possess immortality. Humans believe these creatures are divine punishments for the sins committed before the arrival of the Dark Age. Hence they are called deities. Strange immortal beings are praised as deities. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang couldn't help but scratch his head. It is always like this. The end of science is theology. People attribute all unexplained existences to deities. Everyone should pay attention to deities and Dark Age part, regardless of literature or science, is a must for the college entrance examination. The students were not very enthusiastic. Everyone knows that in this world, only those who awaken sequence abilities have a foothold today. As for the college entrance examination, for ordinary people, only those who score in the top 1,000th can enter higher colleges and have a chance to seek a decent job in the united government. However, in such a large safe zone, scoring in the top 1,000th is exceedingly difficult. Even the top 5 in the school cannot guarantee it. Qin Xiang, before his rebirth, could not score, and after his rebirth, he still cannot score in his previous life. Qin Xiang was an orphan. His college entrance examination was not ideal, and later he passed the postgraduate entrance examination and graduated with a slightly decent JOB.A result. He was optimized out by the company in middle age, and when he went to the company to demand compensation, he was accidentally killed by security and was reborn back to when he was just 18. After rebirth, the people around him were almost the same as those he knew in his previous life. But the originally normal world had turned into the strange appearance it has now. It was like a parallel world. This parallel world is dominated by deities and sequence ability users. Having never awakened a sequence ability, Qin Xiang felt resentful in his heart. Oh heavens, why haven't I awakened a sequence ability yet? Did you bring me back to be cannon fodder? After the Dark Century era, various creatures mutated. Countless species went extinct, and countless species were born, and humans also began to mutate. That was when sequence ability users appeared. On January 1st, 2005, 5 years after the Dark Age arrived, humanity birthed its first sequence ability user. He possessed an incredible ability to turn one hand into a revolver. His revolver could fire 6 bullets a day. Many people thought this mutation was meaningless because humanity's current enemies are immortal deities. Nuclear bombs can't kill deities. What use is his revolver? But unexpectedly, what nuclear bombs could not achieve, the revolver actually could. He killed 2 small deities that crawled quickly on the ground. Even though the deity looked like a giant cockroach, it was still an immortal deity. Sequence ability users can kill deities. This broke the consensus that deities are immortal. Humanity cheered and saw hope in counterattacking the deities. This person's awakening opened a new chapter of the era, and after him, many people gradually awakened sequence abilities. The deeds of humans killing deities gradually became no longer rare. In fact, most sequence ability users exchanged hunting deities for generous rewards. However, the small spark of sequence ability awakening did not change the status quo of humanity living within the safe zones. Because in the 5 years after the awakening of sequence abilities, the most dangerous large deities still remained unkillable. But sequence abilities did change the internal structure of humanity. Outside the safe zone, deities reign. Inside the safe zone, sequence ability users reign. Sequence ability users became the deities within the safe zones. This is humanity's apocalypse. It is also a paradise for sequence ability users. There are many examples of people begging on the streets in the morning and awakening their sequence abilities to rise to the top in the afternoon, widely circulated within the safe zones. Compared to studying hard, awakening sequence abilities is the true path to changing one's fate. Qin Xiang still had not awakened a sequence ability after his rebirth. He thought as the chosen one, he should have some luck. But 3 days passed, and he was still an ordinary student living on the edge of the safe zone, that he wanted to learn more about the awakening of sequence abilities, but there was hardly anyone around who could explain it clearly. This is understandable. Anyone with relatives or friends who are sequence ability users, or who have some understanding of sequence abilities, would not be living in the remote edge of the safe zone, right? Classmates, the awakening of sequence ability users is the hope of humanity, but we still need to be practical and study hard. Awakening a sequence ability? He immediately raised his hand and looked at the homeroom teacher who was teaching history. Qin Xiang, do you have a question? Teacher, why is it that none of our classmates have awakened sequence abilities? How can one awaken a sequence ability? This question has already been discussed, hasn't it? The homeroom teacher frowned. The reasons for awakening a sequence are unknown. If I knew, I would have awakened one first. Immediately, a student interjected, but I heard that Zhou Yang from the next class has an uncle who awakened a sequence ability. Why can't I awaken a sequence ability? That's Director Zhou. The proportion of United Government officials awakening sequence abilities is already very high. But stop it. Instead of talking about unrealistic dreams here, you should prepare well for the college entrance exam. In half a year, you'll be taking the college entrance exam. If you don't study hard and get into a college, you'll have to work after graduating from high school. Can you let me relax a bit? Open your homework, I'll check it. The homeroom teacher became more and more emotional as he spoke, and later he even slammed the table in anger. But Qin Xiang, who had lived 2 lives, could see that the homeroom teacher did not hate iron for not becoming steel. Only the top 5 in the school could possibly get into college. And the top student in his class was only around 30 in the whole school. In other words, everyone in the class would have to work after graduating high school. The homeroom teacher couldn't possibly be unaware of this. His agitation and anger were not due to concern for the students' futures. Qin Xiang sensed unwillingness and jealousy in his eyes. Unwilling to be an ordinary person, jealous of others awakening their sequences. When the teacher checked Qin Xiang's work, he found it was blank. You talk so much in class, I thought you finished your homework. No homework, but always daydreaming. Go stand at the door as punishment. Come back when you're sober. Oh, but he wasn't the only one who hadn't done homework, but he was the only one called out for punishment. It seemed the earlier question had angered the teacher. Someone once said that human anger fundamentally stems from one's own incompetence. Perhaps that is true. Qin Xiang walked out of the classroom, that he didn't take this small punishment to heart at all. If it weren't for the school cafeteria providing meals to fill the stomach of this incomeless orphan, he wouldn't even bother coming to school. He would definitely spend all his energy pondering matters of the sequence. Just right, it was quiet outside the classroom, that he could think quietly about ways to awaken his sequence. Although it was forced thinking, it was better than not thinking at all. From what he knew, the wealthy and powerful in this world had a high probability of awakening sequence abilities. While poor students like him, living on the edge of the safe zone, couldn't even produce one awakener among thousands. Awakening a sequence is not entirely random. It seems to have a tendency to favor the rich. He sighed deeply. If the conditions for awakening a sequence are related to quality of life, then I fear I may never awaken a sequence. Looking up at the window, he could vaguely see a few divine stars wandering in the sky. Divine beings? If you're divine beings, then wouldn't I, who can be reborn, also count as having some divine power? By that logic, I can round up to being a divine being. Qin Xiang smiled lightly. Suddenly, he saw an eye slowly opening in the dark, starry sky, looking at him. The pitch-black pupil did not seem human. That it seemed more like it belonged to a bird. This eye hanging in the night sky was large and round. If it really belonged to a bird, it could probably swallow the entire blue planet in one gulp. Qin Xiang frowned and glanced at the other students from different classes who were standing in the corridor as punishment. Some were also staring out the window in boredom, but no one seemed to notice this eye. Could it be that only he could see it? He locked eyes with the eye for a moment, and suddenly felt as if it was casting some kind of interference on him, making him dizzy. Immediately after, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Sequence Devourer of Gods Awakened. Chapter 2. Double Joy. Sequence Devourer of Gods Awakened. Digesting divine beings will make you stronger. Current sequence level. Level 1. Glutton. Skill. Blood drink. Skill description. Eating divine beings can enhance strength. When he came back to his senses, the eye in the starry sky had already disappeared. The sequence. Awaken. He didn't know much about sequence abilities. The only thing he knew was that sequence ability users could see their sequence information in their minds. I have awakened a sequence ability too. Qin Xiang was still in disbelief, suddenly feeling a surge of power flowing into his body, significantly enhancing his mental state. His previously skinny arms began to develop muscle definition. They say that after awakening a sequence ability, the body gets stronger. It turns out to be true. But thinking of that bird's eye, he felt puzzled. Could it be that everyone awakens their sequences in such a strange way? I feel like my awakening method and my sequence name are both a bit odd. I should figure it out before telling others. Devourer of Gods. This name is quite straightforward. I need to check it out in the God-Slaying Camp. The God-Slaying Camp is a forum for sequence ability users to discuss and share information. To access the forum, one needs a phone or a computer. At home, not to mention a computer, there wasn't even an electric appliance. After evening study, due to the lack of electricity resources in the apocalypse, the internet cafes were not open 24 hours, and now they were closed. Qin Xiang returned home, let out a long sigh. I'll sleep for a bit and go to the internet cafe in the morning. Early the next morning, he took his only 10 copper coins and headed to the internet cafe with his backpack. The internet cafe had only a faint smell of smoke, not as pungent as the ones of his previous life. It was a bit shabby, with only some patterned stickers on the walls, seemingly never renovated, but still much better than Qin Xiang's living place. In Qin Xiang's eyes, anyone who could afford electricity living nearby was wealthy. Those who could run such a power-consuming internet cafe were even more affluent. In this poor area on the edge of the safe zone, few could afford the luxury of paying for internet access. Yet, there was an internet cafe here. The unique location of the internet cafe must have its reasons. Qin Xiang often noticed some odd people coming and going when he passed by on his way to and from school, which seemed to confirm this. Open a machine, half an hour will be enough. He tossed 10 copper coins to the manager. Due to the scarcity of electricity resources, the internet cafe's fees were extremely high. 10 copper coins were his week's wages from working at the school library, and giving them away felt like bleeding. The 30-something, plump internet cafe manager stared at Qin Xiang for a moment, expressionless, and pointed to a machine. That one, go ahead. After sitting down, Qin Xiang noticed a person not far from him, dressed in a suit, typing away on a keyboard. He glanced again and finally understood why the smell in this live's internet cafe was much more pleasant than in his previous life. Because it was expensive. Those who had spare money to come here were usually people looking for information or doing transactions, unlike the internet cafes in his previous life where people lived and worked in one place. Qin Xiang stopped thinking about anything else and focused on the screen in front of him. However, this machine was very slow, taking 2 minutes to enter the interface. There was no way faster computers required extra payment. He logged into the forum for sequence ability users, the God-Slaying Camp, to check the currently appeared sequences. The pin post was a statistical summary of the sequence abilities that had awakened, and he immediately clicked in. From January 1st, 2005, until now, after 5 full years, there had been thousands of sequences awakened. Everyone had awakened suddenly, as if struck by lightning. No one had seen the bird's eye before awakening. What surprised Qin Xiang even more was that among the thousands of sequences, no one had a sequence ability related to devouring divine beings. No one had his awakening method, nor did anyone have his sequence ability. Qin Xiang swallowed hard and murmured, "Am I the chosen one?" His sequence was untraceable. Should he make it public? He could potentially attract a lot of attention. But as his gaze landed on a post, he fell into hesitation. Humans still cannot digest the remnants of the gods. If one awakens a sequence that can consume gods and grow stronger, they might be captured for research. Captured for research, huh? Having gained a preliminary understanding of sequence abilities, he knew that his God Eater sequence was unique. The sequence ability users in the Godslayer camp also admired this sequence ability, because hunting gods while simultaneously enhancing oneself would undoubtedly be a terrifying perpetual motion machine. Qin Xiang cautiously realized that he seemed to lack the strength to match this extraordinary sequence. As the saying goes, a common man has no guilt. The guilt comes from possessing treasure. If a person possesses wealth that does not match their strength, they will be surrounded by danger. Should he choose to trust himself? Or should he choose to trust others, basing his life and future on the noble morals of others? For a normal person, this question is not difficult to answer. Qin Xiang instantly made up his mind to keep this matter secret, to make a fortune quietly, no matter past or present. This is an unbreakable truth. As he contemplated his future plans, the computer suddenly jumped back to the password interface, displaying a message. Time to log off. If you wish to continue using, please go to the counter to renew. The internet time bought with 10 copper coins had expired. This is the difficulty of being broke. Even if your sequence is extraordinary, you still have to log off on time. Fortunately, in just half an hour, Qin Xiang had found the information he wanted. At the very least, he must ensure that no one learns about the God Eater sequence. Qin Xiang slung his backpack over his shoulder and left the internet CAF under the puzzled gaze of the bulky internet manager. Through the anti-aircraft glass of the safe zone, looking at the vast starry sky that hangs in the air year-round and the occasionally wandering giant gods, Qin Xiang felt a bit lost again. Next, should he go to the safe zone exit or to school? In the Godslayer camp, Those sequence ability users said that there are teams of sequence ability users coming and going from the safe zone exit every day to hunt gods. The United Government provides various support policies and resource inclinations for sequence ability users. In exchange, sequence ability users must hunt the gods outside the safe zone. Moreover, the more and larger gods they hunt, the more generous the rewards for the sequence ability users. TO prove that they have hunted a god. Sequence ability users will bring back a special part of the god's remains as proof to claim their rewards. So Qin Xiang thought that waiting at the safe zone exit might give him a chance to take a bite of god flesh and verify whether this god eater sequence would make him stronger. If he succeeds in verification, he might just soar to great heights. He could hide outside the safe zone and continuously hunt gods until he became a supreme expert, then return to the safe zone and dominate everything. He could enhance his strength while hunting gods, a true perpetual motion machine. But Qin Xiang checked the information panel in his mind, calmly analyzed his skills, and shook his head. The description of blood drink says that eating gods can enhance strength, but it doesn't say it can fill my stomach. If it can't satisfy my hunger, that means I can't rely on eating gods to save on meal costs. For him, the issue of food was of utmost importance, ranking above the sequence issue, and he could not be careless. One meal can stump even the greatest of heroes. Qin Xiang stopped contemplating where to go, because he only had one option: go to school. Going to the safe zone exit for a stroke of luck might indeed hold the possibility of becoming stronger. But today's summer calendar said all affairs are unfavorable, indicating that it might not be suitable to engage in luck-based activities. Qin Xiang was not superstitious by nature. However, with events like reincarnation and the apocalypse occurring, things that defy science superstition seemed reasonable. Once a person encounters something beyond their comprehension, they cannot help but become a bit superstitious. The school provides lunch and dinner. More importantly, today is Friday. The school is closed on Saturday and Sunday. When the cafeteria is closed during holidays, it means he cannot scrounge meals. If he misses today's cafeteria, he would go hungry for another 2 days with no money. Not only does he need to go to school, but he must also ask Aunt Zhang in the cafeteria to give him a little extra food to solve the weekend's meals. Aunt Zhang in the cafeteria knows he is an orphan and takes good care of him. On the weekend, he could go to the safe zone exit, as sequence ability users do not take weekends off. Sequence ability users need to submit the remains of gods to the United Government to obtain resources, not much different from self-sufficient small businesses. Since they are self-sufficient, the distinction between work and holiday hours is not so clear. Qin Xiang made up his mind on the dim main road. There was a street lamp every few dozen meters, but they were not very bright. They illuminated only 2 or 3 steps. The tops of the street lamps were connected to the anti-aircraft glass, seemingly serving a supporting role that, in Qin Xiang's view, the only significance of these street lamps was to inform passersby that this street is the main road at the edge of the safe zone. Aside from that, they were not very useful. Even the lights in the internet CAF were several times brighter than the street lamps. Qin Xiang walked along the dim main road for about 10 minutes before arriving at the school. In his past life, Qin Xiang attended an ordinary high school in the county, and the conditions of the school were not very good. In this world, it is not much different that he had no choice. The only school nearby was Juin School. Juin School encompasses a 12-year education system from elementary to high school. Children at the edge of the safe zone start school at 6 or 7 years old and leave at 18. It could be said to be a second home. The students in this school are all ordinary people, and their parents are also ordinary people. In a safe zone where sequence ability users are not rare, there are not many places that are solely populated by ordinary people. They are mostly distributed at the edge of the safe zone. Anyone who can awaken a sequence ability will definitely move their family away from this dangerous and dilapidated edge to live in a better environment within the safe zone. In the school, everyone is at the bottom of the safe zone hierarchy. But Qin Xiang's family situation is the lowest of the low. He doesn't even have a home. No father, no mother, living alone. If it weren't for the United Government's policy that waives tuition for orphans, he wouldn't know where he would be now or what he would be doing. Qin Xiang followed the dim street to the school. The teacher on duty at the school gate had not yet arrived, and the morning self-study had not started. The daily morning self-study is from 8 to 8:15. He had just awakened his sequence and was very excited, so he woke up early today. Even after spending half an hour in the internet CAF, it was still very early. The school was filled with lights. The school is the brightest place at the edge of the entire safe zone, equipped with the best electrical systems and lights that in the safe zone. Where electricity resources are precious, this is quite rare. The United Government believes that the hope of saving humanity and retaliating against the gods lies in every child, and no matter what, education must not suffer. The educational conditions have improved, and the new generation will develop a sense of belonging to the United Government and the safe zone. This will also make them more enthusiastic about engaging in the pursuit of hunting deities. The United Government has proposed equal educational opportunities for every child because you never know which child will grow up to be a hero. However, policies are one thing, and once they are implemented in each school, they take on all sorts of bizarre forms. Students like Qin Xiang, who don't pay tuition and have no future, are like leeches in the school, and the teachers don't really care for them. Even after the apocalypse, the teachers extract much more from the school than Qin Xiang ever could. The homeroom teacher placed his desk in a corner of the classroom, a place that no one pays attention to. It was exactly the same as in his previous life. Before his rebirth, Qin Xiang's heart had become lonely because of this, but after his rebirth, he felt quite comfortable. At least here, no one would disturb his daydreaming. Other students took out their textbooks and began to preview today's lessons, while Qin Xiang rested his chin on one hand, staring out the window at the deities flying by the safe zone. Could he fight against the deities? What would they taste like? Qin Xiang. Just then, someone interrupted his daydreaming, but he looked up to see a pretty female classmate standing beside him. Oh, Li Jingwen, what's up? She's here. She's here. She came with a painful memory. Li Jingwen was Qin Xiang's high school classmate. She could drink tea and fish. Now, Qin Xiang found her immature, but among his high school peers, her standing was not low. No wonder Qin Xiang had been dragged along by her for 3 years. He would rather go hungry every day than not use his part-time work money to bring breakfast for Li Jingwen. He also helped her with her homework. For Li Jingwen, Qin Xiang would comply with any request. But Li Jingwen had never agreed to his confession, always putting it off, saying she couldn't afford to delay her studies. However, whenever Qin Xiang wanted to give up on pursuing her, Li Jingwen would proactively find him, encouraging him by saying it was just a test of his perseverance and that he should keep going. Such words were too hard for a naive high school student to refuse. They were more addictive than knife forging competitions, hoof repairing, and carpet cleaning. So Qin Xiang firmly became a pure love warrior. Unfortunately, after graduating from high school, he learned that Li Jingwen was with Zhou Yang from the adjacent class. Zhou Yang came from a good family. His uncle was a department head in the education sector, and his parents had respectable jobs. Hell, Jingwen being with him was a leap across half a class. He still remembered seeing Li Jingwen holding hands with Zhou Yang, her mockery of him. So stupid, you deserve to be an orphan. In this second chance at life, even though the world had undergone drastic changes, most of his former classmates had not changed much. When he saw Li Jingwen again, there was not a ripple in his heart. Instead, he felt a sudden clarity. The spring breeze returns to the young man today. I finally know I am me. Love is beautiful, but one must be wary of those who use it for evil. Li Jingwen said in a delicate voice, Qin Xiang, you haven't brought me breakfast for 3 days. Oh, I had breakfast myself, Qin Xiang replied lightly. Li Jingwen was stunned for a moment and then asked in surprise, what about my breakfast? Didn't you tell me that you have breakfast at home, so you don't need me to bring it? Qin Xiang later learned that Li Jingwen had given the breakfast. He brought her to Zhou Yang from the adjacent class to curry favor with him. Point one could say that Li Jingwen was also putting in a lot of effort to be with Zhou Yang. Unfortunately, she was dragging Qin Xiang along with her. I was testing you. If you back down so easily, how can I feel secure being with you in the future? Seeing Li Jingwen's angry yet spoiled demeanor, Qin Xiang chuckled lightly. If you're not at ease, then don't be together. After all, we're not even boyfriend and girlfriend now. Upon hearing Qin Xiang's response, Li Jingwen felt something was off. She didn't understand why Qin Xiang, who used to cater to her every whim, seemed to have changed in the past few days. But she was eager to get back the homework that Qin Xiang helped her with, and then go find Zhou Yang to compare answers. Then give me my homework. Qin Xiang opened his backpack and took out 3 notebooks, handing them to Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen took the homework, flipped through 2 pages, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Xiang, why is the homework blank? Homework doesn't write itself. If no one writes it, naturally it's blank. But you said you would help me write it? Qin Xiang took out 3 more notebooks, opened the blank homework section for Li Jingwen to see. I haven't even written mine, so why would I help you write yours? You. Doing this will get me scolded by the teacher. Oh, aren't you worried that he'll get scolded by the teacher? Qin Xiang looked at Li Jingwen as if he had heard something amusing, then shrugged. I was punished to stand by the homeroom teacher yesterday, and you didn't worry about that. Either. Tears sparkled in Li Jingwen's eyes. Qin Xiang, I feel like you don't like me anymore. Qin Xiang was unfazed by her acting instead. He gave her a thumbs up. Li Jingwen, that's the only human sentence you've said this morning. After saying that, Qin Xiang leaned against the window again, continuing to gaze at the bizarre deities in the sky. Would eating this thing cause diarrhea? Li Jingwen was completely dumbfounded. She had arranged to meet Zhou Yang to go over their homework answers and planned to pass on the breakfast Qin Xiang had given her. Now that Qin Xiang had given up, how was she supposed to explain it to Zhou Yang? Faced with Qin Xiang's indifference, she angrily said, Qin Xiang, if you keep doing this, we'll have no future together. Qin Xiang snorted, turned around, and glanced at the calendar hanging at the back of the classroom. Blue Star Calendar, January 1st, 2010 Gregorian Calendar, Friday, New Year's Day. Lunar Calendar, Year of the Earth Ox, November 17th, not suitable for all matters. Who says today is not suitable for all matters? Isn't this a double happiness coming? Chapter 3. The opportunity to become strong, a feast of gluttony. The edge of the safe zone is a very backward area. The backwardness is reflected not only in the streets and the crowds gathered, but also in the education that the United Government values most. The curriculum for the third year of high school at Joan School consists of boring ancient human history and outdated scientific theories. This knowledge was once a stepping stone for exams and jobs before the apocalypse. However, in today's world, it has completely lost its meaning. The only way to turn things around is to awaken sequence abilities. Only by possessing sequence abilities can everything change. Yet, the courses related to sequence abilities are completely absent in this backward school on the edge of the safe zone. In the impoverished edge of the safe zone, it is almost impossible to find traces of sequence ability users. The teachers are ordinary people who haven't had the opportunity for relevant education. So how can they teach it to the students? Although Qin Xiang didn't understand, he believed that the safe zone had been established for 10 years, and the awakening of sequence ability users had a history of 5 years. The United Government must have courses related to sequence users, but they just haven't reached Joan School yet. The lack of knowledge in the current world system makes it impossible for Qin Xiang to see any future here. Courses related to sequence ability users are not only designed for awakening sequence ability users, but can also be offered to ordinary people. The emergence of sequence ability users will inevitably give rise to many industries and create numerous job opportunities. After learning, ordinary people can also have a wide range of jobs available upon graduation. The platform and resources of GUN School are at the very bottom of the safe zone, and the paths available to students are extremely narrow. They either compete for a few meager spots in the college entrance examination or hope to awaken sequence abilities through family lineage. However, for the past 5 years, the ancestral graves of GUN School students have been remarkably stable. The only hope for students sitting in the classroom is to get into the college set up by the United Government for ordinary people and then work as a clerical staff member after graduation. Based on previous school performance, Qin Xiang, who is currently around the 100th in his grade, is a long way from entering the college. From his previous life as a worker, Qin Xiang learned a valuable lesson. Don't waste effort on futile endeavors, just let things be, and don't make life harder for yourself. He only waits for lunch and dinner times, going to the cafeteria to get extra portions for his weekend meals. Having completed no assignments, he faced reprimands from various subject teachers. Li Jingwen and her friends also received reprimands. Li Jingwen's friends have always copied her assignments, which are written by Qin Xiang. Now that Qin Xiang has stopped his servitude, he has disrupted an entire chain of supply. Throughout the day, Li Jingwen occasionally shot Qin Xiang resentful glances, but he remained oblivious. Li Jingwen's friends were brainstorming ideas to help her. Qin Xiang was her loyal follower, and they thought they could benefit from him too. For instance, they would ask Qin Xiang to help buy things or fetch food, and he would never refuse. Now that Qin Xiang has stopped being compliant, their interests have been affected. Jingwen, don't worry. It's likely that Qin Xiang encountered something that upset him. One friend suggested. Yes, look at him, he's been daydreaming. Maybe he's been stimulated in some way. Another added that Li Jingwen expressed her concern. What should we do? I was supposed to compare homework answers with Zhou Yang today. I said I was sick and didn't have time to write it, but he said he couldn't tell I was sick. My grades, you all know how hard it is to write assignments myself. One of Zhou Yang's uncles awakened a sequence ability a few days ago. If I could be with Zhou Yang, I could help you all a lot. At this, Li Jingwen's friends changed their expressions. For your happiness, we must come up with a plan. Li Jingwen felt a sense of satisfaction from her friends' attitudes. She was the first to know about Zhou Yang's uncle awakening a sequence ability, which made her believe her relationship with Zhou Yang was very close. However, the uncertainties brought by Qin Xiang were bothering her. As Li Jingwen spoke, her friends became more proactive in strategizing. They believed that once Li Jingwen climbed higher, they could benefit from her in some way. Jingwen, haste the plan. When school is over, you stop him and say. When school ended, Qin Xiang left his books on the desk because his backpack was filled with food. He shamelessly took a lot of food from the cafeteria today, and Aunt Zhang did not scold him. Giving him as much as he wanted, he had secured meals for the weekend and planned to sleep near the exit of the safe zone with his food-filled backpack. Once a sequence ability user returned from hunting a god, he would go and try his luck, secretly getting stronger, slowly developing, and eventually finding a chance to leave this cursed place on the edge of the safe zone. Just as he was happily heading home, Li Jingwen suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Qin Xiang frowned at her, perplexed. Li Jingwen showed a charming expression. Qin Xiang, I reflected on myself again today and asked my heart. Actually, I do have feelings for you. It's just that we're still young. Go away. Qin Xiang coldly interrupted her before she could finish, as if he were avoiding a pile of dog poop. Li Jingwen was left standing there in shock. She never expected that her humility would lead to this outcome. Has Qin Xiang really changed? She stood frozen for a long time before leaving in loneliness. Upon returning home, Qin Xiang took a cold shower and went to bed. He originally planned to stake out the safe zone exit tonight, but since he hadn't rested well last night and felt tired, he changed his mind. Instead, he would conserve his energy at home tonight and head out early tomorrow morning. In the morning, the alarm clock woke Qin Xiang up. Saturday had arrived. He pulled back the curtains, although it was still dark outside. It was indeed 7 a.m. After a quick breakfast, he prepared to set out. He glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Era, January 2nd, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Saturday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Earth Ox, November 18th, suitable for burial. Suitable for burial? Looks like today's lunar calendar has nothing to do with me. Without sunlight, the temperature outside the safe zone continued to drop, making it exceptionally cold. Qin Xiang bundled up in several layers of thick clothing and stepped outside with his food-laden backpack. There are many exits from the safe zone, with the closest one being only 10 minutes from Qin Xiang's home. However, this particular exit is not large, and there aren't many gods outside, so usually it takes several days for a hunting team to set out from there. Fewer teams mean fewer opportunities for him. Qin Xiang decided to go to the largest safe zone exit near where he lived, exit 114514, in the safe zone. Only larger exits have numbers assigned to facilitate communication and team formation for hunting tasks among sequence ability users. The smaller the exit number, the more gods are outside, which means more sequence ability user teams gather at those exits. Although exit 114514 seems to have a relatively high number, it's still better than having no number at all. Sequence ability users will gather there. Qin Xiang had learned this knowledge from a popular science post on the Godslayer Camp forum during half an hour online yesterday. He chuckled wryly. The apocalypse is indeed different. Going to school isn't as good as going online. But going online is too expensive and doesn't provide meals. School is free and provides 2 meals. If only the advantages of schools and internet cafes could be combined. After pondering for a moment, he added, but ultimately, I still have to thank the United Government for their free tuition and meal policy. The IT would take Qin Xiang over 2 hours to reach exit 114514, but he was full of energy. He was filled with hope for his future. That safe zone exit held the key to escaping his current fate. As he walked along the road, he saw dilapidated houses along the way, most of which had already collapsed. The road was also covered in debris and dust due to neglect. He often had to climb up and down to get through the collapsed buildings and rubble, panting heavily from exhaustion. The journey was long, but Qin Xiang didn't see many living people. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 passersby, but they all looked hurried and were not residents of this area. 4 years ago. For some unknown reason, several pieces of anti-aircraft glass here suddenly shattered. The anti-aircraft glass was a barrier that prevented deities from entering the safe zone. Once the glass broke, the residents here lost their only line of defense. Many deities took the opportunity to invade and launched attacks on the safe zone to prevent the situation from escalating. The United Government urgently dispatched a military force of sequence ability users to eliminate and drive away the invading deities, and then quickly sent in a construction team to repair the anti-aircraft glass here. Fortunately, the United Government acted promptly, and no large deities entered the safe zone. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, this incident still caused significant losses, as the original residents either died in that attack or moved away. The United Government repaired the defensive works of the safe zone, but did not rebuild the streets and housing here. Once an unsafe event occurs, people will no longer trust the safety of this place. Even if the infrastructure were completed, no one would be willing to move in. The United Government simply stopped wasting effort. The lack of people actually relieved Qin Xiang. At least he didn't have to worry about someone stealing food from his backpack. Most of the graduates from the Zhoan school couldn't find a job to make a living, resulting in poor public order here. For Qin Xiang, the absence of people was far more reassuring than their presence. Finally, Qin Xiang saw a blue sign that was 2 people high, with the words exit of safe zone number 114514 painted in white. Finally here, when he reached exit no. 114514, he wanted to check the situation but found that for some unknown reason, many people surrounded the area, making it impossible to get close to understand the situation inside. He had to find a higher dirt slope to observe carefully. At first glance, he saw the protective gate of the exit. This was his first time at a numbered safe zone exit, and it was also the first time he saw the gate of a numbered safe zone exit. The gate was 7 or 8 meters wide and 3 or 4 meters high, seemingly made of special alloy, looking very heavy. The protective glass on the gate had many layers, so many that he couldn't see clearly outside the protective zone through the glass. In front of the protective gate stood a dozen people wearing transparent helmets and orange and white striped protective suits. The protective suits, worth more than 2 silver coins, were astronomical in Qin Xiang's world, affordable only to sequence ability users. Since the establishment of the United Government, currency was no longer issued by individual countries but instead replaced by copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins uniformly, issued by the United Government. although they were called copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. To support the large-scale use of safe zones worldwide, these currencies were not made of pure precious metals, but were, to be precise, various alloys. Among them, copper coins were the least valuable because they were not only cheaper to produce, but also mixed with many different impurity metals. Generally speaking, the price of 10,000 copper coins was equivalent to that of one silver coin, while the price of 1,000 silver coins was equivalent to that of one gold coin. However, due to the low production cost of copper coins and the varying proportions of other metals mixed in at different mints, it usually took about 12,000 copper coins to exchange for one silver coin. For Qin Xiang now, silver coins felt like millions in his past life, utterly unattainable. It seemed that they were the sequence ability users gathered at this exit. The people wearing protective suits were in the minority, that in addition to these dozen or so, there were thousands of ordinary people tightly wrapped up like Qin Xiang surrounding the area. Qin Xiang was puzzled about what these people were doing. Wasn't it only sequence ability users who gathered at the exit? At that moment, two sequence ability users in protective suits removed their helmets, seeming to have completed their hunting tasks and preparing to return. The hundreds of ordinary people around immediately rushed forward. "Two officers, would you like to take a rest? We have excellent foot baths. Two officers, I have fantastic dishes here. I have high-end apartments available for the two officers to stay for free, as long as the two officers are willing to take a few photos with me. Officer, my daughter is not married yet, and upon seeing your heroic appearance, she has decided to marry no one but you. Officer, do you want a wife? If you have a wife, I could be the mistress, no need for title." The crowd surged forward but kept a tacit distance of over a meter from the two sequence ability users. The two sequence ability users seemed accustomed to such scenes and did not linger, ultimately choosing a high-end restaurant and a comfortable hotel before leaving. The two shop owners chosen by them showed excited expressions. Qin Xiang looked at the crowd's reaction, dumbfounded that he knew that sequence ability users were sought after in this world, but he didn't expect such a scene. Ordinary people hoped to attach themselves to a sequence ability user to escape their miserable fate and live in a more comfortable place. They all desperately wanted to achieve social mobility. Unfortunately, it was likely that they would never accomplish it in their lifetime. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang felt a sense of gratitude towards fate and once again reaffirmed his determination. Heaven has already given me the opportunity, so I must seize it well. He wanted to push through the crowd and get closer to the remaining dozen sequence ability users, but he was immediately shoved aside. "Get to the back of the line, you brat. Why are you pushing forward?" Qin Xiang said, "I'm not here to find sequence ability users. I won't compete with you for business." He just wanted to see if there were any leftover remnants of deities ahead and had no interest in the sequence ability users. However, others would not believe his intentions. Upon hearing Qin Xiang's words, the people around laughed. "Who are you fooling? Every person trying to push forward says the same thing." With no other choice, Qin Xiang could only wait at the outermost edge. The protective gate of the safe zone exit opened repeatedly, with sequence ability users coming in and out, and the surrounding ordinary people were gradually decreasing. By evening, Qin Xiang finally managed to get a position closer to the front. However, unlike others, whenever a sequence ability user returned from outside the safe zone, he was not focused on these users. Instead, he was concerned about the fate of the remnants of deities they held. They took out the remnants and presented them to the inspection personnel. Qin Xiang couldn't understand why these remnants were all round. In the end, all the round deity remnants were taken away by the inspection personnel nearby, and he didn't manage to pick up any. Just when Qin Xiang thought he had gained nothing that day, another team returned from outside the safe zone. One sequence ability user was inspecting his haul and ultimately threw aside an ear that was crawling with many worms. "Probably fell into my backpack during the fight, dirtying my bag," he complained. Qin Xiang looked at the worm-infested ear, his eyes lighting up, ready to pick it up while no one was watching. However, a cleaner swept the ear into a dustpan and turned to leave. What is happening? He was actually robbed of his meal by a cleaner. He was unwilling to accept it and immediately followed the cleaner out of the safety zone's exit. The cleaner was unaware that someone would be so interested in the trash in the dustpan that he walked to the corner of the street and directly dumped the ear into a filthy trash bin before turning to leave. Qin Xiang watched the cleaner leave from the shadows. After the cleaner was gone, he approached the trash bin, intending to retrieve the ear. However, just as he was about to lean in, he noticed a uniformed personnel walking over, glancing at the remnants of the deity in the trash bin, then pulling out a notebook too. "Recorded." Qin Xiang frowned. "The remnants of a deity in the trash bin are still being recorded? Is this really garbage?" But the personnel from the management bureau paid little attention and left after making the record. Once he was gone, Qin Xiang rushed over. He opened the trash bin lid, and a strong smell of blood hit him. However, when he saw the scene inside the trash bin, he was stunned. There were actually many remnants of deities inside. Qin Xiang's eyes widened, and his heart raced. This is a feast of gluttony. Chapter 4. Strength Enhancement. Qin Xiang's gaze was filled with excitement. As the saying goes, one may search far and wide for something, only to find it unexpectedly. There were actually so many discarded remains of deities here. Wasn't this a bargain for himself? It was simply a gift from the heavens. He was indeed the chosen one. Qin Xiang looked around and found that no one was coming. The remains of the deities were different from the familiar beef and lamb, which inevitably made him feel a bit repulsed. However, when he thought about the possibility of successfully verifying his blood drink skill and continuously enhancing himself with the remains of the deities, he was filled with anticipation. Qin Xiang clenched his fists. He suppressed his physiological discomfort and made up his mind to give it a try. In the face of a strong desire from the depths of his heart, all instincts would be weakened. There was no need to complete a task, no need for sacrifice. Just eating some scraps of the deities. What was there to complain about? He remembered that it was mentioned in the God-slaying camp that humans consuming the remains of deities would not have any reaction. This was a substance beyond the realm of living organisms, unable to be digested or absorbed. Even if one awakened a sequence ability, it would still be the same. If he could really digest the remains of the deities, that would be a stroke of incredible luck. He closed his eyes and swallowed a piece of the deity's remains in one gulp. To his surprise, the remains, while looking rather unfriendly, tasted quite good. They were not inferior to the food in the cafeteria at all. He didn't know if the meat of the deities was indeed tasty or if the cafeteria chef's skills were just that poor. Initially, he thought the taste would be bad and was wondering how much he could endure eating it. But since it had a unique flavor, he decided to indulge. Qin Xiang opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Sequence Devourer. Digesting deities will make one stronger. Current sequence level. Level 1. Glutton. Skill. Blood drink. Skill description. Consuming deities raw allows for digestion. Why was there no change at all? At that moment, Qin Xiang felt a rumble within his body. The sound seemed to come from his heart, gurgling like a spring bursting through the gravel, spewing forth a long-suppressed clear stream. Then, this surge of energy spread throughout his entire body. Next, he felt a sharp pain all over, as if a torrent was crazily surging through his narrow blood vessels, threatening to burst his muscles. His whole body was uncontrollably twitching, muscles spasming violently. After about a minute, the pain finally subsided completely. He felt his arm muscles twitch a couple more times before returning to normal. What was going on? Qin Xiang was very curious, unsure whether the changes happening in his body were good or bad. So he took off his jacket and looked at his arms. Although they seemed not much different from before, Qin Xiang, who was incredibly familiar with his own body, immediately sensed that the muscles in his arms appeared to be slightly more developed. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt that his entire body was more energetic than before. Even the backpack filled with food on his back felt lighter. He looked at the information panel again, but it still showed the same content, without any differences. However, the changes in his body told him that something indescribable had indeed occurred. Qin Xiang quickly found a reasonable explanation. The information about Devourer was not lying. After consuming the deity, he had indeed become stronger. It was just that this enhancement was not enough to be reflected in the information. When he was browsing the forum, he also learned that sequence ability users experience significant improvements in all aspects of their bodies after taking sequence potions, which was precisely his current situation. Since it was effective, it meant that Qin Xiang had successfully verified his method of enhancing his sequence and strengthening his abilities. A good start is half the battle. Qin Xiang grinned greedily, rubbing his hands as he looked at the other remains of deities in front of him. He couldn't wait any longer and picked up another piece, swallowing it in large bites. Soon, that overwhelming feeling surged through his entire body again. After a moment, Qin Xiang excitedly observed his body. The signs of enhancement were even more pronounced. I am now stronger and more spirited. The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth lifted slightly, and without hesitation, he continued to feast. Were the remains of the deities in the trash can? No, this was clearly his first bucket of gold, but he did not let it go to his head. He was very careful when picking it up, trying to keep his clothes clean and tidy. If he got blood all over himself, it would certainly attract attention on the way home, and he wouldn't have a good explanation. At the same time, he remained vigilant, watching his surroundings to prevent anyone from seeing his strange behavior. Getting stronger had to be low-key. The secret of his sequence ability had to be kept safe. His previous work experience had shown him the malice of human hearts. Even if you had no ill intentions towards others, there would still be those who were jealous of you, who could not stand to see you do well, and would slander you behind your back. In this life, with such a unique ability, he had to be careful and cautious, not to easily reveal it to others. While Qin Xiang was greedily eating, he joyfully experienced the sensation of the torrent surging through his body. This pain, which had been unbearable at first, gradually became gentler, even giving him a sense of obsession. Damn, I hope I'm not developing a tendency. Qin Xiang silently cursed himself, reminding himself not to get lost in the joyful pain. However, he noticed a problem. He had eaten so much, but didn't he feel any fullness in his stomach? How strange, after eating so much, he didn't feel stuffed. In fact, he was still a bit hungry. It seemed that as he had previously speculated, Consuming the remains of the deities only enhanced his strength and did not resolve his physiological hunger. No wonder the information said digest instead of absorb, as they were two completely different stories. The disappearance of the remains of the deities from the trash might attract others' attention, so it was better to avoid trouble. Quickly converting the remains of the deities into his own strength was the top priority. Qin Xiang quickened his pace, continuing to devour the remains of the deities beside the trash can. Finally, after over an hour, he had swallowed all 30 or so remains of the deities in front of him. His strength and state had undergone a qualitative change, but he couldn't afford to experience this brand new body just yet. He found a puddle on the ground nearby and washed the blood off his hands and face. Without any hesitation, he quickly left the area and headed home. The changes in his body were very obvious. The 2-hour journey took him just 1 hour, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of effort. Although the time was cut in half, his mood was doubly torturous. This stretch of road felt particularly long due to his worries, as if an entire day had passed. When he returned home, he felt as if he had worked all day, utterly exhausted. Sitting on the cardboard sofa, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It was now nighttime, and he was already starving. As soon as he closed the door, he immediately opened his backpack and took out a portion of 6-eyed longfish rice to fill his stomach. As soon as he put it in his mouth, Qin Xiang frowned, showing a look of disgust. The cafeteria's performance was still consistent. It was truly terrible. Qin Xiang complained a little, but still obediently finished his meal and then threw the lunchbox into the sink. Usually, he would wash the lunchbox after eating. But tomorrow is the weekend, and he doesn't need to take it to school, so he can afford to be a little lazy. Qin Xiang burped and poured himself a cup of hot water to aid digestion. However, when he set down the kettle, he didn't place it steadily, and it fell off the table, looking like it was about to hit the ground. In Qin Xiang's eyes, the process of the kettle falling seemed to be in slow motion. He could clearly capture the entire process of the kettle slowly descending. Even the splashes of water shaking and falling in the air were visible to him. He reached out and effortlessly caught the kettle. I seem to have become much more agile. My perception has also improved. He put the kettle back on the table, and before he could express his astonishment, he noticed a deep handprint on the kettle, which startled him again. Is this my grip? Has my strength increased? He tried to grip the kettle tightly, applying a bit of force, but the kettle didn't change. However, when he thought about wanting to squeeze the kettle into a different shape, its form changed again. Moreover, my strength can be controlled at will. I remember reading in the forum that one could go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau to learn about related matters. But one must prove they are a sequence ability user to enter the bureau. He didn't plan to reveal his changes in sequence ability for the time being. At least he wanted to wait until he had a general understanding of his sequence ability before making any plans. Therefore, the Godslaying Camp became the only place for him to obtain information. However, to visit the Godslaying Camp, he needed a computer or phone with internet access, both of which were luxuries for him. He could only go to an internet CAF. However, even half an hour at the internet CAF cost 10 copper coins, which was a significant amount. The edge of the safety zone where Qin Xiang lived was impoverished and backward, with even adults fighting for a job. So there weren't any jobs arranged for students. The only way to make money was to work-study at the school library, earning 10 copper coins a week. Fortunately, Teacher Zhu at the library knew about Qin Xiang's situation and took special care of him, leaving the only work-study position as a librarian for him. When school started again next week, he would continue to help organize books at the library. Qin Xiang walked to the window. Looking at the dark night outside the curtain and the countless deities wandering between heaven and earth, a smile crept onto his lips. If I could eat them all, I can't even imagine how strong I would become. Today was incredibly fulfilling, giving the reborn Qin Xiang hope. He began to believe that he was the chosen one in this world. Qin Xiang washed his coat, which had a bit of dust on it, then took a cold shower and went to bed. The next morning, when he woke up, he looked at his sturdy arms and thighs, still smiling brightly. What should I do today? Should I go to yesterday's trash can to look for remnants of a deity? The moment this thought arose, Qin Xiang dismissed it. The remnants of the deity had disappeared from the trash can next to exit 114,514 yesterday. It might attract others' attention and cause some trouble. But where should he start hunting deities outside the safety zone? And how should he do it? He had no clue. What if he couldn't win and got killed by a deity, turning a predator into prey? There would be no place to argue about it. After thinking for a while, he slapped his forehead, changed locations after taking a shot. I can't go to the trash can at the safety zone exit. I can just find another one, right? Chapter 5. Obstruction. The map of the safety zone is enormous, so much so that even the geography teacher at Jiuan School doesn't have a detailed map. Naturally, Qin Xiang didn't know the distribution of the safety zone exits. He only knew the approximate location of exit 114514 because it was close to him. With over 100,000 numbered safety zone exits, he only knew about this one. An ordinary person, unless they planned to climb to the heights of sequence ability users, wouldn't pay attention to the locations of safety zone exits. Not knowing the locations of the safety zone exits wasn't a particularly tricky problem. He remembered that there was a route map at the bus station near the main road. The map likely showed the locations of the safety zone exits. In the past, Qin Xiang would just lie around at home on weekends, as it reduced consumption and allowed him to eat less. This weekend, however, was destined to be different. He was now filled with fighting spirit, with only one belief in his heart, to become stronger. As long as he became stronger, he could leave this wretched place. Qin Xiang put on a backpack filled with food and walked for more than 10 minutes to reach the bus station. This was his first time at a bus station because he couldn't afford to take the bus due to not being able to pay for meals. In Qin Xiang's memory, after the apocalypse, the safety zone had poor people walking on foot while the rich took the bus. As for those driving private cars, gasoline was an even scarcer resource than electricity, and such wealthy people didn't exist in the impoverished edge of the safety zone. He stood at the bus station map, studying it for a long time. He found that many of the bus stop names along the bus route were named after safety zone exits. The only bus route at the edge of the safety zone would pass by several safety zone exits, all numbered smaller than 114,514. As for which safety zone exit to go to, Qin Xiang wasn't sure. He would just go and see. He had never taken a bus in this life, so he didn't know how far a bus stop was. Sigh, it would be great if orphans could ride the bus for free. Qin Xiang looked at the 5 copper coin fare and shook his head helplessly. He had given all his remaining 10 copper coins to the internet CAF yesterday. 5 copper coins for one trip, 10 copper coins for a round trip. It would be better for him to go back to the internet CAF to check information. Qin Xiang began the task of measuring the distance between bus stops on foot. He needed to know the approximate distance between the bus stops to estimate which safety zone exits he could walk to on his own 2 legs. He walked along the bus route for 20 minutes and reached the next bus stop. This bus stop seemed much farther than those in his previous life. After eating the remnants of the deity yesterday, his strength had increased, and he walked at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary pedestrians. Whenever the road was empty, he would quicken his pace and move forward with all his might. Even so, he could only cover the distance of 3 bus stops in an hour. Knowing the distance of one stop, he had a rough idea of his activity range. The 7th stop was called the 54320 safety zone exit. The 17th stop was 89,757 safety zone exit, and the 20th stop was 38,324 safety zone exit. Now it seemed that only these 3 stops gave him a chance to find the remnants of the deity. The farthest 38,324 safety zone exit would allow him to return home before tomorrow. If he went to a farther safety zone exit, he might not be able to get home before Monday and would miss school. On Monday, Qin Xiang had to go to school early to report to the library administrator that he intended to continue his work-study position. Otherwise, the librarian position would be taken by someone else, and he wouldn't have money to go to the internet CAF. After thinking it over, Qin Xiang decided to first walk to the 54320 safety zone exit to check the situation. The journey of 1 hour and 40 minutes did not make Qin Xiang feel the slightest bit tired. In fact, he felt more and more cheerful as he walked. The abundance of material possessions and spiritual wealth are often discussed separately. Once a person has hope, they become energetic in whatever they do, even if the streetlights around are dim, creating a sense of oppression in the air. According to the time, it is now daytime, but the sun has disappeared for 10 years. Although it is morning, the sky is forever stuck at midnight. The infrastructure at the edge of the safety zone is very rudimentary. The main road where he is located has a dim streetlight every few dozen meters, barely illuminating a few steps ahead. The nearby alley is even darker, relying solely on groping to navigate. Looking up, one can vaguely see twinkling stars through the safety zone's anti-aircraft glass, along with the occasional silhouette of a deity passing by. The cold wind blows through Qin Xiang's several layers of inadequate outerwear, making intimate contact with his skin, causing goosebumps to arise. Qin Xiang raises his collar to cover his face, preventing the cold wind from directly hitting his cheeks, and then continues to walk briskly. After walking 7 stops, he arrives at the exit of safety zone 54320. The number of this exit is more than 50,000 smaller than 114,514, which should mean that more sequence ability users are hunting deities here. Upon arriving, Qin Xiang finds a taller, dilapidated building to observe the situation. Sure enough, he sees nearly 100 sequence ability users in anti-freeze suits gathered at the exit, far exceeding the number at exit 114514. Ordinary people dressed like him surround the safety zone exit, creating a blockade that likely includes nearly 10,000 individuals. He scans the crowd and the sequence ability users conversing at the center, noticing that no one pays attention to him. Qin Xiang pretends to wander aimlessly around, searching for waste bins containing deity remains. Finally, he spots a waste bin filled with deity remains a block away from the safety zone exit. The scale of this bin surpasses that of the one at exit 114514. If the waste bin at exit 114514 is like a luxurious banquet, then the area around the waste bins at exit 54,320 resembles a grand feast. 7 or 8 waste bins are lined up, each filled with the remains of deities. The bizarre and varied remains excite Qin Xiang. If he can clear out these 7 or 8 bins, wouldn't he be soaring? His heart races as he contemplates how to quickly empty the remains here. However, he suddenly notices two cleaners covered in bloodstains next to the waste station. Qin Xiang initially plans to wait at a distance until the two cleaners leave before approaching, but when he appears within their line of sight, both look up at him simultaneously. After a brief moment of eye contact, they return to cleaning the bins. Qin Xiang's heart tightens, prompting a change in his plan. He does not stop, but continues walking towards the waste bins and the two cleaners. Qin Xiang pretends to be a student passing by, nonchalantly walking past them without turning back. The two cleaners glance at Qin Xiang, noting his plain attire and youthful face, but do not think much of it. Once he walks far enough away from the block, Qin Xiang finally breathes a sigh of relief. What is going on? Why are there people guarding the waste bins? And in plain clothes? Could it be that the uniformed recorder from yesterday reported it? Is someone really watching the trash bins? When Qin Xiang exchanged glances with the two, his heartstrings tightened. Although their faces were expressionless, their observations were meticulous, and their brains were racing. He realized that the two were definitely not ordinary cleaners. The stains on their clothes were too deliberate. The remains in the bins had long left the deity's body, and the blood had already been cleaned up during the hunting process. The cleaners he saw yesterday at exit 114514 only had a bit of dust on them. Even though there are many deity remains at exit 54320, there aren't many bloodstains on the bins. Yet those two were covered in blood, as if they had just killed someone, splattered all over. That is not how cleaners should look. It's clearly intentional. Excessive. Moreover, when Qin Xiang was still far from the waste bins, the two coincidentally looked up at him. The moment their eyes met, Qin Xiang felt they were extremely vigilant. Cleaners should just do their jobs well. Why are they on high alert, observing their surroundings? Both of them. Perhaps the disappearance of the deity remains from the waste bins last night attracted attention. It's likely that the remains were collected for another purpose. His earlier worries were not unfounded. Just overnight, the United Government began investigating this matter. It's easy to guess that at the waste bins of exit 114514, there must be more plainclothes agents waiting for him. Qin Xiang sighed. If I had only taken one deity remain yesterday, would it have been less troublesome? However, taking only one remain each day seems safe, but it requires going to the trash bins over 30 times to gain the current strength. The more trips he makes, the higher the chance of exposure, and he could easily be caught on the spot. It's better to make a big score. It was precisely for this reason that he decided to clear out the waste bins of deity remains yesterday. Qin Xiang knows that his plan to obtain remains from the waste bins might be ruined, but he hasn't completely given up. Even though he has a good impression of the United Government, he is also skeptical about the efficiency of the lower levels. Otherwise, why hasn't Zhou School offered any courses related to sequenceability users until now? Perhaps the situation hasn't escalated to the point of cutting off all his opportunities. Forget it, there is no chance at the waste bins here. Let us walk a bit further and try our luck. Even if there is no opportunity, I've already become much stronger relying on yesterday's gains, so it's not a loss. Qin Xiang left exit 54320 and continued along the bus route. Heading further away, the next safety zone exit is exit 89757, 10 stops away. 10 stops. Sigh, still need to walk for more than 3 hours. I wonder if I can go home today. Maybe I'll have to sleep outside. Chapter 6. Sequence advancement. As he walked, Qin Xiang took out a portion of the 1,000-legged mushroom he had picked up from the cafeteria on Friday for lunch, eating while walking. In the cafeteria, mushrooms are considered a top delicacy. Due to their meat-like texture and the unique flavor of fungi, they can be easily prepared to impress. However, Qin Xiang was not in the mood to enjoy. His entire focus was on how to become stronger in the future. By the time he reached exit 89757, it was already afternoon. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened yesterday, and his stamina was remarkable. He had walked nearly 6 hours from home, but still didn't feel tired. However, he knew this state wouldn't last long, as he could no longer maintain the fast pace he had at the beginning. This made him less optimistic about going further to safety zone exit 38324. To make the round trip would require 2 more hours, which is not a wise decision. Seeing the sign for exit 89757, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally arrived. This time, he didn't head straight for the safe zone exit. After all, his target wasn't the sequenceability users at the safe zone exit. To avoid exposure, he chose to take a small detour and first check the situation with the trash bins. Having previously searched the trash bins near the 2 safe exits, he had a rough estimate of their locations. Sure enough, after passing through a block, he spotted 3 trash bins filled with remnants of deities. Watching the deep purple tentacles slowly crawling and adhering to the edges of the bins, Qin Xiang's heart raced. He carefully scanned the surroundings. There was no one around, nor any cleaners. Was it an opportunity or a trap? He walked casually while analyzing the situation. The disorder of the trash bins seemed to indicate that no one had deliberately organized them. Qin Xiang glanced at the filth on the ground. There was only a single footprint from a striped shoe trampled around the bins, likely belonging to a cleaner. As for whether anyone was secretly monitoring, it was highly unlikely. The sequenceability users at exit 89757 were far fewer than those at exit 54320. so relatively speaking. The trash bins here couldn't be given more attention than those in the 54320 area. If the large trash station at exit 54,320 only had 2 undercover agents, then without a doubt, exit 89,757 couldn't have more advanced surveillance methods. The absence of people nearby meant no one was watching. This also meant that the incident of the deity remnants disappearing from the trash bins at exit 114,514 last night had only reached exit 54,320 and hadn't spread further. He had initially planned to check the more distant exit 38324, where a grand feast awaited him. However, he now felt signs of fatigue in his body, seemingly insufficient to support a gamble there. Thus, he decided on the trash bins at 89,757. He knew his analysis wasn't foolproof, but glory is earned quickly, and wealth is sought through risk. To become stronger, he needed to take risks. Seeking only stability would only lead to missed opportunities. Qin Xiang had been given a second chance at life, and he didn't intend to live the same mundane life as before. At the very least, he wanted to utilize his powerful sequence ability to leave the edge of the safe zone and achieve financial freedom. Therefore, he had to become stronger. He needed to become stronger as quickly as possible. Having made up his mind, Qin Xiang immediately decided to take advantage of the absence of people and rush to the trash bins to feast. This time, the deity remnants in the bins were 3 to 4 times more than what he had consumed yesterday. He had to speed up and resolve everything quickly. If he continued to chew slowly like yesterday, needing water for assistance, he didn't know how long it would take to finish these 3 bins, and it might expose him. But if he hastened his eating, he wouldn't be able to be cautious about his clothes, risking splattering blood and attracting huge trouble. So before eating, he prudently took off all his outerwear and hung it on a nearby streetlight. The metal casing of the streetlight had several hooks. Qin Xiang didn't know what they were for, but they were perfect for hanging his coat. Then, with his upper body bare, he approached the trash bins. It was much colder here near the safe zone exit than in other areas. The cold wind rushing in when the safe zone exit opened sent chills down Qin Xiang's spine. Safety first. To ensure his clothes didn't get stained with blood, he had no choice but to endure the cold while eating. Looking at the array of deity remnants, Qin Xiang shivered with excitement. He swallowed hard. Let us dig in. Unsure whether it was because he was becoming more accustomed to it, or if his physical condition had improved, his swallowing power had also strengthened. This time, his speed in consuming the deity remnants was several times faster than yesterday. Previously, he would choke, but today, with remnants in both hands, he could shove them into his mouth and swallow immediately, hardly stopping his hands. In just over 10 minutes, he was about to finish the remnants from all 3 trash bins. During the process of eating, his entire body was continuously strengthening. By the time he was nearing the end of the remnants in the bins, he realized that even with his upper body bare, he wasn't shivering from the cold. He felt strength coursing through him. So immediate. Qin Xiang looked at his gradually defined chest and abdominal muscles, smiling in satisfaction. At that moment, information flashed in his mind. Sequence Devourer of Deities Promotion. Digesting deities will make you stronger. Current sequence level. Level 2, Greedy Maniac. Skill, Blood Drink. Skill description. Can digest deities while eating raw. Skill, Violence. Skill description. Within 10 minutes, your strength, agility, and physical toughness increase threefold, feeling no pain during this period. Level up. Qin Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his information panel. The new skill, Violence, enhanced his strength and agility and made him impervious to pain. This skill seemed to greatly improve his combat capability. Now could he join a hunting team of sequence ability users to hunt deities? He remembered seeing a sequence called Warrior on the Godslaying Camp forum last time, which had a strengthening skill that doubled one's strength and physical toughness for 5 minutes, already considered a skill among low-level sequences. His Violence clearly enveloped strengthening in all aspects. Wasn't he now the king among low-level sequences? With solid skills. Should he join a sequence ability user team or go solo? His mind was racing with thoughts, but he had no answers. Suddenly, he realized a crucial issue. The most important thing now wasn't to reveal his identity as a sequence ability user, but to find a way to conceal his Devourer of Deities sequence and not let others know. For that, he needed to visit an internet CAF and find a sequence disguise to blend in. Otherwise, if others found out his sequence was Devourer of Deities, he couldn't imagine the threats he might face. But that would have to wait until next week when he received his payment for working at the library. For at least the next week, he still needed to be an ordinary student. Future matters would be discussed later. He had already leveled up his sequence today, so it was time to know when to stop. If he continued to greedily eat at exit 38,324, the risk was too great. The exit at 38324 was only 3 stops away from here at exit 89,757. It was possible that someone here would notice something wrong and alert those at exit 38,324 to be on guard by the trash bins, catching him red-handed. So it was best to stop here. After finishing the last 10 or so deity remnants in the bins, it would be time to head back. Qin Xiang was determined and was about to continue his efforts to end this lavish feast. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Someone was coming. What bad luck. However, the footsteps seemed somewhat disordered. He turned to look, and in the distance, a drunken man was stumbling toward the trash bins. The drunk man seemed to be oblivious to Qin Xiang, still humming an unpleasant little tune, which made Qin Xiang's heart even more chaotic. If this drunkard discovered the anomaly of the trash can, the area would likely be sealed off quickly. He couldn't afford to wipe away the blood on him. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly stuffed the more than 10 remnants of deities from the trash can into his backpack, then put on his clothes and fled. After his rank advancement, his body underwent another qualitative leap, and his speed while running at full force was so fast that he could barely see the railings rapidly retreating beside him. Qin Xiang silently prayed in his heart. Please don't let anyone catch him before he escapes. The drunkard, holding a bottle of alcohol, staggered over to the trash can, scratching his head. I think I saw someone here just now. How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Could they be like me, a sequence ability user? He threw the bottle into the trash can, and the bottle made a crisp sound as it struck the can. Huh, the trash can seems to be empty? Chapter 7. Forced to strike for the first time, the drunkard turned back to glance at the trash can. The remnants of the deities had already been taken away by the cleaner. Wasn't the cleaner supposed to collect the trash at midnight? Did I really drink with Bruce for half a day? Half a day? And we only drank 4 or 5 bottles. He scratched his head in a daze, muttering to himself, I'm getting old, my alcohol tolerance is gone. 2 bottles can get me drunk for half a day. I need to drink less in the future to avoid affecting the hunt for deities. After saying that, he stumbled away. Qin Xiang did not hesitate at all, nor could he afford to think too much. He just kept running tirelessly down the small path. The small path was dark and deserted, allowing him to escape at full speed. When he reached the end of the small path and returned to the main road, he continued to act like an ordinary pedestrian, lowering his head and walking quickly, then waiting for an opportunity to slip back into a side path. This escape strategy allowed him to proceed smoothly, without anyone noticing this shabby-dressed youth. Perhaps it was the enhancement from his rank advancement that rejuvenated his physical condition. The previous fatigue was swept away, and his muscles felt even more energetic during his movements. I have been running for almost 20 minutes, past a bus stop, and still no one has chased after me. Qin Xiang remained very vigilant, his heart pounding, blood rushing to his brain, keeping him at the highest level of focus. His peripheral vision scanned the surroundings, paying attention to the footsteps behind him, fearful of being discovered. Damn it, if it weren't for that drunkard spotting me, I could have finished it all, just a little more. Thinking of that drunkard, Qin Xiang felt some resentment, but also a bit of relief. That person was so drunk he could barely walk, staggering forward and backward, needing to lean against the wall. He probably couldn't see clearly or was in a muddled state of mind. If the person who saw him at that moment hadn't been drunk, they would have immediately noticed something was wrong and reported it to the United Government. Then he might have already been caught. Truly, it seems like heaven is protecting him in some way. If he got caught with this backpack full of deity remnants, there would be no way to explain himself. Even if he hadn't taken the remnants in the backpack, he would still be within a locked range and hard to escape. Moreover, he had over a dozen deity remnants packed in his backpack. The reason for taking these was that he could already foresee that the benefit of finding deity remnants in the trash can would likely evaporate after tonight. The theft of deity remnants wasn't particularly serious because these remnants were of no use. Qin Xiang had seen in the internet CAF last time that once someone ingested deity remnants, they couldn't digest them and could only vomit them out or expel them. No one would take useless deity remnants. Although deity remnants were useless, their disappearance was very strange. If they are useless, why would someone steal them? Is there some conspiracy behind it? The disappearance of deity remnants from 2 trash cans in 2 consecutive days would certainly attract attention. The police station probably has already noticed. Qin Xiang stole from the trash cans for 2 consecutive days, hoping to become stronger in the shortest time possible. If it were someone else, they might take a more gradual approach, picking them up periodically without cleaning out everything at once. But Qin Xiang had suffered in his past life from taking a gradual approach. He thought work was about slowly accumulating and gradually growing, leading to promotions and salary increases. However, he never received a promotion opportunity before he died. This made him realize that a slow plan was suitable for those with some capital, not for a broke individual like him. Being eager for quick success was the best strategy for the lower-class workers to turn their fortunes around. Because he was too weak against variables, even the slightest disturbance could crush him. What if the United Government set up guards at every trash can in the future? How would he respond? Would he just hide for the rest of his life? He didn't know when the next opportunity would come. In this rebirth, he didn't want to wait silently anymore. If he could do it today, he would never wait until tomorrow. It's better to act early than late. Delay brings change. It could be foreseen that if Qin Xiang wanted to take deity remnants from the trash can again, there was a high probability of exposing himself. Since this was the last time, and the person who discovered him was a slow-witted drunkard, he certainly had to take as much as possible. To put it another way, whether he took the deity remnants or not, once caught by the United Government, he would find it hard to escape. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. Qin Xiang noticed that his backpack was slightly seeping blood, so he hugged it to his chest, and then dashed into the small path to continue his flight. In the small path, unlike the main road where dim streetlights were spaced out, it was completely dark. The only light came from the stars in the sky, filtering through the anti-aircraft glass at the top of the safe zone. With his enhanced physical fitness, Qin Xiang could clearly see the road within the dark alley. The dark environment was just an advantage for him, concealing his features. Even if there were people, he could run past without hesitation, not worrying at all about exposing himself. He thought he could escape home like this. However, just as he turned into a dark alley, an unexpected twist occurred. A small knife flew from the corner, aiming straight for his right eye. What the heck? His agility far exceeded that of an average person. Upon seeing the knife, he immediately dodged. The knife landed on the ground, clattering against the cobblestones of the alley. Qin Xiang's gaze locked onto three figures by the roadside. The three had messy long hair and wore mocking expressions. Who would have thought that sleeping here would bring a fat sheep right past us? We're lucky. The three of us. The three stood up and surrounded Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang coldly asked, "What do you want? What do we want? Do we even need to ask? Of course, we want to rob you." "Rob? Can't they see that my coat is tattered? What is the use of robbing this poor kid? I have no money." Qin Xiang frowned, but he felt anxious about the passage of time in his heart. He didn't have time to argue much with the three. The disappearance of the deity remnants from the trash can could be exposed at any moment. He needed to quickly distance himself from the exit of safe zone 89757. At this position, he was only 2 stops away from there, and he was still far from safety. Moreover, he was holding a backpack filled with the remains of deities. At that moment, a person lifted his somewhat greasy bangs, revealing a mischievous smile. "No money? That's fine, just leave the backpack." These 3 people had their eyes on his backpack. Qin Xiang glanced at the backpack in his arms, then used his hand to cover the area where blood was seeping out, secretly thinking that things were not looking good. Although there was nothing valuable in this backpack, he couldn't give it to them. "Nothing valuable? Then just open it, and let us take a look." Qin Xiang looked at the few homeless men who were robbing him, feeling calm inside. They were just ordinary people. If he wanted to escape, they definitely couldn't stop him. As he was considering which direction to break through and leave, one person teased, "You kid, running so fast down this little path. Like you're escaping. Must be because you have something shameful in your backpack, right? How about this? We're not greedy. You keep a quarter for yourself. And give us 3/4. We'll keep your secret together. How about that?" Another person chimed in. "Exactly, leave the stuff. And the 3 of us can pretend we never saw you. Otherwise, you can't avoid a beating. Even if you manage to run away, we can still report you to the police. We saw your face when you turned in here, and we've already remembered it." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's feet, which were prepared to escape, froze. If these 3 had seen him, there would be a risk of exposing himself. If they really went to the police to report him, wouldn't that be all for nothing? Suddenly, a killing intent arose in his heart. The ferocity in his eyes was immediately caught by the experienced criminals who had crawled through the gray areas for years. "Boss, this kid's eyes seem pretty tough. Should we move?" Just a poor kid. Since he's willing to fight, it means the treasure in that backpack is worth a fortune. Let us take him down and claim the riches inside." Saying this, the 3 of them each pulled out a knife and lunged at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang had never killed anyone. He had just entertained the thought. For someone who had lived an ordinary life in a civilized society, killing was not an easy thing. He hadn't yet made up his mind to kill, but now he was being pushed into a corner by 3 criminals. If it was fate that wanted them dead, then he couldn't be blamed. This kid is pretty arrogant. Kill him. The 3 saw that Qin Xiang had nowhere to hide and would definitely be pierced by their blades, feeling pleased in their hearts. However, their attacking stances seemed soft and powerless to Qin Xiang, like those of 3-year-old children. With a straight punch, Qin Xiang swiftly struck the nearest person in the face. When his fist made contact with that person's nose, he distinctly felt the crisp vibration of a fracture. Qin Xiang realized he could now perceive subtle information in an extremely short moment, becoming aware of his changes through actual combat. Blood sprayed from the person's mouth and nose. Bang! That person was knocked off his feet by Qin Xiang's punch, flying back 7 or 8 meters before hitting the ground and rolling a few steps on the stone slabs before stopping. Qin Xiang's keen senses allowed him to witness the entire process of his killing punch clearly, and his blood surged with excitement. He had killed someone. The face that had lost its human form was now displaying a strange expression toward Qin Xiang and the other 2 criminals. The 2, seeing this scene, trembled in fear, immediately realizing they had provoked a sequence ability user. But fear or not, they didn't retreat. They were all fugitives with murder charges, fully aware that at this point, it was kill or be killed. Begging for mercy would be useless. The only way to survive was to kill Qin Xiang. The 2 ran towards Qin Xiang even more frantically, knives in hand, ready to stab him to death. Qin Xiang stepped back with his left leg and executed a flying kick with his right leg, directly striking one person in the waist. More crisp sounds of bone cracking echoed as they traveled up his leg. That person bent at an odd angle, folding in half as Qin Xiang's legs swung through the air. When Qin Xiang retracted his leg, the flying person collided with the last criminal rushing to encircle and kill Qin Xiang, and they both rolled backward together. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang leaped forward, reaching the dazed person and raised his fist again. "Spare me. I'll give you all the money I have." At this point, the instinct to survive drove the criminal to plead for mercy. However, Qin Xiang didn't give him the chance to continue speaking. This punch struck his cheek, shattering his skull. "If I kill you, your money will be mine too." After killing 3 men in succession, the killing intent in Qin Xiang's heart gradually faded, quickly replaced by an inexplicable emptiness. He sighed with a sense of melancholy. He never expected he would actually kill someone, but it was also for self-preservation. Nothing more to say. Moreover, Qin Xiang had a feeling that killing these 3 wasn't the end, but rather a beginning. A beginning that would allow him to adapt to killing. Qin Xiang silently encouraged himself, trying to calm his trembling body from the act of killing. After regaining his composure, Qin Xiang didn't leave immediately. He remembered that some sequences in the God-slaying camp could read the last memories of the deceased. To avoid exposing himself, he wrapped his fists in one of the men's clothing and beat the faces of the 3 until they were unrecognizable, believing everything was in order. After cleaning the scene and carefully removing the bloodstains, he took all the money from their clothes and stuffed the 3 corpses into a dark, abandoned warehouse. He set fire to the 3 bodies while also burning his bloodstained jacket. This was to prevent any sequence ability user from tracking him through the scent on the corpses. Although he wasn't sure if any sequence ability user could track someone by smell, he felt it was very possible. The reason he chose this warehouse was also to avoid being found by anyone following scent. He noticed the muddy road in front of the warehouse had many different footprints, indicating that many people had been here, which could confuse the scent. To avoid leaving his own footprints on the muddy path, he cautiously jumped over the gravel with strength and agility, leaving no traces. Hopefully, there won't be any problems. Qin Xiang worried that the flames would attract others' attention. So after confirming that the fire engulfed the 3, he fled the scene at full speed. This time, he ran with all his might, as if he had gone mad. If anyone saw him in this alley, they might think that what just passed was not a person, but a speeding car. Qin Xiang ran for more than half an hour before finally returning to the main road. His heart was still somewhat excited from his first kill, but he felt no panic, and his gaze had become more resolute. He felt regret for their deaths, and nothing more. Chapter 8. Searching for that person's trace. Just over 2 hours after Qin Xiang left the trash can at the exit of Safe Zone 89757. Many uniformed police officers received orders to surround the area. Many sequence ability users were also discussing the events outside, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. The theft of the divine remains from the trash can is indeed an absurd story. Some things are like that. When nothing is happening, no one pays attention. But once they are lost, they can cause many problems and attract attention. Undoubtedly, the divine remains are such in existence. A white-haired detective, dressed in a coat with a scarf around his neck and a cigar in his mouth, circled around the trash can. The surrounding police officers stood straight, showing great respect for this detective, as if the old man were not just an ordinary detective. He asked, "Roylina, your rank has been promoted. I heard you can possess a more powerful tracking ability, 10 times better than the chief's police dogs. Do you have a way to identify the scent here?" He had the appearance of a European, but spoke Mandarin. This was due to the predominance of Chinese people within the safe zone, where Mandarin is the official common language. The blonde female officer beside him shook her head. "No, there are too many divine scents here. The human scent has been completely obscured. Even I cannot identify the human scent from it now. If I were to activate my skills here, I would probably faint from the overwhelming divine scent." Olaf felt somewhat disappointed. Well, damn skills. Not being able to use them around divinities will cause us a lot of trouble. Yes, I think so too. Unfortunately, I awakened as a scent seeker, and there's no way to change that. Those of us with such abilities are destined to only operate within the safe zone. Olaf impatiently took a couple of puffs of his cigar, flicking the ash into the trash can, then turned to the onlooking ability users nearby and asked, "Who discovered the problem with this trash can first?" "It was me. Detective Olaf, it was me. I am Hans Fan, a seeker who hunted divine beings at the exit of Safe Zone 89757. At this moment, a person in a gray-brown jacket approached, with disheveled hair and a hint of alcohol on his breath. It was the drunkard who had run into Qin Xiang. However, he was now completely sober, filled with tension. After sobering up, Hans realized that someone had stolen the divine remains from the trash can and was extremely shocked. He initially did not want to get involved in this matter. The person who stole the divine remains was certainly not a normal person, and he did not dare provoke them. After awakening his sequence, he just wanted to rely on his status as a sequence user to get by in the safe zone. However, he had carelessly thrown a bottle into the trash can. The bottle carried his scent, an undeniable fact he could not escape. If a scent seeker activated their skill, they would quickly lock onto him, and he wouldn't be able to wash his hands of it. So, to avoid trouble from the police, he reported the matter to the police station in advance, hoping for leniency. Tell me how you discovered it. Detective Olaf said. I had just had some drinks with Brew in the bar, then we each went home. As I was leaving the bar, I grabbed a bottle of wine to drink on the way home. While drinking, I finished it and happened to see a trash can here. So I thought I would throw the bottle in. Roylina, upon hearing this, sternly reprimanded, Hans, you are also a sequence user. Don't you know that the trash can next to the safe zone exit can only contain divine remains? The divine remains in the trash can are to be processed centrally. You are interfering with the work of the United Government. I was drunk and didn't think that much, Hans replied. Qin Xiang had guessed right. It was Hans's lack of clarity that gave him the chance to escape. Otherwise, it might have been an entirely different story. Olaf seemed used to such irresponsible sequence users and did not react with anger like Roylina. Instead, he waved his hand. Roylina. No need to interrupt him. Let him continue. All right, detective. The blonde Roylina looked at Hans with a cold gaze. I vaguely saw a figure rummaging through something in front of the trash can, but it quickly disappeared. Of course. I'm not sure if it was because I was drunk. And then I threw the wine bottle in. At that time, I heard the sound of the bottle hitting the empty trash can, and I thought it was midnight, and the cleaners had already taken away the divine remains. So I went home. What time was that supposed to be? I was drunk, I don't know. When I got home, I just collapsed on my bed and fell asleep. I'm a sleepless sequence, so I usually don't need to sleep. Even if I'm drunk, I can only sleep for a maximum of 2 hours before waking up. When I woke up, I found it was still afternoon. In recalling the memory of the empty trash can, I felt something was wrong. And then you called the police? Yes, Detective Olaf. Considering that I took the initiative to report and admit my mistake, could you not punish me for throwing the bottle into this trash can and delaying the investigation? Olaf took another puff of his cigar and pondered for a long time. While he was thinking, Hans felt anxious, worried that he would be punished. Roylina, remember to inform the other exit managers of the safe zones about this matter and keep an eye on the trash can. Yes, Detective Olaf, what about me? Hans asked eagerly. Olaf then realized Hans was still there. Oh, I was just thinking about the case. What do you want to say? I want to ask. If I report voluntarily, can I offset my mistakes and not be punished for what I did here? I really realize my problem now. I want to make the same mistake again. Please give me a chance. Olaf couldn't be bothered to look at him. Business is business. The order of the police station will not tilt in any way. You will receive your reward if you deserve it, and you will not escape your punishment. Hans felt a bit frustrated. He had actively reported the case and cooperated fully in the investigation, but still had to face punishment. What bad luck. Take him back to the police station. Following the superior's instructions, Roylina immediately ordered the officers to take Hans back. Yes, Hans wore a gloomy expression, cursing the damned person who stole the divine remains. After sending Hans away, Olaf continued to frown in thought. Did one person commit the crime? Why would someone steal the divine remains from the trash can? Stealing such useless things is worse than going to the warehouse to steal some moldy wood for firewood. Roylina added, yesterday at the exit of Safe Zone 114514, a similar incident occurred. I reported it to the chief, but unfortunately, it did not attract enough attention. And they only set up defenses at the exit of Safe Zone 114514. As a result, he committed the crime a little further away. At this moment, Roylina's pager rang. Hello, please speak. What? All right, I'm listening. Okay, I got it. I'll tell Detective Olaf right away. Upon hearing Roylina mention his name, Olaf knew that another new case had occurred and asked, what is going on? Detective, in a small alley 2 stops away from here. A burning warehouse has been discovered with 3 charred corpses inside. Corpses? Charred. That's right. The heads of the 3 corpses have sustained severe impacts, completely deformed. The officer from the forensic sequence said that the shape of the wounds indicates they were caused by a person with immense strength acting barehanded. Because of the fire, I couldn't track the scent of the murderer. Can we start from the scene of the incident to look for the murderer's scent? I'm afraid not. The officer just said that it was crowded there, with mixed footprints, and the scent would be very chaotic. Have we found the primary scene? No. There are no signs of a struggle anywhere near that warehouse. Olaf kept silent, puffing his cigar. Roylina continued, Detective, I have a question. Speak. What were the identities of the few people whose skulls were crushed? Roylina was also an experienced female police officer, but she showed her ignorance without reservation in front of Detective Olaf, as if Olaf had other lofty identities besides being a detective. The identities of those 3 people were likely hard to ascertain. However, the one who killed all 3 must have been a sequence ability user. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to kill all 3 without leaving signs of a struggle. The fatal injuries also serve as evidence. It's difficult for an ordinary person to crush 3 skulls with their fists. Olaf glanced again at the empty garbage bin and blew a smoke ring. The timing of the incident in that alley coincides with the theft of the divine relics from the garbage bin, considering the distance. If a strength-type sequence ability user ran at full speed, they could make it there. So, it might have been the same person committing the crime. Roylina frowned. Are you saying it was the same person? After stealing the divine relics here, they went 2 stops away to commit murder and arson? In both cases, the criminal left no useful clues. Let us boldly hypothesize first. and then verify it cautiously. Now, let's analyze under the premise that the criminals in these two cases are the same. Olaf stroked his white beard. I believe this person is not familiar with sequence abilities. Why does the detective think so? Besides the skull, the bodies had other fatal injuries. It's highly probable that the skulls were crushed after the individuals died. After crushing their skulls, he chose to burn the bodies. I suspect he crushed their skulls out of fear that an immortal sequence user could use their skills to read the memories of the corpses. However, he does not know that the immortal sequence user's memory reading skill has limitations. Once the brain undergoes pathological changes or loses its original biological structure, the immortal user's skill becomes ineffective. In other words, whether or not he crushed the skulls, as long as he burned the bodies, he could obstruct the investigation of the immortal sequence users. Roylina asked in confusion, Detective, are you saying that he is unaware of such basic sequence knowledge? Besides that, I can't think of any other reason for his unnecessary actions. Of course, it's possible he released a smokescreen to make me think that the perpetrator is a novice sequence user. But I believe that this level of criminal is unlikely to appear in Area 14121. Roylina nodded, agreeing with the detective's analysis, and then said, not understanding sequence information might be because he suddenly awakened his sequence ability and hasn't done enough homework. If we stake out at the Sequence Management Bureau, we should be able to find the criminal. The premise you mentioned about not doing enough homework is invalid. Olaf shook his head. He knows how to choose a place with confusing scents to mislead you, and he knows to burn the bodies to destroy evidence. Roylina, you must understand that he is not a careless criminal. He prepared to kill these 3 people. He has just stolen the divine relics and did this while fleeing in panic. I have to say, although this criminal is ignorant, he is definitely not careless. A mind as meticulous as a sewing shop's needle hole would not allow him to steal the divine relics and expose himself without proper preparation. His actions indicate that he has no channels to obtain more information. Roylina tidied her slightly disheveled blonde hair, showing a puzzled expression. How is that possible? The descriptions of sequence users' abilities are publicly available in the Godslaying camp. Everyone can look it up on their phones or computers. No, you are mistaken. If all these assumptions hold true, then there is a type of person who fits perfectly and cannot access this information. What kind of person? Per people. Chapter 9, Internet Cafe Inquiry. Olaf thought for a moment. Since the arson case and body burning occurred 2 stops away, heading towards the edge of the safe zone. Let's investigate towards the edge of the safe zone. We need to see who has appeared on the street carrying mini bags filled with unknown items. He glanced at the empty garbage bin again. The divine relics from the 3 bins are all gone, which is no small number. If he took them directly, he must be carrying a large bundle, making it hard not to attract attention. Yes, I'll report this to the Bureau. Thanks for your hard work. But detective, what if we can't find anyone carrying a large amount of unknown items at the edge of the safe zone? Olaf tossed aside his cigar, and smiled slightly. If we can't find anyone, things will get interesting. Then, he stepped on the cigar, muttering to himself meaningfully, I've been in this broken place for a long time. And finally, their essay lead. When Qin Xiang returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. He got home late because he found a deserted place to finish off the remaining divine relics in his backpack, took out the lunchbox inside, and then burned the backpack and his second jacket. These follow-up handling tasks took some time. However, he was fortunate that when he returned home, he still did not find anyone following him. Sitting on his hard cardboard sofa, Qin Xiang felt completely exhausted. Even though he was in excellent physical condition, he could not withstand the toll of fleeing and killing. It had truly been a full day. He glanced out the window and saw a scorpion with a sticky body and an unclear tail crawling across his window. Qin Xiang chuckled bitterly and sighed. I really want to taste its flavor, but haphazard tasting comes with risks. That said, risks and rewards are always good partners that go hand in hand. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Qin Xiang looked satisfyingly at the greedy maniac sequence in his mind, revealing an expectant smile. Today was Sunday, a day meant for rest. Yet it was the most exhausting day since his reincarnation. Qin Xiang emptied his mind, allowing himself some quiet for over 10 minutes. Then took a cold shower and went to bed. Perhaps with some worries on his mind, he slept lightly that night. When he woke up, it was only 6 o'clock. Unable to sleep anymore, he got up to check the internet cafe. Qin Xiang rolled out of bed, planning to heat up the meal he had packed from the school cafeteria to fill his stomach. He turned on the stove. Life without money is indeed so tight, huh? At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had scavenged some money from those 3 thugs yesterday. But he had been in such a hurry that he had not looked closely at how much there was. He rummaged through the pants he had worn yesterday and pulled out the money from his pockets, instantly stunned. Among a pile of copper coins, there was actually a shiny silver coin. A silver coin. These thugs were too rich. Generally speaking, the value of 10,000 copper coins is equivalent to that of a silver coin. However, due to the significant differences in the composition of copper coins, it often takes 12,000 copper coins to exchange for 1 silver coin. Qin Xiang thought that those 3 thugs disguised as homeless people were actually as poor as he was, with at most a few hundred copper coins in their pockets. Unexpectedly, they had a silver coin worth a fortune. Why did they attack me when they were so wealthy? Qin Xiang was puzzled but quickly realized that they had their eyes on his backpack, thinking there were very precious treasures inside. The three of them did not expect that not only had they spent a long time saving money to make someone else rich, but they also lost their lives because of it. Three wandering thugs, carrying a fortune. One could easily guess that this money had an unclear origin. At this moment, Qin Xiang's mood had plummeted to rock bottom. How could three criminals, armed with a fortune, dare to report themselves to the police? That would be akin to committing mutual destruction. Damn it. If he had known they had so much money, he would have directly robbed all three of them and left in a hurry, saving himself from all this subsequent trouble. Now, not only had he stolen the remnants of a deity, but he had also added a murder case to the mix. These three pieces of dog shit were not only foul themselves, but also disgusting others. Holding the silver coin in his hand, Qin Xiang felt both envy and a burning sensation. The reason was simple. He had no place to spend it. If he took out this silver coin nearby, it would definitely raise others' suspicions. An orphan who doesn't work, how could he possibly have so much money? If someone got jealous and reported him, and government officials came to ask, he wouldn't be able to explain the origin of this silver coin at all. So much money. He could only look at it but not spend it, making Qin Xiang pound his chest in frustration. After finishing the leftover food he brought home from school, he took out 40 copper coins from the hundreds he had and decided to rent a computer at an internet CAF. Thinking about it, 40 copper coins seemed like a huge amount for his identity, which was also hard to explain. He had to put down 20 copper coins instead. With 20 copper coins in hand, going to the internet CAF for 1 hour of computer time seemed more reasonable. Damn it. Even spending money had to be done cautiously. It was really frustrating. Qin Xiang cursed as he stepped out the door. He also realized his current limitations. With the identity of a poor orphan student, he simply couldn't freely manage his finances. But that wasn't what he needed to focus on right now. Money was secondary. Compared to finding a suitable reason for a large income, he needed to find an identity that fit him. An identity as a sequence ability user that he could openly reveal. He needed to find a sequence that would keep him under the radar. Then join a team of sequence users to hunt deities outside the safe zones and learn combat techniques. After mastering them, he could hunt alone and devour deities to enhance himself. He believed that as long as he could survive, he would gradually become stronger. And when he could do as he pleased, he would reveal his sequence and abilities. At that point, no one would pose a threat to him. Even if he couldn't survive indefinitely, at least he had to hold on at the beginning, and once he had the ability to protect himself, he could then step out. With this determination, Qin Xiang arrived at the internet CAF and pulled out 20 copper coins. The internet CAF manager today was still that plump middle-aged man from last time. 1 hour at the computer. The manager expressionlessly pointed to the computer Qin Xiang used last time. That one. Go ahead. Qin Xiang noticed a new advertisement behind the manager. Recharge 500 copper coins and get 500 copper coins free. Why not come and recharge? Seeing this internet CAF promotion that somewhat resembled memories from his previous life, he sighed internally. He had the ability to recharge, but he couldn't explain why he could take out so much money at once. Qin Xiang regretfully turned around and sat down at a smoke-filled computer. As before, the machine took an exceedingly long time to boot up, enough for Qin Xiang to brush his teeth and wash his face. Once he entered the interface, Qin Xiang opened the browser and once again entered the Godslaying Camp forum. He saw several pinned posts that were very helpful to him. In addition to the statistics of all known sequences he had viewed last time, there was also a guide for new awakened sequence users on how to report to the United Government and join a god hunting team. Qin Xiang clicked on the new user guide and read it carefully. A person can awaken their sequence ability at any time, in any place, and under any conditions. When you awaken your sequence ability, a panel of information will appear in your mind, telling you your sequence name, sequence level, and the skills you can use. Qin Xiang looked at the information panel in his mind again. Sequence Devourer. Digesting deities will make you stronger. Current sequence level. Level 2. Greedy Maniac. Skill. Blood Drink. Skill description. Can digest by raw eating deities. Skill. Violence. Skill description. Increases your strength, agility, and physical strength threefold for 10 minutes, during which you feel no pain. It seemed that his information panel had one more line than what the poster mentioned. Digesting deities will make you stronger. It was this line of information that had prompted Qin Xiang to try his luck at the exit of Safe Zone 1145142 days ago to find remnants of deities. Now, looking at the information panels of other sequence users, it seemed they didn't have this item. If they had no hint on how to become stronger, how would they do so? Qin Xiang continued to read the posts with this question in mind. After awakening sequence abilities, you can report to the nearby sequence user management office to report your sequence and related information. Since others cannot view the information panel in your mind, the reported content is up to you. However, we strongly recommend that you report truthfully, without hiding anything or lying. Because once you report, the sequence user management office will arrange according to your sequence and skills. Additionally, after your information is published in the sequence user hall, other sequence users who are interested in you will invite you to join their team to hunt deities outside the safe zones. If your information is incorrect, It could lead to your death or the destruction of your team. Upon reading this, Qin Xiang took mental notes. After reporting information, all sequence users will know your sequence and skills. Once you register at the Sequence User Management Office, you will receive the first reward provided by the office, which can also be understood as a rookie gift package of sequence potions. Sequence potions are drugs developed and researched by the United Government, specifically aimed at enhancing the strength of sequence users. The formula for sequence potions remains a top secret of the United Government, controlled by the highest leaders of each safe zone. Consuming sequence potions is currently the only known way for all sequence users to become stronger. Only after taking sequence potions can sequence users continuously grow stronger and advance. However, one cannot simply consume sequence potions indiscriminately. After using sequence potions, one must digest the potion for their strength to increase. The method of digesting potions is quite singular. It is done by using one's skills during battles with deities. The more times you use your skills, the faster the sequence potions are digested. Don't think about carelessly using skills outside the safe zones to digest sequence potions, because the management office will issue sequence potions based on the level and quantity of deity remnants you submit. If you use your skills many times, and the potions are completely digested, but you only bring back a pitiful deity remnant, or submit no deity remnants at all, the management office will think there are issues with your combat ability, thus reducing your supply of sequence potions, or possibly canceling it altogether. After hunting deities, the management office will not only provide you with sequence potions, but also give you corresponding honors and generous rewards. Therefore, hunting deities is the best way for sequence users to become wealthy and enhance their strength. Qin Xiang pondered. All sequence users need to rely on sequence potions to enhance their strength, and they also need to release skills during battles with deities to digest the potions. However, he only needed to devour deities and then digest them to continuously strengthen himself. Doesn't this mean that I am like cheating? No. He doesn't have any system beyond the rules. This is the awakening of my sequence. How can it be considered cheating? I, Qin Xiang, am not cheating. Chapter 10. The Raid on the Internet CAF. After gaining a preliminary understanding of what happens after the awakening of a sequence, Qin Xiang once again browsed the post summarizing various sequences and abilities. He needed to find a sequence that could hide his identity. A sequence that could be covered by his existing abilities and would not reveal any flaws. If he were to register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, he had to find such a mask. Initially, Qin Xiang planned to create his own sequence, customizing everything from the name to the skills for his Devourer sequence. However, after some thought, he abandoned the idea. First, he wasn't sure if the Sequence Ability Management Bureau had a way to verify it, such as whether his fabricated sequence would have any loopholes. Second, all sequence ability users could see his information. A completely new sequence would definitely attract everyone's attention and scrutiny. Under the magnifying glass of countless people, he would inevitably reveal his flaws. It was even possible that he would have the worst luck and someone else would awaken a sequence with the exact name he made up, which would expose him immediately. Therefore, it was safer to look among the existing sequences. Qin Xiang had no specific direction. All he could do was carefully check each sequence to find the best mask to hide his identity. At the beginning of the post, it introduced the unified abilities of sequence ability users. After awakening, a user's strength, agility, and perception would all increase accordingly. After digesting 5 bottles of sequence potions, all aspects of the body would be enhanced by about 3 times, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Only 3 times. Qin Xiang felt that when he punched that thug away, his strength was comparable to that of a car moving at full speed. Not to mention a 3-fold increase. It was probably 10 times more. His eyes lit up. Could it be that his Devourer sequence could also double his base attributes? This truly surprised him. Not only was his awakened sequence powerful, but even his basic growth was astonishingly high. He didn't know what kind of day it was, but good news kept coming, and he could hardly keep up. Qin Xiang smiled and carefully checked each sequence's abilities. When he saw the Fragrant Seeker sequence, he found that the level 1 skill scent tracking could locate enemies within a certain range based on the scents left on the scene. He breathed a sigh of relief. There really was a sequence ability user who could track based on scent. His worries were not unfounded. Fortunately, he chose a place with chaotic smells to dispose of the bodies. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. The Fragrant Seeker skill would become ineffective in places with a strong divine presence. If the skill was forcibly activated, it could lead to fainting, bleeding from the 7 orifices, or even brain death. Since the Fragrant Seeker skill was ineffective in front of deities, it belonged to a small category of sequence ability users who could still receive sequence potions from the Management Bureau even without going to the battlefield. However, to receive sequence potions, Fragrant Seekers must join the coalition government's organization, usually assisting the police in solving cases. Especially when he saw that they assisted in solving cases, Qin Xiang felt even more relieved. It goes without saying that the trouble he caused at the exit of Safe Zone 89757 yesterday would definitely attract the police. And there would likely be Fragrant Seeker sequence ability users involved. Having escaped a disaster, he felt immensely pleased. He continued to read, learning a lot about various sequence ability users. Qin Xiang wanted to jot these down, as his mind couldn't possibly remember all the abilities of the sequence users. However, taking out paper and pen to record this would undoubtedly raise suspicion. He could only try to memorize some of the more important and common sequences. However, he noticed that after awakening his sequence abilities, his memory seemed to have improved. While he couldn't remember every sequence ability perfectly after just one glance, he could remember a fair amount. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Awakening sequence abilities is truly great. Just as he was feeling pleased, he saw another sequence, Undying. It was precisely because he had accidentally glimpsed the skill of the Undying sequence, which could read the memories of the deceased during his last browsing of the God-slaying camp, that he had smashed the heads of all 3 thugs. He secretly felt lucky that the information he had caught a glimpse of had saved his life. What great fortune! Qin Xiang carefully read the skills of the Undying sequence. Death Command can read the memories of the deceased from their last moments. However, the deceased's brain must still retain biological characteristics, meaning it must not have undergone any changes, nor should it have deteriorated, such as being burned or corroded. Otherwise, the skill would fail. Upon reading this, Qin Xiang froze. Would burning the body also prevent Death Command from activating? Then smashing the heads of the 3 people would be redundant? This unnecessary action shouldn't bring any trouble, right? The description of the Undying sequence was placed quite prominently in the post, indicating that it was one of the more common or earlier recorded sequences. If that's the case, could the abilities of the Undying sequence be considered common knowledge among sequence ability users? To verify his guess, he searched for posts related to Undying in the forum and found that the related posts reached nearly 100,000. It was evident that Undying was indeed a very common sequence. It could basically be described as common knowledge, but he had no idea about this before. Qin Xiang couldn't help but speculate in his mind. If someone discovered this flaw of his, would it expose his identity? Handling the bodies clumsily indicated a lack of understanding of sequence abilities. Feeling guilty, he couldn't help but ponder this possibility. If someone paid attention, could this be a breach? Qin Xiang didn't know if he was overthinking it. Perhaps criminals become suspicious after the fact, reacting at the slightest hint of trouble. But deep down, he felt that he was likely on the edge of exposure. Just then, he heard a noisy crowd outside the internet CAF. What was going on? Amidst the chaos, Qin Xiang heard what sounded like many people arguing. At that moment, he faintly heard someone say, "Officer, this is all just a small business. I can't handle such a thorough check." Officer. Qin Xiang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be such a coincidence? Just as he thought he might be exposed, the police showed up. The police acted so quickly. Regardless of whether they were coming for him, he had to respond. In a panic, Qin Xiang hurriedly deleted the browser history and then found a way to disguise himself. Just as he finished, 7 or 8 police officers entered the internet CAF. "Everyone, immediately leave your computers and squat down with your hands on your heads. Hurry." Qin Xiang put on a panicked expression and quickly followed the officer's instructions. Squatting down with his hands on his head. "You, what are you doing? Don't leave the computer. Raise your hands." One officer shouted angrily at a scruffy-looking young man in the corner, pointing a gun at him. The young man nervously pulled up his pants and stammered, "Officer, I." The officer immediately rushed towards the disobedient person. "Get out of the way." "Hey, yes, officer." This person, unable to care about pulling up his pants, squatted down with his head in his hands. Looking at the content on his computer, the officer disdainfully said, "You should watch less of this kind of stuff. You're too indulgent at such a young age. It will cause trouble later." After saying that, the officer left. Then, 7 or 8 officers checked the browser history and content on each computer. When they reached Qin Xiang, the officer glanced at his face, then looked at the computer screen and the browser content, and sympathetically patted his shoulder, saying, "If the girl didn't agree to you, she is rejecting you. Don't waste any more time and energy." After that, he went to check another computer. Qin Xiang smiled gratefully at the officer, but secretly thought it was a close call. He knew the officers would check the browser content, but there was no way to generate a lot of browsing history in a short time. So he chose the simplest browsing content, reading ebooks. On the desktop, there was a document titled 3 Sentences to Make the Goddess Fall for You, Confidential Edition. When he opened it, he found it indeed taught how to cater to the goddess and please her. He then dragged the document's progress bar to a middle position, pretending to look at the downloaded ebook. The officers searched for a while and found 2 young men engaged in online black market transactions at the internet cafe, and they took them away. However, Qin Xiang felt that the officer's expression was somewhat serious, indicating that the real target was not these 2. "Sorry to disturb everyone. I hope you don't mind. Internet cafe manager, please add another hour of internet fee for each of them. Our police station will reimburse." "Yes, okay. Thank you, officer." "Thank you, police uncle." "Thanks. Come check again next time, police uncle." In a cheerful atmosphere, everyone returned to their computers again. Outside, Qin Xiang heard the internet cafe owner say, "Officer, you've been conducting surprise checks these past 2 days, taking away a few customers each time. I can't run this internet cafe anymore. Boss Wong, we are just following orders from above. We hope you understand." "Understand? How can I understand?" Can't you just wait until the criminals come back to check? The police station has no authority to check network addresses and browsing records. They can only conduct on-site inspections. They haven't overstepped to check your surveillance video, and the internet fees are covered by our police station. What loss do you have? You. This is simply unreasonable. Qin Xiang felt a stir in his heart. These past 2 days, the police station has been conducting surprise checks? Isn't it just after he committed murder? What a coincidence. But the police said they had no right to check network addresses and browsing records, which is good news. But who knows if the police are telling the truth or not? He still couldn't let his guard down. Qin Xiang let out a long breath and decided to open Godslaying Camp to continue browsing. At that moment, a dialog box appeared on his computer screen. Qin Xiang's eyes widened, and he felt a chill run down his back. He immediately looked toward the bar. The internet cafe manager was smiling, holding a cigarette, and looking at Qin Xiang. The dialog box on the screen continued to jump. Internet cafe manager's warm reminder. The person the officer is looking for is you, right? Chapter 11 Threat Exposed? Even after living a second life, Qin Xiang had never experienced the fear of being brought to justice. He felt panicked inside, more anxious than when he was eating the remnants of the gods in the trash can or killing in a dark alley. Even that night when he first reincarnated and saw countless black moths with glowing eyes on the glass, he wasn't as terrified as he was now. He sat dumbfounded in front of the computer, not knowing what to do. At this moment, the information on the computer screen changed again. Internet cafe manager's warm reminder. Just keep watching yours. Don't leave when you're done. Wait for me in the alley behind the internet cafe. Looking at the information on the screen, Qin Xiang no longer had the intention to browse Godslaying Camp. This internet cafe manager had been monitoring him all along. Qin Xiang couldn't help but wonder, is the manager that free? Does he have nothing to do? Why does he watch every customer online every day? But since the money was already spent, sitting idle was also a waste of time. He calmed down and opened Godslaying Camp again. This internet cafe might very well be his last visit. No, it was likely his last time ever entering an internet cafe. Not only this one, but including other internet cafes, he wouldn't enter again. He needed to find a disguisable sequence during this browsing of Godslaying Camp. Qin Xiang continued browsing the sequence summary posts and searched for a sequence suitable for his disguise. Finally, his gaze locked onto a sequence. Phantom Assassin, Sequence Level 1. Assassination Apprentice, Skill, Life and Death on the line. Can double his agility within 5 minutes, but will feel weak all over after 5 minutes, making it difficult to move for half an hour. Sequence Level 2, Swift Assassin, Skill, Life and Death on the line, Enhanced. Can double his agility and strength within 5 minutes, but will feel weak all over after 5 minutes, making it difficult to move for 20 minutes. Qin Xiang looked at the Phantom Assassin sequence and found that his Violence skill completely encompassed the skills of sequence levels 1 and 2, allowing him to muddle through for a while. Therefore, he repeatedly checked the skill descriptions of this sequence and committed them to memory. To further understand this sequence, he searched for it in the forum, and immediately thousands of posts popped up. It seemed this was also a relatively common sequence. What equipment is most needed for the Phantom Assassin sequence? Who is the best teammate for the Phantom Assassin? My teammate, the Phantom Assassin, is useless. He only knows how to activate skills and run away in battle. What should I do? Phantom Assassin looking for God Hunting Team, Warriors Preferred. Qin Xiang clicked on a Phantom Assassin introduction post, Essence, to read. It described how the Phantom Assassin should train themselves, how to reasonably use the resources provided by the management, and how to purchase the most suitable equipment. In this post, Qin Xiang saw a lot of content and also found that the sequence level 3 of Swift Assassin is Shadow Assassin, Skill, Life and Death on the line, Enhanced 2. Can triple his agility and double his strength within 10 minutes, but will feel weak all over after 10 minutes, making it difficult to move for 10 minutes. From this post, Qin Xiang also learned that, unlike most sequences, each level up would grant a new skill. The known Phantom Assassin only has one skill, constantly enhancing life and death on the line when leveling up. This single-line promotion method, Qin Xiang couldn't say whether it was good or bad. It has its pros and cons. If they can't resolve the enemy after activating the skill, they would find it hard to survive. Undoubtedly, the Phantom Assassin is very reliant on teammates. This skill is indeed suitable for Qin Xiang to hide himself. The Violence skill fully covers the skills of the first 3 levels of the Swift Assassin sequence. Therefore, to play the role of Swift Assassin, he needs to pretend to be weak appropriately. Comparing the God of Eating and Swift Assassin sequences carefully also made Qin Xiang realize the strength of his own sequence. Clearly, Violence is a skill awakened at level 2, yet it is more powerful than the continuously enhanced single skill of Swift Assassin. Moreover, checking the forum, Swift Assassin seems to be a relatively sought-after hot sequence, with many hunter teams hoping to recruit them into their ranks. This is not the only advantage Qin Xiang has. According to his thorough research on the forum, his base attributes are already comparable to those of Phantom Assassin when it activates the Life and Death line skill, or even stronger. Even without releasing any skills, he can be invincible among low-level sequence users. So, how should he play the role of phantom assassin well? The most important trick is to keep a low profile. After finding his substitute sequence, Qin Xiang received a prompt that the computer time was up. After exchanging a glance with the Internet CAF's administrator, he chose to log off and left the CAF under the administrator's watchful gaze. After circumventing the cameras at the CAF's entrance, Qin Xiang followed the information given by the administrator and arrived at the alley behind the CAF. The alley behind the CAF was out of the CAF owner's management range, so there were no cameras. The alley felt more like an unattended area. It was a bit dirty, cluttered with debris and disposable food boxes, and a smell of kitchen waste lingered, somewhat reminiscent of the atmosphere in a cafeteria. In this small alley, Qin Xiang couldn't find a place to rest his feet. Finally, he wiped the stone slab clean and placed it on the greasy steps before sitting down. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he would be overwhelmed by the smell of kitchen waste. After a while, a greasy middle-aged administrator, wearing a white shirt, shaking with excess fat, and draped in a jacket, appeared in the narrow alley. He seemed unconcerned about the litter on the ground, kicking it aside as he walked. Getting some grease on his shoes, Qin Xiang looked at his sweat-stained collar and cuffs, filled with disgust. The administrator, on the other hand, looked greedily at Qin Xiang. Kid, the police are looking for you because you killed someone, right? This opening line hit the nail on the head regarding Qin Xiang's concerns. Qin Xiang did not respond. He believed that the murder case near the safety exit 89757 from yesterday should not have reached such a remote place in just one night. It goes without saying that the administrator had definitely guessed it. Therefore, he didn't need to admit anything. The administrator chuckled. Even if you don't say anything, I already know. You were last here to check the sequence users forum, and now you're back again. The administrator actively voiced Qin Xiang's confusion. So he followed up with a question. Can you remember everyone? Of course I can't remember. I'm not a sequence user with a memory skill. Just remembering me? Qin Xiang didn't understand why he was so unlucky to be targeted by this greasy administrator. Because you look like a poor loser. Obviously a broke guy from the edge of the safe zone. I'm curious why you'd spend money to come to an internet CAF. So I took a closer look. Coincidentally, you wore the same outerwear twice, so I remembered you. After you browsed the forum, you lingered for a long time in front of the Undying and Scent Seeker sequences, which mostly consist of police investigators. Then the police suddenly arrived. You quickly deleted your browsing history and opened a text document on the desktop pretending to read an ebook. I immediately guessed that you must have killed someone and were checking if the police's sequence users would find you here. The administrator's face was quivering with excitement at his keen observation, as if he were celebrating a great discovery. Qin Xiang, however, remained noncommittal. He would not respond to any speculation about himself, even if the administrator's guesses were correct. Do not let your enemies see through your thoughts. Qin Xiang forgot where he had seen this line in a movie in his past life, but it happened to be his current strategy. He absolutely would not provide this administrator with any information about himself. Qin Xiang silently watched the administrator, waiting for him to continue speaking. Seeing that Qin Xiang had no reaction, the administrator seemed slightly surprised. But he was not flustered, as he still held the initiative firmly in his hands. I called you out for a simple reason. I want to tell anyone about your business, but you have to give me a silver coin as a hush fee. Qin Xiang chuckled lightly and shot the administrator a sharp glance. A silver coin? Are you crazy? The administrator was frightened by Qin Xiang's gaze. The murderous intent in that smile was not something that could be faked. This 18 or 19-year-old youth must have really killed someone. He swallowed hard and said defiantly, I'm not crazy. A silver coin is your life-saving money. It's worth it. After all, you're a murderer. There's nothing you wouldn't dare to do. The administrator seemed to find some confidence, getting more and more excited. I don't care how you do it, steal, rob, or kill. Just as long as you can give me a silver coin, that's enough. Qin Xiang merely looked indifferently at the administrator talking to himself, as if he were watching a joke unrelated to him. The administrator felt as if he were being eyed by a tiger, feeling a shiver run down his spine. But he laughed. You can't scare me. We're just ordinary people living in this broken place. Who's got more arms or legs than the other? It seems this administrator did not realize that Qin Xiang was a sequence user. This was a small piece of good news amidst the trouble. Qin Xiang was not led by the administrator's questions. He keenly noticed that the administrator's breathing was getting heavier, indicating he was very nervous. So, Qin Xiang continued to apply pressure, throwing out his own question. Since you know I killed someone, why aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The administrator wiped the cold sweat off his face and replied, I've already written an email to report you, along with your close-up photo from the surveillance. This email will be sent to the police department's inbox at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. I set the time to reset every day, delaying it by 1 day. If I die, you will be exposed too. As if to make Qin Xiang believe him, the administrator added, if you don't believe it, you can try. The scheduled email was like a time bomb, forcing Qin Xiang to take it seriously. The administrator's method firmly bound his hands and feet, preventing him from rashly attacking the administrator. Before next week, you need to give me 1,000 copper coins. Otherwise, I'll tell the police department about you. The administrator smiled smugly, revealing 2 rows of somewhat decayed yellow teeth. After hearing this, Qin Xiang did not respond and turned to leave the alley. The administrator watched Qin Xiang's departing figure, snorting coldly, revealing a disdainful smile. So what if you've killed someone? You'll still obediently give me money. Kid, I'll hold this secret over you for a lifetime. Work hard. The money for my house and car depends on you. Suddenly, the administrator remembered that he didn't know Qin Xiang's name. By the way, I'm Lu Daji. What is your name? Qin Xiang continued to walk back silently. Still not replying. A dead man doesn't need to know his name. Chapter 12. Back to school after leaving the alley of the internet CAF. Qin Xiang did not go home. His departure was merely a cover. He hid on the other side of the CAF, carefully listening to the rustling footsteps in the alley. Lu Daji was leaving. He concealed himself and quietly followed Lu Daji. Although Lu Daji was alert and watched for any followers, Qin Xiang remained out of his sight. He relied on his keen hearing to detect Lu Daji's position, cautiously keeping up with him while maintaining a distance so that Lu Daji could not see him. After Lu Daji opened his front door and Qin Xiang memorized the location of his home, he quietly left. On his way home, Qin Xiang's mind was filled with Lu Daji's threats. The scheduled emails were indeed a bit tricky. He did not know much about Lu Daji, so he was unclear about how he had set up the timed emails. What email service did he use? How many email accounts did he have? When did he adjust the sending time? Qin Xiang had no answers to these questions. Killing Lu Daji was easy, but ensuring his own secrets were not exposed afterward was very complicated. A slight misstep could undo all of Qin Xiang's previous efforts. He could not allow his brilliant new beginning to be ruined by Lu Daji. He needed to formulate a plan quickly to eliminate this threat. After getting home, Qin Xiang glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Year, 2010, January 4th. Gregorian calendar, Monday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Earth Ox, November 20th, suitable for planting. Not suitable for marriage. He then packed his things and set off for school. He had burned his backpack and had no spare one, so he stuffed a few lunch boxes into a cloth bag and left. As for the textbooks for class, he had long forgotten where he had thrown them. He didn't need such things anyway. After all, if he couldn't get into a college, there was little point in pretending. After leaving, Qin Xiang took a detour to the internet CAF, passing by the entrance while deliberately avoiding the security camera at the door. Through the open door of the CAF, he saw Lu Daji still sitting at the bar, intently focused on the computer screen, with a tense yet excited expression, his hands deftly tapping the keyboard. Engrossed in some game, Lu Daji, lost in his game, did not notice Qin Xiang passing by. Qin Xiang glanced at Lu Daji, turned, and headed straight for school. Today did not seem like a good day to kill Lu Daji. The almanac did not say today was suitable for burial, which indeed made sense. On school days, there were slightly more people on the main road at the edge of the safe zone, unlike the empty weekends. Many students walked in pairs. Qin Xiang walked alone, not greeting anyone. When he reached the school gate, he noticed a few adults standing there, inspecting the school. Qin Xiang recognized them as the principal of Jiuan School and several leaders and teachers accompanying him. It was unclear why the principal suddenly decided to inspect the school gate today. Perhaps it was due to his personality, wanting to occasionally boost his presence. Good morning, principal. Good morning. The students greeted the principal actively, and he responded with a smile. Qin Xiang did not want to attract attention. Even though he had no fondness for the principal, he still maintained a smile and greeted him. The principal smiled back at Qin Xiang. However, it was easier to deal with the king of hell than with pesky little ghosts. A teacher frowned and immediately shouted at Qin Xiang, "You, stop." The students turned back in response, and upon seeing the teacher pointing at Qin Xiang, they continued on to their classrooms, treating it as a matter that did not concern them. It was a common occurrence for the teacher checking at the gate to stop someone, and no one found it particularly interesting. After all, the worse the school, the more rules there were. The teacher approached and said, "You saw the principal. Why didn't you greet him loudly? Don't you know the importance of respecting teachers?" Huh, just because the greeting wasn't loud enough, he had to be questioned? Qin Xiang's fingers twitched uncontrollably, as if he wanted to clench his fist. With a weapon in hand, murderous intent arose. After killing someone, his mindset had changed. He really wanted to simply punch this teacher to show him how he understood the principle of respecting teachers. He owed the United Government for free meals and education. But he didn't owe anything to the teacher. However, the disgusting smile of Lu Daji suddenly flashed in his mind. Forget it, just bear with it for now. If he hit the teacher, he would have to reveal his status as a sequence ability user, and Lu Daji might directly report him to the police, causing all previous troubles to resurface. Everything had to wait until after he killed Lu Daji. Fortunately, Qin Xiang had endured many similar situations in his previous life, so pretending to be meek came easily to him. He immediately arranged a regretful smile and said, "Sorry, teacher, I didn't sleep well last night, so my voice is weak this morning. I'll say it again. Good morning, principal. Good morning, teacher." The principal smiled generously, not caring about the volume of Qin Xiang's greeting, and said, "Make sure to rest well. It's fine, go to class now." "Thank you, principal." "Wait." The teacher called out to Qin Xiang again. "Why aren't you carrying a backpack? What's in that bag you're holding? Let me see." This teacher seemed eager to showcase his keen insight in front of the principal, and he snatched the bag from Qin Xiang's hand, opening it to see what was inside. Why is there only lunch boxes? Where are your textbooks? Didn't you do your homework over the weekend? What use are textbooks? Learning is just a waste of time. How many people can get into the colleges established by the United Government each year? Don't you know that? The top students in the grade are all known to the school leaders, so why bother with ordinary students like me? However, facing the teacher's stern questioning, Qin Xiang once again suppressed the impulse to punch him and send him back to being a better person. With each moment of restraint, his hatred for Lu Daji deepened. Just as Qin Xiang was about to speak, a girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. Teacher, Qin Xiang went to a classmate's house for tutoring over the weekend, and he left his books there. I promised to bring them for him today. Qin Xiang turned to see that the one defending him was actually Li Jingwen. Oh, is that so? Qin Xiang didn't know why Li Jingwen was helping him, but he nodded in agreement. That's right. The teacher looked suspiciously at the two of them, and, seeing no signs of any romantic feelings in Qin Xiang's eyes, decided to let them go. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. The teacher's scrutinizing gaze was also caught by Qin Xiang, causing him to scoff internally. This lousy school is still trying to catch early relationships? Who are they doing this for? After all, most people go to work right after graduating high school. Isn't it better to date a bit, graduate, and get married so they can fully devote themselves to work? He didn't understand why there were so many boring rules in a place like Jiyuan School, where the admission rate was extremely low. Li Jingwen took 2 quick steps and arrived next to Qin Xiang, walking side by side with him. Qin Xiang, shouldn't you say something to me? Qin Xiang looked at the bright smiling Li Jingwen and said emotionlessly, do you think I should say thank you? I helped you. And you should say thank you, right? In the past, when I brought you breakfast and helped you with your homework, you never said thank you. You just said that was a test of our feelings. Just consider this as my test for you. Of course, I'm not testing whether you're suitable for dating me, but whether you still have a bit of humanity left. Li Jingwen's smile froze for a moment. Then she turned to him and said in a somewhat coquettish tone, I was wrong before. You helped me, and I helped you. We're even now, okay? You speak so coldly, it really hurts my heart. Even. Qin Xiang found it amusing. In his memory, he often stayed up late to help Li Jingwen with her homework and would go hungry to bring her breakfast. A trivial way of helping her was enough to call it even. His efforts were indeed worthless in Li Jingwen's eyes. Luckily, he had reborn and cut his losses in time. Even is fine. After we settle this, I can completely cut off ties with Li Jingwen and avoid looking at her every day, which makes me feel nauseous. All right, we're even. Since we are even, let's start over. Qin Xiang, I will be more proactive towards you in the future. Can you continue to bring me breakfast and help me with my homework? Li Jingwen, hearing Qin Xiang's quick response, completely misunderstood his tone, thinking he had agreed, and nodded with a smile. Is that okay? I really like seeing you care about me. My motivation for the day comes from you. I find I can't live without you. Then, she showed a smile that she thought could charm Qin Xiang. This cheesy confession was something Li Jingwen had discussed with her best friends over the weekend. Based on their understanding of Qin Xiang, they believed they could win him over. But Qin Xiang only said, Li Jingwen, I have a question I've always wanted to ask you. You said, if I know, I will definitely tell you. Why do you have to focus on deceiving just me? Is there no other male classmate willing to be your dog? Li Jingwen did not expect Qin Xiang to say this, momentarily speechless. What do you mean? If you want to pursue Zhou Yang, then work hard yourself. Don't always think of borrowing strength from me, okay? You bring him breakfast, but expect me to do it for you. You want to answer questions with him and need my help to write. You want me to do everything. Why don't I just marry him? Qin Xiang's extremely ruthless words exposed Li Jingwen's thoughts, making her flustered for a moment, her face showing shock. Li Jingwen, stop clinging to me. Find another dog to help you with your homework. If you bother me again. Qin Xiang revealed a contemptuous smile. You wouldn't want Zhou Yang to know about this, would you? Chapter 13. College Entrance Exam Application. Qin Xiang, who no longer wanted to entangle with Li Jingwen, had long lost his patience. Speaking one more word to Li Jingwen made him feel like he was degrading himself. Since ordinary words couldn't make this dull-witted zombie realize her attitude, he decided to be direct and use a cannon to bombard her. Now, she should clearly know that Qin Xiang was no longer the obedient dog who would let her do as she pleased. Watching Li Jingwen's face change repeatedly, becoming more and more unpleasant, Qin Xiang felt incredibly relaxed. This time, his words finally had an effect. He strode toward the classroom. Li Jingwen indeed stopped bothering him and walked slowly behind. Qin Xiang turned to look at her. She didn't even dare to meet his gaze and only stared at the tiled path ahead, lost in thought. Qin Xiang happily entered the classroom, found his own corner, sat down abruptly, and began another day of daydreaming. The entanglement with Li Jingwen had finally come to an end. He was thinking about whether reporting false information about his sequence ability would be discovered. Did the Sequence Ability Management Bureau responsible for registering sequence abilities have the technology to investigate sequence abilities? He needed to plan carefully. When Li Jingwen arrived in the classroom, her face was as ugly as an eggplant covered in sauce. Glancing at the relaxed Qin Xiang made her even more frustrated. Her girlfriends immediately surrounded her, asking about her situation. Jingwen, what's wrong with you? You seem to be in a bad mood. Did you not rest well last night? Li Jingwen was pretty and somewhat capable, always the core figure in their small circle. Now that she was getting close to Zhou Yang, and Zhou Yang's uncle had awakened his sequence ability, she had become the only queen in their small circle. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth and said resentfully, "How could Qin Xiang know about my relationship with Zhou Yang?" Her girlfriends were also stunned. How did this wooden block, Qin Xiang, suddenly become enlightened? Li Jingwen's eyes revealed hatred. He can't possibly know about this. His attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Someone must have told him. Could it be one of you who can't stand my good fortune and secretly told Qin Xiang about this? Li Jingwen scanned her friends with a venomous look. But her girlfriends looked at each other, all with innocent expressions. Jingwen, you know I've never said a word to Qin Xiang. Jingwen, you know I'm so ugly and can't compare to you. I'll rely on your help in the future. How could I undermine you? Yeah, Jingwen, you might be mistaken. We're all supporting you. Telling Qin Xiang about your situation is not beneficial for us. We can't even finish our homework. Isn't that enough suffering? Listening to her friend's defenses, Li Jingwen nodded. She really didn't think her group of friends had the motive to inform Qin Xiang about this. They were also beneficiaries of her taming of Qin Xiang and had no reason to do something that harmed themselves. Homework is my communication bridge with Zhou Yang. Breakfast is how I express my attitude towards him, and now it has all been ruined by Qin Xiang. One of Li Jingwen's friends looked worried. Jingwen, you know our level in doing homework. We rely on you and can't contribute at all. Yeah, and the breakfast you brought to Zhou Yang is gone too. You know our family situation. We can't help provide breakfast for Zhou Yang. Yes, sometimes we can't even eat breakfast ourselves. We really can't spare an extra portion for you. Why don't you think of another way? Before Li Jingwen could ask them for help, her friends hurriedly distanced themselves, telling her they couldn't provide any substantial help. She knew her friends only wanted to ride on her coattails and had no intention of contributing anything. She had long stopped taking them seriously. After marrying Zhou Yang, she would definitely cut ties with them. For now, she just needed their advice and hadn't torn her face with them. All right, I will think of other excuses to get close to Zhou Yang. That would be great. Jingwen, don't miss out on a promising guy like Zhou Yang. Yeah, Jingwen. With your good conditions, you will definitely be able to be with Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen was the most attractive and skillful among them. If she could get close to Zhou Yang, they would also benefit in some way. Being with Zhou Yang might just help you leave this broken place at the edge of the safe zone and soar to new heights. As soon as the girl finished speaking, another girl beside her tugged at her, her eyes filled with disgust, seemingly scolding her for speaking without thinking. They would have to live at the edge of the safe zone for the rest of their lives. If Li Jingwen, this valuable asset, left here and moved somewhere else, how would they seek her help? Li Jingwen was oblivious to her friend's little thoughts. Everyone had their own agenda. No one was a fool. If there was a chance to leave the edge of the safe zone, Li Jingwen would not let it slip away. As this was a lesson ingrained in her since childhood, she wouldn't change because of a few words from her so-called friends. However, the questions raised by her friends were worth considering. With breakfast and homework off the table, what excuse could she use to get close to Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang was not like Qin Xiang, a sheltered orphan. His family background was among the best in school, and even the principal would greet him warmly. Li Jingwen, who studied boys' psychology, knew that she couldn't just throw herself at someone like Zhou Yang. Doing so would only make him resent her. Yet, she couldn't think of any reliable way to solve her current dilemma. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth. It's all that damn Qin Xiang's fault. If I catch that scheming little brat who leaked the information, I'll tear her mouth apart. Qin Xiang, sitting at the back of the classroom, naturally no longer cared about Li Jingwen's matters. He was now feeling light and easy. However, this sense of ease didn't last long, as he suddenly remembered Lu Daji. Qin Xiang suddenly realized he needed to go to the library to organize books. Since he had nothing to study anyway, he might as well head to the library. Upon arriving at the library, he said, "Teacher Zhu, I would like to continue working on managing the books in the library, if that is okay." The librarian, Teacher Zhu, was a kind-hearted retired female teacher who had been rehired by the school to manage the library. Although it was called a library, it only had 3 rows of bookshelves and a few small tables, set up merely to satisfy the education department's inspections, with very few useful books and even fewer students borrowing them. Teacher Zhu, sympathizing with Qin Xiang's situation, offered him this meagerly paid job, hoping to improve his life to some extent. In Qin Xiang's memories from this life and the last, Teacher Zhu was one of the few bright spots in his lonely school life. Good, as long as you are willing to work. The library job will always be available for you. Thank you, teacher. You can go get busy now. Just come back after lunch and tidy up a bit. Qin Xiang glanced around the library. There were only 1 or 2 students, and nothing needed organizing, so he nodded and decided to leave. All right, I got it. See you at noon. Study hard, don't slack off. You might be able to get into college. I will try my best. After bidding farewell to Teacher Zhu, Qin Xiang returned to the classroom, planning to continue slacking off during class. However, upon hearing the teacher's lecture, he realized that this class was different from the usual ones. Today's lesson had some new content. They were no longer discussing outdated knowledge, but were talking about college application for the college entrance examination. Qin Xiang was already in his third year of high school and would be taking the exam in 6 months. Therefore, the teachers had dedicated a day to discuss the application process. However, no one in Qin Xiang's class had any hope of entering a higher institution. To him, this lesson still seemed meaningless, a pure waste of time. Students, in 6 months, you will take the college entrance examination, and then you will need to fill out your applications for the colleges established by the United Government. There were not many colleges set up by the United Government in their safe zone, only 8 in total. The competition for the college entrance exam was extremely fierce, like 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. Although most of you will likely not be able to enter these 8 colleges and will start your lives in various places after graduating from high school, I still think it's necessary to take this opportunity to tell you about the colleges. Firstly, these 8 colleges are for ordinary people like us. Sequenceability users cannot apply to these 8 colleges. Hearing this, Qin Xiang felt a bit puzzled. He didn't know much about studying and had just learned that the colleges were only open to ordinary people. Did that mean sequenceability users couldn't go to school after graduating high school? What would happen to him then? He needed to ask for clarification. So, he immediately raised his hand. Qin Xiang, do you have a question? Teacher, if someone has sequenceability, do they have to go hunt gods after graduating high school? The teacher looked at Qin Xiang with disdain. I'm talking about college entrance exam applications related to you. Why are you bringing up sequenceability users? Sit down. Qin Xiang was asking about something that concerned him, so he wouldn't give up easily. He continued. But what if someone awakens their sequenceability before the college entrance exam? Maybe one of us will have that luck. What if? There is no such what if. In this school, there has never been a student who awakened sequenceability. The teacher thought explaining about sequenceability users was a bigger waste of time than discussing college applications. The top student in the class might still have a chance to pursue the college entrance exam path. But no one in the class could hope to walk the path of sequenceability users, because some things are simply destined. For 5 years, among thousands of ordinary students and their ordinary parents, not a single person had awakened sequenceability. How could there be any variables in his class? However, the teacher's experience did not represent the students' thoughts. For the students, they still had some hopes for the future. And since they had less exposure to the harsh realities of society, they tended to be quite ambitious. Thus, Qin Xiang's words sparked ideas among his classmates. Just because it hadn't happened before, didn't mean they didn't have a chance to be that lucky one. So, they echoed Qin Xiang. Teacher, please tell us. Yeah, teacher, maybe we can really awaken sequenceability. Exactly, Zhou Yang's uncle suddenly awakened his sequenceability. Do you think you can compare to Director Zhou? The teacher looked at the fanciful students with great anger. Zhou Yang's uncle was the director of the education bureau in a nearby area and was not an ordinary person. It was reasonable for him to awaken sequenceability. After all, it is well known that the proportion of officials in the United Government who awaken sequenceability is very high. But the students were still unwilling to give up and insisted on having the teacher explain where sequenceability users would go after the college entrance exam. He could only helplessly say, in addition to the 8 colleges for ordinary people, the United Government has established hundreds of universities for sequenceability users. Only students who awaken their sequenceability before the college entrance exam can apply to these universities, and they only get one chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted again. Hundreds. Did I hear that right? There are hundreds of schools for sequenceability users, and we ordinary people only have 8. That's so unfair. Quiet. Quiet. If you don't settle down, I won't continue. The teacher sternly enforced classroom discipline and cast a disdainful glance at Qin Xiang, the instigator. However, Qin Xiang completely ignored the teacher's warning and was instead quite excited. This was the first time he learned about higher education institutions for sequenceability users. He thought that the only destination for sequenceability users after awakening was to hunt gods outside the safety zone, but he didn't expect that they could continue their studies. Indeed, this world already has an educational system specifically for sequenceability users, but he hadn't seen any posts about sequenceability users attending school in the godslaying camp. So why was that? Qin Xiang temporarily suppressed his doubts and continued listening to the teacher's explanation. Sequenceability users would undergo an examination similar to the college entrance examination, organized by the Sequenceability Management Bureau. It would test their sequence and skills, resulting in a score. After obtaining this score, they could apply to their desired universities. If a university was willing to accept them, they could continue their studies there. All right, I won't say too much more. If anyone is curious, you can check this Sequence Education forum. There are many relevant posts. After hearing this, Qin Xiang suddenly realized that he had been looking in the wrong forum. No wonder there were only discussions about hunting gods on it. If there's an opportunity in the future, he must check this forum out. Sequence Education forum? He could try looking at it next time he visits an internet CAF. Oh, no, he couldn't go to an internet CAF anymore. The hateful image of Lu Daji resurfaced in his mind. Qin Xiang was extremely concerned about Lu Daji. He had imagined countless ways for Lu Daji to meet his end and was eager to put them into action. Chapter 14. The Troubles of the Girls' Bathroom. Going to an internet CAF was no longer realistic. He needed to find a safe channel to browse information without worry. This was also a very urgent matter. After explaining the details triggered by Qin Xiang, the teacher once again shifted the topic back to the introduction of the 8 colleges and the application process. However, Qin Xiang was not listening at all. He was no longer an ordinary student. His mind was filled with thoughts about higher education institutions for sequenceability users. The examination for sequenceability users is conducted in parallel with the college entrance examination. That means it would be in 6 months. Only students who awaken their sequenceability before the college entrance examination can apply to sequenceability users' universities, and they only get one chance to take the exam. In other words, he must publicly reveal his sequenceability and register with the Sequenceability Management Bureau within 6 months. Time was pressing. He pondered what would happen if he didn't go to a sequenceability users' university and instead entered society after graduating high school. Waiting for the right moment to reveal his sequenceability, he certainly couldn't team up with anyone. Or else he would have to find a way to cover up his deeds of consuming gods. Too troublesome. But could he handle hunting gods outside the safety zone alone? Most importantly, the United Government was able to establish universities for sequenceability users. This indicated that there must already be a developed educational system and content in place. It would be better to attend a sequenceability users university to learn more about sequenceability users while simultaneously exploring outside the safety zone and improving himself by battling gods. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Preparing on both fronts would surely be wise. After envisioning his future, Qin Xiang's thoughts returned to the present. 3 words reappeared in his mind: Lu Daji. This name had been recurring in his mind since he opened his eyes this morning. He was eager to deal with Lu Daji and then start his plan to reveal his identity as a sequenceability user. Lu Daji. He deserved to die, right? After school, Qin Xiang once again went to the library with the meal he got from the cafeteria. Hello, Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was tidying up the bookshelf and was somewhat surprised to see Qin Xiang. Xiao Qin, why are you back again after school? Didn't you say you only needed to come during lunch? Don't waste your study time. In the past, Qin Xiang hurried home after school because he had to do homework for Li Jingwen. It was precisely because he diligently completed his homework and needed to understand the lessons that he had fortuitously achieved a ranking of over 100 in his grade. However, a ranking of over 100 held no real significance other than self-comfort. He knew that Teacher Zhu would be organizing books alone after school. Not wanting to let the kind-hearted Teacher Zhu work by herself, Qin Xiang came to the library again after school. It's fine. Studying doesn't suffer from this little time. I've been in class all day and am tired. I came to help you organize books and relax. He continued. Besides, I'm a student worker in the library, so I should be doing this. Teacher Zhu smiled. What a good child. All right, then you can help organize too. Okay. Qin Xiang put down the bag containing his meal and got busy in the library. Meanwhile, Li Jingwen and others were watching Qin Xiang busily from a distance in the library. Li Jingwen, are you really going to follow him? To see if he has any problems or secrets. I can't keep letting him threaten us. In the past, he always left school directly after class. But today he came to the library. There must be something suspicious about it. Maybe he's meeting with the informant. I have to teach that informant how to speak. All right, we'll help you. Li Jingwen's girlfriends accompanied her, squatting in the distance to watch the library. While Qin Xiang was organizing books, he noticed a girl sitting on the floor next to the bookshelf, carefully flipping through an exercise book. This was also a feature of the school library. In addition to regular books, it also contained some exercise books related to the college entrance examination for students to borrow. However, it was precisely because of these exercise books that some underprivileged but academically excellent students came to the library every day. Otherwise, the school library would surely be desolate. Qin Xiang reminded the serious-looking girl. Excuse me, the library is about to close. Please leave. Oh. The girl looked up at Qin Xiang and obediently put the exercise book back in its original place. When their eyes met, Qin Xiang's gaze momentarily froze. She had a clear and beautiful face, standing out in the school. More importantly, the way she looked at him seemed to ripple with a hint of emotion. Sorry to interrupt your after-school time. The girl bowed to Qin Xiang and Teacher Zhu before hurriedly leaving with her backpack. Qin Xiang didn't have a deep impression of this girl and couldn't recall who she was at the moment. However, Teacher Zhu sighed. Wen Shu is truly a worry-free child. She studies well and is also obedient. I hope my granddaughter will be as well-behaved as her in the future. Teacher Zhu's earlier words also informed him of the girl's identity. Qin Xiang nodded. So it was Wen Shu. This name was quite well known. Every exam, she was the top student in their grade, scoring significantly higher than the second place. She was undoubtedly this year's top seed in GUN school. Good students naturally have some privileges. The principal, directors, and teachers took great care of her. For example, if other students don't do their homework, they will be scolded. But if she doesn't do hers, there will be no punishment. Not only can she skip homework, but she also studies in the library during class time without any teacher stopping her. Students like her have already surpassed the teachers in terms of strength for the college entrance examination. She is good-looking and excels in her studies. recognized as the school beauty. Many boys pursue her, but she politely rejects them all. In this life, Wenshu, like Qin Siyang, comes from a poor family and lives with her grandmother. In the previous life, Qin Siyang remembers that Wenshu's family seemed to be doing okay. He heard that she eventually got into Tsinghua or Peking University. And then there was no news of her. After all, after the college entrance examination, the two of them were no longer in the same world. And he didn't have the heart to inquire. However, during a later class reunion, he heard some female classmates say that she had passed away at a young age. But why did she seem to have feelings for him when their eyes met just now? Strange. When he came to his senses, he saw Teacher Zhu walking by with a stack of heavy books. He immediately said, "Teacher Zhu, you can put that down. That stack of books looks heavy. Let me take care of it. It's fine, no need. I can manage on my own." Seeing this, Qin Siyang had no choice but to put down the book in his hands and rush over to grab the books from Teacher Zhu's hands. "Let me do it. I'm young and have plenty of strength. You should take a break since you're older." Teacher Zhu smiled. Good child, thank you. You should be thanking me for keeping this position for you," Qin Siyang thought. After being reborn, it was the first time he felt so enthusiastic about someone. But in his heart, he believed Teacher Zhu was worth it. After tidying up, Teacher Zhu locked the door. "Teacher, see you tomorrow." Okay. After leaving the library and bidding farewell to Teacher Zhu, Qin Siyang felt the urge to urinate. So he didn't leave the school but instead took a detour to the restroom behind the library. The restroom next to the library rarely had people come, so it wasn't cleaned very often. It might not have been cleaned for a few days. As soon as Qin Siyang entered, he smelled a pungent odor. He just wanted to finish his business quickly and leave. While he was comfortably relieving himself, he suddenly heard loud slapping sounds from the next stall. "Tell me, did you tell Qin Siyang about me and Zhou Yang, you bitch? Who are you? Do I know you? Stop pretending. I only talked to you and Julie today at school. If it wasn't you, then was it that old hag Julie? Jing Wen, don't believe her. Girls like Wenshu who are both good-looking and good at studying are all venomous." Exactly. Relying on her charm, she flirts around. Who knows how many beds she's been in. Wenshu merely said calmly, "You guys are so strange. You bitch, don't think that just because you're smart and pretty, you can seduce Zhou Yang. I'm telling you, that's impossible." Hearing this scene, Qin Siyang was taken aback. To encounter such a situation after being reborn was truly astonishing. He could tell that the crazy shrew was none other than the usually charming Li Jingwen. He really felt like he had been stuck with this troublesome person. Wenshu was also innocently dragged into this, so he had to stand up for her, both in fairness and reason. Qin Siyang washed his hands and walked towards the girls' restroom. "Li Jingwen, making such a big fuss. Can't I even take a pee in peace? Do you want me to tell Zhou Yang about this before you're satisfied?" Upon seeing Qin Siyang, Li Jingwen and her friends, who had just been unreasonable, were stunned. Meanwhile, Wenshu's originally delicate face had already been marked with 2 red handprints. Qin Siyang was puzzled for a moment. Wenshu had been slapped and only calmly said that they were strange. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. This girl must have something going on. Li Jingwen was stunned for a moment but then calmed down, saying to Qin Siyang, "Qin Siyang, I'm not looking for trouble with you. So why are you getting involved? Are you joking?" Qin Siyang looked at Li Jingwen like she was an idiot. "I used to do your homework every day and even brought you breakfast. Like a dog trying to please you. And you have the nerve to come looking for trouble with me?" Li Jingwen was also getting angry. "Putting that aside, don't you think you're wrong?" "I'm wrong. You and your ugly friends are the ones causing trouble and blaming it on others." One girl who looked even heavier than Qin Siyang said, "Qin Siyang, don't be so unreasonable." Qin Siyang couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Stepping forward to pull Wenshu out. "Unreasonable? If I were unreasonable, I would have told Zhou Yang about Li Jingwen's situation. Zhou Yang's uncle has already awakened his sequence ability, and his family is about to rise. If you provoke me, your dream of marrying him will be completely shattered." This statement hit Li Jingwen where it hurt, and her face darkened instantly. "What do you want? Don't provoke Wenshu, and don't come to annoy me. That's all I ask. After graduation, you be your rich wife, and I'll be my drifter." Li Jingwen gritted her teeth. "Qin Siyang, you're truly heartless." Qin Siyang shook his head. "Heartless? I really don't know how you came up with that word from your stupid brain to describe me. If insulting me makes you happy, feel free to do so, but you're just a pathetic dog. I have nothing more to say to you. Let's go?" "Wait." Li Jingwen and her friends were blocked at the restroom door by Qin Siyang. "Qin Siyang, what are you going to do?" Qin Siyang looked at Wenshu, whose face was swollen. "Did they hit you?" Wenshu looked at Qin Siyang and showed no signs of gratitude. "Yes." Smack. Smack. As soon as Wenshu finished speaking, Qin Siyang immediately slapped Li Jingwen twice. Everyone was stunned. Wenshu looked at Qin Siyang in surprise, seemingly not understanding the actions of this unfamiliar classmate. "Qin Siyang." Li Jingwen covered her face, glaring angrily at Qin Siyang. "Stop barking. You and I owe each other nothing. As for your business with Wenshu, consider it settled, understand?" Li Jingwen's eyes revealed a fierce light. "Qin Siyang, you will regret this." Qin Siyang thought for a moment. In his impression, Li Jingwen's uncle seemed to be a thug. He wasn't afraid of any local ruffians. But Wenshu might be harmed. He couldn't keep an eye on Wen Shu and Li Jingwen all the time. I'm a sequence ability user. I don't have that much time. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a brilliant way to solve the problem. Li Jingwen, I remember you wrote Zhou Yang's name on the corner of your homework with a string of numbers. That should be Zhou Yang's QQ number, right? Although you don't have a computer at home, you would communicate with Zhou Yang on QQ when you go to the internet cafe, right? QQ is a software that basically students from better-off families would apply for to contact classmates. Of course, Qin Xiyang didn't have such a luxury number. Li Jingwen was taken aback. What do you want to do? I will go to the internet cafe and write an email detailing everything about you and me, and schedule it to be sent to Zhou Yang's QQ mailbox next Monday. If anything happens to me or Wen Shu, just wait for Zhou Yang to sever ties with you. Li Jingwen had indeed planned to have her uncle teach Qin Xiyang and Wen Shu a lesson. She was furious. Qin Xiyang, I've never met such a vicious person like you. Well, today you have. Qin Xiyang snorted coldly, pulling Wen Shu to turn and leave. Feeling quite pleased. He didn't know how many times he had thought of Lu Daji today, but this was the first time he felt that Lu Daji had brought him some positive value. Chapter 15. Internet cafe owner Wang Defa Qin Xiyang and Wen Shu left the campus side by side. At an intersection, the two were heading in different directions. Qin Xiyang kept looking back to confirm that Li Jingwen and the others were not following them before saying, "Don't worry, they didn't come after us. I'm really sorry that today's incident involved you." Wen Shu glanced at Qin Xiyang, her expression somewhat complicated. In the end, she softly said, "Thank you." However, her cheek was already swollen from being hit, making her speech a bit unclear, which made Qin Xiyang feel even more guilty. Qin Xiyang waved his hand. "No need to thank me. You got hit because of my issue. It's my problem. Seeing you like this makes me feel bad. No. I got hit because of Li Jingwen and the others. It has nothing to do with you. You saved me and helped me deal with the trouble afterward. I should be grateful." Qin Xiyang looked at Wen Shu's defiant eyes and shrugged. "But your eyes express something different from what you say. I see your disgust for me in your eyes. Your feeling is correct. Although I know rationally that you did nothing wrong, emotionally, I can't help but feel distant from you. I hope you can understand." After pondering for a moment, Qin Xiyang asked, "Even if I helped you slap Li Jingwen twice and resolve the trouble she would have caused?" Wen Shu lightly nodded. "Even if you helped me slap Li Jingwen twice and resolve the trouble she would have caused." After saying that, Wen Shu turned and left. Qin Xiyang felt somewhat annoyed. Li Jingwen's stupidity and malice exceeded his expectations. Even in his previous life when he was deceived, he only thought of Li Jingwen as a two-timing opportunist. But now it seemed that Li Jingwen had fundamental issues, basically beyond help. However, the fact that Wen Shu got dragged into this made Qin Xiyang feel a bit uncomfortable. This was truly an unwarranted disaster. If it were him, he might have already resorted to violence. Qin Xiyang sighed and returned home with a lunchbox full of food. Today's meal was still the 1,000-foot mushroom, one of Qin Xiyang's favorite dishes from the cafeteria. Aunt Zhang, who served the food, seemed to know his preferences and specially gave him 2 extra scoops. He also expressed his gratitude to Aunt Zhang. He moved a chair to sit by the window, eating while admiring the various deities wandering outside. He looked quite engrossed, like a cat enjoying its food while watching the delicious fish in an aquarium. After finishing his meal, he washed the lunchbox, took a cold shower, and then went to bed. Qin Xiyang had completely let go. What was the point of wasting time at home at night? Since there was nothing to do after returning home, it was better to sleep early and wake up early to maintain good health. After a good night's sleep, Qin Xiyang felt much less troubled. Before heading out, he glanced at today's calendar. Blue Star Era, January 5th, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Tuesday. Lunar calendar. Year of the Earth Ox, November 22nd, suitable for sacrifices. When he woke up the next day, Qin Xiyang once again grabbed a bag and a lunchbox. However, considering that he had been entangled with that meddlesome teacher yesterday, he also found 2 books to stuff inside. Unfortunately, he had lost this semester's books, so he took last year's textbooks. Anyway, it was just to muddle through, so it didn't matter. After leaving the house, he once again took a detour to the entrance of the internet cafe. This time, he found that the person sitting at the bar was not Lu Daji, but a middle-aged man with a beard. Qin Xiyang smiled slightly. Opportunity had come. He put on his hoodie, avoiding the camera at the entrance, and waved to the bearded middle-aged man to come out. The middle-aged man pointed to himself in confusion. "Looking for me?" Qin Xiyang nodded. "That's right." The middle-aged man was a bit puzzled but still walked out. After all, Qin Xiyang looked young, like a student, and should not be up to any bad business. Once the man came out, Qin Xiyang led him to a small alley behind the internet cafe. The garbage was still piled up in the alley, and the stench was even stronger. Even Qin Xiyang, who disliked the cafeteria, had to admit that compared to this place, the cafeteria was paradise. The internet cafe owner covered his nose as he walked over, looking disgusted at his surroundings, seemingly unaware that the garbage had been dumped behind the internet cafe. He muttered, "That Lu Daji, this sneaky guy, told him to take the trash to the dump, and he actually threw it here. I definitely have to deal with him." Qin Xiyang listened without responding. When they reached the spot where he had talked with Lu Daji that night, Qin Xiyang finally asked, "Are you the owner of the internet cafe?" "Yes." One of the two people the police took away from your internet cafe that day was my friend. The internet cafe owner frowned upon hearing this. Your friend was taken away. What do you want from me? You know what those two people the police took away were doing, right? The owner was no fool. Hearing Qin Xiang's words and looking at his youthful face, he immediately became alert. What are you trying to say? Trying to trick me? Trick you? Qin Xiang smiled lightly. There's no need for that. My friend sent me a message before being taken away, saying he left something here. I want to check the surveillance from that day. The internet cafe owner scoffed. You little brat think you can just check the surveillance whenever you want? He left something worth 20 silver coins for me. If I find it, I'll give you one. Give me 1 silver coin? Look at what you're wearing. You don't even have a few copper coins on you, and you're here bragging. Before the internet cafe owner could finish speaking, Qin Xiang took out a silver coin. The dimly glowing silver coin under the starlight immediately caught the internet cafe owner's attention. Qin Xiang flicked the silver coin in his hand, producing a distinctive metallic sound, then caught it again. So what do you think of my proposal? This silver coin, obtained from the three thugs, had been kept with him all along. There were too many copper coins, and carrying them would make noise and attract attention. However, he only had 1 silver coin, which wouldn't be discovered in his pocket. Moreover, the silver coin was worth a lot and could do many things. But due to his identity, he couldn't spend the silver coin. He couldn't register at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau right now and had no access to deeper transactions, let alone the black market. This silver coin had become an absolute waste. Yet, Qin Xiang clearly realized that as he gradually grew stronger and became a registered Sequence Ability user, the value of this silver coin would continue to decrease because he would no longer lack money. With the talent of Gourmet, he could easily regain wealth after spending it all. Therefore, to maximize the benefit of this silver coin, Qin Xiang chose to use it as soon as possible. For instance, to buy a coffin for Lu Daji. The owner swallowed hard. What exactly are you guys doing? Qin Xiang smiled. You don't know? That's even better. If you don't know, you'll have a lot less trouble. Now back to the previous question. Can you eat this silver coin? The internet CAF owner's eyes flickered twice, and he gritted his teeth, saying, follow me. He then led him to a dark little warehouse next to the internet CAF. Qin Xiang frowned. He didn't know that this little room, which had never been opened, belonged to the internet CF owner. The warehouse was filled with clutter. Many discarded machines covered in dust. Only a table in the middle and the surrounding area were very clean. On the table were 3 monitors, each displaying 4 surveillance feeds. The surveillance is right here, take a look. But let me be clear, if I let you see the footage, regardless of whether you find anything or not, you have to give me a silver coin. The internet CF owner seemed worried that Qin Xiang might back out, and said this as soon as they entered the room. Wait a minute, Qin Xiang interrupted. What is wrong now? Do I need to check the surveillance footage here? Can it be viewed on the computer at the counter? I think there's light there, it would be clearer. The internet CAF owner replied. The computer at the counter is only for managing customers coming and going and monitoring the computers. It can't access the surveillance. Qin Xiang hesitated for a moment, nodded, and walked over to check the surveillance. When he found the footage from January 3rd, he noticed that there was only video from the evening, not from the morning or afternoon, and immediately frowned. Why is there no surveillance from the morning of January 3rd? The internet CAF owner shrugged. Electricity costs so much. Of course, the cameras can't be on all the time. I usually only turn them on every few days. If I know government personnel are coming to inspect, then I'll turn them on in advance to record for 24 hours. Qin Xiang clenched his fist and coldly looked at the internet CAF owner. Are you messing with me? Without the footage from that morning when the police came, how am I supposed to check? The internet CAF owner chuckled, picking up a hammer from the side. We agreed earlier, even if you can't find anything, you still owe me a silver coin. Otherwise, Qin Xiang lifted his foot and stepped on a discarded monitor nearby, slowly crushing the iron-cased monitor into a disc in front of the internet CAF owner's eyes. He kicked the disc away, immediately smashing 3 or 4 more monitors. Otherwise, what? The internet CAF owner panicked. Why, you are a Sequence Ability user. Qin Xiang glanced at the internet CAF owner with disdain. What kind of person do you think can do business worth 20 silver coins in this rundown internet CAF at the edge of the safety zone? Don't you have any premonition of my identity? Or do you think I couldn't possibly have anything to do with the 20 silver coin business? The internet CAF owner was completely dumbfounded, his body trembling with fear, and the hammer fell from his hand. Qin Xiang always spoke in half-truths, leaving the internet CAF owner with endless imagination. In an instant, the internet CAF owner imagined a Sequence Ability user organization that specializes in the black market. And Qin Xiang was one of the managers responsible for collecting debts. Please spare me. I know nothing. I didn't mean to hinder your business. Qin Xiang realized that the internet CAF owner thought he was a lawless criminal in the underground business, so he played along, directly acting out the role the internet CAF owner had in mind. Of course, I know you don't know anything. If you did know something and dared to hide it from me, you would already be a corpse. Yes, as long as you understand. The internet CAF owner hurriedly went along with Qin Xiang's reasoning. However, you're lucky today. I'm relatively easy to talk to. After saying that, Qin Xiang threw the silver coin to the Internet CAF owner. The Internet CAF owner looked at the silver coin in his hand, feeling it was extremely hot, and quickly refused. No, 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 I can't accept this. You didn't find the footage. I can't take it for nothing. In the future, I might still come here to look for things. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. This silver coin is your hush money. Is this appropriate? Take it. You can have it. Qin Xiang walked up to the Internet CAF owner again and gently patted him on the shoulder twice. I only have one concern. You want to tell the police about our business, right? If you sell me out, next time our people come, well, you'll get 1 TB silver coins, understand? No, 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 absolutely not. You can trust me. You should know that being able to run an Internet CAF in this rundown place means I have some connections. As long as there is no evidence, the police won't do anything to me. The Internet CAF owner then chuckled, revealing a flattering expression. Besides, if I sold you out, I would have to turn in that silver coin, wouldn't I? With so much money, why would I want to get myself into trouble? You can come whenever you want, and if I find something, I can wait for you to pick it up. All right, but I might come here to use the computer in the future. I hope you can keep it confidential for me. The Internet CAF owner said. You can come directly to the warehouse. Use the computer in the warehouse. The computer I use to check the surveillance is the latest model. Moreover, the login port for this computer is encrypted, and even the police can't locate it. After saying that, he took a key from his keyring and handed it to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took the key, nodded in satisfaction, and suddenly thought of something. This computer doesn't have monitoring software, right? No. Only I can enter this warehouse, and I use the computer myself. I have no reason to monitor myself. Okay. I understand. Thank you. You're welcome. If you need anything, just let me know. My name is Wang Defa. You can just call me Alpha. All right, Alpha. I'll remember that. I will report your situation up the chain. You can rest assured. As long as I'm safe, you won't have any trouble. This was both a reassurance and a stern warning, making Wang Defa dare not pull any tricks behind his back. You can trust me. I will definitely keep my mouth shut. By the way, I remember the last time I came to your Internet CAF. The person at the counter didn't seem to be you? Oh, you mean Lu Daji? He rests at home on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Qin Xiang nodded. Then I'll come to find you on Tuesdays and Wednesdays in the future. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Okay. You're busy. After sending Qin Xiang off, Wang Defa looked at the silver coin in his hand, then glanced at the smashed monitors, and let out a long breath. He kicked the hammer beside him in annoyance. As an ordinary person, daring to act against a sequence ability user was truly living recklessly. Fortunately, this sequence ability user had a good temper. Otherwise, he might have already met his ancestors. Surviving a disaster, the empty warehouse was left with just him. Wang Defa thought carefully. It seemed that Qin Xiang's arrival and departure had not affected him at all, and he had gained a silver coin for nothing. He looked at the silver coin in his hand and bit it with his teeth. It was indeed a silver coin. But was this silver coin a blessing or a curse? Troubled for half a day, Wang Defa gradually came to terms with it. And his gaze became determined. No one gets rich without a windfall. If I'm afraid of this and that, I wouldn't have grown this big. This tremendous wealth is meant to fall on me. Meanwhile, after leaving the Internet CAF, Qin Xiang smiled slightly and set off on the way to Lu Daji's house. He was in an excellent mood. No wonder today, as calendar read, suitable for sacrifices. Chapter 16. I come to demand payment. Only Wang Defa has the key to the warehouse. Only Wang Defa can check the surveillance computer. When the police arrived that day, the surveillance cameras were not turned on. Qin Xiang was already 99% sure he could deal with Lu Daji when he couldn't find the footage from the morning of January 3rd. However, he still confirmed with Wang Defa multiple times, wanting to ensure that nothing went wrong, in case he misjudged the cards Lu Daji had, which could expose him and bring trouble. In the end, all the evidence told Qin Xiang one thing. Lu Daji was bluffing. The so-called surveillance screenshots did not exist at all. Lu Daji probably never dreamed that Qin Xiang would find his loophole through Wang Defa. After all, in Lu Daji's eyes, Qin Xiang was just a desperate little thug. As Qin Xiang gazed at the starry sky and the deities while walking down the dimly lit street, he felt relaxed and joyful. He could finally confidently declare Lu Daji's death sentence. Although it had only been 2 days since Lu Daji threatened him, Qin Xiang felt like time had dragged on for years, and he could no longer wait. He ran quickly, eager to reach Lu Daji's home as fast as possible. He quietly approached the door of Lu Daji's residence, which was a very dilapidated 2-story wooden building with 4 or 5 households on each floor. Lu Daji's place was the 4th door on the left on the 2nd floor. Qin Xiang arrived and saw a pile of garbage at Lu Daji's doorstep. The stinky trash attracted many flies, but these flies all had 3 or 4 eyes, looking as if they had mutated after an apocalypse. The sight in front of the door immediately reminded Qin Xiang of Lu Daji's slovenly appearance. Qin Xiang stood in front of the door and knocked on it with his sleeve. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? What time is it? Knocking so early. A voice from inside replied impatiently. Qin Xiang lowered his voice, pretending to be a man in his 30s. Neighbor, the garbage in front of your door stinks too much. Hurry up and move it. Lu Daji's voice came back, full of annoyance. Are you crazy? What does it matter to you? The garbage isn't blocking the way. Just go about your business. Seeing that Lu Daji refused to open the door, Qin Xiang shouted directly, "Damn it, open the door. If you don't throw out the garbage soon, I'll burn your house down." Burn? We're living on the same floor. If you burn my house down, yours will suffer too. I don't believe your house can grow legs and run away. Lu Daji's nonchalant attitude made Qin Xiang feel a bit troubled. He could certainly rely on his abilities as a sequence power user to break in directly, but that would leave evidence, informing the police that he was a sequence power user committing a crime. In that case, all the nearby sequence power users would definitely be scrutinized. This situation would not be conducive to him revealing his identity as a sequence power user in the future and could likely attract the police's attention. Thus, he needed to create a scene of a home invasion and murder. If you don't open the door, I'll just wait for you here. Let us see how long you can hold out inside. I don't believe you don't have to go to work. When you do go to work, I'll go complain to your boss. In this impoverished place, finding a job was not easy. Even being a small manager at an internet CAF was considered a good source of income. Lu Daji might not care about other things, but he would definitely care about this job. It wasn't just about the salary. More importantly, if he couldn't continue working at the internet CAF, where else would he find money from Qin Xiang? The only place they could meet was the internet CAF. Sure enough, Qin Xiang had hit Lu Daji's weak spot. Inside, Lu Daji's aura immediately weakened. All right, I'm scared of you now. I'll throw out the garbage in a bit. You're giving me face? Throw it out now. Immediately. Oh, wait a second. I'll put on some clothes and come out to throw it. Amid the sounds of getting dressed, Lu Daji came to the door and unlocked it. I'll be right. Before he could finish, he lost consciousness and collapsed. Qin Xiang controlled his strength and landed a punch on Lu Daji's chin the moment the door opened, knocking him out. He then quickly slipped inside, supporting Lu Daji to prevent the sound of his bulky body hitting the ground from alerting the neighbors. After shutting the door behind him, he dragged Lu Daji into the inner room in one smooth motion. Once Qin Xiang tied Lu Daji up and stuffed his mouth with his smelly socks, he began to ransack the room. Lu Daji's home did not have many possessions, only a few hundred copper coins. Qin Xiang collected the money, creating the illusion of a burglary. After busying himself for a while, he heard a whimpering sound behind him. He turned to see Lu Daji waking up. Looking at him in terror, Qin Xiang noticed that Lu Daji's chin seemed a bit distorted and shook his head. It seemed he hadn't controlled his strength well enough and had broken Lu Daji's jaw in one hit. This was not good. He saw a baseball bat in Lu Daji's room, picked it up, and walked over to Lu Daji, aiming for his chin. Lu Daji desperately shook his head, trying to plead for mercy. Then his expression turned fierce, seemingly threatening Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang said nonchalantly, "I talked to Wang Defa today. Guess what?" Lu Daji froze, his eyes twitching as he looked at Qin Xiang's smile, as if he had seen the king of hell. Whimper. Lu Daji shook his head vigorously, his face panicking. Even with his mouth stuffed with smelly socks, Qin Xiang could guess what he wanted to say. It was nothing but unnutritious words like "I was wrong. I won't do it again, spare me." Qin Xiang glanced around Lu Daji's room, filled with various comic books and novels. He sighed and shook his head. "You say you don't even have a computer at home, yet you dare to brag to me like this?" After saying that, Qin Xiang ignored Lu Daji again. He gathered his strength and swung the baseball bat, striking Lu Daji's chin again. This time, Lu Daji's chin twisted even more, and the bone shattered into several pieces. This should be unnoticeable now. Lu Daji, in pain, was almost fainting, tears filling his triangular eyes. Qin Xiang walked into the kitchen, took out a bucket of cooking oil and a knife. Greed comes with a price to pay. I am here to collect the price. To avoid blood splattering on himself, Qin Xiang used a method he had envisioned for a long time. He grabbed a few books, wedged the knife in between them, and stood them up on the ground. Then he measured the distance and pulled Lu Daji up. Whimper. Lu Daji was still pleading for mercy. Qin Xiang held Lu Daji's feet down and then pushed him from behind. The tremendous force caused Lu Daji to fall to the ground, with his heart pierced by the sharp knife standing on the floor. Whimper. Qin Xiang lifted Lu Daji again, poured cooking oil all over him, and set the house on fire, seeing Lu Daji's body swallowed by flames, and then piling the books that had the knife smeared with blood and other books in the room on top of him to burn. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once the house was fully engulfed in flames, Qin Xiang left the house and went downstairs, shouting loudly, "Fire! Run for your lives!" Hearing his shout, people immediately came out to check, discovering that Lu Daji's home was already engulfed in flames. "It's on fire. It's really on fire. Quick, put it out." "What the hell can we do to put it out? It's a wooden house." Quickly grab the valuable things and run. He hid in the shadows, and only felt relieved to leave after seeing everyone in the rooms run out. He silently thought, to avoid the scent seeker, I must set fire and involve innocent people. There's no other way. Not letting you die here is the most I can do, to avoid leaving too much of a scent here. He carried a bag full of food and used violence, skilled to sprint with all his might, heading to the school as fast as possible. He specifically chose to run through alleys to avoid the attention of passersby. While running, he found a stinky ditch and threw all the copper coins he had looted from Lu Daji's house into it. Watching the coins get buried in the sewage, he finally felt at ease to leave. When he was close to the school, he returned to the main road, pretending to act normally as he walked into the campus. Due to his exceptional physical fitness and the triple agility boost from violence, it only took him 5 or 6 minutes to escape from Lu Daji's house to the vicinity of the school. Moreover, Qin Xiang remained calm, and his forehead didn't even break a sweat. From the moment he left his house to arriving at school, only 20 minutes had passed in total. He managed his time well. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. 20 minutes, although a bit slower than his usual pace for school, was still acceptable. An almost perfect alibi. Hopefully, the police can quickly classify this case as a burglary. In a few days, once the heat dies down, he should go to the Ability Management Bureau to register. This feeling of being choked is more painful than suffocation. He must be cautious in the future and not let anyone catch him off guard again. Upon arriving at school, he still maintained a calm demeanor. No one could imagine that just over 10 minutes ago, he had just killed someone. Qin Xiang didn't go directly to the classroom, but instead went to the library. Teacher Zhu was already sitting in the library drinking hot water. "Oh, Xiaoqin, why are you here so early again? I came to take a look. You just sit there. Some students might come to borrow exercise books in the morning, and I can help with the registration. That's not good. Your most important task now is to study. I don't need your help. Hurry and go to your self-study." Qin Xiang grinned. "Teacher Zhu, you know my grades. What difference does it make whether I study or not? Rather than waste time in the classroom, I'd rather come to the library to help you clean up, don't you think? You child." Qin Xiang had already taken care of what needed to be resolved. All that was left was to wait for things to ferment. In the classroom, after asking about the matters concerning the promotion of ability users yesterday, there was no more useful information for him. Going back to the classroom to dawdle wouldn't yield any flashes of inspiration. It's better to help teacher Zhu lighten her workload. Qin Xiang placed the bag with the lunchbox down and stood at the position of the book lending administrator, waiting for students to borrow exercise books. "Hello, I would like to borrow." Qin Xiang heard a vague female voice and looked up to see it was Wenshu. However, her face seemed a bit more swollen than yesterday. Qin Xiang frowned. This Li Jingwen dares to hit her? Does she really not want to be with Zhou Yang? But as he looked more closely, he realized that Wenshu's swollen face was due to some bruising, not new injuries. Wenshu saw Qin Xiang and seemed a bit surprised, lowering her head and not making eye contact with him. Qin Xiang registered the exercise book she wanted to borrow and then casually asked, "Your grandmother is very worried, right?" Upon hearing this, Wenshu glanced at Qin Xiang, and he couldn't tell what that look meant. It seemed like she was looking at a weirdo. Wenshu shook her head. "She doesn't know." "Doesn't know?" Wenshu didn't answer his question anymore, picked up the exercise book, and left. After she left, teacher Zhu said, "Her grandmother is old. I heard she became blind 2 years ago and can't see anything. She relies on Wenshu to take care of her, so she might not know about her swollen face. Oh, I don't know who hit her so hard. Even a good and obedient student like Wenshu was beaten. This school really gets worse every year." Teacher Zhu complained to Qin Xiang for a while about the declining academic atmosphere of the school, feeling quite emotional. She had been teaching at this school before the apocalypse arrived, dedicating most of her life to Jiuan School, so she had very deep feelings for the school. Therefore, seeing the students becoming increasingly self-destructive made her feel bad. Qin Xiang comforted teacher Zhu for a while, pondering about the situation at Wenshu's home, and sighed. His own life was quite miserable, yet he still didn't wish for others to be unhappy. He then thought about the person who had lost their home due to the fire he had set, and suddenly felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He couldn't help it. People had to live for themselves. Chapter 17. The police's suspicions because the wooden building had already aged as soon as Qin Xiang left. The entire building caught fire. The raging flames were impossible to extinguish. By the time the fire department arrived, they could only helplessly watch as the fire burned everything to ashes. In half an hour, this wooden building, which had stood for 30 to 40 years and witnessed the arrival of the apocalypse, was reduced to ashes. The fire department searched through the ashes and eventually discovered a charred corpse, with a knife already blackened by the flames stuck in it. So they immediately contacted the police department. Upon receiving the report, the police department quickly sent people to the scene. The team leader was still Detective Olive. Olive kicked a piece of blackened wood, which splintered into many pieces. Looking at the area, he shook his head. Such a big fire seems to be common lately. Roy Liana said, "Yes, as my scent seeker sequence has become known to more people, they all know that only fire can completely eliminate the scent they leave behind. Therefore, criminals particularly like to use fire when committing crimes." "Criminals? This fire wasn't an accident. Have you already surveyed the scene?" "Yes, Detective Olive. In the ashes, there's a charred corpse with a knife in its chest, maintaining a posture of being tied up with hands behind its back, indicating that they were killed by someone." "Take me to see." "Okay." Both of them were ability users with physical qualities far beyond ordinary people, and they kicked aside some burnt wooden planks. Arriving at Lu Daji's disfigured corpse, Olive squatted down, took out a cigar, cut a small opening with scissors, and then lit it on a nearby burning piece of wood. He took a puff of the cigar and carefully examined the corpse. On the surface, it appeared that the person was tied up and then directly stabbed to death in the chest. Give me a pair of gloves. An officer next to Olaf handed him a pair of white gloves. He held the cigar in his mouth, put on the white gloves, and began to examine Lou Daji's corpse. This person's jaw is broken, seemingly the result of being struck by a heavy object. Is there any clue? The officer shook his head. No, a big fire has burned many pieces of evidence. Looking at the deformation of his bones, it seems to be the result of being hit with a baseball bat. This place is relatively poor, and baseball bats are rarely seen. Even if there are any, they should be wooden. Therefore, we can't find this murder weapon at all. Olive nodded, agreeing with the officer's analysis. Do any of the surrounding neighbors know anything? Yes. The deceased is named Lou Daji and works as an internet cafe manager nearby. The time of the incident was approximately between 7:20 and 7:25. His neighbor heard someone knocking on his door before the fire, asking him to throw away the garbage at the door, and it seemed there was some argument. According to the timeline, the person who broke in and killed Lou Daji, as well as robbed his house, should be that person. Do you know what that person looks like? The officer shook his head. No one saw. It was too early. Many people were still not awake. Those who heard Lou Daji arguing were all early risers heading to work. After hearing this, Olaf did not respond immediately but lowered his head in thought and then asked, Is Lou Daji's home the best in this building? No. There are 2 female workers from a cosmetics factory in this building, and their income is higher than Lou Daji's. Both of them have mobile phones, and it was they who called the fire department, which brought the fire truck. Are they married? One is married, and the other lives alone. After hearing this, Olaf shook his head. For this case, let's not classify it as a burglary for now. Why? Olaf did not immediately answer but squinted and took 2 puffs of his cigar. If it were a burglary, why not rob that single female worker from the cosmetics factory instead of robbing Lou Daji, an ordinary internet CAF manager? Perhaps it was a spur-of-the-moment decision? A spur-of-the-moment decision? This person doesn't seem like it. First, there was an argument, asking Lou Daji to open the door, then he entered to kill, rob, and set fire. The methods were skilled and targeted. If he was acting on a whim, he should have been waiting here. Whoever went out alone would be tied up, and then he could rob them. Rolina asked, Inspector Olaf, are you implying that someone wanted to kill Lou Daji? I'm just saying it's very likely. The specifics still need to be investigated. By the way, you said he was the internet CAF manager? That's right. Olaf looked around. Someone who can open an internet CAF on the edge of such a safe zone probably doesn't have a simple background as an ordinary resident. Go find him and ask. It might yield some results. Wang Defa was idly sitting in the internet CAF when Olaf and others arrived. Oh, officers. What brings you to my little internet CAF? Is there something you need my cooperation with? Wang Defa's face was respectful. But inside, he was wondering which of his actions had drawn the attention of the police. He had done quite a few shady things while running the internet CAF, and any one of them could land him a few hard years in the police station if exposed. We're here, and it has nothing to do with you. We just want to understand a person. Which person do you want to know about? Lou Daji, you know him, right? Oh, he is our internet CAF manager. He is resting at home today. Officers, do you have business with him? He doesn't have a phone or computer, so I can't contact him. You might have to come back tomorrow. Olaf shook his head. No, we're not looking for Lou Daji. We're looking for you. Because just this morning, Lou Daji was killed. Killed. Wang Defa's eyes widened. Why would anyone kill a deadbeat like him? Olaf observed Wang Defa's surprise, which did not seem feigned, and asked, Do you know if he offended anyone recently? Wang Defa was puzzled. He is just a manager, only responsible for charging fees and starting computers. Who could he offend? Even if he offended someone, who would kill him? He had mentioned Lou Daji to Qin Xiang earlier that morning, but instinctively ruled out the possibility of a sequence ability user wasting effort to kill a deadbeat internet CAF manager. Olaf continued. At the crime scene, it seems he was killed during a burglary. Do you have any clues about this? Sir, a burglary like that is to rob and kill. How can you ask me for clues? Olaf felt that Wang Defa likely had no suspicion but still asked. Have you been at the internet CAF all day? Yes, I've been here the whole time. You can ask the people who are online here. They can attest to that. That is right. Boss Wang has been here the whole time. Yes. I can also confirm that. If Lou Daji is dead, it definitely has nothing to do with Boss Wang. Boss Wang, I remember you were called away for a bit this morning. A young man with a face full of acne said with a smile. Wang Defa frowned. Realizing this young man seemed to be someone he had scolded before for owing internet fees. He didn't expect him to cause trouble in front of the police today. Wang Defa narrowed his eyes at the person, thinking about how to teach him a lesson. Hearing the acne-faced young man's words, Olaf asked, Wang Defa, is what he said true? It's true. Wang Defa didn't care. Because in his view, Lou Daji's death had nothing to do with Qin Xiang. Who was looking for you? When did they look for you? And how long were you gone? My memory is a bit fuzzy. Oh, I don't know why my head hurts so much. I can't remember it all. You can ask that acne-faced young man. He probably remembers better than I do. This time, Wang Defa was no longer so enthusiastic in response to Olaf's inquiry, but pretended to have a headache to avoid the topic. Lou Daji's death had nothing to do with him. That was a settled matter. He would cooperate a little, and that was it. This white-haired inspector even asked about his private matters. Didn't he know what it meant to run an internet CAF in a slum? Any one of his private matters, if let slip, would be enough to take down an inspector like him. Olaf looked at Wang Defa's face, revealing an expression of displeasure. Wang Defa also pretended to cover his head, revealing one eye from between his hands, coldly staring at Olaf, filled with warning. Olaf knew Wang Defa had a complex background and could not make things difficult for him without evidence. More importantly, Wang Defa seemed to have nothing to do with Lu Daji's death. So he walked up to the acne-faced young man. "Excuse me, do you remember when the boss left and how long he was gone?" The acne-faced young man rolled his eyes and said, "He left around 7 and was gone for about an hour. I heard you just say Lu Daji was killed. Maybe he did it." "Bullshit," said a person next to the acne-faced young man. "Boss Wang started my computer at around 7. He was here the whole time when I was here. How could he have left for an hour?" The acne-faced young man pouted. "Then I must have remembered wrong." Wang Defa clenched his fists at the bar. This acne-faced young man seemed to be jumping around a bit too much, thinking he was just an ordinary internet CAF owner. Hearing the person next to him clear the air, Olaf asked again, "So, what time did you start the computer? Can I take a look?" The person checked the login information and said, 7:13. "Good, thank you." The fire broke out around 7:20, giving Wang Defa no time to commit the crime. Olaf glanced at Wang Defa, who was no longer willing to cooperate in the investigation, and said, "Boss Wang, if you have any clues, please feel free to contact us. No need to see you out." Wang Defa was too lazy to talk with Olaf and the others anymore. Olaf left with the officers. "Inspector Olaf, this internet CAF owner has issues," Roylina suggested beside Olaf. "Of course he has issues." Olaf lit another cigar. "But his issues are something you cannot investigate. I also cannot investigate them before I return to the Sigma district. But, there's no but. Roylina, do not be curious about everything. Just focus on the case that has already occurred. That is my advice to you, and I hope you remember it." Roylina glanced at Olaf's deep gaze and nodded. After Olaf and the others left, Wang Defa took out his phone and went to the warehouse to make a call. "Hey, old snake, are you free now? Help me get a person." The price will still be the same as before. Don't worry, anyone who comes to my internet cafe is not a decent person. Even if you kill them all, the police won't find you." Chapter 18. Unexpected pursuit. After killing Lu Daji, Qin Xiang spent a week in peace. During this week, he went to school regularly, ate at the cafeteria, and lived in the library, spending weekends lying at home. After all the big actions he took in the first few days after his rebirth, it was time to take a break. The slow-paced life of this week allowed the tension in Qin Xiang's heart to relax. During school, chatting with teacher Zhu in the library was quite interesting. This old lady had deep insights into life and provided significant help to Qin Xiang. Of course, he could see Wen Shu's figure in the library every day. With less than half a year until the college entrance examination, Wen Shu hardly attended classes anymore, spending her days in the library working on past exercises to fill in the gaps. One morning, Qin Xiang got up and glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Era. January 14th, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Thursday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Earth Ox, November 28th. Auspicious for burial. Qin Xiang looked at it and felt that today's calendar didn't have much to do with him. A boring day quickly passed. After school, he came to the library again. "Teacher Zhu, I'm here to help you tidy up." Qin Xiang put down his bag and lunchbox, noticing that only Wen Shu was left at the library table. Seeing Qin Xiang come to tidy up, Wen Shu knew it was time to close and stood up to leave. "You keep studying. I and Qin Xiang still need to tidy up for more than 10 minutes. Teacher Zhu casually told Wen Shu. Wen Shu glanced at Teacher Zhu, nodded in thanks, and sat back down to continue studying. Teacher Zhu came to Qin Xiang's side and quietly said with a loving look, "Little Qin, do you like her?" Qin Xiang was taken aback. "Huh? No, really?" Teacher Zhu showed a skeptical expression. Qin Xiang waved his hand in disdain. "Dating is meaningless." Teacher Zhu sneered. "Meaningless? I remember you used to follow a girl around. Happy as a flower." Being pointed out by Teacher Zhu, Qin Xiang felt a bit guilty. Before his rebirth, he was indeed a sycophant following Li Jingwen. He could only say, "It's because I've licked boots before that I find it meaningless." Teacher Zhu patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. "Little Qin, there are some things I, as someone who has been through it, must tell you. Please go ahead." Qin Xiang smiled and continued tidying up the books on the shelf while listening to Teacher Zhu's words. Teacher Zhu, being older, always liked to chat with young people. And Qin Xiang knew this. He also quite liked Teacher Zhu's amiable demeanor and appreciated her kindness towards him. If the old lady wanted to chat, he would keep her company. "The girl you were with before seemed a bit restless, not someone who could settle down. So you might feel hurt after dating her and think it's meaningless." As soon as Teacher Zhu opened her mouth, Qin Xiang was stunned. He was surprised by Teacher Zhu's gossiping nature and impressed by her keen observation. In his previous life, he had been so close to Li Jingwen, but hadn't he seen through her? Yet Teacher Zhu, who hadn't spoken to Li Jingwen for 3 years, could see through it. "Teacher Zhu, have you been observing me all this time? Hey, in the whole library, you and Wen Shu are the only ones who talk to me, of course. I pay attention to you too. Moreover, you were always with that girl, My eyes were almost getting calluses from looking at her. Teacher Zhu continued disdainfully. When you were dating, if I said something bad about her, you, a young guy, definitely wouldn't listen. Now that you say you two are no longer dating, I can finally say what I've held back. I've seen her getting close to several boys. Especially with Director Zhou's nephew. That Zhou something. Are you talking about Zhou Yang? Yes, that kid. They were really close. But every time they were together, you weren't around. When you two were together, he wasn't either. So, I just think that girl isn't good. Qin Xiang nodded. You're right. I found out about that later. Which is why I stopped associating with her. Yes, as the saying goes, it's better to be single than to settle. The further away from someone like her, the better. But, little Qin, Wenshu is a really good girl. If you seize the opportunity, you could be happy for a lifetime. What are you talking about? Qin Xiang frowned, caught off guard by Teacher Zhu's sudden matchmaking. Hey, what can't be said? After you graduate, you'll probably have to venture out on your own. So finding a girlfriend now isn't too early. I just think Wenshu is great. You are great too. You two kind people should be together. Teacher Zhu, I didn't expect you to be so open-minded at your age. Our grade director is still cracking down on early relationships, and you're here busy matchmaking. Bah, what grade director? Just a lackey of the principal. You guys haven't hit a good time. The apocalypse is coming, all universities are being reshuffled, and there are few colleges left. Most high school graduates won't be able to continue their studies. Since high school is the end of student life, can dating in high school still be called early love? I think it's fine. But seriously, that kid Wenshu is really good. I know her grandmother. I've met her a few times when she was little, and she's very gentle. Maybe it's because her grandmother has a good character that Wenshu has a good character too. Little Qin, your character is also great. Always helping this old lady. I should just let it go. I've only just started helping you these days. Before that, I would run off right after school. Not exactly a good person. I know, you were off doing homework for that little girl before, so I won't blame you. Now that you've broken up with her, you're coming to help me, which shows you still have a kind heart. Qin Xiang was dumbfounded. You know about that? Teacher Zhu smiled proudly. Your Teacher Zhu, strategizing within the library, triumphing outside the classroom. I give up on you. Don't take what I say lightly. Little Qin. A good partner like Wenshu is rare. I'm happy to see you two kind kids together. Qin Xiang shook his head helplessly, non-committal. Wenshu was a good kid. No doubt about that. As for himself, how could he be a good kid with so many lives on his hands? Just last week he killed someone and set a fire, and this week he is being praised as a good kid in the library by the teacher. Qin Xiang always felt something was strange about this, but he couldn't pinpoint what was odd about it. What's wrong? Do you think I'm being long-winded? No. I just think that Wenshu is capable of getting into college, and I'm just someone who will be wandering in society. Being with her would only hold her back. You look quite handsome, but you talk like a girl. If she goes to college, won't you find a job near the college? What's the future of staying at the edge of this safety zone your whole life? Seeing Teacher Zhu's disappointed look, Qin Xiang knew she was genuinely concerned for him. But he didn't want to be a sycophant anymore. Okay, I understand. Teacher Zhu, thank you. Forget it. It seems you still didn't take it in. The choice is yours, so I'll just say a few words. Hurry up and pack your things. I'm going to lock the door. Seeing Qin Xiang's perfunctory reaction, Teacher Zhu lost the desire to continue chatting and began to urge them to leave. Qin Xiang felt helpless. This old lady really changes her face like flipping a book. When he finished tidying up the bookshelf, Wenshu had also packed her bag and was ready to leave. Teacher Zhu locked the door and said, I'm going to the bathroom, you guys go ahead. After saying that, she left Qin Xiang and Wenshu at the library entrance. Qin Xiang glanced at Teacher Zhu's back and felt quite emotional. The old lady means well, but this is clearly like throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person. The two of them have no feelings for each other at all. Let us go? The two walked out of the school side by side. They reached the fork in the road, the moment to part ways again. Wenshu said goodbye, just as she was about to turn and leave. Qin Xiang grabbed her backpack strap. With a smile on his lips but a cold look in his eyes, he said, Today, I'll walk you home. Wenshu didn't understand why Qin Xiang suddenly seemed like a different person, becoming proactive. No need. Qin Xiang didn't let her refuse and pulled her hand towards her home. Wenshu frowned, trying to break free, but heard Qin Xiang's deep voice say, Last week, I warned Li Jingwen. But I didn't expect her to dare to follow us today. Wenshu turned back to look, but saw nothing and looked at Qin Xiang in confusion. Qin Xiang held her hand and strode forward. My home isn't that way. Qin Xiang turned left and right in the alley, then looked back at her and smiled. Do you want to kill someone at your front door? Wenshu was startled and widened her eyes. She thought Qin Xiang was joking. However, his earlier cold gaze made her realize he seemed serious. No, Qin classmate, shouldn't we communicate properly with Li Jingwen and the others? Qin Xiang said. If it's Li Jingwen following us, I can just slap her twice and send her away. Not Li Jingwen. Then who is it? Qin Xiang glanced back and continued to pull Wenshu forward. Wenshu also looked back. At that moment, she suddenly noticed several dark figures emerging from the alley they had just passed through. The shadows were armed with weapons that looked like iron rods and short blades. Qin Xiang quickened his pace and started running, pulling Wenshu along. Wenshu immediately looked up at him in panic. They should be Li Jingwen's uncles. Her uncle is a notorious thug in the area, with blood on his hands. Then why is her uncle following us? Qin Xiang thought for a moment, to kill both of us. They probably intend to beat me up first, and then kill me. As for how to deal with you. He didn't finish his sentence, but glanced at Wen Shu symbolically, causing her to immediately cover her collar. But why? Why do they want to kill us? Didn't you hear what I said to her last time? Because of her and Zhou Yang. Because of her and Zhou Yang's matter? Yes, Zhou Yang. Who is he? Just an ordinary person. But his uncle has awakened a sequence ability, so he has been trending recently. Li Jingwen wants to cling to Zhou Yang's coattails and live a wealthy life. But didn't you say you set a timed email to tell her not to mess around? Qin Xiang smiled slightly at Wen Shu. I was lying to her. Lying? The internet cafe fees are so expensive. Where would I get that? She probably realized this too, which is why she sent her uncle to deal with us. But how did her uncle know whether you went to the internet cafe or not? Has he been following you? No, following me would be tiring. I think her uncle probably had someone stake out the internet cafe for a week. I said I would go to the cafe to send a delayed email for a week. And I needed to go to the cafe every week to push back the time. If I don't go to the cafe for a week, it means I never set the timed email. Wen Shu was astonished. They care this much about Zhou Yang? It was also my oversight. It seems now that Li Jingwen's whole family sees the matter between her and Zhou Yang as an opportunity to turn their fortunes around. That's why her uncle is going through so much trouble. After confirming with Qin Xiang, Wen Shu was completely stunned. She looked back at the approaching figures behind them, despairingly saying, Then are we going to die here? It's my fault for dragging you into this. So I'll handle this. You? Qin Xiang's smile carried a hint of threat. You should be someone who can keep a secret, right? Chapter 19. A shared secret. Wen Shu didn't understand what Qin Xiang meant, but still nodded. Qin Xiang nodded, stopped, turned around, and pushed Wen Shu aside. A few seconds later, 5 or 6 muscular men with knives and sticks followed. The leading man, with a small braid, looked at Qin Xiang and laughed, running. Huh? Why aren't you running now? Aren't you fast? Qin Xiang disdainfully replied. I've already arrived. Why should I run? Arrived? Arrived where? The muscular men surveyed their surroundings and found that it was an old, deserted courtyard, with wooden houses and pigsties collapsed, leaving only broken walls. In the courtyard, aside from a dilapidated stone mill, there was a stone well that may or may not have water. It was clear that no one had lived here for at least 5 or 6 years. A closer look at the dust on the ground and the spider webs at the gate revealed that this place not only had no residents, but hadn't been visited either. Perhaps it was a rural courtyard abandoned before the apocalypse, or perhaps the owners fled to other places after the apocalypse. The entire courtyard was dark, illuminated only by the starlight filtering through the air-raid glass, giving a rough idea of the surroundings. Qin Xiang was also running while carefully observing the environment. Deliberately choosing this location, the small braid man asked, What's south wrong with this place? Before I answer your question, let me ask you. You are Li Jingwen's uncle, right? The small braid man sneered. That's right. The matter between Jingwen and Zhou Yang is our family's hope. It can't be ruined by you little brat. You also lied to Jingwen, saying you sent a delayed email. In the end, my brothers and I have been waiting at the nearby internet cafe for a week. And we didn't even see your shadow. Oh, I thought the internet cafe was too expensive. So I changed my mind when I went and set the sending time for a month later. If you stop me, a month later, Zhou Yang will know about me and Li Jingwen, and your family will still have no hope of turning things around. What? A month? Are you messing with me? Qin Xiang smiled slightly. Believe it or not, the men following him were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Qin Xiang to change his mind after going to the internet cafe and delay the previously agreed email sending time. Wen Shu looked at Qin Xiang in confusion, not understanding what he was up to. The small braid man said, If you cancel the email, we'll treat this as if it never happened. Do you think I'm stupid? If I cancel it, won't you still chase us down? Then what do you want? At this moment, the man with the little braid said to his companion, Dragon Brother, tie him up and force him to reveal the email account password. We can cancel his scheduled emails ourselves. The little braid man turned his eyes and asked worriedly, Are you confident you can get it out of him? I've done debt collection before. I've done this kind of thing plenty of times. Don't you dare brag to me. This matter concerns our family. If it doesn't work out, I won't spare you. What you're saying, Dragon Brother, is something brothers can't go back on. Is there anything in this world that's a sure thing? If you don't trust me, then forget it. Figure it out on your own. Seeing the conflicted expressions on several people, Qin Xiang didn't want to wait any longer. All right, I'm not playing with you anymore. Actually, what you said is right. I really didn't set up any scheduled emails. If you kill me, Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang's matters will be safe. What? The group showed expressions of disbelief, not understanding why Qin Xiang would actively push himself into the fire. Dragon Brother, this kid wants to die himself. Let's help him with that. Exactly. Let's kill him first. As for the girl beside him, let us have some fun with her before we kill her. The little braid man still looked worried. This kid wouldn't be trying to take us down with him, right? Maybe he really did set up scheduled emails, but thinks he can't escape and wants to die quickly. That's a possibility, Dragon Brother said. But this is your family's matter, so you should make the final call. The group hesitated again. Qin Xiang felt helpless. It was ridiculous that when he lied, someone believed him, but when he told the truth, no one believed him. I'm not lying to you. I didn't set up any emails. I just didn't set up any emails. I don't believe you. Tie him up and force him to reveal the account password. Whoever can do it. I'll give him 1,000 copper coins. The little braid man gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. He had to get his hands on the email account that Qin Xiang had set up to send emails. All right, Dragon Brother is straightforward. It's settled, Dragon Brother. I really didn't set up any scheduled emails. The reason is quite simple. If I had set up scheduled emails, I wouldn't have lured you here. The little braid man frowned. You were just saying how good this place is, and now you still haven't explained it clearly. I think you're just trying to confuse me and scare me. Qin Xiang said, this place is quite suitable. The group scanned around cautiously, but found no clues. The little braid man pressed further. What's so good about it? It's particularly suitable for killing. The group was momentarily stunned, then a mocking smile appeared on their faces. You can't be that stupid, can you? It's the first time I've seen someone about to be killed actively choose a suitable graveyard. You really have a problem with your brain. No wonder you dared to provoke our Jingwen. However, just as the group was about to take action, Qin Xiang transformed into an afterimage. What? Boom. Qin Xiang kicked one of them in the chest. No one saw what happened. They just saw Qin Xiang appear beside them, and their companions suddenly flew out. The group turned around in a panic. They saw that the person Qin Xiang kicked had a chest that deflated like a punctured ball. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened, moving slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just spat out a mouthful of blood, and his head tilted to the side. Before dying, his face was filled with surprise and fear. The dark environment blurred his features, making everyone feel an inexplicable fear. Seeing their companion's condition, they immediately realized that Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user. How is that possible? Jiyuan School is such a trash place. How could there be a student awakened with sequence abilities? They hadn't had time to react when Qin Xiang swung a punch, hitting another person's throat like a cannonball. That person fell backward, their head swinging like a marionette with a broken string. No. One person was about to beg for mercy when he was hit by Qin Xiang's punch in the back, flying several meters before finally landing in front of Wenshu, who was so scared that she screamed and jumped back a few steps. However, Qin Xiang felt that when Wenshu screamed, she didn't seem that scared. Moreover, generally, when people get scared, they just startle. Who jumps back several steps like she did? Qin Xiang didn't dwell on this strange matter and looked at the body. The person who had just been punched in the back lay motionless on the ground, with a bowl-sized dent left on his back. Qin Xiang shook his head, still didn't control the strength well. Even after holding back, I still hit him this far. The little braid man's pupils trembled, cold sweat pouring down from his forehead, and he stood frozen in place, as if he had lost his soul. The remaining 2 survivors, besides the little braid man, saw Qin Xiang's skills and realized they couldn't fight or escape, so they immediately knelt down. Big brother, spare our lives. Please spare us. We didn't know we were courting death. Give me a chance. It was Kuan Shenglong who called us here. It has nothing to do with us. Qin Xiang ignored them and kicked both of them in the chin. They flew backward, their heads hitting the ground first. 2 muffled thuds. And they went to the extreme bliss world together. As for whether it was the underworld or Satan's hell, Qin Xiang couldn't tell. In the end, only the little braid man was left, trembling and unable to speak. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder and said with interest, you should know about my relationship with Li Jingwen, right? Originally, I had a chance to call you uncle. What a pity. Kuan Shenglong immediately reacted, forcing a twisted and flattering smile. No, there is still a chance. It's not a pity. We can become one family. That child Jingwen doesn't understand. I'll teach her when I go back. I'll definitely make her be with you. Qin Xiang feigned helplessness and sighed. There is no turning back now. As a sequence ability user, why would I humiliate myself to accept this? Didn't you say that Li Jingwen is the hope of your family? Kuan Shenglong nodded blankly, not understanding what Qin Xiang meant. With me around, your family has no hope left. I can show you a way out. You say it. We'll definitely comply. Go to another world and rebuild your family. Is that so? Qin Xiang slapped Kuan Shenglong's face, and his head spun a full 360 degrees before he fell to the side. Don't worry, you won't be lonely on the way. After a while, when I have time, I'll send your whole family down to keep you company. After finishing off everyone, Qin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. He had killed again. How many was this? He couldn't remember. It didn't matter anymore. He looked at Wenshu, who stood at the edge of the yard, and walked over. Wenshu trembled all over and asked anxiously, you're actually a sequence ability user? Qin Xiang smiled, yes. So, have you thought about how to deal with the bodies here? Qin Xiang didn't expect Wenshu to ask this question. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you too? Wenshu seemed surprised by Qin Xiang's question, looking up at him in confusion. Why would you kill me? Because you saw me kill. Wenshu looked at Qin Xiang with a bewildered expression. If you wanted to kill me, you could have just let me go home. They would have acted. Why go through all this trouble? Qin Xiang nodded. You're quite smart. It's the first time I've seen someone remain so calm when witnessing a murder. Wenshu lowered her head and did not respond. Qin Xiang threw several corpses into the well, hearing the dull thud of the bodies hitting the ground. To avoid arousing suspicion, Qin Xiang didn't even take the money from the pockets of a few people. This was a dry well. He moved a stone to cover the dry well. That's enough. No one comes here anyway. Let's go, he said. Wen Shu replied, if you do this, it will leave our scent here. If the police find it, they might trace it back to us. What do you want to do? Burn this place? There's no one here to notice. Once it's burned, won't that attract people? To get rid of the scent, it doesn't necessarily have to be burned. Qin Xiang was taken aback. Then what can be done? The smell of the cafeteria food is quite strong. You can sprinkle the food from the cafeteria here and a bit into the well. In no time, it will naturally cover our scent. Qin Xiang nodded, then looked at her in confusion. How do you know all this? I like to read books. I learned it from there. There are even books on this. What book are you reading? 100 Ways to Commit a Crime Without Being Discovered by the Seer. Why do you read that book? I just like reading any book. And today it came in handy? Qin Xiang reevaluated this delicate girl who only reached his chin and marveled at how appearances can be deceiving. After handling the scene as Wen Shu suggested, he left with her. The two walked side by side in the dim alley. You're really impressive, Qin Xiang sincerely exclaimed. Thank you, but I think you're even more impressive. It's just average. What's it like walking next to a murderer? Actually, it's not that bad. Wen Shu smiled at Qin Xiang, her bright eyes reflecting the starlight. After all, we share a secret. Chapter 20. Sending Wen Shu home by the way. Wen Shu asked again, when do you plan to reveal that you are a seer? If you don't announce it before the college entrance exam, you won't be able to participate in the seer assessment. I thought you would first ask me when I awaken my seer ability. What is the point of asking so much? Qin Xiang couldn't help but glance at Wen Shu again. She's a bit special. Recently, I need to check what I need to prepare before going to the Seer Management Bureau. My background is a bit complicated, as you saw today. So, I must ensure there won't be any issues during registration. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, I need to learn about the Seer assessment. Since I'm going to participate, I should prepare everything in advance to avoid any messy issues after I reveal my identity that I need to deal with. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you have any suggestions? Wen Shu shrugged. What you're saying is all correct. I don't have any good suggestions. All right. So, what are you going to do about Li Jingwen? With her uncle missing, she should soon guess it's because of you. Qin Xiang said lightly. Give her some hope. Keep her hanging. You mean, don't ruin her relationship with Zhou Yang, so she still has something to look forward to? Yes. Let her hold on to that hope. And once I have everything sorted out, I'll personally shatter her hopes. And then kill her? And then kill her, along with her whole family. Quite reasonable. A pair of youthful boys and girls spoke casually of murder. If others were to overhear, they would surely think it was just children talking nonsense. After a while, Qin Xiang asked, which college do you plan to apply to? I haven't thought it through yet, but I definitely want to apply to one that provides independent dormitories. I want to bring my grandmother with me. Are there very few colleges with independent dormitories? Wen Shu smiled slightly. It's clear you weren't paying attention during last week's unified course on filling out college applications. As a seer, what do I need to pay attention to that for? Isn't that a waste of time? Fine, you're impressive. It's my fault. Out of the 8 colleges, only 2 have independent dormitories. Only 2? What about the others? The rest are all communal dormitories, either 4-person or 6-person rooms. It sounds like the colleges with independent dormitories should have better conditions. They probably are the best 2 colleges. Right? You're so strong, you should be able to get in. Wen Shu originally wanted to say something, but looked at Qin Xiang and found him smiling sincerely, genuinely wishing her well. The words almost came out, but she swallowed them back. Thanks. Qin Xiang nodded and didn't speak further. They walked for a while longer. Wen Shu asked, do you know the way? I don't. You don't know the way? You were dragging me along. How could I remember the route? So where have we been going all this time? Forget it. Let us just keep walking forward until we see the main road. They walked for another half hour and finally saw the dim streetlights. We're at the main road. Let's check the sign. Okay. The 2 walked onto the main road, confirmed their position, and realized they had walked in the completely opposite direction of home. To get back home, they still had to walk for more than 40 minutes. There are fewer people on the road now. Let me walk you home. Okay, thank you. The 2 walked side by side, and the conversation dwindled. They both knew to refrain from asking each other too many questions, especially regarding private matters, which were not mentioned at all. For instance, Wen Shu did not ask Qin Xiang what seer he was. Qin Xiang also did not ask Wen Shu how she immediately thought of how to handle the scent of the bodies. They had committed a terrible crime together, and their relationship was very close, yet maintained a respectful distance. This kind of relationship made both of them feel comfortable. After a while, Wen Shu spoke up, Qin Xiang. You're so impressive and smart. Why do you like Li Jingwen? Although this question did not involve privacy, it made Qin Xiang feel incredibly embarrassed. He looked down at Wen Shu and found that she was staring ahead, seemingly not mocking him. But Qin Xiang felt as if she was laughing at him. Perhaps it's true that even the smartest people can act foolishly sometimes. Besides, I'm not that smart. At least when I'm with you, I often feel a bit dull. Wen Shu shook her head gently. You can be foolish for a moment, but you won't be foolish for long. Qin Xiang was taken aback. This statement touched on his absolute privacy. It seemed Wen Shu was saying he was a different person now compared to before. But how could he explain that? After all, He had undergone a complete transformation after being reborn. This was the first time Qin Xiang encountered a question he couldn't answer. He felt that no matter what lie he told, it would seem obvious to this girl with big eyes and flowing hair. After thinking for a long time, Qin Xiang couldn't come up with a suitable explanation. Finally, he could only say, "Many things are uncontrollable." Wen Shu nodded. Yes, many things are uncontrollable. Seemingly aware that this question could not be pursued further, Wen Shu stopped talking. Qin Xiang also had no desire to continue the conversation. For the rest of the journey, they did not speak another word, allowing the cold wind to weave through their thin coats. After passing one streetlight after another, they finally returned to the intersection where they would part ways after school. Then Qin Xiang followed Wen Shu and walked her home. Okay, I'm home now, thank you. I should have invited you in for a while, but it's really late, and it's not convenient for you to stay over. It's okay, I understand. We don't need to be so polite between us. All right, be careful on your way home. Qin Xiang smiled at Wen Shu's clear face. You know, the one who should be careful is others. Goodbye, goodbye. After watching Qin Xiang leave, Wen Shu sighed softly. The events of today were indeed far beyond her expectations. She never thought that studying diligently at school could involve matters of life and death. All of this was brought by Qin Xiang. Just a few days ago, they were strangers, and today they were involved in murder and hiding a body. She couldn't help but sigh at the unpredictability of life. Wen Shu didn't think about Qin Xiang anymore, took a few deep breaths to calm her emotions, then turned around and opened the door. Grandma, I'm back. Her cheerful voice rang out at the door. As soon as she finished speaking, the candle in the room lit up. Although her grandmother was blind, she would always sit by the candlelight before Wen Shu returned from school, waiting to light it for her. Tonight, her grandmother had probably been sitting there for 3 or 4 hours, and just thinking about it made Wen Shu feel a pang of heartache. Xiaoshu is back. Why are you so late today? I'm back. I ran into some things, so I came back late. Wen Shu took off her shoes at the door and walked into the room barefoot. Although the floor was very cold, she didn't wear slippers. Her home was not much better off than Qin Xiang's. In fact, because of the elderly person who couldn't work, it was even heavier than Qin Xiang's situation, where one person could support the whole family. She walked barefoot because the rough, non-slip composite floor in her home was very clean. Someone often carefully cleaned every piece of flooring. Wen Shu couldn't bear to dirty it by wearing shoes. Once she walked in wearing shoes, her grandmother would have to wipe the floor again the next day. One can imagine how difficult it was for a blind person to clean the floor. Xiaoshu, why aren't you wearing shoes? It's so cold. Put on your shoes. It's okay, Grandma. I like being barefoot. I used to run around the house barefoot all the time when I was little. Do you remember? Of course I remember. Back then, you were just like a little wild girl, impossible to stop. Back then, the sun was still shining in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the end of the world has already come for 10 years. Wen Shu stepped onto the carpet, sat beside her grandmother, and held her hand, hoping to ease the old woman's sadness. After her grandmother lost her sight, to avoid her bumping into things at home, Wen Shu had removed all the chairs and laid down some carpets she scavenged from the dump. Even the original wooden bed was moved out of the house. Now, both she and her grandmother slept on 3 layers of blankets directly on the floor. Therefore, Wen Shu's home felt empty. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was bare. The entire room had only a small dining table, and on that table sat a lonely little candle. The flickering flame of the small candle cast the shadows of the old and young leaning on each other. Both of their faces were filled with smiles, seemingly content with the current situation. After a while, Wen Shu said, Grandma, have you eaten? I'll go make you some food. I've eaten. Didn't you bring back some leftovers from the cafeteria yesterday? I've already eaten. That's good. I was afraid you would wait for me to eat and end up starving. I haven't eaten yet. I'll just make a little for myself later. Just as Wen Shu was about to get up, her grandmother's aged hand grabbed her wrist. Xiaoshu, I have a question to ask you. What is it, Grandma? As soon as you got home, I smelled something on you. Wen Shu froze for a moment, her heart immediately tensing. Then she smiled and asked, What smell? Someone else's smell. Xiaoshu, are you in a relationship? Wen Shu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She thought her grandmother had smelled the scent of blood. Before coming home, she had checked repeatedly. There were no bloodstains on her clothes, and the soles of her shoes were only dusty. Fearing her grandmother would catch on to that smell, which she would have no way to explain. Ever since her grandmother's eyesight worsened, her sense of smell had become extremely sensitive. She could usually tell what dishes Wen Shu had eaten at school. Today when she came home, she was also anxious, afraid of being discovered about her secret with Qin Xiang. Oh, I was studying with other classmates today, so I might have picked up a bit of his smell. Xiaoshu, you usually study by yourself. No one can help you with your grades. How could you be studying with someone else? Facing her grandmother's concerned questioning, Wen Shu could only respond with silence. The more she explained, the more complicated it became. It was better to say nothing. It's not that I'm blaming you. You're at a crucial time for the college entrance examination, so don't get distracted. When you go to college, I won't stop you from dating, but don't do it now. Besides you, no one at your school can reliably get into college. Don't waste time on them and delay yourself. Okay, Grandma, don't worry, I won't delay myself. As for dating, I know what I'm doing. She couldn't explain the smell of someone else on her, so she had to vaguely admit to the relationship. If she didn't admit to dating, would she say she wanted to kill someone with a boy? That would be the best outcome. Grandma has always been at ease with you. Grandma, I'm going to cook now. After that, I still need to review some knowledge points. You should rest early. Is this candle too dim? Studying like this is not good for your eyes. Don't end up like me, becoming blind at a young age. Wen Shu smiled. Don't worry, Grandma. I know what I'm doing. I haven't made you worry over the years, have I? Oh, it's also my fault for not being able to provide you with a good study environment. If we could afford electric lights, your grades would definitely be better. Wen Shu tightly hugged her grandmother. Grandma, being with you is the happiest thing for me. Whether there are electric lights or not, I won't let you down. I'm going to heat up the food. Go ahead. Wen Shu walked into the kitchen, poured the food she got from the cafeteria today into a pot, and a series of sounds came from it. Like Qin Xiang, she also had the privilege of getting extra food from the cafeteria. However, Qin Xiang's privilege came from Aunt Zhang's sympathy, while her privilege was a real privilege. The principal personally instructed Aunt Zhang to give Wen Shu as much food as she wanted. As the #1 seed for this year's college entrance examination, the principal would not allow the school to fall short in terms of support. Watching the three-winged flying fish stirring in the pot, her thoughts unconsciously leaped to the series of events that happened today. Listening to Wen Shu's busy sounds in the kitchen, her grandmother's smile gradually faded, and a deep bitterness appeared on her face. In the candlelight, her wrinkled face concealed the love and worry of an elder for her younger generation. Oh, there's someone else's smell, and a faint smell of blood. Does this mean you've gone to kill someone again? Chapter 21. Zhao Liwen's entanglement. The next morning, Qin Xiang leisurely stepped onto the road to school. In the past, Qin Xiang usually arrived at class early, because he goes home after school, has dinner, and almost immediately takes a shower and goes to bed. He has no nightlife and is used to going to bed early and getting up early. In contrast, Li Jingwen usually arrives at the classroom just in time. However, when he arrived today, Li Jingwen was already there. Moreover, upon seeing Qin Xiang, Li Jingwen appeared visibly flustered. Qin Xiang smiled slightly, knowing that Li Jingwen was clearly feeling guilty. Li Jingwen stood up, wanting to ask Qin Xiang something, but seemed unsure of how to phrase it. After hesitating for a moment, she sat back down. Qin Xiang walked back and forth beside her nonchalantly, maintaining the indifference he had shown in recent days, without engaging in any conversation with her. Last night, her uncle Kuan Chenglong did not come home, which made the family somewhat worried. Thinking that Qin Xiang and Wen Shu were just two ordinary students and posed no threat, they believed that Kuan Chenglong might have just gone to handle some follow-up matters, which was why he hadn't returned home. However, today, Li Jingwen saw Qin Xiang at school. This meant that her uncle had failed. Or rather, her uncle hadn't gone to kill Qin Xiang at all, but had gotten entangled in other troubles. Looking at Qin Xiang's calm expression, which seemed unaffected by Li Jingwen's anger, she leaned toward the latter assumption. Her uncle had been busy with who knows what since last night, and had not followed through on the agreement to kill Qin Xiang and Wen Shu. Li Jingwen clenched her fists. What a fool Kuan Chenglong is. Always bragging about how capable he is and how reliable he is, yet he can't even prioritize properly, and doesn't he know what he is doing? Qin Xiang, sitting in his seat, casually glanced at Li Jingwen and noticed she seemed to be angry, so he stopped looking at her. Before he publicly revealed his identity as a sequence ability user, he wouldn't tell anyone that he had seen Kuan Chenglong. Let Li Jingwen's family spend their time in confusion. They might feel irritated and anxious now, wanting to know the outcome. When they finally learn the truth, they will long for these days of irritation and anxiety, but without any fear. The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth turned down. Feeling that he had been too kind to Li Jingwen, he should give her a little more mental torment. However, he was currently preoccupied with what information to gather before he publicly awakened his sequence, and didn't want to waste even a second on Li Jingwen. During lunchtime in the afternoon, he continued organizing books in the library. Wen Shu had also been in the library early, working on difficult problems from her exercise book. As Qin Xiang walked past Wen Shu with a stack of books, he said, "Keep your eyes a bit further from the book. If you keep your head down like that and become nearsighted, you won't have money for glasses." "Oh, thank you." Wen Shu slightly raised her head, keeping her eyes at a relatively healthy distance from the book. In their usual study life, Wen Shu was always a polite and well-mannered classmate, and Qin Xiang could sense her courtesy from her demeanor. Qin Xiang continued to organize books, and everything was quiet. Teacher Zhu watched the interaction between the two and smiled like a caring mother. It seemed that little Qin was still listening to advice. It was a pity that two good kids weren't together. Teacher Zhu sat proudly at her desk, sipping hot water, feeling as if she had accomplished something worth boasting about. After school, Wen Shu once again sat in the library until it closed, and the two of them left together, then parted ways at the intersection once more. Goodbye. Goodbye. Blue Star Chronicle, January 20th, 2010, Gregorian calendar, Wednesday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Ox. 6th day of the 12th month, suitable for visiting friends and relatives. Visiting friends and relatives? What friends and relatives do I have? Getting up. Qin Xiang shook his head at the calendar and took the bag containing his lunch out the door. In the classroom, He intended to sit and daydream as usual, then go to the library to work after a while. At that moment, a boy approached him. "Are you Qin Xiang?" Qin Xiang turned around and saw a cultured-looking male classmate. His clothing, while not luxurious, was very appropriate, indicating that his family background far surpassed Qin Xiang's. However, he had no impression of this person at all. Although Qin Xiang didn't recognize him, the female classmates in the class looked at him with interest. Even Li Jingwen, who had been in a bad mood lately due to her uncle's disappearance, cast him a clear and bright glance. It went without saying that he was likely a prominent figure from some school. But no matter how prominent, Qin Xiang didn't know him. Previously, he didn't even remember what the school beauty Wen Shu looked like. How could he care about who the male figure was? Qin Xiang frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Zhao Liwen from class 2. Zhao Liwen. Qin Xiang frowned. The name seemed somewhat familiar, but not much. "Sorry, I don't think I know you." Immediately, a girl whispered, "He doesn't even know Zhao Liwen, who is second in the grade. I wonder what Qin Xiang usually does." It was normal. He just daydreamed and passed time in class. So how could he know these good students? Zhao Liwen. He is not very bright. What do you want with him? We can help relay the message. Qin Xiang glanced at the girls who were mocking him, who were fawning over Zhao Liwen, and found it quite amusing. He said to them, "I daydream and pass time every day. But my grades seem to be better than yours, right? If I'm not bright, what does that make you?" "Qin Xiang, how can you talk like that?" "I just speak the truth." It turned out to be the perennial second best behind Wen Shu. No wonder he had some impression of him. "Do you need something from me?" Looking at Zhao Liwen's refined scholar-like appearance, Qin Xiang felt that they were fundamentally different types of people and didn't understand what he had done to provoke him. Zhao Liwen said seriously, "Qin Xiang, this is an important time to prepare for the college entrance examination, and I hope you can focus on your studies." This statement left Qin Xiang even more confused. "Huh? What do you mean?" "Literally, I hope you can study hard and not regret it later." Qin Xiang burst out laughing. "You're really funny. What does whether I study or not have to do with you?" Then he turned his head away, no longer looking at Zhao Liwen, but gazing out at the starry sky and the divine. Seeing that Qin Xiang was ignoring Zhao Liwen, several girls began to defend him. "Qin Xiang, even if you study better than me, Zhao is only looking out for you. Why this attitude?" "Exactly. It's hopeless. Zhao, I want to study hard too. But no one helps me. Can you study with me? I want to study too." Qin Xiang turned back to look at them. "You're all here trying so hard to please him. And since he came in, has he even looked at you once? From what I see, Zhao Liwen doesn't care about you all. Just save your effort." "You, what did you say?" Those planning to get close to Zhao Liwen, waiting for him to enter a prestigious academy and soar to success, should just give it a rest. Zhao Liwen has high standards and doesn't look at you superficial girls, unlike some male classmates who are indiscriminate. After saying this, Qin Xiang cast a meaningful glance at Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen knew that Qin Xiang was indirectly criticizing Zhou Yang for being indiscriminate, which amounted to pointing at her nose and insulting her lack of class, infuriating her to the point of gritting her teeth and turning away. Zhao Liwen also found the noise somewhat disruptive and seemed unwilling to stay any longer, so he stated his purpose. "Qin Xiang, if you don't want to study, please don't disturb others who are preparing for the college entrance examination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you ruin it for others, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Qin Xiang squinted. "I said, Zhao Liwen, are you sick?" "Huh. I sit in this corner of the classroom every day. During class I'm either sleeping or zoning out. Who am I disturbing?" "What? Just thinking about me zoning out makes you lose your appetite and can't even solve problems? If I really disturbed you, I apologize. But the problem is, I don't even know you." Zhao Liwen gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not saying you are delaying my studies." "Not me?" Qin Xiang raised an eyebrow. "If it's not you, then why are you looking for me? I'm here on behalf of Wen Shu to talk to you. You've been disturbing her studies in the library lately, and I hope you can stay away from her." Upon hearing Wen Shu's name, those girls who were trying to show off to Zhao Liwen suddenly went silent. They were all cursing Wen Shu in their hearts for being such a good student, beautiful, and having a good personality. Perhaps Wen Shu was too perfect, leaving them with nothing to criticize. So they could only say she was scheming and that everything was an act. Qin Xiang looked at Zhao Liwen. "I said, so you look down on these girls. Turns out you like Wen Shu. Good taste." Then he laughed. "So you're her boyfriend. No wonder I didn't know. She never told me she had a boyfriend." Zhao Gu, I apologize. I didn't mean to steal your girlfriend. Don't misunderstand. Wen Shu and I are just ordinary friends. Our relationship is pure." Zhao Liwen was taken aback. "I'm not her boyfriend. We aren't in a relationship. But after the college entrance examination, we will go to the same college. By then, we will be together." "Huh." Qin Xiang was also stunned. "What do you mean? Are you also a simp?" "Why say also? It doesn't matter if you go to the same college as her." Qin Xiang pouted. "Friend, it's not that I don't believe you. But you score several points lower than Wen Shu every exam. So why should you go to the same college as her? I know my grades can't compare to hers. But if I apply to the two colleges that are ranked lower, it's still very likely. Coincidentally, the colleges that Wen Shu is interested in, Tiantong College and Renxing College, are the two lowest ranked among the 8. Qin Xiang hesitated for a moment in his heart. What Wen-Shu said that day, colleges that provide independent accommodation aren't the best colleges, but rather the worst? Then wouldn't Wen-Shu's good grades be a waste? As the only friend in Juan's school, Qin Xiang immediately felt a pang of regret for Wen-Shu. He quickly understood that the reason Wen-Shu compromised was still because of money. Without money, even if she studies well, she can't move forward in a safe zone, not to mention having to take care of a blind grandmother. So, I hope you don't disturb Wen-Shu's exam preparation. Qin Xiang, some things are destined not to be part of your life. I hope you can recognize this reality. Qin Xiang looked at Zhao Liwen as if he were an idiot. How about this? Let's ask Wen-Shu later if she would be willing to be with you after graduation. Zhao Liwen seemed not to expect Qin Xiang to say this. Hesitated for a moment, and said, even if she doesn't want to now, I will win her over later. She will definitely accept me. Win her over, accept you? Qin Xiang pointed at Li Jingwen sitting in front. Ask that girl how I treated her before. Did I win her over? Zhao Liwen didn't turn back. That's your problem. I have this confidence. You said something very right. What? Some things are destined not to be part of your life. I hope you can recognize this reality. You're really unreasonable. Zhao Liwen found himself helpless against the indifferent Qin Xiang and angrily turned to leave the classroom. Qin Xiang disdainfully glanced at Zhao Liwen's back, then looked out the window, falling into deep thought. Although Qin Xiang wasn't clear on what kind of man Wen-Shu would like, it was easy to see from their conversation that Wen-Shu's personal qualities were top-notch. Finding an excellent male partner shouldn't be difficult. Moreover, they had even committed murder and buried bodies together, and Wen-Shu's performance far exceeded Qin Xiang's expectations. He was indeed walking both the righteous and wicked paths clearly. This naive young master Zhao was the type who wouldn't even earn a dog tag as a simp. Qin Xiang could easily guess that Zhao Liwen would end up like himself pursuing Li Jingwen. However, Wen-Shu wasn't as toxic as Li Jingwen, so his ending should be a bit better. At most, he would be a stray dog and wouldn't be sent to a dog meat restaurant. Qin Xiang seriously thought about Zhao Liwen's words. What he said had some truth to it. With his kind of simping, it could indeed affect Wen-Shu's studies. Zhao Liwen was right. Wen-Shu shouldn't be easily distracted during this crucial exam preparation period. Anyway, I need to participate in the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination, and I need to prepare for the public awakening of the sequence as soon as possible. It would be good to do a favor and help Wen-Shu a bit. Once I announce my sequence awakening, I can escape from this orphaned and poor life. Just thinking about the scene after announcing my awakening makes me impatient. It's time to take off. I had originally planned to rest well for 5 days of school and then check the sequence information on the weekend. Forget it. I'll sleep less today and go to Wang Defa's place after school tonight to check the forum. Qin Xiang sighed. I'm really a kind person. Chapter 22 Wang Defa's information after school. Qin Xiang tidied up the library and walked out with Wen-Shu again. However, as Qin Xiang was leaving the school gate, he saw Zhao Liwen's furious gaze. No need to care about him. Before Qin Xiang could speak, he heard Wen-Shu's voice. I said, you don't have to worry about Zhao Liwen. Oh, Qin Xiang, and Wen-Shu gradually walked away, but Zhao Liwen stood still, watching Qin Xiang under the streetlight at the school gate. With his exceptional perception abilities, Qin Xiang naturally felt this unfriendly gaze. Wen-Shu, what's wrong? Zhao Liwen has been staring at us. He must often bother you, right? Wen-Shu shook her head. No? Wen-Shu rejected firmly. You don't have to trouble yourself. I'm fine, I haven't spoken to him. She added, seemingly afraid Qin Xiang would do something and worsen the situation. He warned me that we would go to the same school in the future, so I should stay away from you. Wen-Shu was taken aback and looked at Qin Xiang. Did you go to find Zhao Liwen? He came to find me. Qin Xiang rolled his eyes at Wen-Shu. I don't even know him. Why would I look for him? Upon hearing this, Wen-Shu pouted and didn't respond further. Whatever he says, just treat it like a gust of wind passing by. I haven't been affected by him in my studies anyway. Explaining so much. Are you afraid I'll kill him? Qin Xiang sighed helplessly. I'm not a demon who kills people. I wouldn't want to do such things unless absolutely necessary. Don't worry. I have my ways. Wen-Shu asked curiously, you? What ways? Nothing worth mentioning. At the intersection where they parted, Qin Xiang waved to Wen-Shu and then left directly. Wen-Shu watched Qin Xiang's back, her lips slightly curling up. Thank you. After Qin Xiang got home and dropped off the bag with the lunchbox, he headed to the internet CAF near his home. He bypassed the surveillance camera at the entrance and saw that Wang Defa was sitting at the bar, looking distressed and staring blankly at the monitor in front of him. Originally, it should have been Lu Daji sitting here, while he stayed at home enjoying the company of his wife and child. But for some unknown reason, that poor deadbeat Lu Daji was actually killed over a few hundred copper coins. The network administrator was killed, and as the boss of the internet cafe, he couldn't find anyone who could operate the cafe management system, so he had to step in himself. Damn it. Don't let me find out who that son of a bitch is who killed Lu Daji. Otherwise, I will make him pay back with interest. Not having time for himself isn't even the hardest part. Recently, I don't know what madness has taken over the police station. People come to check on his internet cafe every day, which has been a heavy blow to his business. Wang Defa's internet cafe is located in this poor neighborhood, and its main purpose is not to provide internet services, but to offer a gray area for illegal transactions. His internet cafe machines can modify backend data to hide the login addresses, allowing for some anonymous transactions online. Since the login addresses are randomly generated, the joint government's network management personnel have no way to trace them. When someone asks Wang Defa to provide hidden login address services, the internet fee increases 20-fold. The internet costs are already high, and 20 times the fee is an astronomical amount. Yet even so, Wang Defa's internet cafe still has a steady stream of customers. The profits from illegal transactions are much higher than this 20-fold internet fee. The main source of income for the internet cafe comes from the gray area. One cannot say he isn't bold. Being able to keep the business running here, Wang Defa is naturally not some background-less nobody. There are people within the joint government specifically ensuring that his cafe can operate safely, and of course, the vast majority of Wang Defa's gray income is handed over to his backer. The operational space for the internet cafe is large, and the boss has a strong background. So Wang Defa's internet cafe quickly gained a reputation in the nearby area, operating for 5 or 6 years without any major incidents. Until a few days ago, the police station suddenly started patrolling and checking his place every day. After checking repeatedly, they only took away a few of his special customers, with no other penalties. Wang Defa was even more confused about what the police were trying to find out. He called his backer to ask what the reason was. However, to his shock, his backer seemed just as helpless about the situation. Let the police check if they want, just don't worry about it. What about the business? The person on the other end sighed. Just take it slow for now. I can't do anything about it. Boss, can you give me a hint? I'm really worried that one day I might also be taken away by the police or suddenly disappear like the last boss 3 years ago. That person's disappearance was an accident. You don't need to worry. As for the police, this matter is very troublesome. Someone has stirred things up at a higher level. Wang Defa was stunned, his heart instantly rising to his throat. Our business is just making a little money. How could it have stirred up such a big issue? They are not even targeting our small operation. So don't worry, the police won't do anything to you. Okay. By the way, have you encountered any strange people recently? Strange people? Wang Defa immediately thought of Qin Xiang. But for the sake of the silver coin's hush money, he chose to keep it to himself. No, just some people doing business. That's good then. Let us leave it at that. I have a meeting to attend. Goodbye, boss. Knowing that the police had other motives, Wang Defa relaxed a bit. However, due to the frequent visits, his additional income had plummeted, leaving him in a dire situation. In these past few days, he could only try to cut down on expenses. While he was troubled, he saw Qin Xiang at the door. To him, Qin Xiang was the dual embodiment of the god of wealth and death. So when he saw Qin Xiang, he felt both worried and delighted. Wang Defa glanced at the few customers in the internet cafe, all focused on their computers. He took a roll of paper and shouted, I'm going to the restroom. If anyone comes, please let them wait a moment. Thank you. Okay, Boss Wang, you go ahead. Wang Defa stepped out, avoided the cameras, and walked over to Qin Xiang. Hello, boss. Oh, don't say that. You're my boss. Wang Defa said as he tried to hand Qin Xiang a cigarette. Qin Xiang waved his hand. We don't allow smoking. Hearing Qin Xiang naturally say we, Wang Defa was even more convinced that there was a powerful force of ability users behind Qin Xiang. Oh right. It would be troublesome if you smell like smoke while doing your work. I understand. Qin Xiang pointed to the location of the warehouse, and Wang Defa understood. And the two walked toward the warehouse together. How's business been for you lately, Boss Wang? Wang Defa sighed. Don't mention it. That bunch of black-skinned dogs at the police station come to check every day like they smell blood. Do you want to use the computers in the warehouse today? Qin Xiang felt that something might be amiss and cautiously asked. They come to check every day? Should I not come recently? No problem. The police have already conducted surprise checks 3 times today. They won't come again. 3 times? That many? Yes. Usually, they check once every 1 or 2 days. But I don't know what got into them today. They did 3 surprise checks. So rest assured, it's absolutely safe today. Qin Xiang nodded, not expecting that his act of stealing the remnants of a deity would cause such a big uproar. However, you'd better come less often recently. Many of my customers have already been taken away. The police are keeping a close watch. Don't let them drag you in. Wang Defa cautiously reminded Qin Xiang, appearing to care for him, but in reality, he was worried that if Qin Xiang got caught, the organization behind him would come after him. Okay, don't worry. I'll be done tonight, and probably won't come back for a while. That's even better. Once this storm passes, you can come anytime. Qin Xiang smiled, but said nothing. This storm was stirred up by him. Once it passes, unless he gets caught. The two confirmed that the area was clear and slipped into the warehouse one after the other. Boss, I have something I'm not quite clear about and would like to ask you. Go ahead. Due to higher-ups requirements, I plan to register at the Ability User Management Bureau. Wang Defa was stunned. You haven't registered yet? I have so much to do. If my information is made public, wouldn't it be easy to expose myself? Wang Defa suddenly realized. Right? You're right. But the higher-ups just told me about this and asked me to figure out how to register here. You're in this business. You should know more than me since the strong dragon can't overpower the local snake. Just say what you need. Qin Xiang leaned in closer to Wang Defa, staring into his eyes. I want to report a fake sequence. Are there any hidden dangers in this area 14121? Upon hearing this, Wang Defa's gaze immediately darted away. You. Why are you asking me? I'm just an ordinary person. Your eyes don't lie. Your eyes tell me you know. Wang Defa's face twisted like a shoe sole. I say, boss, don't put me in a difficult position. I'm just a little bug. How dare I get involved in your matters with the Management Bureau? Qin Xiang sat back in the chair, crossing his legs. Do you think that silver coin is easy money? Huh. You show your face here, living in fear every day, and in the end. How much does your backer give you? You gave me so much at once. Didn't you anticipate that I would have other things for you to help with? Wang Defa swallowed hard. He knew that money was hard to earn and shit was hard to eat. Coming out to support a family was nothing to be ashamed of. But he didn't know that the shit behind a silver coin was actually such a huge pile. Helping a Sequence Ability user to deceive the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Isn't that nonsense? If successful, Qin Xiang might very well silence him to keep it a secret. If it failed, Qin Xiang would sell him out. And the people from the Bureau would definitely do everything to ruin him. Was he trying to get himself killed? No, I mean, boss. Can you not make me wade through this muddy water? Qin Xiang smiled. Just give me the money. Wang Defa thought for a moment. A silver coin was indeed a large sum, but it was still not worth his life. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine. I will give you that silver coin in a few days. Who said it was just one silver coin? Qin Xiang said coldly. You need to return my silver coin. And you also need to compensate me for the 20 silver coins that our people lost here. In total, it's 21 silver coins. What? Are you kidding me? 21 silver coins. Even if Wang Defa were to kill himself, he couldn't gather that much. So after Qin Xiang made such a demand, Wang Defa became anxious. Qin Xiang slapped the table. Am I kidding you? Do you think I was arranged to register at the Bureau for no reason? The case I carry could get me executed 800 times over. What a risk it is to register at the Bureau. I SNT it because the trade of the 20 silver coins I was responsible for ran away here, and the higher-ups are punishing me. If you had opened the surveillance that morning, would I have had to take this risk to register at the Bureau? Listening to Qin Xiang's angry reprimand, Wang Defa's momentum immediately weakened again. I searched the internet cafes and couldn't find anything. Besides, you don't even know what that thing is. How can you find it? Qin Xiang glared. If I knew what that thing was, why the hell would I need to look at your surveillance? Can't you just find it yourself? Wang Defa, I tell you, if I can't disguise my identity to register at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, the first thing I'll do is kill your whole family. Wang Defa was almost on his knees. Boss, come on. One person does the work, one person takes the blame. Isn't it unreasonable to kill my whole family? Talk reason with me. Qin Xiang snorted coldly. Do you deserve it? Wang Defa's face immediately turned pale. Although he was the #1 figure on the edge of the safety zone, in front of the deep background, ruthless Qin Xiang, he was not even an ant. There really was no reason to talk about. Do you have any way to disguise as a sequence? Hurry up and say it. My patience is limited. Wang Defa glanced at Qin Xiang with a troubled expression, then lowered his head to ponder for a moment, finally gritting his teeth. All right, I'll say it. But you must not tell anyone else. Less nonsense. Who do you think I could tell? The police? Or the Sequence Ability Management Bureau? Wang Defa thought for a moment and realized Qin Xiang was right. As a shady Sequence Ability user, how could he dare to expose this matter? This matter? I actually only know a rough idea, not very specific. As far as I know, if you do not reveal your true sequence when registering at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, it is very easy to be discovered. But how exactly it is discovered? I don't know. This is a secret of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. What? The Sequence Ability Management Bureau actually has a way to verify sequences. After hearing this, Qin Xiang's heart tightened. Fortunately, he found Wang Defa first and didn't blindly focus on preparing to disguise his sequence. Otherwise, the day he stepped into the Bureau, he could have bought his own coffin. Chapter 23 Coercion and Lord Qin Xiang's inner turmoil showed no trace on his face. He turned his back to the computer, staring directly at Wang Defa, his entire face hidden in shadow, making Wang Defa's heart remain in suspense. Wang Defa swallowed hard, his stubble twitching a couple of times, and then a drop of sweat trickled down his chin. So, if you want to register with a fake sequence at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, you can't go directly. You need to find someone to help. Qin Xiang was shocked again. Is there really someone in the Sequence Ability Management Bureau who dares to help with such things? Could it be that many people, like him, don't want their secrets exposed? However, Qin Xiang did not voice these questions because a net cafe owner like Wang Defa wouldn't know the answers. He only asked Wang Defa about the information he could provide. Who should I look for here? Boss, as for who to look for, I also don't know. I'm not a Sequence Ability user. Knowing this much is already quite difficult. Qin Xiang sneered. If you don't know who to ask for help, saying all this is meaningless. Wang Defa hesitated again, glanced at Qin Xiang in the shadows, and said, I don't know who to ask for help. But I have a rough idea of who can ask about the insider at the Bureau. The name is, the blonde female police officer from the police station. Ruliana. Ruliana? Qin Xiang was not familiar with the people from the police station, as he had never dealt with police officers. Or rather, he had dealt with them in secret, mainly in an anonymous battle of wits. Yes, Ruliana. I know about this because about 3 years ago, she came to me and asked me to adjust her computer to use a hidden address. I thought she was pretty with her blonde hair and blue eyes. So I wanted to know what she was doing here. So, you monitored her computer? Yes. It seems that Lu Daji's tendency to spy on customers was learned from the boss Wang Defa. However, Wang Defa had a sense of propriety in his heart, knowing what to do and what not to do after spying. On the other hand, Lu Daji only learned Wang Defa's bad habits without picking up his good wits. She was chatting anonymously with someone in the interface, discussing this matter. She hoped that person could help her sort out her identity. What identity does a sequence ability user need to sort out? I guess it could only be to forge a sequence. Later, I heard that Roiliana entered the police station and was the type of sequence that the police station likes, the fragrant person, which made me even more suspicious of her. If she really is a fragrant person, why would she be worried about her identity? Qin Xiang nodded slightly, believing that Wang Defa's inference was not wrong. Roiliana's sequence was likely problematic. That person left no clues? Wang Defa recalled and shook his head. No, that person was also anonymous. I only remember that person's nickname in the chat room, called Dream Chaser. However, that nickname in the chat room seems to be randomly assigned and changes every day. One day he was called Dream Chaser, and the next time no one knows what he would be called. So, I don't consider that as a clue. Qin Xiang thought for a moment and then asked, so, what were the terms of their transaction? 1 silver coin. Roiliana placed a silver coin under a tile near a certain exit of the safety zone, and after that person got the money, he helped her forge the registration information. Didn't you try to go to that tile in advance and steal Roiliana's silver coin? Wang Defa smiled bitterly. Boss, I don't have that kind of courage. If she finds out I've stolen her silver coin, she will definitely guess that I'm watching her, and then my reputation at the Internet CAF will be ruined. You know, at this Internet CAF, I'm just a front. The real boss still has to take his cut. If the person behind me finds out that I've ruined his money-making scheme for greed, he will definitely skin me alive. You're quite clever. However, Wang Defa didn't feel happy about Qin Xiang's compliment. Instead, his tone was somewhat frustrated, as an ordinary person dealing with sequence ability users every day. If I weren't a bit clever, I would have died hundreds of times by now. However, out of curiosity, I took some time to check the spot where that tile was located. Did you find anything? If it weren't for the sequence ability users, it would be impossible to get close to that tile. Why? Because that tile is near the exit of the safe zone, in an area designated for sequence ability users to rest, with many people coming in and out every day. Since there are people coming in and out every day, how did Roiliana manage to place the silver coin underneath? I don't know. Maybe she chose a time when no one was around to drop it. Boss, that's all I know. Qin Xiang remained silent for a long time, thinking about what to do next. From Wang Defa's discussion, it wasn't hard for him to guess that the insider from the Management Bureau, Dreamweaver, could obtain all of Roiliana's information. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create a custom forged identity for her. However, this anonymous trading method made Qin Xiang believe that Roiliana seemed unaware of who this Dreamweaver was. This meant that Qin Xiang had to trade with an unknown person, selling all his information. The other party could always hide in the shadows. It was like selling a handle to this person who could threaten him at any time. Qin Xiang absolutely could not accept such passivity. All right, I understand, thank you. However, there's one more thing I need your help with. Go ahead. I'm a bit tight on cash right now. Could you lend me a silver coin to complete the registration for a forged sequence identity? Wang Defa was dumbfounded. Wasn't he running around like a busybody just because of this one silver coin? Now, Qin Xiang actually wanted to borrow it back. What was he after? Qin Xiang also knew that his request was not very dignified, but he truly had no other way to come up with the cost of a silver coin. He couldn't just kill someone for that silver coin, could he? Boss, this is too much, ISNT it. Are you treating me like a fool? I said, this is a loan from you. Once I join the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, I will pay you back double. You should know that if I wanted to forcefully take it, I wouldn't need to explain so much to you. Wang Defa scoffed at Qin Xiang's promise. Boss, I've seen debts before, but you're asking for a loan of a silver coin all at once. I don't have time to chat with you. You can either lend me a silver coin, or I'll take a silver coin, your choice. If you want to report me to the police, you can try. After saying this, Qin Xiang didn't wait for Wang Defa's reply. You're a smart person, you know what to choose. Please step out. I need to use the computer. Tomorrow night, I'll come to your Internet CAF's entrance. Then you can lend me a silver coin. Wang Defa clenched his fists, standing still and watching Qin Xiang's back. Without replying, don't do anything foolish. Think about your family. Qin Xiang casually reminded him. Chapter 24. Delivering a message. Wang Defa immediately thought of his happy family. A loving wife and 2 obedient children. Nothing is more important than family. Just give him a silver coin. Consider it a lesson learned. All right, I understand. Wang Defa quietly left the warehouse and closed the door behind him. Qin Xiang then opened the Godslaying Camp Forum and the Sequence Education Forum. Looking up the knowledge he wanted to understand. Since this could very well be his last time here to research, he checked everything in detail. For some complicated matters. He even took notes with paper and pencil from the warehouse, in case his memory failed and caused a big mistake. By the time Qin Xiang left the warehouse, it was already past midnight. The Internet CAF had long closed, and Wang Defa had returned home. After locking the warehouse door and confirming that no one was around, he quickly ran back home. Today was really fruitful. After taking a cold shower, he lay on his bed, looking at his notes, and sincerely said to himself, "In the next few days, I will be busy." The next morning, around 6 o'clock, he got up, packed his things, covered his face with his collar, and put on a large hat to ensure no one could recognize him before stepping out. He didn't go directly to school. Instead, he went to a grocery store and bought 2 envelopes, a sheet of stationery, and an old pencil for a copper coin. Then asked the owner to put one envelope and the stationery inside the other envelope. Although the owner didn't know why Qin Xiang wanted to do this, he complied. Taking the envelope, Qin Xiang followed the route he looked up on the map last night and walked to the police station, which was 30 minutes away from the school. Since it was still early, there were only 2 police officers standing guard outside, and the main door was half closed, with no one coming in or out. He surveyed the area and confirmed there was a public mailbox in front of the police station, then smiled slightly. He then went around to a small alley beside the police station. There were quite a few homeless people here, mostly high school graduates who, after entering society, found it difficult to find work in this impoverished edge of the safe zone. To make a living, they sold the government-assigned houses and became homeless on the streets. With homeless people, there were naturally children wandering with them. Many homeless individuals, to avoid being burdened by their children, abandoned them and sought opportunities elsewhere. Thus, Qin Xiang also saw several wandering orphans here. This made him feel that his background after rebirth wasn't the worst. At least he could still go to school and have food to eat, unlike the children in this alley who lost hope from the moment they were born. Although he felt pity, he could only sigh, lacking the power to change anything. Qin Xiang walked along the dim alley and approached the youngest-looking orphan. "Can you read?" The child, covered in dust, was chewing on blackened nails, looking curiously at Qin Xiang with wide eyes. However, Qin Xiang's entire face was hidden in shadow, so the child couldn't see anything. Qin Xiang asked again, "Can you recognize words?" The child shook his head. "All right." Qin Xiang handed the envelope to him. "Open this envelope." Although the child didn't understand, he complied. He took out the inner envelope and stationery. Seeing the child take out the paper and pencil, he picked up a stick and found a piece of soft, wet mud. "You draw on the ground with the stick according to what I draw, and write it on the stationery." Qin Xiang wrote 2 characters. The child stared at them for a long time without really understanding what they meant. "Just copy what I wrote." The child eagerly picked up the pencil and began to draw on the stationery, following Qin Xiang's characters. After the child finished drawing, he looked up, his innocent big eyes gazing at Qin Xiang. "Good. Put this stationery into the envelope you just took out." Hearing Qin Xiang's praise, the child shyly smiled. "Then, on the envelope, write the few words I wrote." After the child obediently complied, Qin Xiang nodded. "Really impressive. Can you help me put this envelope into the big box at the entrance of the police station?" The child seemed a bit confused. Qin Xiang wiped away the marks he had just drawn on the ground, tossed the wooden stick deep into the alley, and said, "Follow me." Qin Xiang led him out of the alley and saw the brightly lit police station. "Do you see that big blue box?" The child nodded. "Help me put this letter in there, okay? You're so amazing, you can definitely do it." The child looked at the police station and, for some reason, felt a bit scared. No. The child's eyes showed strong resistance, as if he had suffered some hardship under the officers. "If you help me put it in, I'll give you something delicious." Saying this, Qin Xiang opened his lunchbox to reveal a dish of mushroom rice. The child's eyes lit up at the sight of the food. "Deal. I won't go back on my word. I'll wait for you right here." The child gritted his teeth, seemingly making a huge decision, looked at the police station's mailbox, and with a bite of his teeth, ran with all his might towards it. Qin Xiang watched as the child put the letter in the mailbox and then ran back. The child was panting and spoke a bit unclearly. "Food. Really impressive." Qin Xiang smiled and handed him the lunchbox. The child immediately began to wolf it down. Qin Xiang watched the child finish eating and then put away the lunchbox. "Is it good?" The child smiled and nodded. "If it's good, I'll bring you more next time. By the way, if anyone asks you questions, you have to say you can't read, remember?" Qin Xiang left the alley and turned to walk towards the school. He could have given the child better food, but only the cafeteria's food had a strong smell that could confuse his own scent, preventing anyone from tracing it back to him. "I hope to have a pleasant meeting tomorrow, Officer Roylina." An hour later, police officers began to arrive at the police station one after another, and Roylina was among them. "Good morning, Roylina." "Good morning, Li Wei." Roylina greeted her colleagues warmly. "Roylina, it seems there's a letter for you here." The staff at the reception frowned, carefully distinguishing the handwriting on the envelope, but they weren't certain. "It might not be yours, but I think these few words should be for Roylina. What do you think?" Roylina took the envelope, looked at the twisted handwriting, and felt a bit puzzled. "When did you receive this?" "Not sure. Maybe last night, maybe this morning. Anyway, I just found it while sorting the mailbox. It might be a prank by some kid. This envelope isn't sealed. I can open it to take a look. If it's not for me, I'll leave it here for someone to claim." I think that is a good idea, Roylina." Roylina smiled, opened the envelope, took a glance, and her smile immediately froze. Chapter 25. Calm as before, then she laughed again. "It's my letter, thank you." Oh, no problem. It's my job. You know. Good morning, Roylina. Oh, good morning, Peter. Roylina still greeted people warmly, looking unchanged from before. However, when she got to her office and closed the door behind her, she immediately opened the envelope impatiently, looking again at the contents of the letter. Tonight at 9. In the woods beside Chunlu Alley, let us talk about your sequence. I am kind and friendly, hoping you won't do anything to disappoint me. Roylina clenched her fists, her waterfall-like golden hair trembling with fear and anger. Damn, how could someone know about my forgery of the sequence? She glanced at the letter again and thought, could it be that this person doesn't know about it and just wants to understand the scent seeker? But then she immediately denied herself. No, that's impossible. If they wanted to know about the scent seeker, they could just check the Godslaying camp. There's no need to make an appointment with me. She took out a medal from her chest pocket and placed it on the letter. Suddenly, a part of the medal emitted a red light. Roylina immediately showed a look of surprise. The letter writer is nearby. She quickly loaded her gun, put on her uniform, and pretended to be on duty as she left the police station. Following the red dot of the medal, Roylina arrived at the alley where Qin Xiang had stayed in the morning. She looked at the sleeping homeless child in front of her and then at her medal, showing a look of disdain. Is it an orphan? How is that possible? But the medal's guidance can't be wrong. She kicked the sleeping child with the toe of her leather shoe. Wake up. The child rubbed his eyes and, seeing Roylina in her uniform, immediately sat up in fright. Did you write this letter? The child first nodded and then seemed to realize something and shook his head vigorously. Roylina immediately pressed for answers. Who told you to write it? What does he look like? The child suddenly remembered Qin Xiang's words before he left and, with a crying tone, said, I can't read, I don't know who it is. Roylina frowned, not understanding why the child was answering her questions incorrectly. But since this child wrote her the letter, he must die. She could not let all her efforts be ruined by this letter. Just as she was about to draw her gun and kill this crying child, she suddenly remembered the content of the letter. I am kind and friendly, hoping you won't do anything to disappoint me. What does this sentence mean? Is it a warning that I must not kill him? The child continued to cry and shout, I can't read. So, when the child says he can't read, it means this. It's all arranged by the person who contacted me. It seems that I can't kill this child just yet. At least I have to wait until tonight to deal with the mastermind behind the letter before coming back to kill him. Roylina slowly lowered the gun in her hand, gave the tear-streaked child a cold glance, and strode away. Qin Xiang sat in the classroom, gazing out at the starry sky and the deities, contemplating how to talk with Roylina tonight. Yet he always felt a gaze watching him. Qin Xiang glanced over and saw it was Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen's uncle had been missing for 2 days, yet Qin Xiang and Wen Shu were still living well. As the biggest beneficiary of killing Qin Xiang and Wen Shu, and likely the instigator of the incident, Li Jingwen was naturally restless. Today, she even forgot to go find Zhou Yang to chat and confide. Sitting in the classroom with her mind elsewhere, occasionally turning to look at Qin Xiang, hoping to read something from his demeanor. How could Li Jingwen, like an ant unable to comprehend the vastness of mountains and seas, compete mentally with Qin Xiang, who had taken countless lives and lived again? She secretly glanced at Qin Xiang many times, but still could not read any clues from his calm and ordinary expression, whether it was an illusion or guilt. Li Jingwen felt increasingly unable to understand Qin Xiang. Since the day Qin Xiang no longer centered his world around her, he seemed to have developed into an area completely unknown to her. She looked at Qin Xiang again and felt that his vacant gaze out the window seemed to be filled with stories she couldn't comprehend. Unexplainably, she suddenly felt a sense of fear. Even a bizarre thought emerged in her mind. What if Qin Xiang was actually a hidden sequence ability user who had killed her uncle? I must be going crazy. How could there possibly be sequence ability users here? Li Jingwen shook her head, thinking that her lack of rest over the past 2 days was causing her to have such ridiculous ideas. During the break, Zhou Yang took the initiative to find Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen suddenly seemed less focused on herself, which felt unfamiliar to him. So he wanted to check if she had any problems. Li Jingwen glanced at Zhou Yang at the classroom door and suddenly felt a bit flustered. She hurriedly stole a glance at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was still resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought, with no reaction. Since Qin Xiang didn't take the initiative to break up her and Zhou Yang, it seemed he didn't know about Kuan Chenglong's intentions. It appeared that Kuan Chenglong was the one who unknowingly provoked someone and got thrown into some stinky ditch. Thinking this way, Li Jingwen's mood instantly improved. She then revealed her signature sweet smile and ran toward the classroom door. Zhou Yang, what brings you here? I noticed you've seemed a bit off these past 2 days. So I wanted to check if everything's okay. I'm fine, just had some family issues recently, so I'm a bit distracted. A flash of sadness suddenly crossed Li Jingwen's eyes. What happened? Can I help you? Li Jingwen shook her head. I don't know, but I really wish I had someone to rely on right now. Zhou Yang, I know we're just ordinary friends, but after school, can I lean on your shoulder for a bit? Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Thank you, you're really nice. See you after school. Li Jingwen bid farewell to Zhou Yang and walked back to the classroom door. From a distance, she saw Qin Xiang sitting by the window, had already fallen asleep with his head resting on the desk. Qin Xiang's relaxed demeanor further convinced Li Jingwen that he was completely unaware of Kun Chenglong wanting to kill him. The previous gloom vanished, and Li Jingwen's heart returned to its prior state. She wished Qin Xiang would die quickly, and she didn't even know whether Kun Chenglong was dead or alive. If he is not dead, then hurry up and kill this useless person. Just seeing him makes me annoyed. Chapter 26. Meeting with Roylina after school. Qin Xiang returned to the library to sort books again. However, this time he found that besides teacher Zhu and Wenshu, there was another person present, Zhao Liwen. Zhao Liwen was also studying at a desk in the library. Although he wasn't sharing a small desk with Wenshu, he was sitting directly opposite her. Wenshu had no expression on her face, her large eyes fixed on the exam paper in front of her, seemingly studying seriously. But Qin Xiang knew her mood wasn't good. In the past, when he came to the library after school to sort books, she would greet him with a smile and a relaxed expression, unlike now, where she seemed like a studying machine. At that moment, Zhao Liwen approached Wenshu and asked her a question. Wenshu answered expressionlessly, concise and unwilling to say any more words. Qin Xiang shrugged, preparing to chat with Zhao Liwen again, but teacher Zhu coughed lightly. Teacher Zhu pointed to a note on the desk. For you. Qin Xiang picked up the note and found it was written in Wenshu's handwriting. Zhao Liwen studies at Juan School because his father is an intern employee at the engineering bureau here, making it convenient for him to attend school. His father is about to be confirmed, and he has some background and influence, so you shouldn't provoke him right now. Qin Xiang displayed a helpless expression. Wenshu had already anticipated his actions, so what was there to say? Teacher Zhu then said, hurry up and finish tidying up, then lock the door and leave. Okay. Qin Xiang knew that Wenshu was also suffering in the library, so he tidied up quickly. Before long, he said to Zhao Liwen and Wenshu, the library is closing, please leave, everyone. Wenshu said nothing, returned the exercise book to the shelf, and left with her backpack. Zhao Liwen, however, dawdled and only came out when teacher Zhu was about to lock the door. Qin Xiang. Zhao Liwen called out to Qin Xiang, who was turning to leave. What do you want now? I hope you reconsider what I said yesterday. I mean no harm. I was being serious. Qin Xiang was already too lazy to pay him any mind and continued walking toward the school gate. Zhao Liwen chased after him and said again, I hope you understand that being with Wenshu will only disturb her. Are you crazy? I haven't said a word to her. The one disturbing her study should be you, right? Zhao Liwen pressed his lips together. Even if she gets disturbed, she can easily get into the lower-ranked 2 colleges, so I don't influence her. But you, someone who can't get into a college. Dragging her energy down is just wasting her time. Zhao Liwen's words ignited a surge of anger in Qin Xiang. What do you mean he is delaying Wenshu? Such shameless words. He didn't know how Zhao Liwen could say them. He initially thought Zhao Liwen was just a bookworm, but now he realized he was actually a refined egoist. If it weren't for his meeting with Roylina tonight, Qin Xiang would have given Zhao Liwen a blow on the way home. Your words are sweeter than farts. Qin Xiang tossed that line over his shoulder and strode away. Zhao Liwen watched Qin Xiang leave coldly, then scoffed in disdain before heading home as well. Qin Xiang returned home, dropped his backpack, and prepared to meet Roylina. He recalled the information he had reviewed in the God-slaying camp. Roylina was not a fragrant seeker, sequence ability user, but she had experience in solving cases, so she should possess low-level scent tracking props. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and pedestrians were gradually passing through the Spring Willow Alley. This alley was a shortcut from the edge of the safe zone to the central area. Generally, those who couldn't afford the bus would walk through here to save time. Qin Xiang learned about Spring Willow Alley while browsing the forum. The sequence ability users heading to the exit of safe zone 114514 often weren't strong enough, and the gods they hunted were few, so their income wasn't substantial. Sometimes, to save money, they had to walk home. Spring Willow Alley was a route they often took. When there were no people around, Qin Xiang slipped into the designated woods and crouched down to wait. He then opened his lunchbox and spread the 3-winged flying fish from the cafeteria onto his clothes. Low-level scent tracking props were far inferior to the fragrant seeker, sequence ability user's skill, scent tracking. If he used a stronger scent to cover it up, the props would be unable to track him. The smell of the cafeteria food should be sufficient. This was also information provided in the discussion posts on the God-slaying camp forum. After applying the food onto his clothes, he closed the lunchbox and quietly waited for Roylina's arrival. Around 8:30 in the evening, a figure in a trench coat appeared in the woods. Qin Xiang could hear the muffled sound of leather shoes stepping on stones, indicating that Roylina was coming. Roylina arrived half an hour early, but Qin Xiang didn't know why. He continued to hide in the woods, quietly observing Roylina. He saw her take out a bottle of perfume, spray it on herself, and then stand still without moving. After a while, the fragrance wafted into Qin Xiang's nostrils. The fresh scent made him feel relaxed and eased his anxiety. Was this an ordinary perfume or a prerequisite for activating some kind of sequence skill? Qin Xiang furrowed his brow in thought. He still didn't know what Roylina's true sequence ability was, so he remained vigilant. Roylina seemed to grow a bit impatient, constantly checking her phone. After confirming that Roy Liana had not set any traps, Qin Xiang covered his face and stepped out from the bushes. However, the clothes he used to cover his face had absorbed the smell of the cafeteria food, making him uncomfortable. When Roy Liana saw Qin Xiang emerge, she was momentarily stunned. Then coldly asked, "You've been here for a while. Why didn't you show yourself? I didn't want to come out too soon?" Qin Xiang honestly expressed his thoughts. Roy Liana flicked her golden bangs and asked, "You wanted to see me? What's the matter? I want to ask you for a favor. Speak. Introduce me to the person who forged your sequence." Roy Liana's pupils suddenly dilated, but she heard the masked figure's words. "I advise you to remove your right hand from the handgun beneath your coat. Once the gun goes off, you won't be able to kill me. And there will be no turning back." Roy Liana froze. She didn't expect this person to see through her actions. Such strong perception and predictability. Despite that, Roy Liana's hand remained on her gun. She had already chambered a round before coming, ready to draw and shoot at any moment. "You're very confident. But I don't believe your actions can be faster than a bullet," Qin Xiang said with a smile. "Of course, I can't be faster than a bullet. But a bullet needs you to draw the gun and pull the trigger to be fired, right? I just need to be faster than you." Chapter 27. Initial consensus. Roy Liana looked at Qin Xiang with a face full of vigilance, seemingly not believing his words. Qin Xiang shrugged. "If I didn't have complete confidence, I wouldn't have come to meet you. So, I hope you can be a little patient and continue talking with me. What do you want?" "I already said. I want you to introduce me to the person who forged your sequence." Roy Liana asked again, "And then what?" "Then, well, it seems you really didn't listen to what I said. First, put your hand off the gun." Seeing the killing intent in Roy Liana's eyes, Qin Xiang knew she was determined to try to shoot him regardless of the circumstances, and he helplessly said, "Don't waste your effort. Before I came, I set up a timed email to be sent to the police department. Tomorrow morning, everyone in the police department will know that your sequence is forged. If I can't go back tonight to adjust the email's delay time, you will be exposed tomorrow. So, even if you kill me, it won't change anything." "What?" Roy Liana was stunned. She didn't expect that this masked person had a backup plan. Now, she was truly panicking. Things were developing in the most unfavorable direction for her. "Moreover, you can't kill me." Just as Roy Liana was lost in thought, Qin Xiang activated the violence skill, pushing off the ground and launching himself forward. Roy Liana was a sequence ability user, and not at the lowest level. Her perception and agility were much higher than that of ordinary people. Even so, she could only see Qin Xiang approaching her at high speed. But she couldn't react in time. Qin Xiang snatched the gun from Roy Liana's hand, and then jumped back 2 steps to maintain a certain distance between them. "What are you doing?" Qin Xiang twirled the gun in his hand and teased, "I've been talking for so long, and you didn't believe me. So I have to use facts to prove it." Saying this, he turned the gun's muzzle toward Roy Liana, and her expression immediately turned terrified. What do you want to do?" "I said, I just want to talk to you. Now, I think you can calm down." After saying that, Qin Xiang lowered the gun. "Let us talk about how I can contact that person." Roy Liana glanced at Qin Xiang and realized he indeed had no intention of killing her. So she had to answer his question. "I don't know who that person is. It was another friend who told me he could help me with the registration sequence. I only know that he is a regular in the ICECO virtual chat room. If you want to find him, just hang around the chat room often." "How do I identify which person he is?" "If you observe carefully in the chat room, you'll find him." Qin Xiang sensed that Roy Liana had not made it clear and smiled. "Observe carefully? I don't have that much time. If I ask who can help me like he helped Roy Liana, would that be effective?" Roy Liana gritted her teeth in anger. "You enter the chat room 8 times, and that person will take the initiative to contact you. All right, and then you give him your name and personal information, and tell him the sequence you want to impersonate. He will help you pass the registration assessment from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau." "Do I need to go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau myself?" "You need to go there according to his instructions to collect your proof of being a registered sequence ability user." "So, I can directly skip the assessment?" "Yes, you can skip the assessment." Qin Xiang went over Roy Liana's words in his mind, feeling that there were not too many issues. "I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can you give me back the gun now?" Qin Xiang looked up at Roy Liana and shook his head. "No." "Then what do you want me to do to get the gun back?" "The police officers in the department all have their own service weapons. Each gun has a unique serial number and is often collected for a unified inspection to check for aging issues. If a gun is not submitted, it will be immediately discovered. If a gun is lost, it would be a very serious incident, at the very least leading to an investigation being halted. If the gun causes a serious incident, the officer who lost it would definitely be dismissed." Roy Liana's forged sequence identity also needed to enter the police department, indicating how much she needed this job. She could not allow all her efforts to be ruined by Qin Xiang. "You just answered my question because I know your secret. To prevent me from exposing your secret, you must answer my questions about the forged sequence. And this gun, which I took when you tried to kill me, cannot be counted as part of answering the previous question." Qin Xiang smiled. "If you want to get the gun back, that's a different price." "What do you want from me?" Roy Liana was already feeling a bit broken down by Qin Xiang. She didn't expect him to be so difficult. Throughout this conversation, she had been at a disadvantage, unable to control the situation. Tell me your real sequence. In your dreams, Roy Liana trembled with anger, and under the dim starlight, she resembled a golden lion, exuding a chilling, killing intent. I'm a person who keeps my promises. You just answered my question. I can guarantee I won't tell anyone about your forged sequence, but you can forget about getting this gun back. With this gun, killing will be much easier for me in the future. You might need to take the blame for me. You villain. I clearly did not provoke you. Why can't you just let me go? Your true sequence. Tell me, and I'll return the gun to you. I worked so hard to become a police officer. Do you know how many difficulties I faced? I even sacrificed my own innocence for it. Your true sequence. You heartless demon. You have to destroy me to feel satisfied? Sequence. No matter how much Roylina complained and went crazy, Qin Xiang just coldly repeated his question. The words he spoke became fewer, which also meant his patience was about to run out. Roylina, if your next sentence is not your sequence, I will leave immediately. I can guarantee that your lowly scent tracking props will never find my shadow. Roylina's green eyes were filled with bloodshot madness, making her look especially terrifying in the dim woods. And Qin Xiang, who covered his face, stood opposite her like a bystander, with no emotional fluctuations. If it weren't for his chest expanding and contracting with his breath, others might think he was a strange human-like sculpture. Chapter 28. Twists and turns. Roylina looked at Qin Xiang. A tear rolled down her cheek. Pleasure seeker. Huh, I said. My sequence is pleasure seeker. After Roylina said this, she revealed a desperate smile. Qin Xiang saw her spirit seemingly drained and understood why Roylina chose to hide her sequence identity. The most famous ability of pleasure seeker is the skill ultimate pleasure at sequence level 1. When used, it can make the designated target experience extreme pleasure for a certain period, giving the target a strong desire to engage in pleasure with the skill's user. Ultimate pleasure works not only on humans, but also on deities. When a pleasure seeker uses ultimate pleasure, deities will gather around the pleasure seeker. The ultimate fate of a pleasure seeker is only two options: to be a plaything for the upper class within the safe zone, or to be bait for hunting deities outside the safe zone. No matter which option, it will lead to endless suffering. Therefore, those who awaken as pleasure seekers usually have to hide their identity and lead the life of an ordinary person. Once discovered, it will be the beginning of an irreversible downfall. This is also the reason why Roylina concealed her sequence. Qin Xiang remained expressionless but felt a bit of sympathy for her. However, this sympathy was ultimately kept within a suitable limit and did not expand further. Sympathy would affect his judgment, and he must maintain absolute coldness to ensure absolute control. After Roylina revealed her sequence, Qin Xiang did not give up. Looking at the already desperate Roylina, he spoke again. There is no one on the road now. So, please use your ultimate pleasure skill on me. What do you want to do? I need to confirm that you are indeed a pleasure seeker. Qin Xiang believed that there would be times in the future when he would seek Roylina's help. Therefore, he must grasp Roylina's absolute secret. It was impossible for him to simply believe her claim of being a pleasure seeker just because she shed 2 tears. Do you have to force me to a dead end? I already said, what else do you want from me? Roylina cried out to Qin Xiang. However, Qin Xiang remained emotionless. Use your ultimate pleasure skill, or I will leave with the gun. Seeing that Qin Xiang's voice showed no sign of wavering, Roylina knew that her pleas were of no use. All right, you win. Roylina wiped away her tears and tidied her messy blonde hair. I am not a pleasure seeker. How did you find out? Wasn't my crying convincing enough? Don't ask too many questions, because you have no right. Tell me your sequence. Qin Xiang did not see any signs of Roylina's acting. His heart had indeed softened for a moment. However, after experiencing a setback with Lu Daji, he became more cautious, ensuring everything was foolproof. Unexpectedly, Roylina was still playing tricks. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed female officer truly was deep and concealed. Roylina, with a helpless expression, said, Titan. My sequence is Titan. As she spoke, she revealed her hand. Whatever she did, her palm kept swelling, instantly becoming as large as the sofa in Qin Xiang's home. Then her palm deflated as if losing air, returning to its original size. The Titan sequence allows one part or the whole body to enlarge and increases the strength of the enlarged part. Typically, they serve as a tank in hunting teams to confront deities head-on. However, the mortality rate of the Titan sequence is extremely high, as human strength ultimately cannot match that of deities. I don't want to live a life of fear outside the safe zone. So I concealed my sequence identity and joined the police force. What I just released was the level 1 skill, local enlargement, of the Titan sequence. Only the Titan sequence can achieve this, so I did not lie. Roylina smiled at Qin Xiang. Now can I have my gun back? Qin Xiang recalled the characteristics of various sequence abilities in his mind. Although he couldn't remember the skills of every sequence ability, it seemed that only the Titan sequence could enlarge the body. No, there was one more. With this thought, Qin Xiang no longer rushed to leave, but fell into silence once again. Roylina frowned. What's wrong now? Why aren't you giving me the gun? I am waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for 10 minutes. Waiting for you to use your Titan sequence level 1 skill, local enlargement, again. A trace of shock flashed in Roylina's eyes. What do you mean? I want to confirm whether you are truly a Titan sequence or just happen to imitate the local enlargement skill of the imposter. If I remember correctly, the imposter sequence can mimic skills they have seen, but can only imitate the external appearance, not the essence. Moreover, they cannot continuously imitate the same skill. Roylina's previously relaxed smile suddenly vanished. You really are difficult to deal with. So what? Roylina leaned helplessly against a nearby tree. You are right. I am a imposter sequence. To prove that I am not lying this time. A colorful mask suddenly appeared on her face. This is the ability of the shaman sequence. Qin Xiang nodded. Roylina is indeed a imposter sequence. And he finally managed to test it out. However, this process was too convoluted. Several times he almost got fooled. Your Mandarin is excellent. And even your emotions are very rich. You almost tricked me. The tools for eating must be learned well. There is nothing to boast about. You are impressive. More so than the colleagues and criminals I have dealt with. Roylina sincerely praised Qin Xiang. In front of you, I feel as powerless as a baby. Every lie I tell will be ruthlessly exposed by you. The last time it was like this was when I first met Detective Olaf. Qin Xiang got the answer he wanted and did not intend to waste any more time in the woods with this lying policewoman. I'm leaving first. I'll leave your handgun on the path in the woods. After I leave for 3 minutes, you can follow the path I took and find a gun. All right, I got it. Now hurry up and disappear. I really don't want to see you again, you treacherous devil. Qin Xiang shrugged. At least I never lied to you from beginning to end, right? Kind and honest Roylina? Roylina snorted but did not answer. Qin Xiang left with a pleasant mood, taking away the lunchbox he had hidden in the bushes. You're smart, but you better be careful, Roylina reminded him from behind. Don't fall into Olaf's hands. Otherwise, I'll be implicated too. Olaf, I'll remember that. Thanks. Chapter 29. Exile. Qin Xiang did not go home immediately. First, he found a corner to burn his clothes. He was still worried that the scent on this clothing could be tracked, even if it was soaked in the strong sauce from the cafeteria. Watching his jacket burn to ashes, Qin Xiang sighed. How long has it been? I've already burned 3 or 4 jackets. At this rate, I'll be wearing short sleeves in this cold world. Most of these jackets were ones he picked up from the landfill, none of which he had bought with money. But living without money might last for a while longer. He needed to find time to go back to the landfill and scavenge for more. After pouring the food from the lunchbox into a stinking ditch and cleaning the lunchbox, he returned home. He quickly ate some leftover food he had brought back yesterday and then went out again. After confirming that no one was following him, he returned to the internet CAF. Wang Defa saw Qin Xiang appear at the door of the CAF and reluctantly walked out. Boss, your silver coin. Yesterday, Qin Xiang had arranged with Wang Defa to come back today to retrieve this silver coin as payment for finding someone to forge serial information. Wang Defa took a silver coin from his pocket and placed it in Qin Xiang's hand, but did not let go, looking somewhat reluctant. Thank you. I will pay you back. Qin Xiang pulled the coin from Wang Defa's hand and tucked it into his pocket. Although it was a bit shameless, Qin Xiang had no other choice. A silver coin was indeed hard for him to come by. Wang Defa drooped his eyelids. Boss, if there is nothing else in the future, let us not keep in touch. Consider it a lesson learned. Wang Defa gained nothing from Qin Xiang and could even get in trouble with the Serial Ability Management Bureau, making him feel as though he had eaten something bitter. But Qin Xiang couldn't care less. He had many things to do that relied on the internet. And Wang Defa's internet CAF was his only safe way to access it. How could we not keep in touch? Qin Xiang said. I still need to use the computer in your warehouse tonight. You're coming again? The police Haven T checked in today? It's already 10 o'clock. Doesn't T your CAF close soon? Why are you still worried about checks? Wang Defa pouted but said nothing. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. But you have to wait until I get through this hurdle. Qin Xiang patted Wang Defa on the shoulder and then headed to the warehouse. Seeing Qin Xiang enter the warehouse, Wang Defa was so angry he pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Damn it, who will kill this bastard? Qin Xiang sat in front of the computer and immediately opened the iSeeko virtual chat room. The iSeeko virtual chat room is a place for making friends online. Unlike other chat rooms, iSeeko has remained popular for a long time because it uses address hiding technology. Here, everyone is anonymous, and the login addresses are completely hidden. No one knows who the people in the chat room are. Even the back-end staff of iSeeko cannot check the identities of visitors in the chat room. This absolute confidentiality provides a natural gray trading environment. Naturally, this chat room has also caught the attention of the police, and there may be undercover officers lurking inside. To avoid mistakenly treating police as trading partners during transactions, people conducting business here use various encryption methods. For example, the person forging serial information uses the method of entering and exiting the chat room 8 times to confirm the person they want to trade with. As for how this trading method spread and how Roylina learned about it, Qin Xiang was unclear. Following Roylina's instructions, he repeatedly entered the chat room 8 times and then stopped, quietly waiting for contact from the mysterious person. The chat room interface is very simple. On the left side is the list of visitors currently in the chat room. In the middle are various advertisements for games and gambling companies. and on the right side is your current chat partner. Below is the public chat area, where Qin Xiang can see various advertisements for loans and identity forgery scrolling by. The interface of this chat room made him reminisce about his past life. Of course, in his previous life, just like this one, he was very poor and couldn't afford to buy a computer. So, he would only occasionally go to the nearby internet CAF to chat with Li Jingwen in the chat room, spending his dinner money. Usually, it was Li Jingwen who opened a private channel in the chat room to play games with others, while he helped her with homework, quietly listening. Looking back now, he really felt like a dog. However, in this life, he should not be so miserable. Qin Xiang's thoughts quickly returned to reality. His chat room interface on the right side was now completely blank. After a few minutes, the blank chat box finally flickered. Qin Xiang clicked on it. It was someone named Exile, who initiated a chat with him. Are you looking for someone? No, I'm waiting for someone, Qin Xiang replied. He saw that his code in the ICCO chat room was future. Who are you waiting for? Someone who won't waste time asking such questions. Exile was silent for about 2 minutes before replying. The attitude when seeking help should be better. Tell me your rules. Qin Xiang got straight to the point. No, I need to know first how you found out how to contact me. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang typed out the excuse he had prepared. A friend who doesn't want to reveal their name told me. You're saying some useless nonsense. It's hard for us to cooperate like this. Business is business. Things unrelated to business shouldn't be discussed. If you're unwilling to do business, then I'll find someone else. It seems like you're very afraid of your friend. Is it that if you say it, your friend will cause you trouble or even kill you? Qin Xiang did not respond to his speculation. Leaving space for the other party's imagination was an important way for him to maintain the initiative. Tell me your rules, Exile. I really want to make this deal. Provide me with your personal information. And find a way to place a silver coin under the 10th tile from the left in the 10th row at the exit of safe zone 38324 before the end of tomorrow. Then you can wait for the bureau to contact you. What personal information is needed? Thumbprint from both hands, a recent 1-inch personal photo, name, current job, and home address. Of course, what identity do you need? This is the internet, and even in an anonymous chat room, there may be someone monitoring it, so I can't be too straightforward. You should understand what I mean, right? Qin Xiang immediately understood that the so-called identity was the sequence he needed to forge. There are too many things. I can't give them to you today. That's okay. For safety's sake, these were supposed to be offline transactions anyway. You can give me the money first. I often hang out in the chat room. Just pick a time and come back to contact me. Just like today? No. Friends who have paid should first say in the public chat area, I'm a newcomer, and then enter and exit the chat room 5 times in a row. Chapter 30. The failed waiting for the rabbit. Qin Xiang left the warehouse after chatting with Exile and returned home to wash up and sleep. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly tomorrow, he told himself before falling asleep. Blue Star Chronicle, January 22nd, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Friday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Metal Ox, December 8th. Laba Festival, suitable for travel. Today is Friday, but Qin Xiang did not go to school because time is too tight. The exit of safe zone No. 38,324 is 21 bus stops away from his home. Even if he levels up his sequence now and improves his physical fitness, it would still take him 5 to 6 hours to walk there, making it a round trip of over 10 hours. This does not even account for the time he spends waiting for an opportunity to hide the silver coin. If everything is counted, he might not get home until early Saturday morning. As for taking the bus, he cannot get off the bus until it arrives at the station, which would limit his route. His feet are the only mode of travel that will never go wrong. Of course, the premise is that you have enough physical strength. To avoid running into other troubles on the way that would delay him, Qin Xiang chose to set off early. By the time he reached the vicinity of safe zone number 38324's exit, it was already 1 p.m. At this time, there weren't many people at the safety exit. The sequence ability users had all gone to lunch or were taking a break. Naturally, ordinary people wanting to drink soup beside the sequence users had also dispersed, leaving only a few people wandering near the exit. Qin Xiang hid his face in the large hood of his sweatshirt, counted the tiles, and casually walked past. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, he quickly lifted a tile just enough to create a small gap and flicked the silver coin inside. After placing the tile back down, he stepped on it to ensure that it looked the same height as the other tiles, with no differences. After confirming that the tile was firmly in place with 2 muffled thuds, Qin Xiang turned to leave. Next, Qin Xiang found a corner where ordinary people were gathered to rest. Many ordinary people were sitting or lying down, trying to make the most of their time to rest. Because when the sequence users start leaving the safe zone to hunt gods, they too would have to get busy. This place was very crowded, accommodating thousands of people in a small area simply because it was very close to the exit of the safe zone. If a sequence ability user came here, they could see them as soon as they looked up. Although it was colder near the exit of the safe zone, many people huddled together could help block the cold wind. Moreover, compared to the chance of flipping over, what does mere cold count for? Qin Xiang carefully avoided the crowd lying on the ground napping, found a spot where he could barely stand, squeezed between 2 people, and then, under the disdainful gazes of those around him, sat down on the ground like them. He took out his lunchbox and began to wolf down the food. As soon as the lunchbox was opened, people around him showed contempt. Although they were all ordinary people, they could afford ingredients and would cook at home. No one could cook a meal that smelled as bad as the one in Qin Xiang's lunchbox. Even if they just stir-fried with a little oil and salt, it would absolutely not emit such a nauseating smell. Finally, a middle-aged woman next to him couldn't hold back anymore and said to Qin Xiang, "Young man, you look so young. It must be your mom's cooking, right? Your mom's cooking smells terrible. It's a waste for those ingredients to be in her hands." Qin Xiang swallowed the nine-tailed black rat meat and replied expressionlessly, "My mom died a long time ago." The middle-aged woman was taken aback for a moment and then asked, "Is it your dad who cooked?" "My dad is dead too." After hearing this, the middle-aged woman opened her mouth for a long time, wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent and no longer spoke. An elderly woman next to Qin Xiang muttered to herself, "Poor child. He probably just graduated from high school, and yet life already has no future." Qin Xiang continued eating the cafeteria food in his lunchbox, ignoring the words of others. After finishing his meal, he tidied up the lunchbox, put it in his bag, and planned to use the bag as a pillow to lie down and rest. This time, he did not actively squeeze in. The people around him voluntarily shifted positions, giving him a place to lie down and rest. "Thank you." Qin Xiang did not specifically look at anyone, but vaguely expressed his gratitude to the shallow kindness shown by those around him. As he lay down, he did not close his eyes to sleep, but stared blankly in one direction. Others might think he was feeling melancholic or reminiscing about something, but in fact, his gaze was fixed on the tile hiding the silver coin. Although Exile said to drop the silver coin before tonight, he did not believe that Exile would definitely retrieve this coin after tomorrow. "If I were Exile, I would find a way to retrieve this coin tonight." This was an unequal transaction. Exile could know all the real information about the forger, while the forger didn't even know whether Exile was male or female. All forgers would not be willing to be manipulated like this. The agreed deadline for the transaction was tonight, so tomorrow, the other party would likely focus on watching here, wanting to know who exactly took the coin. In that case, the risk of exposure would increase significantly. Qin Xiang believed his judgment was absolutely correct. He quietly observed from the side. As the lunch break ended, teams of sequence ability users began to depart from here. The crowd also started to gather again, blocking the exit of safe zone number 38324. Qin Xiang followed the crowd and stayed close to that tile, ensuring it remained in his line of sight. Whenever a sequence ability user entered or left from here, these people would rush up, promoting the transactions they wanted to make with the ability users. Some were selling houses. Some were offering services. Some were promoting their daughters. Qin Xiang was swept along by the crowd, coming and going without making any moves. His numb expression hidden under the hood of his sweatshirt made it unclear to those around him what this silent kid was doing there. But no one would ask him about his purpose at the safe zone exit. To other ordinary people, having a silent fool nearby just meant one less competitor. Perhaps it was because he was very reserved and shy to speak out. Or perhaps he wanted to be the pet of some female sequence ability user but hadn't found a target. Qin Xiang's thoughts went unnoticed and unheeded. People who come here hold strong beliefs and purposes, hoping to turn their fortunes around today. Who has the time to care for a bystander? Just like a puppet without autonomous behavior, Qin Xiang was swept along by the ebb and flow of the crowd and found himself next to that tile. He deliberately kept a certain distance from the tile, just ensuring that his eyes could see it, in order to avoid alarming anyone. However, as the crowd surged, he unexpectedly ended up beside the tile. Forget it, it was just an accident after all. If he suddenly dodged away, it would seem a bit guilty. Qin Xiang maintained his passive demeanor, allowing himself to be pushed along by the crowd. Finally, he was jostled onto the tile and stepped on it. Thud. Chapter 31 Thief Sequence. His foot stepped on the stone slab, producing a light sound. Qin Xiang's eyes immediately widened. When he had hidden the silver coin under this tile earlier, stepping on it did not make this sound. At that time, it produced a muffled thud. Now, however, it was a crisp sound. Qin Xiang's heart suddenly tightened. It seemed that there was something empty beneath the tile. Did this mean that someone had already taken the silver coin he placed here? No, he had to verify this quickly. Qin Xiang stopped moving with the crowd and stood firmly on the tile, allowing the people around him to push and shove, but he would not budge an inch. "Why aren't you moving? Are you sick?" Just as the people around him were about to accuse him of being in the way, several sequence ability users in frost-proof suits passed by. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn, and they surrounded them, promoting their business. Qin Xiang seized the opportunity while no one was paying attention to him, quickly squatting down, pretending that sand had gotten into his shoes. He adjusted his posture to block the tile with his body, making it impossible for those around him to see any changes to the tile. Then, as he took off his shoes, Qin Xiang used a finger to pry at the gap between the tiles and gently lifted it. Using the light from the overhead lamps at the safe zone exit, he saw clearly that beneath the tile, there was indeed a shallow pit about half a centimeter deep and the size of a fist. And the silver coin was already gone. Qin Xiang nonchalantly set the tile back down, his entire being frozen in place. Despite his constant vigilance, The silver coin had still been taken. How could this be? Qin Xiang had only just placed the silver coin 2 or 3 hours ago. How could it be gone already? Could it be that the person who took the silver coin had been secretly watching, and as soon as he saw him place it there, they immediately took it? Qin Xiang clenched his fists, trembling with anger. Throughout, the tile had not been lifted by anyone. Telekinesis? It seemed that the silver coin had been taken by a sequence ability user who had seized the opportunity when no one was paying attention. He scanned the frenzied crowd around him, trying to find the hidden sequence ability user among them. But it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. How could he find them? Qin Xiang quickly calmed down and thought of a solution. If he gave up just like that, he would only allow Exile to manipulate him. No way. After the incident with Lu Daji, Qin Xiang absolutely could not allow his leverage to fall into someone else's hands again. He wasn't spending money to hand over his weaknesses. Damn it. Qin Xiang cursed inwardly. If the person who took the silver coin was a sequence ability user disguised as an ordinary person, then he wouldn't have any way to turn the tables. However, if the person who took the silver coin was a member of a hunter team, then perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiang stopped waiting and began to push his way toward the position of the sequence ability users, just like everyone else. Qin Xiang was strong and easily squeezed to the front row. But this was too obvious and could easily attract the attention of the sequence ability users from the hunter team. This was not a good idea. Qin Xiang had just placed the silver coin not long ago, and it had already been taken by a sequence ability user. So, the person who took the silver coin most likely had been watching him as he placed it and knew what he looked like. If Qin Xiang's actions were too conspicuous, he could be recognized right away. In order to avoid being noticed by the sequence ability users, he could only slowly push forward. Just as he was about to reach the front row, he took off his coat, revealing his youthful student appearance. He believed that now the person who took the silver coin should not know who he was anymore. Qin Xiang kept praying in his heart, hoping that the person who took the silver coin was a member of a hunter team, not just some passerby. He recalled the sequence information he had seen that day at the Godslaying camp. The person who took the silver coin should be a thief, sequence ability user. Using the skill Steal, they could take items within a certain range around them. The Steal skill was one of the top abilities in the safe zone. Telekinesis was a breeze, and wanting to get rich overnight was not a dream. Therefore, the United Government strictly prohibited thief, sequence ability users from using their skills within the safe zone. Once discovered, they would be executed. However, this sequence ability user was not very useful in a hunter team, because their steal range was too small, and the thief sequence had no skills for self-preservation. If they tried to use their skills against a god, they would be killed as soon as they got close. Therefore, they could only play a minor role in the hunter team. Qin Xiang gradually flipped through the information regarding the thief sequence in his mind, and his gaze gradually became determined. In a hunter team, the person who walked at the edge and acted most humbly was most likely the thief sequence user. After confirming the sequence of the person who took the silver coin, a profile matching that character sprang to mind. Every time a sequence ability user team passed by, he would carefully observe the expressions of the team members. If the members were all chatting comfortably, he would pay less attention. If there was someone in the team who stood quietly to the side or was always smiling and trying to please others, Qin Xiang would focus more energy on them and carefully listen to their conversations. Several hunter teams passed by, discussing the recent battle outside the safe zone. Listening to their conversations, Qin Xiang did not find the thief sequence user, and he couldn't help but feel disappointed. At this moment, another hunter team passed through the crowd. The members of this team seemed less concerned about the battle with the gods than the previous teams. They were eagerly planning which bar to go to for drinks and relaxation. One slender young man in his 20s said, "Everyone, I won't be going for drinks later." Huh? Why not? The slender young man hesitated for a moment. Hey, do I need to say? He didn't contribute anything. So how could he have the nerve to drink with us? Exactly, just a thief sequence user, only able to help us a bit. If it weren't for the director of the management bureau shoving him in here, who would want him? The team members mocked him coldly. And the slender young man gritted his teeth but did not respond. The others disdainfully glanced at him twice before leaving with their arms around each other. The slender youth fell behind the crowd, walking silently on his own. However, this conflict was merely internal exclusion within the hunter team and did not affect the madness of the surrounding ordinary people. Even the mocked sequence ability user was still a sequence ability user, fundamentally different from ordinary people. Seeing the slender youth alone, the surrounding crowd eagerly surrounded him. Hey, young man, don't be in a bad mood. Come eat at our shop, it'll be much better. I won't charge you a dime. Just let me take a picture with you. How can eating solve your troubles? In this life, you still need to find the right partner. My daughter just graduated from high school, young and beautiful, kind and obedient. She has her eyes on you and insists she won't marry anyone else. Why not go meet her? Don't listen to him. Sticking with one woman for life is boring. Come to me. There are women in their teens, 20s, 30s for you to choose from. I guarantee you'll have a great time tonight. If you like mature ones, I can keep you company too. These people were entangled and crowded around him, their faces excited yet ferocious, pushing those around them away with their hands, trying to claim the precious space for themselves. These ordinary people shouted loudly around the slender youth in his frost-proof suit, hoping to get noticed. Everyone had dreams of turning their lives around and believed they might achieve it through this sequence ability user. Spit flew from the crowd, and the saliva of those nearby splattered onto Qin Xiang's face, leaving a foul smell. This stench, mixed with the lingering odor of sweat around, made him somewhat uncomfortable. However, everyone's attempts this time were destined to fail. The slender youth glanced coldly at the crowd without saying a word and then walked away. Although the crowd continued to shout and frantically promote themselves, they instinctively made way for him. Only when the slender youth had walked far away did they disappointingly close their mouths and look towards the entrance of the safe zone, waiting for the next opportunity to arrive. Not long after the slender youth exited the safe zone, a boy around 18 or 19, like a wild bull, easily squeezed through the layers of people around him and quietly followed behind the slender youth amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd. Qin Xiang confirmed that the slender youth was on the main road and first found a corner to change his clothes to avoid being recognized. Thief, sequence. Still a relation of the director of the administration. If the one who took the silver coin isn't, then I can only resign myself to fate. Soon, he once again caught up with the slender youth. Qin Xiang's current appearance was somewhat comical. To avoid being recognized while following the slender youth, he reversed his coat and pants, attracting the attention of many people on the road. Mom, that big brother looks a bit unhinged. Shoo, lower your voice. Stay far away from people like that. Qin Xiang didn't mind the pointing and whispering of passers-by, because his goal was singular, the slender youth not far ahead. As if hearing the voices of the pedestrians, the slender youth stopped, turned to glance at Qin Xiang. However, he did not seem to recognize Qin Xiang, only giving him a mocking look before continuing on his way. The two walked one after the other on the main road. The dim streetlights intermittently illuminated their silent figures, as if telling an unnoticed story. As the number of pedestrians gradually decreased, they reached a secluded alley, leaving only the two of them. Qin Xiang continued to follow closely behind the slender youth. Even if the slender youth was dull, he sensed something was off. He slowed his pace, wanting to wait for Qin Xiang to pass him. However, Qin Xiang didn't appear to be following him, maintaining his speed. The slender youth glanced back, noticing that Qin Xiang looked only about 18 or 19, either a high school student or someone who had just graduated from high school a couple of years ago. Clearly an inexperienced young man who posed no threat to him. He thought he was overthinking it. It seemed he had been too tense during the hunt, getting a bit neurotic. He needed to relax. So the slender youth stood under the streetlight, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and took one out to put in his mouth. Then, skillfully, he pulled out a match from another pocket, shielding the wind with the cigarette box, striking the match, and was about to light the cigarette. At that moment, the light from the street lamp in front of him suddenly disappeared. The slender youth looked up and saw the student who had been following him the whole way, smiling brightly at him. Hope it's you. The slender youth immediately sensed that something was wrong, but before he could react, a shadow flashed by. Then, he felt as if he had been struck in the chest by a truck, his entire body uncontrollably flying backward into the dark alley. Bang, bang, bang. The slender youth crashed into a garbage can in the alley, toppling it, and spilling garbage everywhere. Qin Xiang retracted his legs and stood up, glancing around to see that the streets were empty, then quickly walked up to the slender youth. The slender youth was covered in dirty, smelly garbage, and his orange and white frost-proof suit was stained with filth, but he couldn't care less. He held his chest with both hands, grimacing in pain, and looked at Qin Xiang in fear. Who are you? Qin Xiang didn't answer, delivering another punch to his jaw. The slender youth felt as if his brain had violently collided with his skull, producing a sound that sent shivers through his entire body before losing consciousness. Qin Xiang dragged the unconscious slender youth out of the garbage pile and began to search his body, finding nothing. So his gaze fell on the distinctive black backpack of the hunter team member. He opened the backpack, which had more than a dozen small compartments, each sealed with a zipper. Qin Xiang felt around and found that several compartments seemed to contain items. One compartment held a glass bottle filled with a light blue liquid. Qin Xiang picked up the bottle to inspect it, noticing it was labeled Special Sequence Potion for Sequence Ability Users. So this is what the sequence potion looks like. He opened it to smell, and a sweet aroma wafted out. However, mixed with the surrounding stench of garbage, it made him feel even more nauseous. He closed the cap and put the sequence potion into his pocket. He had already learned from the God-slaying camp how precious the sequence potion was to sequence ability users. Taking this bottle of sequence potion could probably coerce the slender youth to do a lot of things. No, it wasn't coercion. It should be inviting the slender youth to help him with some small tasks. He opened the other compartments in the backpack and found a mobile phone, some copper coins, and a silver coin. Qin Xiang turned off the phone and put it in his pocket. This luxury item worth thousands of copper coins was something Qin Xiang desperately needed and would surely come in handy later. He picked up the silver coin to examine it closely, discovering it was not the one he had placed under the sidewalk. The silver coin he had placed came from the Li S Mint, while this one came from the Henry Mint. Could it be that he had the wrong person? He searched through the backpack in the slender youth's body, but did not find that silver coin. Just as he was puzzled, he noticed that the bottom of the backpack seemed uneven, feeling a bit rough. After searching for a while, he finally found a hidden compartment in the backpack. This hidden compartment was tucked away beneath the other compartments, very inconspicuous. If it weren't for Qin Xiang having ample time, he might not have discovered it. He opened the hidden compartment, which contained some soil and a silver coin. Qin Xiang took out the silver coin, looking at the words Li's Mint on its side, then glanced at the unconscious, emaciated young man, revealing a strange smile. Indeed, a boy who loves to laugh won't have bad luck. Chapter 33. Easy interrogation. Qin Xiang was not skilled at interrogation. He was more adept at killing. Unfortunately, killing does not solve all problems. He sat on a tree stump, watching the emaciated young man hanging from a hemp rope, feeling somewhat exhausted. He used to think killing was troublesome, but now realized that not being able to kill seemed even more troublesome. To find an absolutely secluded place, Qin Xiang carried the emaciated young man, who resembled a corpse, back and forth through various alleys until he found an abandoned, deserted courtyard. As a thief sequence ability user, he needed to rely on his own hands to take things. So before the emaciated young man woke up, Qin Xiang carefully tied his fingers together, then securely bound his palms, and finally restrained his arms before hanging him from an ancient tree that was dead but not yet broken. 10 years into the apocalypse, this tree, although dead, still stood, which was no easy feat. Qin Xiang looked at the emaciated young man hanging from the tree, feeling very satisfied. He also prepared some tools like hammers and nails in an abandoned warehouse nearby to assist with the interrogation. It seemed that the interrogation should be foolproof, just waiting for the emaciated young man to wake up. However, half an hour passed, 2 hours passed, and the emaciated young man remained slumped with his head tilted like a dead person, showing no signs of waking. Qin Xiang grew increasingly unsure. Could it be that I knocked him out with one punch? He placed his hand on the emaciated young man's nose. There was still breath. He should be fine. Qin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, then pouted. He really can't take a hit. I didn't even use all my strength. And he actually slept for 2 hours. Perhaps hearing Qin Xiang's contempt, the emaciated young man's head shook a couple of times. Finally, he woke up. Qin Xiang slapped the emaciated young man's face, and when he opened his eyes, he sat back down on the tree stump. The emaciated young man woke up feeling a bit dizzy, blinked hard, and finally returned to reality. He struggled a bit, realizing he was tied up and hanging, with the teenager who had attacked him sitting across from him. He immediately widened his eyes. Who are you? How dare you attack a sequence ability user? As soon as the emaciated young man spoke, Qin Xiang felt a bit more at ease. Fortunately, he sounded a bit dim-witted, so prying useful information from him shouldn't be too difficult. Who else could attack a sequence ability user? Of course, it would be another sequence ability user. Qin Xiang did not respond, but took out his silver coin. This silver coin was placed by me. You dare to follow me? Do you know who my uncle is? Your uncle is? The head of the information department of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, Qian Wenda. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang was completely stunned. Is it really that easy? Shouldn't this emaciated young man have endured countless tortures before reluctantly revealing the mastermind behind it, only to get a false answer, and then be tortured continuously to uncover the truth? As soon as the emaciated young man spoke, Qin Xiang realized his mind wasn't too sharp, but he didn't expect it to be this dull. Qin Xiang sighed. Your uncle must consider you a great blessing to have a nephew like you. The emaciated young man heard that Qin Xiang didn't sound like he was complimenting him and frowned. What do you mean? The literal meaning. Qin Xiang thought for a moment and felt something was off. How could such a brainless, emaciated young man go unnoticed when he took the silver coin? Not even a sly woman like Roylina, who lies through her teeth, could find his trace. Quite strange. At this moment, the emaciated young man spoke again. Previously, it was my uncle who came to take the money himself. Today, because he had something to do, I came to help him get it. If you're smart, let me go? If my uncle finds out, you won't be able to handle it. Oh, Qin Xiang nodded. This made sense. Previously, it was Qian Wenda himself who came to collect the silver coins. This head of a department who exploited loopholes in the bureau must be very cautious, which is why he had never slipped up. Today, a clueless fool came over and was caught by Qin Xiang, which exposed the flaw. Qin Xiang murmured, It seems I'm indeed blessed by the divine. No, the current gods are all strange entities. Perhaps it's better to say I'm favored by fate. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, I will definitely tell my uncle. You're so good at talking. Why didn't you dare to act tough when your teammates bullied you? I disdain arguing with them. Qin Xiang shook his head. You're afraid of offending them and being kicked out of the team. They only have the ability to kick you out, and you don't even dare to say a harsh word. I'm someone who could kill you, and you still dare to threaten me? Qin Xiang sneered at him. I really don't know how you've survived until now. Perhaps it's truly because of having a good uncle. You want to kill me? The emaciated young man's eyes darted, clearly panicking. He sensed the killing intent in the eyes of this 18-year-old boy. That cold, fierce gaze sent chills down his spine, making him feel goosebumps all over his body. Wrapped in his frost-proof suit, He realized that the teenager before him might have really killed someone. My uncle is Qian Wenda. If you kill me, my uncle will definitely avenge me. Hearing the emaciated young man's words, Qin Xiang couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Your uncle didn't tell you what this silver coin is for? The emaciated young man swallowed hard. No, but I know. It must be that you have something to ask my uncle to do, so you gave him a silver coin as payment. Qin Xiang nodded, a fool. But not completely foolish. Are you cursing me? Qin Xiang looked at this young man in his 20s, filled with confusion. Clearly, he came from a good family. Clearly he was a sequence ability user. Clearly he was a few years older than himself. So why could he be so foolish? Even someone as wicked and foolish as Li Jingwen was several times smarter than him. Qin Xiang stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, even if I kill you, your uncle wouldn't dare to say a word, understand? Forget it. You can rest for a while. I need to verify whether what you said is true or not. Rest? I want to rest. Let me go? The emaciated young man hadn't finished speaking when Qin Xiang hit him on the chin again, knocking him out. Although this fool was saying 99 of the truth, just to be safe, I'll first go to the Exco virtual chat room to verify if he is Qian Wenda before letting this fool go. Qin Xiang took him down from the tree and carried him to an abandoned warehouse he had prepared in advance to imprison him. After that, he returned to the tree, putting away the interrogation tools he had prepared earlier, such as saws, hammers, nails, and scissors, to the side. After preparing for so long, it turned out there was no need to use them at all. Qin Xiang sighed. He really is a fool who has good luck. Chapter 34 Conversation Again. Qin Xiang secured the slender youth, then lit a piece of wet wood at the warehouse door, using the smoke to ensure there were no lingering odors before quickly heading back. It was getting late, and he needed to return as soon as possible. He arrived at the internet CAF again. Wang Defa saw Qin Xiang and inwardly groaned. He told the customers in the CAF that he had something to deal with and stepped outside. Boss, what's wrong with you again? I need to use your warehouse computer. Wang Defa sighed. The key is in your hand. You can use it whenever you want. No, the network is yours, and the warehouse is yours. I must inform you when I want to use it to avoid causing you any inconvenience. Wang Defa gave a perfunctory smile. You're quite polite. Qin Xiang took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and placed them in Wang Defa's hand. Here's your money and interest. One was Qin Xiang's own, and the other was taken from the slender youth's backpack. He handed both coins to Wang Defa, fulfilling his earlier promise. Wang Defa looked at the 2 silver coins in disbelief, unsure how to respond for a moment. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder and walked toward the warehouse. Wang Defa watched Qin Xiang's figure disappear at the warehouse door, finally coming to his senses. He bit down on the 2 silver coins with his teeth and found them to be genuine. Qin Xiang hadn't deceived him. His worldview was completely overturned. Never had a sequence ability user kept a promise to him, an ordinary person like this. He had worked as an official's gopher in the internet CAF for many years and had only earned a few silver coins, some of which were used to entertain various visitors for inspections. All in all, he hadn't even earned as much as Qin Xiang had given him. He had truly misjudged Qin Xiang before, but who could have imagined that Qin Xiang wasn't joking with him? Wang Defa clenched the silver coins in his hand, as if waking from a dream, his face full of confusion. I really met a living immortal. Qin Xiang opened the ICO virtual chat room again, said I'm a newcomer, and then entered and exited 5 times, waiting for the other party to contact him. Today's chat room advertisement was for virtual gambling. The slogan was take a gamble. Maybe today you'll have good luck. This slogan was quite fitting. Qin Xiang smiled. Although he had no intention of participating in online gambling, he indeed felt that his luck was good today. The codename randomly assigned to him in the chat room was Counterattack, which made him feel that everything was destined. After a while, a dialog box on the right side of the chat room flashed. Qin Xiang clicked it open. It was someone with the codename Corner. Have you sent the money over? Qin Xiang replied, yes. Good. You can send me your personal information now. However, I think you might not be able to retrieve that silver coin. Corner replied with a smiling emoji. You think there are too many people coming and going there, and I can't lift the floor tiles to get it back? You don't need to worry about that. I'll find a way. No, I mean, the person retrieving the money for you might not return. The dialog box was silent for a while. After a long time, Corner sent another message. What do you mean? Qin Xiang thought for a moment and smiled as he typed the line. He said his uncle was there, and he wouldn't dare to kill him. So, let's meet somewhere to discuss his life and death. I'm very curious. With such a clever nephew, will you really protect him? This time, Corner seemed to freeze, not replying for half an hour. Qin Xiang saw that Corner's name was still blue, not grayed out, indicating he was still online, but perhaps needed some time to digest what Counterattack had told him. Qin Xiang rested his arms behind his head, idly watching the screen. What was Director Qin doing? Was he coldly staring at the screen or smashing things in the room? After another 10 minutes, Corner finally sent a message again. Meet tomorrow morning at 9 next to the unfinished building by the exit of Safety Zone 38324. You seem to have misunderstood the situation. The time and place for the meeting should be determined by me. Corner immediately responded. What are you thinking? You're asking me to do you a favor and still being picky? If it weren't for you seeking me out, I wouldn't be talking to you at all. If I say where to meet, then that's where we meet. Remember to bring my nephew. And you can't forget the silver coin you asked me to help with. Qin Xiang smiled. You're good, uncle. It's not about who types more that has the right. At the very least, do you know who I am? Perhaps because Corner felt his bluster was ruthlessly exposed by Qin Xiang, he quickly sent a reply. Time and place, you decide. But you must bring my nephew and the silver coin. Let's meet at 12 noon tomorrow at the second floor of the collapsed department store next to the exit of Safety Zone 54320. Okay. Remember to bring my nephew and the silver coin. Seeing Corner emphasize the sentence twice, Qin Xiang could only kindly reply, sorry. I won't be bringing either of those two items. What do you want? If I don't see my nephew and the silver coin, I won't help you. His uncle. You should know who holds the initiative now. You really have no sense of reason. I don't have any sense of reason. To prevent your information from leaking. And to avoid the ICECO backend personnel monitoring our chat records, I didn't even mention your name. Do you still think I'm unreasonable? In the chat room, Qin Xiang deliberately avoided using the title Director Qian, fearing that the chat room's information might be monitored. According to what Qian Wenda said during their last conversation, the virtual network could also be monitored. Even though the ICECO virtual chat room claimed everything was confidential, it was still hard to trust completely. Offline transactions, with only two people involved and each holding leverage over the other, were the only foolproof guarantee. That's why during the last conversation, Qian Wenda only asked Qin Xiang to place the silver coin in a certain location without specifying the details of the transaction, saying it was best to do it offline. This time, Qian Wenda again only mentioned the time and place of the transaction without revealing the content. This way, even if someone was monitoring, they wouldn't know what they were discussing. The ICECO chat room had tens of thousands of visitors daily, and comparatively, transactions involving more participants and larger sums were more likely to be noticed by monitors. The vague dealings between Qin Xiang and Qian Wenda were countless, and no one would focus on them. Cautious Qin Xiang, having suffered a loss with Lu Daji, had done his best to avoid any leaks. Chapter 35 Police Station Raid, Corner, replied again. All right, I take back what I just said. How will I see my nephew? Once the transaction is completed, I will naturally send him back. If you want the police's Scent Seeker sequence user to try to help locate him, that's fine. But I hope you can bear the consequences of doing so. Are you threatening me? This is just a suggestion, not a threat. By the way, I've sent a timed email regarding your matter. If my business isn't completed this weekend, or if I die on the way to trade with you, many of your colleagues will know about your situation. Your colleagues' email information is easy to find, as you know. All personnel information from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau is publicly available online, which is convenient for people to supervise and inquire. You are truly despicable. What's wrong with that? Just self-preservation. Unless you originally planned to kill me tomorrow. Humph. The things in your mind are truly disgusting. Is there anything else you want to say? One last request. You must ensure that my nephew does not get hurt. Otherwise, I won't let you go. All right. I have a question too. Go ahead. What do you keep such a stupid nephew for? If it weren't for him, you would never have been exposed. In the corner, not answering this question, the name turned gray. Qin Xiang shrugged. What a cold-hearted section chief. But he also breathed a sigh of relief. His forgery of the sequence finally had some clarity. Meeting with Qian Wenda tomorrow to clarify everything, and it would all be almost resolved, leading to a new chapter in life. Suddenly, he felt much lighter at heart. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Wang Defa's shout. Officer. It's so late, my internet CAF is about to close. What are you doing here again? Are the police here for an inspection? Wang Defa loudly reminded himself. And Qin Xiang immediately understood what he meant. He quickly cleared the browser history and then wanted to open the surveillance video interface. At that moment, he froze. The surveillance video interface was completely black. The surveillance switch had been turned off by Wang Defa. Damn, this stingy guy is trying to save on electricity. I have no idea where the surveillance switch is. If the police suddenly discover that the warehouse door is unlocked, walk in to check, and see Qin Xiang staring blankly at the black screen, they would definitely find it suspicious. Just as Qin Xiang was feeling anxious, the worst thing he feared happened. The warehouse door was pushed open, and the person who walked in was not Wang Defa. A silver-haired elder in plain clothes, wrapped in a scarf and smoking a cigar, entered. The silver-haired elder looked at Qin Xiang with a scrutinizing gaze. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, looked back at him with a panicked expression. He wasn't really panicking inside, but he thought that since he looked like an 18 or 19-year-old boy, he should appear startled when someone suddenly barged in. So he put on that kind of expression. The warehouse fell into a moment of silence. Only the sound of footsteps outside and the crackling of the elder's cigar burning could be heard. After a while, a few more people entered, all wearing police uniforms. Detective Olive, what brings you here? This warehouse was closed before, but today it's open, so I came in to see if there were any unexpected gains. Olive, ISNT that the detective Riliana reminded herself to be cautious of? If that woman is impressed by his methods, it means that Olive is definitely not inferior to me. A master knows a master S level at first glance. Just a moment of eye contact with Olive. Qin Xiang realized that the old guy in front of him would be very difficult to deal with. He didn't expect it to be Olive. Was Detective leading a team to check the internet CAF related to the 3 corpses found in the alley? Or was it about the theft of the divine remains? Or maybe both? Qin Xiang's heart sank immediately, and he focused all his attention, preparing to deal with what was to come. At this moment, Wang Defa squeezed in from behind, smiling apologetically at Olive. Detective, what are you here to check again? You are not allowed to move. Olive did not answer him, but issued a command to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang obediently took his hands off the mouse and keyboard, leaving a computer desktop with no active processes. He walked up to Qin Xiang, looked at the desktop, and then opened the browser, discovering that the history had been cleared. His gaze towards Qin Xiang immediately became sharp. What are you doing here? I was. Qin Xiang stammered, but did not speak. Olive scrutinized Qin Xiang and noticed that his belt was actually unbuckled. Were you watching adult content? Qin Xiang pretended to be too scared to meet Olive's gaze and immediately lowered his head. The only action he could complete in a short time was to unbuckle his belt. He wanted to create the illusion that Olive would think he was browsing adult websites, which is why he deleted the history. Is this warehouse and computer yours? Olive did not continue to ask about the adult content, but threw out other questions. Qin Xiang felt something was off. This old man was indeed difficult to deal with and did not seem to be distracted by his performance, maintaining absolute objectivity and calmness. Qin Xiang timidly said, "No, this warehouse belongs to Wang Defa." Wang Defa was slightly stunned when he heard Qin Xiang mention him. He thought Qin Xiang would say that the warehouse was his own to get the police to leave. But after thinking carefully, this statement had too many loopholes and would instead leave evidence for suspicion. In places where there was no need to lie, it was better to speak honestly. Then Wang Defa stepped forward and said, "This warehouse is mine." "Your warehouse? What is it used for?" Wang Defa chuckled. "It's used for monitoring." "Monitoring?" Olive saw the monitoring icon on the computer desktop and clicked it open, only to find it was black. "Why is it black?" "You know, we are a small business. If there's nothing going on, to save electricity and reduce costs, we turn off the monitoring. I know what I did is against regulations. I will definitely reflect on it. I will never do this again." Olive still did not follow Wang Defa's words and seemed unconcerned about Wang Defa's violations. Indeed, Wang Defa's internet CAF had violated regulations in numerous ways. Not turning on the monitoring was nothing. The only thing he cared about was whether the young man sitting in front of him had any connection to the theft of the divine remains. Olive picked up the cup on the table, tapped the ash off his cigar, and then took 2 puffs. Throughout the process, his eyes were fixed on Qin Xiang. That gaze reminded Qin Xiang of the feeling of being watched by the divine beings outside when he was at home. It felt as if he would be devoured. Olive did not speak, but it made Qin Xiang, who was in the dark warehouse, feel deeply suffocated. Sweat beads had already appeared on Qin Xiang's forehead, seemingly filled with fear and guilt. This time, he was not pretending. Chapter 36. The matter is not over you. What is your relationship with Wang Defa? I am friends with him. Friends? How did you meet? Online, through online dating. Qin Xiang stammered while answering, appearing very guilty. Olive took another puff of his cigar, and with his other hand resting in front of Qin Xiang, he looked down at the young man sitting in the chair and blew out smoke. What kind of friend? Qin Xiang glanced at Wang Defa with guilt and then quickly turned his head away. Seeing Qin Xiang's posture, Olive seemed to think he was a bit afraid of Wang Defa and was about to ask Wang Defa to leave the warehouse when he heard Qin Xiang's mosquito-like whisper. "He gives me money every time we meet." After hearing Qin Xiang's words, everyone was stunned, and even Olive's gaze paused for a moment. They all immediately looked at Wang Defa with extreme disgust and disdain. Wang Defa was also dumbfounded, as if struck by a lightning bolt, becoming a soulless shell. What does it mean? Making friends and giving money after meeting? A gray transaction? What kind of person do they think I am? Wang Defa turned his head blankly, scanning the surroundings, and found that Olaf and the other police officers were coldly staring at him, instantly filled with innocence and anger. Wang Defa's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Qin Xiang. He couldn't understand how this teenager, not even in his teens, could come up with such a disgusting story on the spot. Could it be that in the organization behind Qin Xiang, such transactions were common, allowing him to speak so casually without changing his expression? But I have a wife and children. If this gets out, won't my family be ruined? I must keep my distance from Qin Xiang in the future. Although he was very resentful, reason told Wang Defa that he had to cooperate with Qin Xiang's script and continue acting. If Qin Xiang's matter leaked, he would definitely be implicated. Olaf would not let him go. The people behind Qin Xiang would not let him go, and his own backer would not let him go. Not helping Qin Xiang would lead to a dead end. Damn it, Wang Defa cursed inwardly. These 2 silver coins were really hot to handle. Not just hot, but damn hot in the pants. He never expected that he would have to sacrifice his reputation for half a lifetime. Wang Defa's face turned red. Don't believe him. He's just a poor kid. What can I gain from him? This is slander. It's simply alarmist. Qin Xiang felt slightly relieved. Wang Defa was indeed a seasoned character who quickly understood his intentions. The more Wang Defa desperately explained, the more the people around began to believe Qin Xiang's words. Even when he said that he would give me money every time we met, he did not say another word. just lowered his head and stared at his toes. With a deduction about their relationship, it was also understandable why Qin Xiang was here late at night. He was waiting for Wang Defa. Waiting for Wang Defa to give him money. Olaf took another look at Qin Xiang and found that his clothes were indeed very shabby, undoubtedly a poor man's outfit. People willing to give everything for money at the edge of the safe zone were not uncommon for Olaf. Without job opportunities, a high school diploma meant unemployment. The source of livelihood was a big problem. He had nothing to criticize. After all, he was well fed and sheltered, unable to understand the hardships of these lower-class people. Olaf asked, "Do your parents know about this?" "My parents are dead. I live alone." Hearing this, Olaf believed even more in the information revealed by Qin Xiang's words. Without parents and no other source, living was a huge challenge for him. All the police officers expressed sympathy for Qin Xiang's experience and condemned Wang Defa's actions. However, not a single person took out their wallet to help Qin Xiang solve his basic needs. They had a moral heart, but it didn't reach the level of being generous with their money. Olaf stubbed out his cigarette in the cup of water and removed his hand from the table. "Let us go home and rest." At this moment, a police officer immediately asked, "Inspector, are we just leaving this kid here?" Olaf glanced at this officer and asked, "What? Do you want to give him money for food?" "I'm willing to give. It's just a few copper coins. It's not like I can't afford it." At this point, a burly police officer couldn't help but speak up. His conscience ultimately overcame his obsession with money. Olaf continued, "This time you gave him money. What about next time? Can you support him indefinitely? How about finding him a job? At the edge of the safe zone, there are not thousands, but at least 5,000 people like him. Can you find jobs for everyone?" Listening to Olaf's words, the burly police officer lowered his head. "If you help him find a job, then you will have endless troubles in the future. Remember, you're a police officer. Your job is to investigate cases and maintain public order. Don't focus too much on other matters. Otherwise, you will find you can't do any of it well." After saying that, Olaf left the warehouse. The other police officers followed him out. The burly police officer glanced at Qin Xiang, gritted his teeth, and quickly followed the others. Only Qin Xiang and Wang Defa were left in the warehouse. Qin Xiang looked relaxed, while Wang Defa wore a face full of resentment. Their eyes met, each with their own thoughts. Wang Defa turned around and walked to the warehouse door. Seeing that the police officers had gone far, he closed the warehouse door. In the dark warehouse, only the monitor emitted a faint blue light, illuminating Qin Xiang's face. "Boss, you went a bit too far this time." Qin Xiang sighed. "I did go a bit too far." Wang Defa thought Qin Xiang felt guilty for him. But little did he know Qin Xiang continued. "This time I escaped Olaf's investigation. But if he finds out I registered as a sequence ability user with the Management Bureau, he will probably become suspicious again. It can be foreseen that I will be in trouble in the future." Qin Xiang shook his head. Tonight, he was completely forced by Olaf with no choice but to use this clumsy story to send the police officers away. His image as a poor orphan had already been established in Olaf's mind. But tomorrow he would meet Qian Wenda, and this weekend he would register as a sequence ability user. If Olaf saw Qin Xiang's information at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, how could he not know there was a problem? But if Qin Xiang didn't use this excuse, he could very likely be brought back to the police station by Olaf, disrupting a series of his plans. He might even be detained for 10 days to half a month in the police station, causing Qian Wenda's foolish nephew to starve to death in an abandoned warehouse. From Qian Wenda's tone, this nephew was very important to him. If he caused his death, Qian Wenda would probably seek revenge, let alone help him forge the sequence. Qin Xiang couldn't accept this outcome, so he could only choose the lesser of two evils. Seeing that Qin Xiang was only concerned about his own matters, Wang Defa said gloomily, "Boss, you have troubles. What about me? What will happen to my reputation?" Qin Xiang didn't even glance at him. "Your reputation is worth a few copper coins." Chapter 37 Negotiation in the Ruins. After returning, Qin Xiang took a cold shower and went to sleep. The next morning, after eating some leftovers, he hurried out the door. He didn't go to school on Friday to find someone at the exit of Safe Zone 38324. So he didn't get any food from the cafeteria to take home. What to eat this weekend would be a headache again. However, he wasn't too worried about food. After all, he had a bit of copper coins in his pocket. He still had quite a few copper coins left from the 3 robbers. It was not a problem to scrape together a meal or two. Of course, he couldn't spend lavishly. An orphan and a poor student wouldn't fit his persona if he ate 2 meals from street stalls over a weekend. On Saturday morning, there weren't many people on the street. Most jobs at the edge of the safe zone were from Monday to Friday, and then everyone rested on the weekends. Because the people here were relatively poor, when the weekend came, everyone would sleep soundly, saving their energy, and would eat one less meal if possible. Then, he saved up a half copper coin, gaining the joy of not-so-significant savings. In this environment, everyone believed that only a fool would spend their energy wandering the streets on weekends. Obviously, Qin Xiang was such a fool. Every day he went out, looking at the almost identical starry sky, walking along the bumpy streets, passing by dim streetlights. He had grown tired of this life. If it weren't for the interesting person Wen Shu, everything on the edge of the safe zone felt like muddy sludge to him. disgusting to touch and foul to smell. Even with Wenshu, he still couldn't accept living in this broken place for a long time. Long-term patience and building up strength? He had done that in his past life, only to be laid off by the company and beaten to death by hired thugs. In this life, the phrase long-term patience had already been removed from his dictionary and thrown into the trash. He could tolerate short-term patience, but long-term endurance was out of the question. He didn't have that much patience. Today, he must get things done with Qian Wenda. Next week, he would return to school as a sequence ability user. As for Olaf, we'll see. If necessary, killing him seemed like a good solution to the problem. Qin Xiang braved the morning cold wind, walking for more than an hour to reach the exit of Safe Zone 54320. The bus ride of 7 stops would have taken him over 2 hours. But after his sequence promotion, he walked briskly, noticeably faster. He arrived next to the partially collapsed department store beside the Safe Zone exit. The building had broken off from the 4th or 5th floor, with the upper half leaning to one side, resembling a person with a broken neck. It seemed that when he killed Kuan Chenglong that day, he was in this pose. The head still connected to the shoulders, but the cervical spine had already snapped. Qin Xiang smiled and stepped into the department store. Inside, the walls had peeled away and rebar twisted out like tree roots. The staircase handrails had lost their paint and rusted, making Qin Xiang reluctant to touch them. The ground was strewn with rubble covered in dust, left uncleaned. With each step Qin Xiang took, bits of debris fell from above. However, there were no spider webs in this building. Perhaps it was too cold near the Safe Zone exit. Even the spiders didn't want to live here. He carefully stepped over the peeling wall and stones on the stairs, leaping a few steps up to the 2nd floor of the department store. There, he found someone waiting for him. The person sat on a chair with a broken leg, coldly watching Qin Xiang as he appeared. Upon seeing Qin Xiang arrive, he stood up, causing the chair to topple over due to its loss of balance. Qin Xiang took a look at him. He was of medium build, wearing a gray wool coat and black pants, with ordinary cloth shoes. His features were hidden under a wide-brimmed hat, and even with Qin Xiang's strong vision, he couldn't see clearly. This didn't matter, as Qin Xiang's own face was also hidden under his hoodie, and he believed the man opposite him couldn't see clearly either. However, the man's demeanor revealed the arrogance and poise of someone who had long been in a position of power, which couldn't be faked. You arrived quite early, Qin Xiang said lightly. Their appointment was at 12, yet it was only past 8. Aren't you? The two fell silent for a moment, not continuing the topic. At this point, the man introduced himself, head of the information department of the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau, Qian Wenda. I know. As a polite response, he should introduce himself. You don't need to rush. I need your help, so I will definitely give you my personal information. Qin Xiang didn't rush to reveal his information. He wanted to ensure that he maintained control of the conversation. All right, I'll help you forge an identity. You release my nephew, and I 1T take the silver coins. This deal is acceptable, right? After the transaction, we each go our separate ways, no longer involved. It was like that before. What do you mean by before? Have you changed your mind? I think I might have a deeper cooperation with you, Director Qian. No need. After this transaction, our relationship can end. Qian Wenda showed no interest in Qin Xiang's proposal. He just wanted to quickly send away this plague and bring his nephew back. But the more he resisted, the more Qin Xiang believed that Qian Wenda could be a good partner. Cautious and careful, holding a high position, he could definitely provide significant support at necessary moments. Releasing your nephew is a bargaining chip for me to forge my sequence. But, Director Qian, what about yourself? Me? I also have emails that I regularly send to your colleagues at the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau. Qian Wenda snorted coldly. If this deal goes through, do you think you can report me? If I get exposed, you'll have to share my fate. Oh, in that case, let me introduce myself. Qin Xiang's lips curled up slightly. Qin Xiang, a senior student at Jiyuan School. When Qin Xiang said the word student, Qian Wenda slowly nodded, seeming somewhat angry. Are you playing games with me? It's not funny. Qian Wenda immediately concluded that Qin Xiang was not telling the truth. Jiyuan School has never produced a sequence ability user. Everyone knows this. Furthermore, how could an 18 or 19-year-old senior have such meticulous schemes and terrifying means? Qian Wenda scoffed inwardly, not believing it at all. Qin Xiang directly took off his hoodie, revealing his somewhat youthful face. If you don't believe it, you can wait at the entrance of Jiyuan School on Monday morning and see if I'm really a student. Chapter 38. Deal reached. Looking at Qin Xiang's appearance, Qian Wenda said ominously, this face of yours may not be your real face. So, your sequence can change your appearance? Illusionist? Or shapeshifter? Qin Xiang scoffed, suddenly activating violence. Then kicked off the ground, instantly appearing behind Qian Wenda and snatching off his hat. Qian Wenda was still frozen in place, completely unresponsive. Qin Xiang leaned close to Qian Wenda's ear and whispered, I'm sorry, you guessed wrong. My sequence is offensive, not those trivial things. And this face is my real appearance. After saying this, Qin Xiang chuckled twice and put the wide-brimmed hat on his own head. The dim light from a nearby street lamp reflected in Qian Wenda's drooping eyes, filled with shock. You really are a senior student at Jiyuan School? Of course. The identity I need you to help me forge is this one. How is that possible? If you are a senior student, how could you? Qian Wenda looked at Qin Siyang in astonishment. Which force is behind you? Qin Siyang sighed in relief. Finally, Qian Wenda, under his guidance, began to engage in imaginative thinking. It's none of your business. I just want to have further cooperation with Director Qian. Qian Wenda realized that Qin Siyang's background was much more complex than he had imagined. He initially imagined that Qin Siyang was just a solitary thief who had wandered here, but now he realized that he might actually be someone significant within a powerful organization. Things seemed to be getting a bit troublesome. Damn it. He shouldn't have let his foolish nephew go get the silver coins. No, he shouldn't have taken this dubious job from the start. When the two first spoke in the ICECO chat room, Qin Siyang was vague, and in the end, he didn't even know who had introduced him to forge the sequence. Although he felt something was off, he adopted an attitude of not wanting to meddle in too many affairs and didn't pursue it further. Looking back now, every action revealed something strange. How foolish. So utterly foolish. Qian Wenda repeatedly cursed his greedy behavior in his heart. Now, it seemed he was caught up in something serious. He gritted his teeth but dared not confront Qin Siyang, instead asking, "Shall we continue cooperating, with you or with the people behind you? I am just myself." Qin Siyang said, revealing a somewhat profound gaze. "I want to take back what belongs to me." After hearing this, Qian Wenda instantly realized that Qin Siyang might not only be a frontman for a powerful force, but also a key figure. How do you want to cooperate? Let's talk about the future later. First, help me with the matter at hand. Qin Siyang didn't elaborate much further. Qian Wenda was no fool. He was not easily deceived. The more one spoke, the more likely problems would arise. Before next Monday, I need the identity of a sequence user. I will send you the information using your nephew's phone. Once it's done, I'll send him back. From now on, we'll communicate using your nephew's phone. All right. Qin Siyang thought for a moment and asked, "Is the phone number verified?" Qian Wenda frowned, and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. "You've never used a phone? How could a key figure of a powerful organization not know about phone numbers?" "I've never used a poor person's gadget like a phone," Qin Siyang coldly replied, seemingly unconcerned. Qian Wenda immediately understood. The young man before him had once been a rich kid. The ones who made calls for him were his subordinates. So he had never used a phone. How high was Qin Siyang's status? Even Qian Wenda, who could command the winds and rain at the edge of the safe zone, suddenly felt uncertain. The number doesn't have to be verified. Anyone can use it. All right. Qin Siyang directly opened his phone, took a selfie, and then sent his information along with the photo to the number he referred to as Uncle before deleting the message. "Let me know when it's done. I'll go to your administration bureau to collect the certificate." After saying that, Qin Siyang left the department store without waiting for Qian Wenda's response. Qian Wenda looked at the information from Qin Siyang, his frown deepening. This address seems to be on the edge of the safe zone. An orphan? With this background, awakening a sequence ability, it's obvious there's something wrong. If it were a previous client, Qian Wenda might not have cared so much. But Qin Siyang was clearly someone from a powerful background. He couldn't afford to offend him. So he immediately dialed the number. "Hello? Nephew, it's me. You haven't gone far, right? Come back so we can chat some more." Qin Siyang hung up, knowing that Qian Wenda wouldn't dare discuss matters over the phone, fearing surveillance, so he walked back. "Qin Siyang, this address of yours is absolutely unacceptable. A place like this can awaken a sequence ability. It will definitely attract a lot of attention. It's too conspicuous. I'm afraid many people will become interested in your true identity." After hearing this, Qin Siyang felt some worry. He hadn't realized the implications of what Qian Wenda said. Director Qian is indeed meticulous. What do you think I should do? My current identity is that of a poor orphan. If the address is in a decent area, it will also raise suspicion. You're right. That is indeed a problem. Qian Wenda furrowed his brow and paced, his eyes darting back and forth, saying, "If it really doesn't work, just say you're homeless." "Homeless?" "Yes, homeless. You are a wandering orphan, but it doesn't mean you have to be wandering anywhere. You could be staying with kind-hearted people in a developed area of the safe zone, living without worries. Staying with kind-hearted people doesn't count as being homeless, does it? Close enough. At least it's more reliable than your current address. There are precedents of homeless people awakening sequences in some decent areas, though most are bankrupt rich merchants or expelled illegitimate children from wealthy families." Qin Siyang thought for a moment, "But the people around me all know I live on the edge of the safe zone. If they see my information is about being homeless, won't they think something is off? The people around you? Those ants from Juan School. They can't awaken sequences. How could they possibly know your registration information? What if we still need to be foolproof?" Qian Wenda thought for a moment and said, "Since you're worried, then sell or burn your house. Become a true homeless person." Qin Siyang crossed his arms and thought for a while, feeling that Qian Wenda made sense. The term homeless could cover up many issues and save him a lot of trouble. All right, let us do it that way. Chapter 39. Heading to the administration bureau. Selling a house takes too long and leaves behind transaction records, which is not a good option for Qin Siyang. So what Qian Wenda provided him was essentially a multiple-choice question. Qin Siyang returned home, packed up the hidden hundreds of copper coins, placed them in a cloth bag, then took a lunchbox and his resident ID. Then, he set fire to the house. Qin Xiang's residence was on the very edge of the safe zone. With few people living there, and no developers would come to this remote area to build large projects after the end of the world. Thus, the area consisted only of single-story bungalows, and there was a distance between the houses. The fire at Qin Xiang's home did not affect the safety of others. It didn't even wake the sleeping neighbors next door. That should do it. With his house accidentally burned down, Qin Xiang became a true homeless child. But even as a homeless person, he needed to find a place to sleep. He wandered for a long time, ultimately having nowhere to go and ended up at Wang Defa's internet CAF. When he saw Qin Xiang again, Wang Defa no longer had the initial fear or later joy, only a face full of helplessness and complaints. He muttered, "What kind of boss is this? Clearly a grim reaper. Sigh. Why did I even bother with him in the first place?" Despite his dissatisfaction, when he came out of the internet CAF to speak with Qin Xiang, he reverted to his polite demeanor. "Boss, is there something else?" "Oh, I need to stay in your internet CAF storage for a while. Probably just a few days. Once I get my sequence registration sorted, it shouldn't be hard to get a place." "Huh, what?" Wang Defa shuddered from head to toe, his eyes wide. "I said I want to stay here for a while. But boss, if the police come to do surprise checks again, what am I supposed to say?" "Just say what you said last time." Wang Defa waved his hands repeatedly. "No way. Boss, you really can't do this. Last time was an emergency, I understand that. But you can't keep doing this. I have a wife and kids. If they find out about us, how can I be a husband and father?" Qin Xiang glanced at him. "Do you think I want this? You don't think that having that kind of relationship with me means I'm taking advantage and you're the one suffering, right?" Wang Defa's face twisted like a rag that had been used to clean floors for 10 years. "I'm not saying you take advantage and I suffer. I'm suffering too, right? This is a lose-lose situation for both of us. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't let me sleep here, I'll go sleep at your place." "Huh, that's unreasonable. Stop trying to reason with me." Qin Xiang, too lazy to argue with Wang Defa any longer, directly opened the warehouse door, shook the dust off the carpet, and lay down to rest. Wang Defa could only silently sigh and close the door for Qin Xiang. "What the hell is this?" Wang Defa cursed as he left. Qin Xiang lay on the warehouse floor, feeling somewhat helpless. He really missed his bed right now. Hopefully, Qian Wenda could get things sorted out quickly. This damned place was uncomfortable to stay in for even a day, after managing to sleep through the night. Qin Xiang woke up around 6 the next morning because the hard, cold floor made his back uncomfortable. Although he was physically strong, he wasn't quite used to sleeping on the ground. It was really more uncomfortable than killing someone. With a grumpy mood, Qin Xiang washed his face and opened his phone, only to see an unread message. "Done. Sunday at 8 a.m., bring your resident card. Meet at the 14121 Serial Ability Management Bureau." Looking at the source of the message, his uncle. "Wow, my money chief." Qin Xiang was so happy, he almost jumped up. Qian Wenda was really reliable, handling things for him the same day. He immediately couldn't wait to open the computer next to him that was used for checking surveillance. Searching for the route to the Serial Ability Management Bureau. It seemed to be about 6 bus stops away, so he needed to set off now. Qin Xiang memorized the route, cleared the browser history, put his bag into the drawer next to the computer, and took only his resident card as he left the warehouse. He walked along the main road for 4 stops, then turned into a small road, walked for 10 minutes, turned onto another main road, and continued for half an hour. The 14121 Serial Ability Management Bureau should be right here. The bureau was a 3-story square building with gray walls. The streetlights cast a dim light on the exterior, faintly illuminating the almost black surface. Qin Xiang didn't know how this dark color emitted light, but it undoubtedly added an intimidating aura to the already solemn building. For Qin Xiang, it was just interesting. He never expected that a place he used to be afraid to even look at would be met by him in a teasing manner for the first time. He looked at the empty street and the gray exterior walls of the Square Management Bureau, feeling a sense of emotion. There were no guards at the entrance of the Serial Ability Management Bureau. All the staff inside the bureau were awakened serial ability users. And thieves or criminals wouldn't come here looking for trouble without reason, let alone entering. Even approaching the bureau required great courage for ordinary people. Otherwise, if they were accidentally killed by a serial ability user, they wouldn't have anywhere to seek justice. According to the Joint Government's decree, if a serial ability user killed an ordinary person, ordinary police stations, prosecutors, and courts had no jurisdiction over the case. It had to be transferred to the Serial Ability Management Bureau for adjudication. The result of the adjudication was often to increase the demands for that serial ability user to hunt gods, euphemistically called contributing to the safety zone. But in reality, everyone knew that even without punishment, serial ability users would still have to hunt gods outside the safety zone. This was essentially a way to protect serial ability users. Yet even though serial ability users had privileges, no one dared to complain. First, the awakening of serial ability users was random. No one was born a serial ability user. So the channels for this privileged class to rise were very transparent. Second, since serial ability users could kill gods, they were humanity's hope. If you dared to strip away the privileges of serial ability users, you were effectively depriving humanity of the chance to leave the safety zone. With this pot over their heads, no one could bear it. Therefore, in places like the edge of the safety zone, serial ability users were treated like deities, making everyone keep their distance. Of course, the joint government didn't give serial ability users unlimited privileges. Killing ordinary people would be dealt with harshly. However, serial ability users were prohibited from killing students and public officials. Students were the future nurtured by the joint government, and public officials were the foundation of its governance. Killing either of these two categories would lead to strict legal consequences, even for serial ability users. Under such restrictions, public hostility towards the privileges of serial ability users decreased. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, a relatively stable, distorted social structure formed. Qin Xiang stepped up the stairs and pushed open the black wooden door of the bureau. Chapter 40. Registering for serial abilities. As soon as Qin Xiang opened the door, he was immediately stunned by the scene inside. He had thought that the interior of the Serial Ability Management Bureau would be as dull and boring as its appearance, with a hint of mystery. He was completely wrong. The interior of the bureau was resplendent. Upon entering, there was a gilded foyer, neatly arranged with various antique decorations, each with corresponding descriptions underneath. Qin Xiang couldn't help but stop to take a look, discovering ancient coins from Huagua, pyramid bricks, and manuscripts from painters 1,000 years ago. These culturally and historically rich items, illuminated by bright white lights, radiated an alluring charm. He bypassed the foyer and entered the main part of the bureau. Yes, the Bureau's building didn't even have corridors or a reception desk. He walked through the foyer and could see the interior directly. In the over 1,000 square meters of the first floor, there were only a dozen desks. Each desk had 3 computers, a standard desktop, and 2 laptops. This was the first time he had seen so many laptops since his rebirth. There was also a coffee bar serving various complimentary drinks, with a staff member making hand-ground coffee at the counter. Some people were chatting over coffee, some were resting their chins in boredom, browsing through something, and others were wandering around the large office building. Although the building had 3 floors, the first floor seemed to have no ceiling. The entire ceiling was alight, emitting a soft white glow. Perhaps it was incandescent light or energy-saving lights. Qin Xiang wasn't sure. But those bulbs were covered by a matte lampshade, making the first floor of the bureau feel like daytime. Not the kind of bright daytime found in schools, but a true daytime, with sunlight. Qin Xiang stood there, unsure how to react. The entire decor of the Serial Ability Management Bureau was telling Qin Xiang one thing. Everyone here had privileges. Just as he was aimlessly surveying the interior of the building, a familiar figure walked down the stairs from the second floor. Qin Xiang, you're here. Qian Wenda greeted Qin Xiang enthusiastically. Today, he wasn't wearing that low-key wool coat, but had changed into a neat navy blue suit. People dressed to impress, wearing this suit. Qian Wenda radiated the energy of a successful person. Even his slightly droopy eyes conveyed an air of indifference typical of someone in a high position. Qian Wenda personally came to greet him, causing all the attention of the management personnel on the first floor to converge on Qin Xiang, eager to discern who this person was. However, no one could read him. Qin Xiang's tattered clothes, shabby long pants, and shoes that exposed his toes all exuded a sense of poverty. According to common sense, Qian Wenda wouldn't even bother with someone who had the luck of awakening a sequence. Director Qian. Qin Xiang bowed to Qian Wenda, showing his respect in front of his subordinates. Come, let's talk. Okay. Qin Xiang took a few steps forward, stepping onto the dark gray stone steps, and, under Qian Wenda's warm invitation, ascended to the second floor. The second floor was similar to the first, also very spacious, with soft white lights on the ceiling. However, there were no desks, only scattered leather sofas, coffee tables, snacks, and 4 offices built in the corners. Qian Wenda led Qin Xiang into the office in the northwest corner, carefully closed the door, and pulled down the blinds. My office is the only safe place in this entire building. You can speak freely here. Qian Wenda got straight to the point, and Qin Xiang nodded. He did not ask Qian Wenda why this place was safe. Qin Xiang completely trusted Qian Wenda's level of caution. He would never make baseless claims. Perhaps feeling more confident in his own territory, Qian Wenda seemed noticeably more relaxed during their conversation today than he had been yesterday. To be honest, I've always been careful and have never made a mistake in this matter. Only last time, I really had no time, so I had my nephew go collect the money. And it just so happened that you caught him. Even the wisest can make mistakes, Director Qian. There is no one in this world who won't make mistakes. Nor is there anything that is completely airtight. You're right about that. Qian Wenda took out a blue booklet from the drawer and handed it to Qin Xiang. Please confirm that the information is correct. The cover of the blue booklet read Sequence Ability Registrant Certificate, with small text below stating issued by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Qin Xiang opened it and saw his information. Sequence Ability Registrant Number 00009-527. Sequence, Phantom Assassin. Residence, Wanderer. Why is my number so early? As far as he knew, there were over 1 million members in the God-slaying camp, so it was impossible for him to have only a little over 9,000. It turns out the person with that number died, and the number was reclaimed and assigned to you. All right, that's fine. What about your housing situation? Sort it out. Qian Wenda didn't ask how Qin Xiang had resolved it. Both meticulous individuals trusted each other greatly. This booklet serves as your identification. I didn't have your fingerprints before. Now that you're here, we can input your fingerprints into the system. Don't doubt me. This is all according to the rules. Understood. Qin Xiang pressed his thumbs onto the fingerprint collector, and Qian Wenda tapped a few keys on the keyboard. Done. You are now an official sequence ability user. You can log into the God-Slaying camp to check the information of all legally registered sequence ability users. What about my account password? I'll send it to you via phone. You can change the password yourself. If you forget it, you'll have to bring this sequence ability registrant certificate to the Management Bureau and verify your fingerprints to change it. It's quite troublesome, so don't forget. Additionally, you can rest assured about your sequence. The United Government stipulates that sequence ability users will not be tested a second time before being convicted. So, your identity is now in the system. You won't be questioned as long as you don't attract trouble. Okay, thank you. As for your nephew, I will release him as soon as I go out. Yes, thank you. Director Qian, I should mention that while I will release him, I know about the items he carried with him. This is his lesson. You can take care of it. Do you have anything else? Hearing Qian Wenda give the dismissal order, Qin Xiang thought for a moment and nodded, saying, I have another question to ask. Speak. Director Qian, why would you go to such lengths for a silver coin? Qian Wenda was taken aback at first, then smiled. It seems you really have no concept of money. A silver coin has an exchange rate of 10,000 copper coins, but no one exchanges it that way. The market price is usually 12,000 copper coins. My monthly salary as the head of this management bureau is only 1,550 copper coins. An extra job pays me more than half a year's salary. As for this kind of office environment, this belongs to the United Government, not to me. Chapter 41. The night before, after leaving the management bureau, Qin Xiang circled around to the warehouse where Qian Wenda's nephew was being held. He opened the door and sighed in relief upon seeing the thin youth who was securely bound. He was a bit worried that this person might die in the warehouse, making it impossible to explain to Qian Wenda. Whoa. The thin youth was blindfolded and didn't know that Qin Xiang was the one approaching. His mouth was stuffed with rags, preventing him from making a sound. Qin Xiang walked up to him, removed his blindfold, and took out the rags from his mouth. Your uncle's phone. Saying this, he held the phone up to the thin youth's ear. Uncle, it's me. The thin youth had been hungry for 2 days. But upon hearing Qian Wenda's voice, he let out a strong cry for help. Qin Xiang silently marveled at how much stronger sequence ability users were compared to ordinary people. What did you say, uncle? You're giving him the phone? You're giving him the things in my backpack? There's my sequence potion in there. Uncle, you are, I understand. The thin youth, who had initially been emotionally charged, suddenly turned into a wilted eggplant, deflated, and lost his fighting spirit. On the other end of the call, Qian Wenda's voice came through, scolding fiercely. After silently listening to Qian Wenda scold for a few minutes, the thin youth said to Qin Xiang, Uncle wants you to take the call. Hello, Director Qian. All right, yes, fine. Just let him go. No problem, Director Qian. See you. Qin Xiang hung up the phone and cut the ropes binding the thin youth. Seeing the thin youth's fingers move, Qin Xiang kindly warned, You'd better not use your steel skill to touch anything in my pockets. Your uncle should have told you not to cause unnecessary trouble. If you create more issues, you'll have to pay a different price to resolve them. Do you understand? Listening to Qin Xiang's words, the thin youth gritted his teeth and lowered his head in silence. After confirming that the thin youth could move freely, Qin Xiang turned and left. He did not exchange any farewell pleasantries with him. For such a fool, Qin Xiang felt that even looking at him was unlucky. It was better to keep his distance. Qin Xiang walked back towards home, only to remember at the door that his house had burned down, and he was now a wanderer. Helpless, he went to the warehouse next to Wang Defa's internet CAF. This time, Wang Defa was sitting at the bar and didn't even come out. He just nodded helplessly at Qin Xiang, watching him slip into his own warehouse. Wang Defa pouted and muttered, That's my warehouse. Once inside the warehouse, Qin Xiang immediately opened the God-Slaying camp, logged into his account, and changed the password. Then, he entered the sequence ability user information section and browsed through the information within. The director of the education department in Area 14121, Zhou Xing, should be Zhou Yang's uncle. He has awakened the sequence soft body. Qin Xiang was a bit confused. What kind of sequence is this? I've never heard of it before. He checked again. The skill, softening, allows the body to become soft for 5 minutes. What a useless sequence. No wonder he clearly awakened a sequence. But his nephew Zhou Yang didn't receive much preferential treatment from the Education Bureau. It turns out he is a useless sequence ability user. Those who awaken sequence abilities at the edge of the safe zone are often like Zhou Xing, sequences that are not very useful. However, with the enhancement of physical fitness due to his sequence ability, Zhou Xing's strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, so he can still receive some preferential treatment. Qin Xiang continued to look up other people he knew. Second-level police officer from the police station, Roylina, sequence, Sense Seeker. It is indeed a forged sequence of hers. The section chief of the Area 14121 Management Bureau, Qian Winda, sequence, mimicry, skill, liquefaction, can dissolve the body in water for 10 minutes. This water source sequence seems a bit interesting. However, it's a pity that the information panel here only shows the first level skills of the sequence. He checked the forum but didn't find any other sequence level skills for mimicry. It's quite mysterious. Qian Winda's sequence is relatively rare. Qin Xiang couldn't find much related posts. So this sequence is likely a significant boost for him to hold the position of section chief. Even though the officials of the Management Bureau do not need to hunt gods outside the safe zone. A section chief with a mimicry sequence sounds much more impressive than one with a soft body sequence. Qin Xiang then checked Olive's sequence. First level detective from the 14121 Area Police Department, transferred 6 months ago. Olive, sequence scales, skill confidential. This scales sequence is also the first time Qin Xiang has seen it. He searched for a long time in the Godslayer camp, but found no information. He could only see a few exclusive group chats left by Scales sequence users. Qin Xiang immediately registered a group account, planning to infiltrate this Scales group to gather some information, at least to find out what Olive's skill is. However, when he searched for the group number, he was immediately deterred by the group name. Discussion group for court personnel of the Changdong Safe Zone Management Bureau Police Station. Qin Xiang thought for a moment. Since the computer he was using had a completely hidden network login address, he wasn't too worried. He could join, look at the relevant information in the group, and then exit. No one would know who he was. He clicked the button to add the group, and then a dialog box popped up. Question verification. Please provide your management bureau number, police station number, or court number. Qin Xiang shook his head and had to choose to give up. It seems that this Scales sequence is exclusive to public officials. Olive's matter hung over Qin Xiang like a dark cloud, making him feel very oppressed. However, oppressed or not, if he wants to attend university to receive the education exclusive to sequence users, he must register his sequence identity with the Management Bureau within 6 months. And he will probably have to confront Olive sooner or later. Let's leave it at that. Today hasn't passed yet, so there's no need to worry too much about tomorrow. He deleted the browser history, opened a few adult websites, fast-forwarded for a while, and after leaving behind dozens of browser records, he lay down on the ground, preparing to sleep. He hadn't showered for 2 days. Tomorrow he would go to school and take a shower in the restroom while no one was around. However, if a teacher from the school caught him during an inspection, he would probably get scolded for not studying properly and running off to take a shower during class time. Qin Xiang lay on the ground, looking at the dusty warehouse ceiling, contemplating tomorrow's arrangements. According to the Godslayer camp, if a student awakens a sequence ability, in order not to delay their participation in the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination, the Management Bureau would notify their school. So my good principal should already know about my awakening of the sequence. If that's the case, it seems I can do whatever I want tomorrow. Chapter 42. Happy times at school. Waking up in the morning, it was still dark outside the warehouse, no sun in sight. However, Qin Xiang's heart was filled with sunshine. Today is the best day since his rebirth, even better than the day he awakened his sequence. Qin Xiang didn't even bring a bag. Holding a lunchbox in one hand, he left the warehouse directly. The road to school was both familiar and strange. Walking between the streetlights, he was illuminated again and again. Finally, he arrived at the school gate. Today, the principal was once again standing at the school gate. However, he was not there for an inspection. Seeing the hastily made handwritten banner, Qin Xiang realized that the principal was standing at the school gate early today just to welcome him. The principal's demeanor at the school gate today was particularly humble, actively greeting every student. Qin Xiang was a bit puzzled as to why the principal had changed his attitude. As he approached, he immediately understood. The principal held a photo in his hand, seeming to identify each student entering the campus, wondering who Qin Xiang was. He didn't recognize Qin Xiang. So in order not to offend this newly awakened sequence user, he was acting out of character, greeting every student to leave a good impression. He had forgotten that the last time he checked at the school gate, a student who didn't greet him was scolded by the teacher beside him. Unfortunately, the principal's show was destined to be a performance for the blind, because Qin Xiang was not fooled by this. Without his sequence ability, he was still not an ordinary high school senior. Qin Xiang stepped forward, looking at the red banner at the school gate. Warm congratulations to our senior student Qin Xiang for becoming a sequence ability user. The large characters were written in a crooked manner, barely recognizable. Qin Xiang had seen the fabric of the red banner before. It was used a few months ago during the school's college entrance examination oath-taking ceremony, as it still had a mark of bird droppings from a night bird that had dropped it while the principal was speaking at the ceremony. The school really is quite shabby. Forget it, they probably didn't expect to use the red banner for anything else. Below the banner stood a crowd of students, all curious about who this historical figure, Qin Xiang, was. Qin Xiang walked up to the principal, quietly making eye contact with him. Principal Li Tianming carefully looked at the photo provided by the Management Bureau, then glanced at Qin Xiang, immediately recognizing that the student in front of him was the pride of their Jiuan school. Qin Xiang. Student Qin, you're here. Congratulations on successfully awakening your sequence ability. The surrounding students erupted in exclamations. He's Qin Xiang? He doesn't seem to come from a wealthy family. Keep it down. He.S. a sequence ability user. If he can awaken, do I have a chance to awaken too? Li Tianming extended both hands, wanting to shake hands with Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang slightly tilted his body, initially intending to give the principal some face. But after thinking about it, he maintained the posture of holding the lunchbox in one hand and putting the other in his pocket, without responding. Li Tianming's expression froze, his brows slightly furrowed, looking at Qin Xiang with a hint of scrutiny. Student Qin, why don't you come with me to the principal's office for a chat? You are the glory of our Jiuan school, and the school values you highly. A teacher next to him nodded and said with a bow, That's right, classmate Qin. We prepared some gifts to celebrate your awakening sequence. The teachers are all proud of your progress. As he spoke, he stepped forward and grabbed Qin Xiang's sleeve, wearing a flattering smile and showering him with compliments. Qin Xiang tilted his head and realized it was the grade director who had caused him trouble that day. Even someone so unrelated would rush to flatter him? How many people would surround him in the future? Qin Xiang's gaze flickered, and with a hint of disdain, he asked, Proud, do you remember what we talked about before? The teacher froze for a moment, thinking for a long time without recalling any interaction with Qin Xiang. After a while, he asked, Are you my student? Qin Xiang shook his head. Well, it's just a small matter. How could someone so high up remember it? But I still feel unhappy. If the awakening sequence isn't a bit unpleasant, then what was the point of awakening? After saying that, Qin Xiang swung his lunchbox and lightly slapped it against the grade director's face. There was a muffled bang, and the teacher fell directly to the ground. In the shocked gazes of everyone, he clutched his face and stumbled to stand up, confused. After having had experience with killing, Qin Xiang could basically control his strength. The slap on his face was completely without force, but it had a deterring effect on others. Seeing Qin Xiang suddenly make a move, Principal Li Tianming's gaze flickered slightly. Even more confused, a student nearby whispered, Are sequence ability users always this violent? Violent. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. If I were really violent, that slap would have sent the grade director's head flying to the top of the teaching building. Qin Xiang threw the deformed lunchbox into the trash can and glanced at the silent crowd around him. I still prefer this quiet campus life. After saying that, he strode away. When Qin Xiang entered the classroom, many people were standing outside watching him. He sat down in a corner seat, looked at the starry sky outside for a while, sighed at the beauty of life, and then shifted his gaze back to the classroom. Li Jingwen was looking at him with a vague expression, her eyes filled with extreme fear, yet seemingly sending flirtatious signals. When she saw Qin Xiang looking at her, she got up from her seat and came over to him. She asked Qin Xiang in a shy tone, Qin Xiang, I was wrong about what happened before. Can we start over? Perhaps afraid of being rejected by Qin Xiang, Li Jingwen continued, I know I didn't do well, but we were together after all. I promise to listen to you from now on. I won't have anything to do with Zhou Yang anymore. To me, he was just a substitute for you. I still like it when you take care of me. Qin Xiang couldn't understand how Li Jingwen could say such things. In his view, their relationship was already clear, and Li Jingwen wasn't the kind of pure fool who would ask for money from her uncle. What was she really thinking? Qin Xiang couldn't comprehend. Perhaps humans are a very absurd species, clinging to a sense of hope even when they know there's no chance. What if it could work? While Qin Xiang was thinking, Li Jingwen suddenly took his hand, shyly admitting her mistake. But her so-called flirtation with Qin Xiang felt to him like feeding himself excrement. A female classmate who wanted to kill him was now coming over to curry favor. It was as if she thought of him as an idiot. Qin Xiang could no longer tolerate it. Once Li Jingwen graduated from high school and lost the protection of her student status, he would definitely go to her house and personally interrogate her family. Qin Xiang smiled and held Li Jingwen's hand. She panicked for a moment but then revealed a charming gaze, thinking Qin Xiang had forgiven her. However, Qin Xiang leaned close to her ear and softly said, I have no problem. It's just that your uncle down in the underworld might have some objections. Chapter 43. Cafeteria meal. Li Jingwen stood there in a daze, her body trembling uncontrollably. Kuan Chenglong is dead. He actually died at Qin Xiang's hands. She didn't dare to look back at Qin Xiang, but her mind raced with terror. When did he kill Kuan Chenglong? Kuan Chenglong came with a gang of thugs. There was no way Qin Xiang could have fought back alone. If he hadn't awakened his sequence ability, he would have already died at Kuan Chenglong's hands. So he must have killed Kuan Chenglong after awakening his sequence ability. But didn't he just awaken his sequence ability this weekend? Yet Kuan Chenglong had long been missing. The timeline simply didn't match. Could it be that Qin Xiang had awakened his sequence ability long ago and had been pretending to be an ordinary person all this time? Why would he pretend to be an ordinary person? To kill me? No, I'm a student. Sequence ability users can't just kill. Then for what? To take revenge on me? Li Jingwen's thoughts drifted into an unknown territory, beyond the safe zone of her brain. Soon, fear consumed everything. At that moment, she suddenly felt her body, which was on the verge of separating from her soul, move uncontrollably. She looked down to find that Qin Xiang had pinched her hand. She didn't dare to meet Qin Xiang's gaze, but from his gentle tone, it was easy to hear the smile on his face. What's wrong? Don't you want to be good with me? Li Jingwen shivered and quickly withdrew her hand, her face pale, unable to move. Qin Xiang, no longer entangled with her, stood up and left his seat. Before walking out of the classroom, he turned his head and said to Li Jingwen, I thought you would say that all of this was to test my feelings for you. In the eyes of Li Jingwen's friends, this sentence seemed to encourage her to pursue Qin Xiang further. But in Li Jingwen's eyes, it was a devilish whisper. When her friends saw Qin Xiang leave, they immediately rushed over and surrounded Li Jingwen. Jingwen, Qin Xiang is encouraging you. Why don't you go after him? Yeah, weren't you encouraging Qin Xiang like this before? Just a little more effort, and you could become the woman of a sequence ability user. Qin Xiang awakening his sequence ability is way stronger than Zhou Yang. The friend's advice dealt a heavy blow to Li Jingwen's already fragile mindset. No, Li Jingwen shouted, running out amidst her friend's shock. Jingwen, where are you going? Don't worry, she's definitely going to chase after Qin Xiang. Oh, that makes sense. Do you think if Li Jingwen marries Qin Xiang, we could benefit? I don't see a problem. After all, we still hold many secrets about Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang together. If she dares to treat us poorly, we can tell Qin Xiang. That makes sense. Good days are coming. Qin Xiang glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the morning, and the cafeteria was open. So after leaving the classroom, he didn't go directly to the library but first went to the cafeteria to prepare to fill his stomach. The cafeteria had always served breakfast, but Qin Xiang had never tasted it. Ji in school stipulated that students only get free lunch and dinner at school. As for the breakfast, a luxury enjoyment, it was only available at the staff window for teachers and leaders. However, today, he could finally give it a try. Qin Xiang walked into the cafeteria, where many teachers and school leaders were already seated, discussing the topic of him being the first person to break the record. When they saw Qin Xiang enter, the teachers' conversations immediately stopped, and they quietly stared at him. The incident of Qin Xiang knocking out the grade director at the school gate had already spread. Therefore, the looks in the teachers' eyes were no longer filled with disdain and annoyance towards him, the orphan, but rather with fear. A glasses-wearing teacher stood up and walked towards Qin Xiang with a smile. Student Qin, you are the pride of our class. What would you like to eat? I can help you order. This polite teacher was Qin Xiang's homeroom teacher. Because Qin Xiang was a poor orphan, he had no ability to give gifts to the teachers, and no one backing him at home. The homeroom teacher, wanting to avoid seeing him, had moved him to a corner at the back by the window. So, seeing this homeroom teacher trying to flatter him, Qin Xiang found it particularly amusing. He didn't have the patience to exchange pleasantries with this not-so-familiar homeroom teacher. Get lost. Qin Xiang coldly tossed out this line and walked to the food counter. The homeroom teacher, seemingly unwilling to miss the opportunity to curry favor with a student with special abilities, stepped forward despite the disdainful looks from other colleagues. Student Qin, I haven't done well before. Before he finished speaking, Qin Xiang grabbed his food tray and swung it at his face. With a clang, the sound of his head hitting the metal echoed, and the homeroom teacher fell to the side. You want to reason with me, but you don't listen. So you come looking for trouble. The other teachers swallowed hard, filled with fear at Qin Xiang's brutality. Qin Xiang said he would patiently talk to him. What did he say? Wasn't it just get lost? Is that considered being patient and reasoning? In fact, this was just Qin Xiang's method of resolving trouble. After taking down 2 teachers who wanted to get close to him, others would likely think twice before approaching him. He had too many secrets that couldn't withstand scrutiny. He held deep suspicion and hostility towards those who got closer because of his awakened abilities. To drive away these flies, nothing was more effective than physical attacks. Moreover, in today's world, those with special abilities were considered powerful. What he did could also be disguised as a small person gaining power. In the eyes of the teachers, after Qin Xiang's rise to power, his hostility was understandable. After all, he was only 18, still a young man who hadn't experienced the hardships of society, and acted without much hesitation. A real villain who slaps you right away is better than a hypocrite who gives you hope and then toys with you to death. Standing in front of the food counter, the plump lady who served him extra food every day was so scared that she dropped her ladle on the ground. Auntie, please pack me 3 portions of breakfast to go. In the cafeteria, only school leaders could use disposable takeout boxes. Now, Qin Xiang had this small privilege, even without anyone's permission. Oh, okay, I'll serve it right away. The aunt hurriedly picked up the ladle, scooped a portion of rice, only to realize she forgot to wash it, quickly apologizing before grabbing a new ladle. When the aunt filled the rice and forced a smile to hand it to Qin Xiang, he smiled slightly in return. Auntie, you don't need to be nervous. I remember your kindness towards me. Then, Qin Xiang turned to the teachers in the cafeteria and said, there is something I hope everyone can help me relay to the principal. Chapter 44. Gratitude must be repaid. Qin Xiang originally wanted to talk to the principal personally, but the principal was probably beside the grade director, who had been knocked out by Qin Xiang at the school gate, watching the doctor treat his injuries and might not have time. It should be fine to ask other teachers to relay the message in the cafeteria. I believe that our Zhouan school, as the only school on the edge of the safe zone, integrating 12 years of education from elementary to high school, The most important thing is not to cultivate talent, but to foster virtue. This official-sounding opening from Qin Xiang shocked the other teachers. Was this still the student who directly told others to get lost at the slightest disagreement? How could he say such mature things? Could he be mentally unstable? However, no teacher dared to voice this publicly. Their homeroom teacher was still lying on the ground. Who would want to provoke the new powerful figure in the safe zone? If we don't have good virtues, when our students leave the campus and enter society, they will inevitably face societal education, which might even tarnish our alma mater's reputation. This is not what we students want to see, nor what you teachers want to see. The teachers couldn't help but think that Qin Xiang had some skill in rhetoric. He sounded just like the school leaders. Those who didn't know would think it was the principal addressing the teachers in a meeting. But why was Qin Xiang saying all this? Qin Xiang paused and continued. Where's the director of moral education? Everyone turned to look at a middle-aged man with a bald head and a face full of flesh. That man stood up with a smile. Student Qin, it's me. He almost stumbled when he stood up, and the smile on his face couldn't hide his nervousness. You are the director of moral education. Do you think you are competent? Upon locking eyes with Qin Xiang's cold gaze, he immediately understood Qin Xiang's discontent and hurriedly self-criticized. I am not competent. Over the years as director of moral education, I have many shortcomings, and I will definitely improve in the future. No need for the future. I've been at this school for 12 years, and I don't even know what you look like as the director of moral education. My current temper is very irritable, and it's because the school's moral education work hasn't been done well, which is ultimately related to you. You should step down from the position of director of moral education. You should agree with me, right? Qin Xiang sounded like he was seeking input, but left no room for negotiation. While speaking, he deliberately kicked the homeroom teacher lying beside him, as if to hint at something. The director of moral education's face twisted, but in the end, his attachment to the position couldn't overcome his fear of death. And he nodded. Yes, I haven't done well. I should give up the position of director of moral education. Qin Xiang nodded. Recognizing mistakes and being able to correct them is a good thing. Regarding the director of moral education, I believe Annie Zhang, who serves food in the cafeteria, is very suitable. She always encourages the students while serving food and gives special care to students like me from poor families. Her actions are the best moral education example, right? Therefore, I want to nominate Annie Zhang as the new director of moral education. Qin Xiang stood alone, scanning all the teachers. Wherever his gaze fell, the teachers quickly dodged. I hope everyone can relay this to the principal, otherwise, I fear my irritable temper might lead me to do something I shouldn't. Upon hearing this, the teachers immediately nodded. Eager to send off this calamity, we will definitely relay it. We will definitely relay it. Not only will we relay it, but we also support student Qin's viewpoint. At this point, the teachers finally understood that Qin Xiang had set this up to elevate Annie Zhang. Having become a person with special abilities, Qin Xiang was already beyond the law. His only limitation was that he could not kill students or public servants. However, not all teachers in the school were public servants. At Jiuan School, only the principal was a public servant. The other teachers were on signed teaching contracts. This meant that Qin Xiang could freely choose to kill 1 or 2 teachers and only face the punishment of the hunting gods. Of course, he couldn't go too far and wipe out all the teachers at the school. Such words would still be regarded by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau as a threat to the safety of the zone, punishable by death. With the protection of privileges, naturally, no teacher would dare oppose him. And when Qin Xiang demanded the position of the moral education director, the principal had no reason to refuse. Because Qin Xiang seemed like a madman. The principal had seen too many young students in their teens commit shocking crimes out of ignorance and fearlessness. He did not dare to gamble on whether Qin Xiang was a normal person or whether he feared the laws of the safety zone. As long as he could appease Qin Xiang, the principal would spare no effort. Qin Xiang was very satisfied with the teacher's actions. He turned around, leaned into the food service window, and looked at Aunt Zhang, who was puzzled. Aunt Zhang, I nominated you for the position of moral education director to the principal. Unless something goes wrong, the principal should agree. In the future, I hope you continue to show me this kindness. Aunt Zhang said somewhat awkwardly. But my family is not well off. I dropped out of school after middle school to work. I have no knowledge or education. How can I be a leader? It's not that complicated, Aunt Zhang. In our dilapidated school on the edge of this safety zone, there are 2 iron rules for being a leader. Either you have no conscience, or you have connections. Then you are a person with a conscience. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he took 3 lunchboxes and left. Only Aunt Zhang was left holding the spoon, still trying to comprehend what had just happened. Qin Xiang arrived at the library with his lunchboxes and saw teacher Zhu organizing the bookshelves, as well as Wen Shu studying at a desk. Wen Shu had a faint smile on her face, seemingly in a good mood. However, when teacher Zhu saw Qin Xiang, her eyes carried a hint of complexity. Qin Xiang placed the lunchboxes on the table. I went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Wen Shu, teacher Zhu, let's eat together. He even specially brought a breakfast for teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was a rehired teacher, without the same treatment as regular teachers. So she could not eat breakfast in the cafeteria and could only eat lunch and dinner at the student window. However, her income was the same as that of regular teachers. I've already eaten. I have eaten too. Qin Xiang had originally wanted to bring breakfast for the two and chat a bit, but unexpectedly, both had already eaten. All right then. I'll eat by myself and take the other 2 portions with me. Teacher Zhu, you should take a break. I'll clean up when I finish eating. At your age, there's no need to be so diligent. Hearing Qin Xiang's familiar way of speaking, Teacher Zhu felt that Qin Xiang seemed unchanged after awakening his sequence ability. She was a bit puzzled. Student Qin, why do I feel like you're the same as before? I've always been the same. Then why did you hit Lu Qiangzhong at the school gate? Oh, I just found him unpleasant, and since there had been some friction before, I gave him a punch when I saw him today. You're a good student. How can you hit a teacher? Before Qin Xiang could respond, when Shu slowly put down her workbook and said, I actually think that hitting Lu Qiangzhong is more like what a good student would do. Chapter 45 3-Person Library Meeting. When Shu continued, Teacher Zhu, apart from you, how many people in our school are fit to be teachers? You might as well stop worrying about them. Oh, little one, is that how you think? Teacher Zhu seemed to be witnessing a side of Wen Shu that was not so obedient and a bit temperamental for the first time. Yes, for those in the school, teachers were just an ordinary profession. How could they feel like they were there to educate? But the teachers treat you well. When I was in elementary school, my grades were average, and I was often bullied, but no teacher stood up for me. Later, when my grades improved and I had hope of getting into a college, they were willing to help me. When Shu looked at Teacher Zhu with her bright, clear eyes, tell me, should I thank these self-serving teachers or thank my improved self? Teacher Zhu was left speechless by Wen Shu's question. After thinking for a moment, she realized that what she said made a lot of sense. Teachers were just a profession to make a living. Teaching was their duty, and nurturing students was their kindness. As long as they did their jobs well, why waste energy trying to curry favor with students who couldn't get into school? Good. Qin Xiang gave a thumbs up. No wonder you're the top of our grade. You really know how to talk. In my opinion, Teacher Zhu, you should take a break, spend time with your granddaughter. There's no need to keep an eye on the library all day. Give me the keys, with me here. The library won't get messy. Qin Xiang opened his lunchbox and stuffed a giant duck wing into his mouth, crunching down on it. As soon as he took a bite, a rich, meaty flavor burst into his mouth, making him light up. Damn it. The breakfast from the cafeteria for the school's teachers and leaders tastes so much better than lunch or dinner. No wonder the teachers were so happy eating in the cafeteria. It turned out the food for staff and students was worlds apart. The cafeteria chef wasn't incapable of cooking. He just didn't want to make good food for the students. Qin Xiang really wanted to punch the cafeteria chef. Forget it. I'm just a freeloader. I shouldn't complain about the food. As a beggar, how could he have the nerve to criticize bad food? Teacher Zhu, who had taught at Jiuan School, knew what the breakfast in the cafeteria tasted like. But Wen Shu probably hadn't eaten it before. With his mouth full of food, Qin Xiang couldn't speak for a moment. He grunted at Wen Shu. Wen Shu looked up in confusion and saw Qin Xiang excitedly pointing at the lunchbox and giving a thumbs up, seemingly praising the taste. Qin Xiang swallowed the delicious food with difficulty. Try it. It really tastes great. Much better than the cafeteria lunch or dinner. The breakfast in the cafeteria was specially provided for staff, and it was indeed very good. Teacher Zhu agreed, hearing both of them recommend it. Wen Shu put down her pen, sat over, and opened a lunchbox. She picked up a piece of black and white rabbit fish meat and put it in her mouth. A look of surprise immediately spread across Wen Shu's eyes. It's really delicious. I didn't lie to you. This is specially provided for the teachers. I brought one for you and Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, don't eat at home. It's such a waste of money. I'll pack a bit more every day for you to take home to your granddaughter. Don't keep letting her eat that slop from the student window. Teacher Zhu smiled. Okay. Qin Xiang then asked, by the way, why didn't Zhao Liwen come to the library to study today? Doesn't he need to study anymore? Wen Shu chuckled. He probably got scared off by you. Me? He came to the library before you arrived, seriously apologized to me, and said he was ungrateful and had delayed my relationship with you, asking me to pass on his apology and hoping you wouldn't take it to heart. Qin Xiang curled his lip. This Zhao big young master is quite quick to retreat. I didn't even have time to find him. And he came to admit his mistake first. He is quite a perceptive person. Teacher Zhu, while organizing the bookshelves, said, you hit a teacher right at the school gate. How could he still dare to provoke you, the living king of hell? Please don't keep tidying up. At your age, why do you still have to work so hard? I'll finish eating soon. Just leave it to me. Teacher Zhu didn't know whether to feel sad or to be emotional, but she really took the advice and put down the book in her hand, sitting down on a nearby chair with a sigh. Well, you've grown up, and your words sound like adult thoughts. Seeing you two good kids grow up, I feel very gratified. You say that as if you're about to leave. Qin Xiang made a joke, but found that Teacher Zhu did not respond. Both he and Wen Shu felt it was strange, and when they looked up, they saw that Teacher Zhu's expression was quite bitter. No, Teacher Zhu, you wouldn't. Teacher Zhu waved her hand. Old problem, can't be cured. You don't need to worry, everyone has their own fate. My life is probably just like this. You have a long road ahead, so take care of yourselves. What exactly is your problem? Please tell us. Stomach cancer, no cure. Late-stage stomach cancer? Teacher Zhu shook her head. No, it's mid-stage. but it's on the edge of the safe zone, and there are no hospitals that can perform stomach cancer surgery. The ones that can, I can't afford. I guess I can hold on for a few more years before I have to go. I've lived much longer than my husband. I've seen quite a bit in this life, and I have no regrets. Though she spoke with a sense of relief, Teacher Zhu's voice still trembled slightly. Qin Xiang realized that the kind and smiling Teacher Zhu he saw every day had long been suffering from cancer. Despite knowing Teacher Zhu for such a long time, he had never sensed her worries through her expressions. Teacher Zhu took a deep breath. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. It makes everyone feel uncomfortable. Life and death should be taken lightly. No, I was planning to have a chat with the leaders in the education department to get you a position. You can't just leave like this. Teacher Zhu was first surprised, then smiled appreciatively. I'm very grateful for your intentions, but I'm not cut out for this. Aunt Zhang from the cafeteria, I managed to get her promoted to the moral education director. You going to the education sector as a public servant is nothing. Huh, isn't that nepotism? Although Xiao Zhang is quite good, but Xiao Qin, what you're doing isn't right. That's not nepotism. That's appointing the worthy. Teacher Zhu, this is the apocalypse. There aren't that many moral standards. The officials at the edge of the safe zone are all tigers, leopards, and wolves. All climbing up relying on relatives or their own abilities. We're the people who actually get things done. When Shu chimed in, I agree. With your character. Serving in the education sector would be a blessing for the students. Just think about it. It's been 10 years since the apocalypse. And there are already hundreds of universities for ability users. Yet, Jiuan School still doesn't have any courses on apocalypse awareness or ability awareness. Isn't that a dereliction of duty on the part of the education department? If you serve in the education department, just by performing normally, you'd be better than 99 of public servants. In the midst of Qin Xiang and when Shu's praises, Teacher Zhu felt a bit shy. She smiled kindly. As long as I have the recognition of you two good kids, I'm content. This illness is indeed something that can't be helped, so you don't need to worry. When Shu glanced at Qin Xiang, who was focused on eating and didn't speak, if Qin Xiang felt a hint of human warmth in this world of isolation, it surely came from Teacher Zhu. As long as he wanted this work-study position, Teacher Zhu would always keep it for him. There were also other students' parents who sent gifts to Teacher Zhu, hoping to secure this position for their children. But Teacher Zhu was very firm. If your child is an orphan, then he can alternate with Qin Xiang. Other than that, no discussions. Even in the apocalypse. In such a dilapidated place at the edge of the safe zone, there were still people like Teacher Zhu. Therefore, Qin Xiang truly hoped for a good outcome for such a good person as Teacher Zhu. But how to treat cancer? How much would it cost? He was unclear. It seemed he would have to go online tonight to check Godslaying Camp. Qin Xiang didn't boast because he didn't know if his current abilities could help Teacher Zhu through this difficulty. After finishing his meal, he started tidying up the books in the library. However, as soon as he got up from his chair, he didn't sit down again. There were particularly many students in the library today. To be more specific, there were especially many girls in the library today. Qin classmate, can I borrow this book? Qin classmate, my fundamentals are quite weak. Do you have any recommended study guides? Qin classmate, I have many glow-in-the-dark books at home. Do you want to read them together tonight? Qin Xiang's quiet work-study life in the library was disrupted by a group of very proactive and reasonably attractive female classmates. Because it was too noisy, when Shu borrowed a workbook and went to another place to study. When Shu was the target all the girls aspired to be and secretly criticized. Originally, when Shu sat there, her excellent student aura made them feel a bit inferior, and they slightly restrained themselves. After when Shu left the library, they let go of their constraints and launched a full-on assault on Qin Xiang. Moreover, seeing that Qin Xiang made no excessive moves, they realized he wouldn't act like he did with the grade director and became even bolder. With shoulders half exposed and skirts lifted, it was all just playful teasing. Some girls even bumped into Qin Xiang while unbuttoning their tops, leaving him speechless. Qin Xiang thought to himself, so this is the treatment of ability users among ordinary people. If knocking down the grade director and class teacher was a way to assert his status, then this encounter in the library was recognition of his status by others. Compared to demonstrating power, being pursued and recognized by others was indeed more enjoyable. In 2 lifetimes, Qin Xiang had never seen so many girls crazily pursuing him. Reminiscent of the taste of being a celebrity idol in his previous life. If he were an ordinary 18-year-old high school student, having come from poverty to wealth and not having seen much of the world, he might be enchanted by these superficial girls. Teacher Zhu, standing nearby, sighed repeatedly, fearing Qin Xiang would lose himself and get lost in it all. But they didn't know that Qin Xiang had killed before. More than one person. His heart had long since grown calm after seeing blood multiple times. These girls were simply too ordinary. Being too close was just a burden. They could neither be companions in his life nor a port for his body. In Qin Xiang's eyes, they didn't even qualify as pink skulls. They were just a void. Qin Xiang believed even more that a beautiful life was about to come. So, with a smile on his face, he said lightly to the girls who were crowding around him, "Get lost." The girls were taken aback, instinctively looking at Qin Xiang's face, realizing he was expressionless, as if he had transformed into a different person. Suddenly, They felt the fear that the grade director had felt that morning and immediately bounced away from Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang smiled. Not bad. After all, they're peers. It's much easier to communicate than with my class teacher. However, the girls sensed a bone-chilling coldness from Qin Xiang's smile. Qin Xiang walked out of the library through the path the girls had cleared. At the door, he said to Teacher Zhu, "Teacher, I'll come back after school this afternoon. You can eat this breakfast when you're hungry." "Good." Teacher Zhu smiled and nodded, seeing that Qin Xiang was unaffected. Qin Xiang was about to clean up the leftover lunchbox from the meal he had with Wen Shu, but he found the table already empty. It seemed Wen Shu had thrown away the trash when she left. Qin Xiang murmured, "When classmate," still being polite. Of course. When Teacher Zhu heard Qin Xiang praising Wen Shu, she immediately followed suit and said, "Wen is a good student, has good character, is kind, and has her own ideas. Unlike others." While saying this, she shot a glance at the girls who had been making noise in the library for a long time. Qin Xiang nodded. She does have her own ideas. In other aspects, Qin Xiang was not familiar. However, he strongly agreed that Wen Shu was a girl with her own opinions. He still remembered the night he was chased by Li Jingwen's uncle and a group of thugs. Wen Shu had given him a good lesson on how to deal with such situations. "All right, I'm leaving. Don't tire yourself out." "Okay." After leaving the library, Qin Xiang did not return to the classroom but instead found a quiet, secluded place, took out his phone, and called Qian Wenda. "Hello, Director Qian, sorry to bother you. Do you have a moment? I want to chat with you." "Oh, it's you, little Qin. What's up?" "Well, I have a friend who's quite close to me and has cancer. I want to ask if there are any treatment methods." Director Qian was taken aback for a moment. "Your friend? A sequence ability user?" "No, just an ordinary person." "You have ordinary friends?" "Of course, ordinary people can be friends. Who isn't an ordinary person when they are born?" This statement was not without reason. "If you have money, you can send them to the hospital for treatment." "If I had money, I wouldn't be calling you." "You mean you want to know about special channels for sequence ability users?" "Of course. Generally speaking, if we sequence ability users need treatment, there are two methods. You can tell me." "The first method is to hunt gods outside the safe zone, and then exchange the rewards at the Management Bureau for money to pay for hospital treatment. The second method is to find a healer, sequence ability user to help with the treatment. However, the costs are usually higher." "I've heard of healers, but they seem to be very rare and hard to find." "You're right. Basically, all healer, sequence ability users work in the most luxurious hospitals in the safe zone, specifically catering to the upper class. Ordinary people rarely get to see them. If that's the case, I only have the option to hunt gods outside the safe zone. But I've just awakened my sequence and joined the god hunting team. I might not be prepared enough." "What kind of friend do you have that makes you value them so much, willing to hunt gods to help them with their illness?" "A good person who takes care of me." Chapter 47. Rewards for hunting gods. A good person? Are you joking with me, Qin? What kind of good person is worth you putting in so much effort? The most useless thing in this world is a good person. Director Qian, this matter is subjective. We just have some things to cooperate on. It doesn't mean all concepts have to be unified, right? All right, that is my question. However, going to hunt gods is also a good thing for you. How so? You haven't participated in the sequence ability user assessment after the college entrance examination, right? Yes, that's true. Then you can use the points from hunting gods to gain more favor from universities during the assessment and have more chances of being admitted. Even after entering university, many students with hunting god points receive various benefits. Is it really like that? Great, I understand now. I will pay attention to it. Thank you for your help, Director Qian. Oh, it's just a small matter. Qian Wenda threw his phone on the table, muttering about Qin Xiang's words. Saving a good person? I haven't heard the term good person in many years. It's somewhat melancholic. Sigh, who wants to be a bad person when they are born? At that moment, Qian Wenda's phone rang again. Hello, little Tang, what is up? Oh, the ones causing trouble in front of the director the other day were just a few ordinary people? Then what are you hesitating for? Just kill them. All right, let's leave it at that. After hanging up the phone, Qian Wenda chuckled at himself. A good person? I'm afraid I can't be one. After hanging up, Qin Xiang made up his mind to go to the internet cafe after school to check the forum. Wait, isn't there a computer in the principal's office? Yes, there should be. After all, the principal is a public servant. If there is no computer, how would he receive documents from the joint government? As for the advantage of hiding the address of Wang Defa's warehouse computer, it had also greatly diminished after he publicly revealed his sequence ability and registered as a sequence ability user. He had already revealed his identity and didn't need to hide anymore to access the Godslaying camp and sequence education forums. Since that's the case, why not visit the principal's office? After all, the principal had invited him earlier that morning. Qin Xiang walked with a relaxed pace toward the principal's office. The principal had just returned to the office from the infirmary, wiping the sweat from his shiny bald head with a towel. Ah, so busy. I don't know what Lu Qianzhong did to offend him, getting hit for nothing. This kid Qin Xiang just awakened his sequence and has a bit of a temper. I must not provoke him. To give Xiaozhong a position as the moral education director, he even beat up the homeroom teacher. I will arrange for Xiaozhong to be the moral education director next week. After today's incident, He didn't expect to establish a relationship with Qin Siyang to help clear his name. He just hoped to safely send him off to graduation without any entanglements. Principal Li, I'm here. Qin Siyang greeted and directly pushed open the office door. The principal's eyes first showed a bit of despair, then immediately switched to his trademark smile. Oh, little Qin, why are you here? By the way, I've already started handling Aunt Zhang's matter. Tomorrow, no, today. Today it can be settled. Thank you, principal. By the way, I also have some other matters I'd like your help with today. Go ahead. I will definitely help if I can. I need to participate in the sequence ability user assessment after the college entrance examination, but I don't know anything about it. You also know that my family situation is not good and I don't have the money to go to an internet cafe. So, I was wondering if I could borrow the desktop computer in your office? Principal Li was taken aback for a moment and didn't know how to respond. However, Qin Siyang directly sat down beside Principal Li without any hesitation. Principal Li, our school has been lacking in moral education for many years, which has made me quite irritable. You wouldn't want me to cause any trouble before graduation, right? Qin Siyang was a sequence ability user, even if he killed a teacher. There wouldn't be much responsibility. However, as the principal, Li Tianming would be held accountable by the joint government for school safety issues. Having a sequence ability user in the school was unprecedented, and Li Tianming thought it was the beginning of a turnaround. But he didn't expect it to be a ruthless king in a merciless apocalypse. Li Tianming wanted to say something, but looking at Qin Siyang, who seemed somewhat out of control, he swallowed his words. You can use it, but only for browsing the internet, not for anything else. Great. Qin Siyang skillfully opened the Sequence Education forum to search for information related to the college entrance examination and the sequence ability user assessment. Li Tianming sighed, not wanting to look at Qin Siyang any longer, and left the principal's office to find a quiet place to rest. Qin Siyang clicked on a highlighted post, Guide to the Sequence Ability User College Entrance Examination Assessment. Sequence ability users do not need to take the college entrance examination. There is a separate assessment method. The assessment will comprehensively evaluate the sequence ability user's sequence ability, on-site performance, and future potential, and then give a score. After receiving this score, the student logs into the Sequence University application interface, submits their scores and resume to apply to schools. And the accepted schools will send admission notices to the student. Generally speaking, the sequence scores are ranked from low to high as follows. Useless sequence, e.g., software. Common sequence, e.g., insomnia. Police sequence, e.g., sent user, immortal. Combat sequence, e.g., warrior, phantom assassin. And special sequence, very rare and uniquely skilled sequences, such as mimicry. Qin Siyang carefully looked at the 5 levels of sequences and found that Qian Wenda's mimicry is actually the highest level special sequence, which made him regard Section Chief Qian with more admiration. Section Chief Qian, the more I understand, the more amazing you become. Qin Siyang sighed sincerely. Indeed, in this life and the previous one, those who could rise to a position in important departments are not simple people. He continued to read the post. There is a special situation where one can be exempted from exams, which is having a record of hunting deities. The points gained from hunting deities can replace assessment scores and be submitted along with one's resume to apply to universities. The education department has records of all students with awakened sequence abilities, and whenever a student gains deity hunting points, the database is updated, which can be viewed by admissions officers at all universities. Generally, when a student's deity hunting points exceed a certain value, universities will proactively contact them and propose conditions for admission. Is there really such a thing? Qin Siyang thought about the super combat abilities granted by his God Eater sequence and immediately felt a surge of excitement. Does this not mean that he has a chance to enter the best university? Chapter 48. The principal's secret in his previous life. Qin Siyang's academic performance was average, and after the college entrance examination, he could only attend an ordinary university. In this life, he felt he might have a chance to enter the top school in the safe zone. The post also explained the advantages and disadvantages of universities. The quality of sequence universities is an important factor that widens the gap between sequence holders and serves as a watershed affecting one's life direction. A good sequence university has the best learning environment and ample educational resources. High-level sequences, filled with combat experience and research experience mentors, are everywhere. Living and dining conditions are top-notch, and there are also numerous scholarships available, allowing outstanding students to not worry about tuition fees. Excellent alumni and promising classmates will provide a solid backing for future progress. Whether choosing to fight against deities, work in the united government, or engage in research related to sequence abilities, these are extremely valuable resources. Therefore, if possible, one must strive to enter a higher-ranked sequence university, otherwise, one will regret it for life. Just by looking at the introduction, Qin Siyang was filled with longing for outstanding sequence universities. The universities in this life are quite different from those in his previous life. After graduating in his previous life, entering society mainly depended on personal ability and background, and the influence of alumni resources was not that significant. However, in this life, It is a world where one battles deities and establishes a new order. The apocalypse has just been around for 10 years, and the various classes in the safe zone have only existed for 10 years, making it a time to redefine order. The main circles have likely not yet solidified. To gain an advantage at this time, one must strive to sit in the VIP seat, which means entering an excellent sequence university. According to the Post, even if Qin Xiang is an orphan and poor, it does not matter much. Because sequence abilities are the hard currency of the apocalypse. As long as your sequence abilities are strong enough, there will naturally be circles that will actively accept you. He then opened the God-Slaying Forum to check the reward explanations for hunting deities. Hunting deities can yield monetary rewards, sequence potion rewards, and deity hunting points, all provided by the United Government. Specifically, for every deity hunting point obtained through hunting a deity, one can receive 1,000 copper coins and 1/10 of the resources for sequence potions. When a group hunts together, the distribution will be based on the results discussed by the group members. If one person hunts a deity alone, they can receive double deity hunting points. However, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau does not advocate solo operations. Hunting deities should emphasize cooperation. This rule was established to facilitate the selection of the strongest human deity hunters to lead the human counterattack in the future. The way to obtain points is to hunt a deity and cut off a part containing the deity's mark, with detailed explanations in the post. During the process of hunting deities, if one unfortunately dies, compensation will be provided to the families of the sequence holders according to the sequence level. If there are no relatives and the death occurred during a group hunt, the compensation can also be distributed to other team members. Distributing to other team members? Qin Xiang did not understand the significance of this regulation, feeling that something was off. As a sequence holder, killing ordinary people would not have much impact. So if my teammate is the only sequence holder in their family, can I kill their whole family and then kill them to seize their death compensation? Adding this rule would encourage mutual slaughter, wouldn't it? Is this one of the survival rules of the safe zone in the apocalypse? There are still many things that Qin Xiang does not understand. Before Qin Xiang joined a deity hunting team, he had already sensed a hint of bloodshed from the introductory post. At this moment, he noticed that there was a red number, 157, on his sequence holder forum account avatar. Curious, he clicked to check and found that he had received 157 internal messages. Hello little brother, your Phantom Assassin sequence is exactly what my sister's team needs. And all the members in our team are women, lacking a man with masculine energy to stabilize the situation. You are just perfect. Join us to hunt deities, and we will take good care of you. Hello Shao Qin, your sequence is exactly what we urgently need. Come to our deity hunting team. Your Phantom Assassin sequence perfectly fills our team's offensive gap. We have sequence holders with repair and armor abilities, ensuring your safety during deity hunts. Please be sure to join us. Qin Xiang glanced through the messages, which were invitations from 157 deity hunting teams, making him dizzy. Just as he was browsing the invitation messages, he received 2 more invitations to join deity hunting teams. It is said that Phantom Assassin is in high demand. And it seems to be true. My goodness, so many teams want me. But how do I choose a deity hunting team? Qin Xiang's first reaction was to ask Qian Wenda. However, after thinking it over, he realized that Qian Wenda is too clever. He did not want to get too close to him. Nor did he want Qian Wenda to see his ignorant side. Dealing with smart people requires hiding one's flaws, while dealing with foolish people requires showing weakness. This is also an experience Qin Xiang has summarized from his 2 lives. If he troubles Qian Wenda with everything, it will only make him think he is foolish and gradually distance himself. He searched the forum, but did not find any posts teaching how to choose a deity hunting team. Perhaps there was one, but it was deleted by the management. This also indicates that the experience of selecting a deity hunting team is information that cannot be made public. Why can't it be made public? Qin Xiang knew he could no longer delve deeper and would have to spend his time and energy to learn on his own. At that moment, a beeping sound suddenly rang out. It was Li Tianming who forgot to turn off the ball when he left. Driven by curiosity, Qin Xiang opened the dialog box, which contained a message from a user named Tingting. Brother Tianming, I miss you. Can you keep me company tonight? Along with this message, a disturbing video was sent. Qin Xiang watched the entire video with a judgmental gaze, then clicked the close button and downloaded the video. However, when he opened the download folder, he was stunned. There were so many. Although there were many, they were not chaotic, as Li Tianming had thoughtfully labeled each video in detail. Among them, there were quite a few featuring Li Tianming himself. Qin Xiang was taken aback. This Li Tianming was just an ordinary principal, right? How could he have so many of these kinds of videos? It seemed the female lead kept changing. Qin Xiang thought of something and immediately opened the Sequence Ability User Information section, entering Li Tianming. Instantly, more than 20 individuals with the same name popped up. Qin Xiang carefully sifted through them and found one whose face closely resembled Li Tianming's, but was obviously much younger with long flowing hair. Sure enough, the only reason someone would be pursued by the opposite sex in this world was that they were a Sequence Ability user. Li Tianming was also a Sequence Ability user. However, he had been a principal for so many years, and it seemed no student knew about this. Li Tianming was quite handsome when he was young. Now with a big belly and a balding head, time really was merciless. When he clicked on Li Tianming's personal information, he was immediately drawn to the first two lines. Li Tianming, Sequence Shaman. Due to negligent behavior resulting in the deaths of dozens in Area 14121. He was reassigned from the Education Bureau and is currently serving as the principal of Jiuan School. Chapter 49. Principal Li Tianming. Qin Xiang looked at Li Tianming's information, stunned into silence for a moment. Principal Li killed dozens of people? How could someone who killed dozens still be arranged as a principal? What kind of ruthless background did he have? Qin Xiang suddenly felt that when he spoke to the principal earlier, his voice might have been a bit too loud. And he hadn't shown the respect one should have for a teacher. Forget it. He decided he wouldn't come here again and would rather go to Wang Defa's place to bully soft targets. The principal was not to be trifled with. He closed the video, marked Tingting's message as unread, deleted the downloaded video, and prepared to leave the office while Li Tianming was not around. He also wanted to minimize his meetings with Li Tianming in the future. Just as he was about to stand up, the office door swung open, and Li Tianming, with his belly out and holding a thermos, came back from outside. Seeing Qin Xiang seemingly about to get up, he smiled and said, "What? Are you done checking and ready to leave?" "Yes. Thank you for letting me use the computer, principal. I found the information I wanted to know." The principal walked over to Qin Xiang's side, looking at the clean desk and the bouncing ball icon in the lower right corner. He hovered the mouse over it, revealing an unread message from Tingting. The principal frowned slightly, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Qin Xiang, who smiled and said, "You want to chat with someone, right? Then I'll leave now. It's not good to invade others' privacy." "Oh, you can go. Goodbye, principal." Qin Xiang left his seat, but just as he hadn't even reached the door, he heard Li Tianming's voice. "Since you've seen it, don't leave just yet. Sit down and chat for a bit." Qin Xiang was taken aback. "I didn't look at your chat history with anyone, principal. What are you talking about?" Li Tianming pulled out a chair next to him and patted the backrest, saying, "Tingting sent me 4 or 5 new messages, but it only shows 1 unread. It must be because you looked at it and then set it as unread again, right?" Qin Xiang was secretly shocked. He hadn't expected to be discovered by Li Tianming. "Sit down, let's chat." Completely different from the helpless principal just moments ago, Li Tianming now had a solemn expression, exuding an air of authority. If Qin Xiang didn't know he was the principal, he might even think he held a position similar to Qian Wende's. However, knowing that Li Tianming was a dangerous person, why would Qin Xiang lean closer to him? Even if he was discovered, so what? This was Li Tianming's scandal. It had nothing to do with him, Qin Xiang. Even if Li Tianming didn't let him leave, he still opened the office door, ready to depart. At that moment, he found that his body suddenly lost control. His feet seemed glued to the ground, unable to move an inch. He looked down to see that his freshly cleaned ragged pants and shoes were covered in dirt. The dirt gripped his legs tightly like arms, leaving him panicked. "Qin, come back and sit for a bit." Qin Xiang turned back to see a colorful mask suddenly appear on Li Tianming's face, identical to the one that flashed across Lialina's face that night in the woods. Li Tianming dared to use his sequence skills on him. It should be noted that the shaman is a very powerful supportive sequence, and the skill, Earthbind, is a control method desperately needed by countless god-hunting squads. Using skills on sequence ability users within a safe zone is a very dangerous provocation signal. If the Management Bureau found out, they would definitely question Li Tianming. Just as Qin Xiang was about to warn him, Li Tianming spoke again. "Are you planning to report me to the Management Bureau for using skills in a safe zone? Go ahead, feel free. My position has already been demoted to the lowest point. I have no demands, since you've seen my chat history. You must have also seen my videos and should have checked my sequence identity. So, I believe I no longer have any hypocritical masks in front of you and can talk openly. Why should I talk to you?" Wait a moment. With 2 loud bangs, 2 raven-sized creatures suddenly appeared, flying to the door to close the office door. Qin Xiang narrowed his eyes, already taking a defensive stance. 2 skills. Your sequence level is 2nd level? No, the previous, Minor Beast Spirit Summon, is a 3rd level skill. Just then, an ancient wooden pillar adorned with totem symbols suddenly emerged from the office floor, and in an instant, Qin Xiang felt a surge of power. This, primordial totem, was indeed a 2nd level skill. Qin Xiang's eyes widened. "You are a 3rd level sequence ability user." In the Godslaying camp, Qin Xiang had seen the classification of sequence ability user levels. The vast majority of sequence ability users are 1st level. Those who become 2nd level often have rich combat experience or public service experience. If they come from a god-hunting squad, 2nd level users are qualified to serve as squad leaders in most god-hunting squads, leading team members to hunt gods. If they come from public service, 2nd level users can rise above the lowest levels and gain some official position, stepping halfway into the power structure of the united government. However, 3rd level sequence ability users were not mentioned in the Godslaying camp because they are too few. To upgrade from 1st to 2nd level, only 5 bottles of sequence potion are needed. However, to advance from 2nd to 3rd level, 30 bottles of sequence potion are required. One bottle of sequence potion requires 10 demon hunting points or corresponding merit points from the United Government. Qin Xiang did not understand how to obtain merit points, but he knew about demon hunting points. This means that even if one were to earn double points alone, one would still need to hunt down 5 deities. If hunting in a team, the points earned would be even less, and it might take killing 50 to exchange for a single bottle. 30 bottles of sequence potions is undoubtedly an astronomical number. Of course, after years of hard work hunting deities, as long as one doesn't die, there is still hope to break through to level 3 sequence. However, it has only been 5 years since the first sequence ability user awakened. In just 5 years, it is extremely difficult to gather enough merits for 30 bottles of sequence potions. Moreover, he remembers that Li Tianming was transferred to be the principal of Jiyuan School during his second semester of high school, which was almost 2 years ago. This means he completed the transition from sequence awakening to level 3 sequence ability in just 3 years. The principal, who is smiling at Qin Xiang, is certainly not a chosen one with a special sequence like him. He can only steadily collect sequence potions from the management bureau. One could say, his promotion speed is comparable to riding a rocket. Qin Xiang was dumbfounded. Who exactly is this Li Tianming, with his big belly and balding head? Chapter 50. Exchanging information. In the end, Qin Xiang still sat down, because Li Tianming had no reason to kill him, nor the ability to do so. If using violence, he was confident that even if Li Tianming was a level 3 shaman, one strike would send him to his end. Let us see what Li Tianming has to say. Li Tianming took off his glasses. Without the obstruction of his glasses, his originally somewhat lecherous small eyes instantly became piercing, filled with stories. Qin Xiang, I have laid out my background in front of you, hoping you can trust me and not think I am looking to scheme against you. If you are not scheming against me, why talk to me? Well, you are right. What I mean is, I have no intention of harming you. On the contrary, I can help you. Help me? How? I can assist you in hunting deities and with your university admission. You are Phantom Assassin sequence, right? This sequence is very suitable for combat. You can hunt deities outside the safe zone to earn deity hunting points, which will not only help you with your university application, but also have a far-reaching impact on your future. More importantly, you can earn money by hunting deities, which will help you pay for university tuition. You should know that university tuition is not cheap. Many students have to give up their university admission notices simply because they don't have enough tuition. Give up the admission notice? The Sequence Education Forum clearly states that universities provide scholarships for outstanding and needy students. Li Tianming smiled. Qin, there's a saying that goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Have you heard of it? Why should scholarships be given to you and not to others? Just because you study a little better and come from a difficult background? Does the safe zone lack a sequence ability user like you? Schools are not charitable institutions. The schools built after the apocalypse are all entangled with a lot of interests, and it's quite complicated inside. If you want a scholarship, you have to pay a price. As for what that price is, it's not easy to say. Okay, I understand. Qin Xiang thought that universities in this world would be similar to those in his past life, providing assistance to students from poor families. He had seen many scholarships from excellent universities on the forum that could cover personal living expenses and tuition, so he hadn't taken this matter to heart. After Li Tianming's explanation, he immediately realized that things were not as simple as he thought. Principal, how do you know so much about sequence universities? At your age, you shouldn't have had the opportunity to attend a sequence university. Li Tianming leaned back against the chair. I used to be the deputy dean of a certain university. Deputy dean? Yes. Later, I was framed and transferred to this wretched place to serve as principal. So, as I said, my sequence ability can help you hunt deities. My past experience can help you enter university. You need my help, just as I need your help. Qin Xiang shook his head. Principal, I appreciate you saying so much, but I seem to not need your help. Not need it. Li Tianming revealed a meaningful smile. Let us not talk about the distant future. You should be thinking about how to earn deity hunting points now, right? The Phantom Assassin sequence is very sought after. Once you register, many people will come to find you to form a team. Do you know which team to choose? Qin Xiang slightly lowered his head, scrutinizing the smiling Li Tianming. He clearly hadn't seen his browsing history, yet he knew the predicament he was currently facing. Truly an experienced old fox. Compared to his past life, the current world is more complex and chaotic, but the only unchanging fact is that there are no fools among the upper echelons. All of us like this. Qian Wenda is like this, and so is Li Tianming. Each of them has left a deep impression in Qin Xiang's memories, preventing him from feeling proud as a reborn person. In 2 lifetimes, he still had no confidence that he could deal with these scheming experts and retreat unscathed. Qin, you don't need to be afraid. I just know a bit more information than you, so I can guess. As your mentor, it is only natural for me to provide guidance. We can choose a suitable deity hunting team together. If necessary, I can even step in and hunt deities with you outside the safe zone. Wait. Qin Xiang interrupted Li Tianming's narration. Principal Li, you just said something that I think is very good. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I already know how you can help me. Next, I want to know what you need to do. Li Tianming nodded, no longer introducing his advantages, and looked deeply at Qin Xiang. I want you to help me clear my name. Because of this baseless accusation, I lost my position, my power, and my wife left me. I hope you can help me turn things around. Help you turn things around? Me? Qin Xiang pointed at himself in disbelief, not understanding how Li Tianming could say such a thing. A level 3 ability user like Li Tianming was already subdued and obediently serving as the principal of Jiyuan School. He actually expects a high school senior like him to help clear his name? Is he really treating himself like a fool? Principal Li, if that is the case, then I'm afraid I can't help you. I'm just a newly awakened sequence ability user, although I'm a bit arrogant. I'm not foolish enough to overestimate myself. There are things you can't handle, and I definitely can't intervene. Goodbye. There was no longer a need for Qin Xiang to continue the conversation with Li Tianming. He stood up and was about to leave. However, his legs were once again restrained, preventing him from leaving. Principal Li, using this kind of trick to keep me here is pointless. Once your skill wears off, I will still leave. Li Tianming sighed. You truly are a smart person, much smarter than I thought. There was something that I found strange before, and I kept wondering if I was overthinking. How could an 18-year-old high school senior have so many secrets? Now it seems, it's not my problem. Qin Xiang's heart tightened, not knowing what Li Tianming was going to say. Principal Li, what do you mean? My ex-wife is also a sequence ability user. Coincidentally, she is the same as you, a phantom assassin sequence. However, there is one point. She is not quite like you. When I use my binding skill on her, she loses control of her entire body and cannot say a word. At this point, Li Tianming raised his head and made eye contact with Qin Xiang. Unlike you, who can speak freely and has no hindrance to the movement of your upper body at all. Chapter 51. Mutual assistance. Qin Xiang remained calm on the surface, but felt a bit flustered inside. Damn it, I slipped up. He only focused on the skills of the shadow assassin sequence being similar to his own, which made it convenient to hide his identity. He never considered what the reaction would be when other sequence ability users used their skills on him. The key point is, there are no posts sharing this kind of experience on the forum. Skills are used to hunt gods, who would verify them on others. However, it was precisely because of this lack of experience that Qin Xiang found himself in danger once again. But now he couldn't show weakness. He had to insist that he was a shadow assassin. Qin Xiang said, Principal Li, I don't understand what you mean. My sequence was assessed by the Management Bureau, and I also have relevant proof. Perhaps it's because my physical attributes differ from your ex-wife's. I thought so too. Li Tianming stood up. Different sequence ability users have varying physical attributes, so their reactions to the same skill will also differ. So right now, I'm just guessing. It doesn't count as a certainty. I wonder if there was a problem when you registered at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau and your sequence was reported incorrectly? Of course. This is just my personal opinion. You don't have to take it to heart. Li Tianming's tone was friendly, yet filled with a threatening undertone. Qin Xiang narrowed his eyes, looking at the middle-aged man with a big belly and a colorful mask, feeling a weight in his heart. The United Government only tests the sequence of ability users at registration for certain reasons, and there won't be any further tests afterward. To some extent, he was already safe because Li Tianming knew this matter and could not threaten him. However, having his secret known by someone was ultimately not secure. Principal Li, if you insist on spreading rumors, you should know that there will be a price to pay for it. If Li Tianming really insisted on being stubborn, Qin Xiang would have to consider the risk of killing him. After all, it wasn't his first time killing someone. It would just be the first time killing a sequence ability user. But there's always a first time for everything. It's nothing to worry about. Li Tianming shook his head. I have no intention of spreading rumors or harming anyone. From the beginning, I said I need your help to clear my name. As thanks, I will also support you wholeheartedly. You want me to help you provoke someone that even you can't handle? There's strength in numbers. Strength in numbers? Principal Li, as a sequence ability user, don't you find that statement quite ridiculous? So, you still refuse to agree? Qin Xiang no longer hid his feelings and said coldly, if I agree to you, I don't know how much trouble I'll get into. If I refuse you, then my trouble will only be one. You tell me how I should choose. Li Tianming chuckled. If you don't agree with me, there's only one trouble? Do you mean that if you kill me, the trouble will be resolved? Classmate Qin, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that wanting to kill me might not be that easy. Killing you is certainly not easy, but helping you is even more troublesome. If you were me, what would you choose? After pondering for a long time, Li Tianming finally sighed. What you said makes sense. After saying that, his colorful mask gradually faded into his face, restoring the image of the middle-aged man, and at the same time, the bindings under Qin Xiang's feet disappeared. A transaction where the benefits do not match the risks is destined to fail. Let us change our approach. Qin Xiang raised an eyebrow. What approach? I will help you complete a certain task of hunting gods, and at the same time, I will try to support you with your schooling issues. If you still need me to help you clear your suspicion, then I'm afraid I can't comply. No, that goal is a bit too big. It's unrealistic to expect you to finish everything at once. Just help me with one thing first. What is it? Qin Xiang had already thought that as long as it was a request that increased the unknown enemies, he would refuse. Even though Li Tianming was a difficult person, he was still better than an unknown enemy. Someone who even Li Tianming couldn't handle would only be more troublesome. Help me find a sequence user who is a deceiver. Huh. Qin Xiang was taken aback when he heard Li Tianming's request. Why? The reason I was able to frame you for murder is that someone saw a sequence ability user wearing a shaman mask at the scene. And the only one registered as a shaman sequence nearby was me. Coincidentally, I was alone that day and had no alibi. And my aura was strangely left at the scene, which is why I was framed. After hearing this, Qin Xiang said lightly, Principal Li, based on your description, it sounds like you are the criminal, right? Not me. You continue. So I believe there should be a shaman person at the scene. Or someone disguised as a shaman sequence. The shaman sequence cannot disguise itself like you or other sequences. Once a skill is used, a shaman mask will appear on their face. Therefore, it is impossible for a shaman sequence user to hide their identity. So I speculate that there should be a deceiver at the scene who imitated my appearance and framed me. You should also understand that a deceiver can mimic the appearance changes when releasing skills of other sequences, making it very easy to hide their identity. At least within the United Government, there are very few deceiver sequences. Qin Xiang thought for a moment and asked, if I help you find a deceiver sequence user, what good will it do for you? According to my understanding, this kind of clandestine sequence must have its own organization. If you help me find a deceiver, I can find a way to extract some information myself. After hearing this, Qin Xiang remained non-committal. Completing this task would be easy for him. The blonde policewoman, Roylina, is a deceiver sequence. Moreover, Roylina already had a bad relationship with him. And it could even be said that she was an enemy with whom he had to jointly hide secrets. Selling Roylina to Li Tianming as a reward to help himself was an incredibly suitable deal. But he suppressed the urge to agree immediately and continued to ask, Principal Li, why don't you find one yourself? Me? Li Tianming smiled bitterly. All my permissions as a sequence ability user have been revoked by the United Government due to that false accusation. You see me as the principal of Jiyuan School, but in reality, I am no different from being exiled. Because this school has not produced any sequence ability users in 5 years. They've thrown me here, hoping I can fend for myself. If it weren't for my high sequence level, I might have already been executed. Apart from you, I have basically no way to contact any sequence ability users. Even if I establish contact, they will immediately cut ties once they see my record. Li Tianming was right about everything. But there was still one thing that didn't make sense. Principal Li, if you were falsely accused, I truly sympathize with you, but I have one question. Go ahead. Why would they want to frame you? Chapter 52. Solo Team Li Tianming did not answer Qin Xiang's question, but instead posed a new one. Classmate Qin, what is your sequence about? When Li Tianming asked the question, he did not look at Qin Xiang, but gazed out at the dark night, as if he did not actually want an answer. After a moment of thought, Qin Xiang understood what Li Tianming meant. The reason Li Tianming was framed was a secret that could not be spoken, much like his own sequence. Seeing the light means death. Conversations among clever people do not need to be overly straightforward. By using a clever analogy, Li Tianming made Qin Xiang understand the situation. Since the reason for Li Tianming's framing could not be disclosed, the question of why he lost contact with all sequence ability users after being framed was likely also something that could not be discussed. It was absurd that a dignified figure at sequence level 3 had to rely on Qin Xiang, a mere newly awakened sequence user. Yet, within this absurdity, there was a certain logic. That was, Li Tianming had offended many people, many who could silence him but could not kill him. He needed to rely on a completely unrelated new face to help him. Qin Xiang knew his power was very limited, and Li Tianming also understood this. But he still chose Qin Xiang for assistance. It sounded like a fool's dream. However, Li Tianming was not a fool. After a brief conversation, Qin Xiang believed that Li Tianming's depth was not inferior to Qian Wenda's. So why did he choose this newcomer to do something akin to moths flying into a flame? The only explanation was that Li Tianming still had a trump card. Once Qin Xiang helped him pry open a small crack, he was confident he could turn the tide. This realization also made Qin Xiang aware that, in Li Tianming's eyes, he was not a savior who could turn the tide, but a spark that could ignite an entire powder keg. Li Tianming was the one who had the powder keg but lacked the spark. At this point, Qin Xiang pieced together a rough outline, and his gaze towards Li Tianming became more respectful. Li Tianming seemed to sense the subtle change in Qin Xiang's expression and wore a look of surprise and doubt. This kid, has he figured it out so quickly? It shouldn't be, right? Principal Li, I agree to what you proposed. As long as you can help me with the matter of hunting gods and assist me in entering university, I will find you a sequence user with the deceiver ability. However, I cannot guarantee whether this person can help you. Alright, it's settled then. You help me find someone with the deceiver sequence, and the rest is up to me. I am 90% sure that a deceiver who hasn't disclosed their true sequence will have an organization behind them. Now, let's start discussing the matter of hunting gods. Qin Xiang was eager to earn hunting points. He had awakened his sequence too late, with less than 6 months until the sequence user assessment after the college entrance examination. Other students who had awakened their sequences early had likely accumulated several years of experience. It would not be easy to stand out among them. Indeed, If the goal was to get into a mid-tier sequence ability university, it would not be difficult. However, Qin Xiang's target was the top few sequence ability universities. His Eater of God sequence was undoubtedly the strongest existence. If he couldn't attend the best university, it would be a waste. From what he understood, the top universities possessed the latest research results on sequence abilities and the best resources. This was a necessary condition for him to understand the apocalypse and strengthen himself. After being reborn, Qin Xiang had completely severed ties with his past life's trajectory and personality. In just a month, due to various proactive and passive reasons, he had committed acts of murder and arson, deceived the government. There was nothing he was afraid to do. His ambition was also continuously expanding. He wouldn't speak of standing at the pinnacle of humanity during the apocalypse in a melodramatic manner. However, he had his own beliefs. I will not waste my talent. Principal Li, I want to know how to choose a hunting team for gods. I looked at the joint government's regulations and found that if an orphan like me dies outside the safe zone, the compensation goes to the hunting team. I'm very worried about picking a malicious group that would harm me. Li Tianming smiled slightly. Classmate Qin is indeed impressive. You've only looked for a couple of hours and already discovered the key point. That's right. Sequence ability users with an orphan identity like yours are very likely to be secretly harmed by teammates. Choosing a hunting team for gods is also a very difficult task. Then how do I filter out teams that have exhibited such behavior? Classmate Qin, teams that have engaged in such behavior are likely to do so again. But can you guarantee that teams without such behavior won't suddenly decide to harm you? Think about it. If you encounter a dangerous situation and need your teammates to rescue you to escape, but after rescuing you, you still can't kill that god, it would mean a wasted trip and could endanger your safety. There is no regulation stating that if a teammate dies, the others will be punished. If they abandon you, not only will they not be punished, but they can also receive a considerable compensation. If it were you, what would you choose? Qin Xiang's heart sank a little because Li Tianming made a valid point. The essence of human nature is greed. Never wager on human nature. And never bet your life on it. So, Principal Li, what should I do in my situation? The best solution is for you to have your own solo team. A solo team is the safest way to be responsible for your own safety. A solo team? That's right. Moreover, with a solo team, you can earn double points. Why not take advantage of it? Qin Xiang hesitated. It sounds good, but I have never hunted gods before. I don't know what to do on my own. With me here, you can rest assured. I will go outside the safe zone with you and accompany you in hunting gods. But I'm a solo team. If someone finds out that someone else is helping me, won't I be punished? Hunting gods solo can earn you double points. If you can receive help from other sequence ability users, pretend to be hunting solo, and then claim double points. That would be defrauding the joint government of hunting points, right? The joint government is not foolish and won't make a losing deal. Although Qin Xiang didn't know how the joint government would distinguish such fraudulent behavior regarding points, he was certain there must be a feasible method. Otherwise, such a large loophole would have been exploited by countless people, and who would still form teams to go out. Chapter 53. Preparing to hunt gods. You are right. If you go out solo but receive help from other sequence ability users, you will indeed be discovered by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau and face very severe penalties. When a sequence ability user who goes out solo has finished hunting and enters the safe zone's exit, the officials responsible for verifying the remains of the gods from the Management Bureau will conduct a lie test and a memory continuity test. And they will send your hunting data of the god's remains to the Godslaying Camp's solo team points section. The lie test will only ask you one question. Did you hunt these gods solo? The purpose is to confirm that in your memory, the hunting of the gods was completed by yourself alone. The memory continuity test is to verify that your memory has not been rewritten by sequence ability users such as Writer or Soul Snatcher, who can modify memories. Data uploaded to the forum is encouraged, and witnesses are welcome to report actively. Sequence ability users who are reported successfully with evidence will receive rewards for their reports. With such cautious 3 lines of defense, no one can fabricate anything. I see, I understand now. So how will you provide help? I will leave the safety zone with you, and outside, when we encounter a deity you can hunt, I will tell you about the characteristics, habits, and attack methods of that deity. After that, it's up to you to act on your own. If you fail to successfully hunt the deity or encounter danger, I will use Earthbinding to trap the deity and then use Origin Totem to replenish your strength, allowing you to escape quickly and ensure your safety. In other words, I play the role of a mentor protecting you outside the safety zone, just like in Jin in school. Mentor? I don't know why, but Qin Xiang found this term a bit funny. As he smiled slightly, he saw a self-deprecating smile on Li Tianming's face as well. Principal Li, is it okay to do this? I haven't helped you hunt the deity. What's the problem? In the developed areas of the safety zone, many privileged use complete solo deity hunting missions this way, and my role has a specific title called Insurer. It's to provide insurance for solo teams. I see. Then let me thank Principal Li in advance. No problem, we help each other. But I need to make one thing clear. I can't help you for free all the time. As your insurer, the points belong to you. But you have to give me half of the money you earn. Double points. Even if I only take half the money reward, you're still making a profit. Taking half the money? A sequence level 3 shaman, accompanying himself out of the safety zone just to ensure his own safety. Taking half the money is very reasonable. Qin Xiang even felt it was a bit less. Okay, no problem. Also, I need to see your progress. I'm helping you hunt deities not for that little money, but because you will help me find the fraudster. Do you understand? If I have progress, I will inform you in time. Good. So when do we start hunting deities? This weekend? You are now a sequence ability user. Attending classes has no meaning for you anymore. Let's start tomorrow. Tomorrow morning you come to school, and we'll take the bus to the exit of safety zone 38,324 to start hunting deities. Taking the bus? Principal Li, I don't have that much money. Li Tianming understood him with a glance, knowing that this clever kid must have a way to make money. He was just pretending to be clueless in front of him. However, a homeless orphan, even if he just awakened his sequence, is still a homeless orphan. If he takes out money, he still needs to come up with a reason. At that time, it might stir up other troubles. Forget it, I'll cover the few copper coins. You quickly find a reasonable way to earn some income. You can't always make me pay for the fare. Hee hee, tomorrow we'll go outside the safety zone to kill the deity, and then we'll have money. What else do we need? You're quite confident. If we start tomorrow, what do I need to prepare? Go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau to receive a frost-resistant suit, a sequence knife, and your first sequence potion. Good. Qin Xiang didn't wait until school was over. After chatting briefly with Li Tianming, he immediately went to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau and sent a message to Qian Wenda when he was almost there. Qian Wenda replied to him quickly. Just come to my office. Qin Xiang entered the Management Bureau building. Although it wasn't his first time there, he was still shocked by the understated luxury of the interior. He hoped that in the near future, he could live this kind of life too. Arriving at the corner office of Qian Wenda on the second floor, he saw an orange and white frost-resistant suit already placed on Qian Wenda's desk, along with a hunting dagger and a bottle of sequence potion. Qian Wenda was staring at his computer, typing away, and seemed very busy. You're here. Have a seat. I still have some things to handle, so wait a moment. Okay. After a while, with a satisfying sound of the return key being pressed, Qian Wenda let out a sigh and then looked at Qin Xiang. You decided to go hunt deities so soon? I'm already a bit late. I need to hurry up and accumulate hunting points. Qian Wenda smiled. So urgent. Are you aiming for the top university? Yes. Otherwise, I would be letting myself down. Qian Wenda nodded. Qin Xiang's answer also matched his expectations of Qin Xiang's identity. A fallen noble wandering outside certainly wants to regain glory and slap the faces of those who looked down on him back then. Young people, if they can let go of everything, are they still young? Qian Wenda then asked with concern. Have you found a hunting team? Finding a hunting team is something to be cautious about. Your orphan status can easily attract attention. I haven't joined a hunting team. I'm going solo. Solo? Qian Wenda was a bit surprised. Do you have experience hunting deities? No. Then how do you dare to go alone? Solo doesn't mean going alone. Qian Wenda immediately licked his dry lips. Have you found an insurer? Qin Xiang smiled and asked back. Surprised? Not surprised, not surprised. Although Qian Wenda didn't show it on his face, he was greatly shocked inside. He had heard of the profession of insurer, which is a sequence ability user with a higher level and plenty of experience to escort newcomers in solo teams. However, hiring an insurer is not just about having money. A high-level sequence ability user doesn't have to worry about money. There must be a significant benefit exchange to obtain a capable insurer. This is not something an ordinary person can have. Is Qin Xiang about to start making moves? Should he take the opportunity to bet on Qin Xiang before he fully takes off? Chapter 54. Sandworm's servant. The sudden dilemma made Qian Wenda feel anxious. He couldn't figure out Qin Xiang at all. He didn't know whether placing a bet on him was a wise move. Would it lead to soaring success or drag him into a quagmire? It might be better to test his and his insurer's strength first before making plans. If Qin Xiang really has a chance to enter the highest-ranking academy after graduation, he would definitely soar high. Investing now would mean following the phoenix to fly far. If it's all just for show, then it's best to maintain this lukewarm relationship. Qian Wenda made up his mind and then spoke. Which safety zone exit are you and your insurer going to hunt deities at? The largest nearby one. Safety zone exit 38324. Qian Wenda was startled again. 38,324? That place has a record of large deities appearing. You want to go to such a difficult place for your first time? Is that okay? Upon hearing Qian Wenda's concerns, Qin Xiang also felt a slight tightening in his heart. He had no idea that large deities had appeared at safety zone exit 38324 since awakening to the sequence. There has been no precedent for successfully hunting large deities. He didn't think that as a novice sequence ability user, he could become the best in the world today. This was Li Tianming's choice. Li Tianming was now closely linked to him, and there was no need to harm him. Therefore, he was not flustered, merely nodding casually to Qian Wenda. Understood. Seeing Qin Xiang so composed, Qian Wenda felt reassured. He continued. I heard from the Management Bureau that the number of sequence ability users at the exit of Safe Zone 38324 has increased significantly recently because a large group of weak minor deities have wandered nearby. If you can encounter this group of minor deities, it should yield considerable rewards. Minor deities? Can you be more specific? Upon hearing about the intelligence outside the safe zone, Qin Xiang immediately showed interest. They are a large group of sandworm servants. Their master seems to have gotten lost deep outside the safe zone. So they have lost their support and have been pushed to the impoverished areas, which is the edge of our safe zone. They should be looking for new masters now. Qin Xiang had some understanding of sandworm servants. They were small, bizarre creatures, similar to parasites, living off the remains of prey caught by large sandworms. In terms of individual strength, sandworm servants were definitely the softest of soft targets. However, sandworm servants often appeared in large numbers, and many ants can kill an elephant, making them quite troublesome. But that was for others. With Qin Xiang's ability to enhance himself by consuming deities, he had no worries about being worn down. The more servants, the happier he would be. Qin Xiang quickly raised a new question. The sandworm servants are all clustered around the sandworms. If they are gathering here, doesn't that imply? Exactly. The large deities that have appeared outside the exit of safe zone 38324 are sandworms. These sandworm servants have come here to find new masters. Once they latch onto the sandworms, those juicy rewards will no longer belong to our sequence ability users. Qin Xiang felt excited. Director Qian, you mentioned that many people have come to the exit of safe zone 38324 just to hunt sandworm servants. Even if I find their traces, I want to be able to grab much loot. Qian Wenda smiled slyly. You are asking the right person about this, Qin student. I actually have a way. Oh, please enlighten me, Director Qian. Wait a moment. Qian Wenda stood up from his swivel chair, walked to a shelf behind him, and took out a black glass bottle. With this, you can ensure that you discover the traces of sandworm servants before anyone else. Qin Xiang picked up the black glass bottle and examined it. Unable to discern its significance, Director Qian, what is this? A sandworm scale. Sandworm scale? There is the scent of sandworms on the scale. If you take this glass bottle and open it in a deserted place, it will definitely attract some sandworm servants. Where did you get this? This is evidence of sandworm appearances provided by traveling sequence users. They found this sandworm scale not far outside the safe zone. I bought it for 2 silver coins. Originally intending to give it to my nephew, but, Sai, you know, that kid is not cut out for this. He gets bullied in the team without any reason, let alone with something that would make others jealous. Valued at 2 silver coins. Why didn't the person who found it use it themselves? A few newcomers. Their abilities are insufficient to handle a large group of sandworm servants. But they could find someone to help. Find someone. Qian Wenda sneered. Qin student, do you know that outside the safe zone, the ones who kill humans the most are not deities, but other humans? Outside the safe zone, you can't even fully trust your own team members, let alone find others to help. If they encounter a troublesome deity, everyone will work together. But if they encounter a juicy target, the first reaction of sequence ability users is often not how to share, but to kill you. The one who would share the loot with them. This is the inherent flaw of humanity. We can share hardships, but not blessings. Even after becoming a sequence user and gaining abilities, the inherent flaws have never changed. As he spoke, Qian Wenda glanced at Qin Xiang. Qin student, you should not be that kind of person, right? Haha, I'm just joking, Qin student, don't take it to heart. Qin Xiang smiled lightly. Director Qian, how many sequence ability users have you seen who are willing to hunt deities for ordinary people with no blood relation to gather money for treatment? Whether I am that kind of person or not, Director Qian should already have the answer in his heart. Qin Xiang picked up the black glass bottle. This thing is quite a treasure. With it, my first hunt for a deity will be twice the result with half the effort. Director Qian, I truly don't know how to thank you. This help is no less than when you helped me register as a sequence user. Qin student, you're making a big deal out of a small matter. It's just 2 silver coins, not much. No, 2 silver coins is only the price you got it for, Director Qian. If I didn't know you, I probably wouldn't be able to get it for 10 silver coins. I'll remember this. Director Qian, I need to prepare for hunting deities. See you again when there's a chance. Goodbye. Qin Xiang packed the antifreeze suit, the deity hunting dagger, and the sequence potion into a cloth bag, then tucked the black glass bottle into his pocket. Thank you. Qian Wenda watched Qin Xiang leave, a smile on his lips. Chapter 55. Preparations. Qin Xiang returned to Wang Defa's warehouse. He opened a bag and took out the hundreds of copper coins he had obtained after killing 3 homeless people. Now that his sequence identity was public, the origin of these hundreds of copper coins could be explained, and he no longer needed to hide. He took the copper coins to the only nearby supermarket. The edge of the safe zone could be described as destitute, with almost everyone cooking for themselves to save money. Therefore, there were only raw ingredients for sale, not finished products. However, this supermarket had many finished food items because its target audience was sequence ability users going to the exit of safe zone 114514 to hunt deities. Qin Xiang had passed by this place countless times, but had never had the chance to enter the supermarket and take a look. Upon entering the supermarket, he saw under the dim lighting that the shelves were stocked with a limited variety of products. At the cash register by the shelves stood 2 burly men, their hands resting under the counter, seemingly gripping weapons. watching Qin Xiang with guarded expressions. Qin Xiang was initially puzzled, but after looking at his own shabby clothes, he instantly understood. The shopkeepers likely thought he was there to rob them. He understood their perspective. In a place like this, if a supermarket didn't have some goods, it would probably have been cleaned out by homeless people long ago. Qin Xiang looked at his outfit and shook his head helplessly. He would have to find an opportunity to address the clothing situation, but not now. He picked up a large backpack with dozens of compartments and then bought many compressed instant foods to stave off hunger. How much? He placed these items on the counter and asked the two burly men. 200 copper coins. 200 copper coins was about the same as what Qin Xiang had calculated in his mind. Although he asked for a few more coins, he didn't take it to heart. He took out some copper coins from his pocket, counted out 200, and handed them to the two men. Then he neatly packed the food into the compartments of his backpack. Just as Qin Xiang picked up his backpack and was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard a crisp clicking sound behind him, the sound of a gun being loaded. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang immediately activated the violence skill, leaping behind the counter and grabbing the necks of the two burly men with both hands. He frowned and looked at them. What is the meaning of this? Buying something, paying money, and still wanting to kill? The two burly men turned red in the face, desperately trying to pry his hands off their necks. However, Qin Xiang's grip was as tight as iron hooks, not budging at all. One of the burly men rasped, "No, no." He pointed with his hand, and following his gaze, Qin Xiang saw a strangely shaped drawer slightly ajar. What do you mean? Are you saying it was the sound of the drawer? Yes, yes. Qin Xiang glanced at the sides of the two burly men and saw no weapons, and the area behind the counter was clean and spotless. So he released his grip and turned around to examine the drawer. He pushed the drawer inward. Click. Sure enough, it produced a sound very similar to that of a gun being loaded. Qin Xiang turned back to look at the two burly men, who were gasping for breath, with tears and snot streaming down their faces, and snorted, "In the future, don't try to be clever like this." Yes, yes, yes. Qin Xiang took a few more packs of compressed instant food. Consider these a compensation for scaring me just now. Sure, take whatever you want. Take whatever you want. Won't your backers come looking for me? We wouldn't dare. Qin Xiang ignored them and left with his backpack. After he left, the two burly men breathed a sigh of relief. The sound from the drawer was specifically designed for killing and robbing. Although most customers in the store were sequence ability users, there were also many ordinary people who couldn't be seen in the light. Whenever they noticed a customer who didn't seem like a sequence ability user, they would move the drawer to produce a sound similar to that of a gun being loaded. If the customer was a sequence ability user, their keen hearing would immediately detect something was off, and they would display the unassailable authority of a sequence ability user. Even if they angered a sequence ability user, they could explain it away as the sound of the drawer, since they had someone backing them and running the supermarket. Usually, making a little apology and giving something away would suffice. If the customer was not a sequence ability user, they would pull out a real gun from the drawer's secret compartment, kill the customer, and loot everything on them, making a fortune. Qin Xiang saw through the trick of the two, so he took a few more food packs as compensation. One burly man complained, "Look at his shabby appearance. Who would know he was a sequence ability user? I thought he was a fugitive. Almost killed me directly." The other burly man rubbed his neck and said, "Are you crazy? He bought a backpack specifically for sequence ability users to carry divine remains. Carrying something so conspicuous out, he might as well have 'I am a sequence ability user' written on his face. If he isn't a sequence ability user, can he be an ordinary person? Why would you still move the drawer at that time? Are you looking for death? But where can you find a sequence ability user dressed so raggedly? Nonsense. He must have just awakened. Can't you think a little? Just growing muscles and not a brain, right? I was just thinking he had a bit of money. And since business hasn't been great lately, I thought I'd make a quick buck. Damn it, you actually think a few hundred copper coins are worth it? You better not work in this store with me anymore. I'm calling the boss soon to get you. Someone who has never seen money. Transferred out. Don't, bro. Give me a chance. It's not easy for me to get this job. Please give me a chance. Then this month's accounts will be split 80 to 20. I take 80. You take 20. If you agree, I want to tell the boss about this." What? Are you still not satisfied? Satisfied. I'll follow your arrangements, bro. Qin Xiang returned to the warehouse and also placed the black glass bottles and the hunter's dagger into his backpack. What to do with these 2 bottles of sequence potions? He looked at the 2 glass bottles, lost in thought. I can already enhance my strength by consuming divine remains, so drinking these sequence potions would be a waste. If there's an opportunity, I'll find someone to deal with them and exchange them for some money. After a good sleep. Tomorrow morning I'll take a cold shower at school, and then go with the principal to hunt the divine beings at safety exit 38,324. Qin Xiang lay on the soft mat on the ground, filled with anticipation for tomorrow, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, he woke up very early again. He put on his frost-proof suit in the warehouse, slung his large backpack over his shoulders, and stepped out. His entire outfit undoubtedly attracted the attention of all passers-by. Everyone looked at him with respect, envy, and jealousy. Under such gazes, Qin Xiang's steps became even lighter. Chapter 56. Exit the Safe Zone. Qin Xiang swaggered into the school, and everyone recognized his noble frost-proof suit and large backpack, knowing he was going to hunt the divine beings. He walked straight to the principal's office. "Principal Li, let us set off." Li Tianming looked at Qin Xiang, who was dressed as a sequence ability user, with great surprise. "Why are you already wearing a frost-proof suit here? Doesn't that mean everyone will notice you and me leaving the school to hunt divine beings?" Qin Xiang shrugged. "If I don't wear a frost-proof suit, won't others notice anyway? Principal Li, I have the matter of the insurer, and I can't hide it for long. The people watching you will get wind of this. Instead of hiding and letting them think there's something shady going on, it's better to directly tell others. To show that we are just ordinary teachers and students. You are looking out for me, hoping I can help you in the future, so you're investing now. That is all." Li Tianming was convinced by Qin Xiang's reasoning. "You make a good point. All right, let us do it like this for now." Li Tianming also changed into a frost-proof suit and left the school with Qin Xiang. Until now, the teachers and students in the school finally realized that Principal Li Tianming was actually a sequence ability user. Teachers Zhu and Wenshu, who just learned about this, were shocked for a long time. I didn't expect Xiao Li to hide it so well. Teacher Zhu shook his head in amazement. Wenshu said, "Having someone go with Qin Xiang to hunt divine beings is better than him going alone." Going alone? Teacher Zhu was puzzled. Didn't they say that sequence ability users would form teams to hunt divine beings? Wenshu smiled. "I don't know. Just guessing randomly." After saying that, he continued to bury himself in studying the exercises in the workbook. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming arrived at the bus stop and waited for an old bus. "Thank you, Principal Li." Li Tianming gave him a glance, took out some copper coins, and paid for the fare for both of them. With the apocalypse having arrived, most areas were occupied by divine beings, making energy extremely scarce. The buses now still relied on gasoline or electricity, which are high-energy consuming items, so the fares were also very expensive. Therefore, there were no ordinary people on the bus. It was all sequence ability users trying to save time by using it. The bus was very quiet. Everyone was either scrolling on their phones or closing their eyes to rest. Qin Xiang glanced at other smartphones and then at his own sturdy old phone, realizing it might be time for him to upgrade his device. However, that was a matter for later. After more than an hour, the bus's speaker announced, "Exit at safety zone 38324 arrived. Please disembark." Okay. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming got off the bus together and walked towards the safety zone exit. There were quite a few people at the 38324 safety zone exit today, Li Tianming remarked, observing the crowd. "It's because a group of rogue sandworm minions has appeared here recently," Qin Xiang explained. Hearing this, Li Tianming's eyes immediately flashed with surprise. "How do you know that?" "Of course, I found a way to inquire about it," Qin Xiang replied. Li Tianming nodded slightly, feeling even more impressed with Qin Xiang. His mentality was far from that of a typical teenager. Relying on him for help might actually work. The two walked out of the safety zone exit together. As the metal gate slowly opened, Qin Xiang faced the world outside the safety zone for the first time. The faint starlight above illuminated the desolate ruins, slightly brightening the world of debris. Broken walls and scrapped large vehicles were scattered everywhere, revealing faint traces of a once existing civilization. However, 10 years had passed, and most of these traces had been buried by the wind and sand. After some more time, they would probably disappear completely, perhaps in some future year. An archaeologist would discover these ruins, bringing them great joy. Or perhaps they would remain buried, never to see the light of day again. As Qin Xiang looked at the scene before him, his mind wandered, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. Human civilization is truly fragile. Let's go. Qin Xiang followed Li Tianming out of the safety zone. As soon as they stepped outside, Qin Xiang felt a strong wind that made his frost-resistant suit flutter. Li Tianming surveyed the bustling hunter team around them and thought for a moment. "Based on my experience, we can go to that, Principal Li. Follow me." After Qin Xiang said this, he headed in the direction with the least number of people. Li Tianming was taken aback for a moment, but didn't question it, and followed behind Qin Xiang. Since Qin Xiang knew about the sandworm minions, he might also know their location? No. After leaving their master, the sandworm minions have no fixed place. Qin Xiang kept silent and focused on moving deeper, and the number of people around them dwindled. "Qin, do you know where the sandworm minions are gathering? It's getting dangerous if we go further. If we encounter a medium-sized deity, I might not be able to protect you," Li Tianming cautioned, glancing around and confirming there were indeed no more people. The safety zone behind them had become a faint light in the distance. They had walked more than 10 kilometers. It should be about time. He took out a black glass bottle from his backpack and opened the cap. "Qin, what is this?" "A sandworm scale." "What? Where did you get this?" "From the place where I found out about it," Qin Xiang replied, unwilling to elaborate. Qianwen and Li Tianming were his two trump cards. They didn't see each other but were aware of each other's existence, which was the most beneficial situation for him at the moment. After waiting for more than half an hour, Qin Xiang suddenly heard a commotion. "Get ready." "Okay." Qin Xiang drew his hunter's dagger and quietly observed the direction from which the sound came. He held his breath, his body tense. He had killed people but had never faced a deity. Now that it had come to this, he still felt quite nervous. Inside his frost-resistant suit, he was already starting to sweat. Get ready, we have 10 seconds left. After this reminder, Li Tianming silently moved back, distancing himself from Qin Xiang. This was to prevent others from seeing and saying that Qin Xiang could not meet the requirements of solo combat. As the sounds grew closer, Qin Xiang's nerves tightened even more. Suddenly, a shadow half his height leaped up and charged directly at him. Qin Xiang couldn't clearly see what the shadow looked like, but he could vaguely make out that it had dozens of giant crab-like legs, and its body resembled a mutated cockroach. Chapter 57. Successful hunt. This large mutated cockroach-like deity moved quickly. However, Qin Xiang was still able to accurately track its position. Taking a deep breath, he decided not to use the violence skill and instead resolve this deity with his physical reflexes. Although violence didn't specify a cooldown time and seemed to be usable infinitely, it could triple his strength, agility, and perception, which would surely consume a large amount of energy. Undoubtedly, this energy came from Qin Xiang's own body. Overusing it would be exhausting his body and not sustainable. Therefore, he planned not to use violence for now, as long as he could see clearly. It meant the enemy's agility was within his response range. As for strength, this deity was only half his height, so it probably wouldn't be stronger than him. Moreover, there was only one deity at the moment, making it a good opportunity to practice. Even though Qin Xiang was a novice, he firmly believed that honing his combat reflexes was what he needed most. Seeing the large mutated cockroach charging towards him with its claws outstretched, Qin Xiang waited for the right moment. Just as the long, claw-like appendage was about to touch Qin Xiang's chest, he immediately pushed off the ground. Leaping high into the air and looking down at the deity's head was directed towards the ground, and it couldn't see what was happening behind it. Insect-like creatures have very limited vision, and it seemed this deity shared the same trait. Gripping his hunter's dagger tightly, Qin Xiang aimed it directly at the deity's head as he descended. He believed that the deity's head wouldn't be too tough. The hunter's dagger would definitely be able to pierce through. Qin Xiang envisioned the scene moments later, where the deity would wail and foul juices would splatter everywhere. I've got it. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Crack! With a crisp sound, the cockroach-like deity suddenly turned its head 180 degrees. Its two large, round black eyes fixed firmly on Qin Xiang, who was about to land. Qin Xiang even saw a strange smile in the creature's disgusting round eyes. How is that possible? Not far away, Li Tianming furrowed his brows, ready to unleash the binding skill to prevent Qin Xiang from getting hurt. Qin seems to be having bad luck, attracting the particularly troublesome deformed carapace scythe from the sandworm minions. This thing is easily mistaken for an insect with limited vision, but in reality, it has a 360-degree field of view. Many sequence ability users have died in its visual traps. Li Tianming closely watched Qin Xiang's reaction. If his next move was flawed, he could easily be pierced through the chest and abdomen by the deformed carapace scythe, leading to certain death. Sweat began to bead on Li Tianming's palms as he feared he might not save him in time and let Qin Xiang die there. As Qin Xiang saw the head of the deity in front of him suddenly spin around, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He abandoned his attack and stepped onto the back armor of the distorted armored scythe, leaping up again. Just as his foot left the back armor, two long black scythes suddenly emerged from the deity's two black round eyes, brushing past Qin Xiang's mask, even through his frostproof suit. Qin Xiang could feel the wind from the scythes. That was close. If he had continued his attack recklessly just now, he would have been sliced into pieces by those suddenly appearing scythes. Damn it, he had checked the information on the sandworm servants before coming. But why had he never seen this deity? Wait. Qin Xiang looked at the head of the distorted armored scythe and suddenly thought of something. The scythes emerged from the eyes. Does that mean it has lost its sight and is now blind? As Qin Xiang saw the two scythes retract quickly, it further confirmed his thoughts. The distorted armored scythe seemed eager to regain its sight, which was why it wanted to retract the scythes after missing its strike. Now's the time. Qin Xiang no longer hesitated. As he descended, he pressed down at the center again and thrust his dagger towards the head of the distorted armored scythe. With a squelch, Qin Xiang felt the dagger first pierce through a layer of leather armor and then stab into a soft, moist area. The distorted armored scythe immediately writhed in pain. The scythes that were about to retract extended again, aiming to sweep at Qin Xiang in a mutual destruction. However, Qin Xiang had already taken control of the situation and would not miss this opportunity. He pressed down hard with both hands, driving the dagger into the ground, pinning the distorted armored scythe's head. Since the head had completely deformed, the two long scythes extending from its eyes only protruded a short distance before getting stuck. Seizing the moment, Qin Xiang forcefully twisted, creating a hole the thickness of a steel pipe. A stream of dark green juice splattered onto Qin Xiang's protective suit, sending a chill through his body beneath the frostproof suit. The distorted armored scythe's dozen or so legs twitched a couple of times before falling still. It's done. Qin Xiang sighed in relief and quickly closed the cap of the sandworm scale glass bottle. He needed a moment to rest. If a few more distorted armored scythes showed up right now, he really couldn't handle it. Qin Xiang sat on the back armor of the distorted armored scythe, adjusting his breathing. Li Tianming walked over from not far away. Qin, you did well. Thank you. I appreciate Principal Li protecting me from the side. While resting, Qin Xiang did not forget to thank Li Tianming. He knew that during the critical moment, just now, Li Tianming must have been ready to support him. Li Tianming smiled. Qin, for your first hunt of a deity, being able to take down the distorted armored scythe is indeed beyond my expectations. Just lucky, Principal Li. What is the name of this deity? Distorted armored scythe? Why didn't I see this deity when I checked the Sandworm servant information in the Godslaying camp? The forum is free, but the information there is limited. The distorted armored scythe is already a high-level existence among Sandworm servants, not something that can be easily killed. Especially since its field of vision is actually 360 degrees, which has caused many sequence ability users to perish. The experience of killing it has been built upon the casualties of sequence ability users. Such precious information is not something anyone would disclose. No one would disclose it? Then how do you know, Principal Li? Me? Have you forgotten? I am the vice president of a certain university, so my understanding of deities is naturally deeper. The information on hunting deities is not disclosed. No wonder humanity still hasn't found a way to leave the safe zone. What a bunch of bastards. Li Tianming asked, Qin, are you planning to disclose the information about the distorted armored scythe? Me? Qin Xiang chuckled. I might be even more of a bastard than them. Ha ha. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. Principal Li, where should I cut to prove that I've hunted this deity? Chapter 58. Stealing a bite. There was no information on how to prove the hunting of a deity in the forum either. Qin Xiang only gathered from snippets that he needed to cut off a part of the deity that could prove his identity and bring it back to the safe zone. The inspectors at the entrance of the safe zone would allocate rewards based on these parts. Although he had killed the distorted armored scythe, he did not know how to prove it. Fortunately, Li Tianming was with him, so it shouldn't be a problem. Flip the distorted armored scythe over. After Qin Xiang complied, Li Tianming pointed to a round piece of armor at the core of its abdomen. Do you see this round piece of armor? Cut it off and bring it back. It's your proof of hunting the deity. Every deity has such a round piece of armor. This is the evidence of your hunt. Qin Xiang used the God-slaying dagger to cut along the round piece of armor, but he also brought out quite a bit of flesh and blood. Just as he was about to clean it off, Li Tianming stopped him. Don't clean off this flesh and blood. The inspectors at the entrance of the safe zone will judge whether you cheated based on the freshness of this flesh and blood. The inspectors will clean off the flesh and blood on the round piece of armor, then throw it in the trash, only taking the round piece of armor. After hearing this, Qin Xiang suddenly understood. He had been wondering why there were so many deity remains in the trash outside the safe zone. It turned out to be this way. Qin Xiang then asked, how much God-slaying points is this round piece of armor worth? Li Tianming held up 6 fingers. 6 God-slaying points. That's a lot. Qin Xiang was taken aback. He had thought that killing a deity like the Sandworm Servant would only yield 1 God-slaying point. That's right, it is quite a lot. Then how is this point value determined? Take a closer look at the round piece of armor. Li Tianming wiped off the dark green juice on the round piece of armor and pointed to a circular indentation. See this circular ring? It represents 5 points. And then this linear indentation represents 1 point. Add them together, 6 points. Qin Xiang looked confused. Then how is this point standard established? Of course, it was validated through actual combat. The management agency found that a deity with a circular ring on the round piece of armor is about 5 times harder to kill than a deity with only 1 indentation. So they set the exchange standard like this. I see. Qin Xiang opened his backpack and placed the precious round piece of armor inside. 6 points. And with a solo team, it would be double points. 12 points. Although he didn't know what it meant, 12 points sounded like a lot. He had to keep it safe to prevent it from being stolen. Seeing how cautiously he was guarding it, Li Tianming said, you don't have to worry about this round piece of armor being stolen. Your God-slaying dagger carries your aura, and the round piece of armor also has your aura. Even if someone steals it, their aura can only cover yours. According to the management agency's regulations, the rewards are allocated to the original owner of the aura on the round piece of armor. Oh, good. That's quite reasonable. All right, you can continue. Qin Xiang opened the cap of the sandworm scale bottle and continued to wait patiently. But besides keeping a close watch ahead, Qin Xiang also had his eyes on the body of the distorted armored scythe. With such a large deity corpse, if I eat it all, wouldn't I ascend to the heavens? He was immediately excited and said he would do it. First, he used the hunter's dagger to cut off the distorted crab-like lower leg. Qin, what are you doing? Oh, just bored, playing for a while. Li Tianming didn't know what Qin Xiang was thinking and didn't see the sandworm minions for a while, so he just let him be. Qin Xiang then cut off the joint of the lower leg and examined the remaining section in his hand. He hollowed out the flesh inside and felt it could be used as a straw. Qin Xiang stared at the abdomen of the distorted crab-like creature, where a gaping hole from which he had removed the round shell was flowing with dark green juice. He looked around the desolate surroundings to confirm that no deities were nearby. Then, he opened a gap in the face shield of his frost-proof suit. A gust of cold wind rushed in, making Qin Xiang shiver. Outside the safe zone, it's really cold. The physical body of a sequence ability user can't withstand it. After adapting to the howling cold wind, Qin Xiang thought he needed to hurry and make the straw. Otherwise, the juice in the distorted crab-like creature might freeze soon. He held the section of the lower leg, put it in his mouth, and sucked hard, directly pulling all the flesh into his mouth. It tastes a bit like crab meat. Qin Xiang had eaten raw drunken crab in his previous life. The leg meat was smooth and glutinous, very similar to the flesh inside this lower leg. After swallowing, he felt a warm current flow through his body, a wave of comfort. Not bad. He immediately inserted the hollow crab leg back into the body of the distorted crab-like creature and began to suck the juice furiously. Sure enough, the weather was too cold. It had already started to freeze. However, Qin Xiang didn't mind. It's all for becoming stronger. To become stronger, there's no shame in it. Since the juice entered his body, it immediately transformed into energy to enhance him. So no matter how much divine remains he ate, he wouldn't feel full. After sucking for about a minute, the juice finally ran out. Qin Xiang glanced and found that most of the interior of the distorted crab-like creature was filled with juice. The remaining flesh was only a small part. Most of the energy had been absorbed by him. He then stuffed the straw back into the corpse of the distorted crab-like creature and poured some sand inside. Aside from me, no one should be touching the corpse of a deity, right? Qin Xiang burped contentedly, wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth, then closed the face shield of his frost-proof suit, lazily leaning against the shell of the distorted crab-like creature. He had become stronger again. At this moment, if he could bask in the sun, he would be even more satisfied. Although his sequence level hadn't increased, he could clearly feel that his strength had improved. Not only had his physical power increased, but even his eyesight had improved somewhat. The distant scenery that had been unclear before was now very clear to him. Li Tianming, not far away, didn't he know what Qin Xiang was doing? He thought he had suddenly become childlike and was having fun by himself. He couldn't tell whether this classmate Qin was mature or childish. After resting for a moment, Qin Xiang suddenly heard a rustling sound. It seemed that more sandworm minions were coming. He immediately stood up, getting back into a combat stance, calmly preparing for the approaching enemy. Qin Xiang was confident that if another distorted crab-like creature came this time, he could easily deal with it. Thanks to his improved eyesight, he spotted a deity approaching from a distance. Was that a long-footed worm? The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth lifted. The soft persimmon he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Time to hunt. Chapter 59. Sequence Level 3. If the distorted crab-like creature is an upper tier among the sandworm minions, then the long-footed worm is like the mud on the soles of shoes among the lower-tier sandworm minions. No deity is weaker than the long-footed worm. They lack strong defenses, sharp offensive weapons, lethal toxins, and intelligent minds. They only have a mouth, which is merely the size of a finger. Biting a sequence ability user feels like a scratch. Not only is the long-footed worm weak in ability, but its intelligence is also low. When faced with danger, it won't even evade. The Sequence Ability Management Bureau had even seriously considered whether to reduce or even eliminate the hunter points for long-footed worms. But in the end, they did not implement it. Because long-footed worms are weak, they often attach themselves to more powerful deities. Once a long-footed worm appears, it signifies the arrival of a formidable enemy. Killing them carries significant risks. Furthermore, long-footed worms are still deities, and ordinary people cannot kill them. Only sequence ability users can strike them down. Since they are deities, they should be respected. Therefore, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau still awarded long-footed worms hunter points to encourage sequence ability users to bravely hunt deities. However, the Bureau never considered that someone like Qin Xiang would engage in such shameless behavior, using a sandworm scale to attract the sandworm minions. The long-footed worm was coming to pledge allegiance to a new master, so it did not team up with other powerful deities. A large group rushed towards the area emitting the scent of sandworms. Qin Xiang looked at the mass of long-footed worms and could hardly contain his laughter. Not far away, Li Tianming was also stunned. This kid has such incredible luck, right? There were at least several hundred long-footed worms in front of him. Wasn't he about to take off directly? Why didn't I encounter such good fortune when I was hunting deities back then? Li Tianming even felt a bit envious. If it weren't for the fact that he needed Qin Xiang's help and that many people had seen them leave together, making it inconvenient to take action, he would have wanted to kill Qin Xiang and take care of these long-footed worms himself. Restraint, restraint. Li Tianming, you have more important things to do. Li Tianming adjusted his breathing, finally managing to suppress his jealousy. Qin Xiang didn't wait in place. He immediately waved his hunter's dagger and charged forward. These long-footed worms were mostly half a meter long and 2 fingers wide. Because their legs were long and thin, they were about 20 centimeters off the ground. But in Qin Xiang's eyes, they were no different from bedbugs. With a swing of his dagger, he could easily kill 3 to 5 of them. At this moment, Qin Xiang had a sudden thought. He knew that only sequence ability users could kill deities, but it didn't say that he had to use the hunter's dagger. Looking at the long-footed worms crawling on the ground, he couldn't help but wonder if he could step on these lowly deities to death. He stepped down, and the long-footed worm he flattened immediately returned to its original shape and continued crawling. Not possible. He suddenly realized something. It was probably because he was wearing a frost-proof suit, which wrapped his whole body. Even if his body mutated and awakened the sequence, that mutated power couldn't be transmitted through the frost-proof suit. To verify his thoughts, he unfastened his frost-proof suit and stepped down on a long-footed worm again. Uffed. Red juice immediately oozed out from the long-footed worm, splattering onto Qin Xiang's foot. The long-footed worm twitched a couple of times before it stopped moving. It was dead. Qin Xiang nodded. Indeed, the body of a sequence ability user was no longer the same as an ordinary person's. It had undergone a peculiar mutation. Even without using sequence abilities, he could kill deities. After understanding all this, Qin Xiang no longer insisted on using a dagger to kill the gods. Swinging a dagger was too slow. With so many worms around, it was faster to step on them. From a distance, Li Tianming watched Qin Xiang's actions with appreciation. Nodding in approval, Qin Xiang first tried to step on the long-footed worms while wearing a thermal suit. And then he took off the suit and continued to stomp on the worms. Li Tianming observed this. On the battlefield, when encountering simple enemies, instead of just thinking about harvesting points from the hunting gods, he displayed a spirit of exploration. He was indeed a promising candidate for scientific research. If I were still in university, I would definitely take this kid as a student. Sigh. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to leave the edge of the safe zone in my lifetime. Li Tianming glanced at Qin Xiang's back. I'm afraid that by the time I die, Ji Academy won't awaken another sequential ability user. Classmate Qin, my future relies on you. Qin Xiang took off the thermal suit and tossed it aside, then ran among the army of long-footed worms. However, perhaps due to the cold, he bent down and hugged his body while running, looking very much like a refugee. At least that's how it appeared to Li Tianming. However, this posture of Qin Xiang was not just about the cold. Another reason was that this way, he could keep his head down. When his foot stepped on the long-footed worm, red juices would be squeezed out and sprayed. Or rather, it would burst. With his head lowered, Qin Xiang was ready to receive the gifts from the gods. He had already gained experience. He discovered that when he stepped down diagonally on the head of the long-footed worm with his heel, and then crushed it with his toes, the red juices would be squeezed out from the worm's tail, perfectly spraying into his mouth. The taste was a bit strange, probably mixed with all sorts of things. Qin Xiang glanced at the worm's rear and felt a bit uncomfortable. However, his increasingly powerful body soon made him throw that discomfort aside. What could be more exhilarating than becoming stronger? He galloped relentlessly through the army of long-footed worms, with bright red juice at the corner of his mouth and a happy smile. Just as he was enjoying himself, suddenly, an unusual sensation swept over him. Qin Xiang felt a qualitative leap in his agility and strength. At the same time, the sequential information in his brain changed. Sequence Devourer promoted. Digesting gods will make one stronger. Current sequence level. Level 3, Crimson Knight. Skill, Blood Drink. Skill description, can digest gods by eating them raw. Skill, Violence. Skill description, within 10 minutes, personal agility and physical strength increase threefold, and no pain will be felt during this period. Skill, Dual Metal. Skill description, after killing a god, all current strength, excluding skills, is permanently increased by 100%. Skill cooldown time, 1 year. All strength increased by 100%. Qin Xiang was stunned. The joy on his face was uncontrollable, as if he had just won the lottery. This, Dual Metal, is too powerful. The only regret is that the cooldown time is a bit long, a year. If it were shorter, he would simply choose to stay outside the safe zone and wait until he became invincible before going back. The survival path still couldn't be realized. He had thought about continuously hunting gods outside the safe zone, relying on Blood Drink to improve himself, which seemed to be a good method. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. His actions of eating the remains of the gods could not be discovered, and he had to hunt them in deserted places, which meant deep outside the safe zone. This meant double the danger, with a significantly increased chance of encountering unknown large gods, and he might unexpectedly die. He had seen too many such cases on the obituary board in the Godslayer camp. Either they chased an injured god deep outside the safe zone, or they wanted to explore unknown areas. These sequential ability users, without exception, ended up being killed by unknown gods. There were also many cases of entire hunting teams being wiped out. Qin Xiang believed that although he was strong, he was limited in strength and had not yet reached the level of moving freely outside the safe zone. Compared to risking his life at any moment, it was much safer to engage in a battle of wits with others inside the safe zone. Qin Xiang glanced at the dual metal, again, unable to contain his joy. Doubling his strength. How can everything in the world go as one wishes? He decided to use it now. He read the skill description again and found that it would double all his current strength. He immediately had an idea. Current total strength. If he used violence, then his current strength would be 3 times his usual. If he then used dual metal, could he suddenly increase it 6-fold? 6-fold? How strong would he be? Qin Xiang swallowed hard. He looked at the few remaining long-footed worms, thinking that today's harvest was almost enough. After clearing these crawling gods, he could tidy up and return to the safe zone. If that were the case, then there probably wouldn't be an opportunity to use violence. So he didn't need to worry about consuming his own power. Let us give it a try. He activated violence, then opened dual metal. Aiming at a long-footed worm, he stomped down. Puff. Due to the increase in sequence level and the boost from violence, this stomp directly sank half a palm's depth into the ground. The long-footed worm didn't even have time to struggle before it died, without any pain. Then, Qin Xiang felt a powerful force surging throughout his body, enhancing him in all aspects. His ears could catch the sounds of long-footed worms moving from all directions. His eyes could see every hair on the long-footed worm 10 steps away. His body felt as light as a feather, making him feel he could run faster than the wind. His fists were filled with power, as if he could smash through steel plates in one blow. Qin Xiang immediately tested his strength again. He stomped on another long-footed worm nearby. Puff. Half of his calf sank into the ground. Qin Xiang was exhilarated. Power. This is absolute power. Meanwhile, not far from him, Li Tianming frowned deeply. Did I just have a hallucination? Why did it feel like when classmate Qin lifted his foot, there was an afterimage? But with my sequence level, my perception and vision are exceptionally sharp. If even I can't catch his movements clearly, does that mean he is at sequence level 4? No, sequence level 4 is not enough. It must be sequence level 5. Li Tianming's frown deepened. Qin Xiang is sequence level 5? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he were sequence level 5, why would he need me as a guarantor? He could just go out alone and deal with the gods. Moreover, sequence level 5 requires hundreds of bottles of sequence potions. He could never obtain that. I must be a bit drowsy, and my eyes are blurry. No, I need to wake up quickly, lest I am slow to react and fail to save him if he encounters danger. Thinking of this, Li Tianming opened his mask, feeling the cold wind blowing in. He shivered and immediately felt his senses sharpen, then closed the mask again. Looking at Qin Xiang, he found that his movements seemed no different from before. It turned out he was just seeing things. However, Qin Xiang felt a bit disappointed because he noticed that with the end of the violence skill, his strength and agility had decreased a bit again. But it wasn't like before, where he lost 2/3 of his strength and agility all at once. He estimated that it seemed to have only decreased by 1/3. This meant that after using the dual metal, his current strength and agility were about 4 times what they were before. He calculated again and roughly understood this change. If at the beginning his strength was 1 unit, after activating violence, it became 3 units, and after activating the dual metal, it became 6 units. However, after violence ended, the previous enhancement disappeared, and he lost the 2 units that violence provided, leaving him with 4 units. He thought he would be 6 times stronger, but in the end, he was only 4 times stronger. Nonetheless, this was still very satisfying for Qin Xiang. It was much better than only being twice as strong. He controlled his speed and strength to avoid revealing any issues to Li Tianming, and then killed all the remaining long-footed worms. After that, he immediately sealed the black glass bottle containing the sandworm scales and prepared to count his harvest. The ground was littered with remains, enough to keep him busy for a while. Qin Xiang put on his frost-proof suit, took out the hunter's dagger, and began harvesting the round shells. Due to limited backpack space, he was particularly careful while cutting, only keeping a small amount of flesh and blood to allow the Management Bureau's inspectors to determine that they died today. Li Tianming watched Qin Xiang's busy figure with jealousy, his eyes almost blazing with fire. He had never seen so many seemingly foolish long-footed worms appear in groups. Generally, encountering a dozen would be considered lucky. Yet Qin Xiang had encountered an army of long-footed worms. Roughly counting, there were at least 500. 500 long-footed worms meant 500 hunter points. Qin Xiang was fighting solo, and still got double rewards. Over 1,000 hunter points. No member of the hunter team at the exit of safety zone 38324 could possibly be higher than him. This harvest was enough to help him knock on the door of a top-tier ability user university. Qin Xiang's luck was truly unbelievable, practically the child of destiny. Li Tianming had already thought about how he would definitely take advantage of Qin Xiang when he returned. He absolutely couldn't let this big spender get away. Naturally, Qin Xiang was completely unaware of Li Tianming's jealousy and was still immersed in the joy of his harvest. He cut off the last round shell, just as it fit snugly into his bulging backpack. Fortunately, the round shells of the long-footed worms were much smaller than the deformed shell sickles. Otherwise, his large backpack wouldn't have been able to hold them. To make space, he held the deformed shell sickles in his hands to take back. With his heavy backpack on, Qin Xiang listened to the howling cold wind outside the mask, a smile on his face. Today's wind was particularly boisterous. Please, friends, give a good review and support. My daily income is in single digits, and I can hardly continue writing this book. Thank you. Chapter 61. Hunter Points. Qin Xiang carried his bag and walked with Li Tianming towards the safety zone. Gradually, they encountered other hunter teams, most of which looked dejected. Today's harvest wasn't great. They only got 7 points, meaning the 5 of them averaged just a little over 1 point each. Indeed, there had been rumors that a large group of sandworm servants appeared at the exit of their safety zone, and many had come to join the excitement. However, They hadn't even seen a shadow of the sandworm servants, and the number of hunted divine beings was even fewer than before. Who knows which bastard spread this false news? Isn't that harmful? At this rate, when will we ever earn enough to pay off our mortgage? Don't worry. Those trying to take advantage will naturally leave when they don't see the sandworm servants. By then, everything will return to normal. Listening to the dejected words of the hunter team beside him, Qin Xiang bit down hard on his lips to keep from smiling. He had found this hunting trip immensely enjoyable. Hearing about others' misfortunes only doubled his happiness. Human joy and sorrow are not connected. In fact, happiness can be built upon the suffering of others. Li Tianming watched as Qin Xiang struggled to suppress his laughter and said in his capacity as a mentor, Qin, it's not good to take pleasure in others' misfortune. Not good. Qin Xiang raised an eyebrow. Principal Li, are you suggesting that I still have a chance to be a good person? Li Tianming glanced at Qin Xiang and said nothing. Yes. Did Qin Xiang still have a chance to be a good person? Good people don't last long in the safety zone. Li Tianming suppressed his desire to lecture and stopped speaking, allowing Qin Xiang to enjoy his glee. Who knows who said there were a lot of sandworm servants here? I traveled a long way and didn't see a single one. Not just our team, but the other hunter teams that came with us didn't see any either. Perhaps those sandworm servants have already moved on to another area. Tomorrow, we can explore the nearby exit of Safety Zone 54320. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Alright, if after another 5 or 6 days we still can't find any trace of the sandworm servants, we'll just head back. The hunter teams passing by Qin Xiang all sighed. Seemingly no one had satisfactory gains. Qin Xiang walked confidently alongside Li Tianming back into the protective iron gate of the safety zone. A long line had already formed next to the safety zone exit, where the ability users were waiting to have their round shells checked. The two continued to remain silent. Li Tianming seemed to be contemplating his thoughts, while Qin Xiang used his keen perception to eavesdrop on others' conversations. Captain John, we hunted 10 points of round shells today. Seems pretty good. Yes. I thought it wouldn't go smoothly, but looking at the other team's gains, most are less than half of ours. Captain, you can take 4 of those 10 points. With these 4 points, your total will be 200, right? Yes. Someone suddenly interjected, 200 points. Then you must be in the top 5 at the exit of safety zone 38324, right? The man named John arrogantly glanced at the envious onlookers and said nonchalantly, just about 5th. Is it true that the top 5 at the safety zone exit have privileges? That's classified information. Oh, sorry. The person showed an embarrassed smile. Then asked, you're so impressive. 200 points should allow you to enter the top 1,000,000 of the safety zone, right? How many ranks does your score place you in the safety zone? About 95,000. Wow, 95,000. I'm still outside the 1,000,000 mark, without even a rank. Just keep at it. You'll get there eventually. Qin Xiang noticed that when John said this, his chin slightly lifted. It sounded like he was encouraging the person next to him who was asking questions, but internally he was quite contemptuous, with a hint of rejection. As if there was an insurmountable chasm between himself and the questioner. The people nearby also looked at John enviously. John took off his safety helmet, adjusted the collar of his outfit, and wore an expression of nobility, like a high-born gentleman. At this moment, someone laughed and said, Little John, with such a proud look, are you like a rooster that just laid an egg, encountering some joyful event? Upon hearing this, John immediately shot an angry look back. Humph, Sun Juhong. I knew it was you, this foul-mouthed scoundrel. The person laughed, and the scar on his face twisted like a worm. Hey, if you're not even as good as a scoundrel, then what are you? A pile of dung? You're only higher than me by over 40 points. What is so great about that? Being over 40 points higher is still high. At the exit of safety zone 38324, I rank 4th, you rank 5th. That's an unchangeable fact. John's golden eyes showed a look of disgust. In less than a year, I'll surpass you. That is laughable. You don't think that in this year, only your points will grow while mine stay stagnant, do you? Saying this, Sun Juhong turned his head to his teammates and said, Little John is 20 years younger than his dad, and he tells his dad that in 20 years, he'll be the same age as his dad. Ha ha ha, the captain is right. He's really ridiculous. Little John, is your dad dead? If he's not dead, you'll never catch up to his age in your lifetime. You. John's face turned pale with anger, and he turned his head away, refusing to speak. Qin Xiang watched the argument between the sequence ability users and asked, Principal, what are these sequence ability users arguing about regarding the Hunter God points? The Hunter God points are a symbol of the personal strength of sequence ability users. The higher the Hunter God points, the more respect one receives. It's similar to school exams. Those who study well get more respect. You could say that the Hunter God points are akin to exam scores. However, any exam only represents a phase, while Hunter God points follow you for a lifetime. The United Government tracks Hunter God points and ranks them to encourage sequence ability users to hunt gods more. The higher the Hunter God points, the more privileges you have. If you and another sequence ability user want to buy a house at the same time, and your points are higher, the house must be sold to you first. If you and another sequence ability user get sick at the same time, and there's only one bed in the sequence hospital, if your points are higher, that bed is yours. If you and another sequence ability user both have your eye on a nightclub girl, cough, you get the idea. Principal, please don't cough. Elaborate on the nightclub girl. Chapter 62. Point verification. Qin Xiang waited for over 40 minutes, and finally, it was almost his turn. The person in front glanced at the round piece armor in Qin Xiang's hand and brightened up. Young man, the two of you managed to get 6 points. That is not easy. Oh yes. There are many people here lately. Everyone goes out and comes back, and no one gets even 1 point. So many have decided to take a break during this time. I heard about that. Your armor is the round piece armor of the distorted scythe, right? Yes. What good luck. Unlike us, we only hunted 3 spinning knife spiders. Qin Xiang glanced at the 3 round piece armors in his hand, each with a circle, adding up to seemingly 15 points. Looking at his smile, Qin Xiang understood. He thought he was complaining to him, but it turned out he was showing off. Qin Xiang ignored him and looked elsewhere. Seeing that Qin Xiang had no desire for further conversation, the man stopped making a fool of himself. Oh, only 1,500 god points. Really a bit embarrassing, he said languidly. Qin Xiang said nothing, but the people behind him were displeased. What is so great about 15 points? Let him be happy. Today is a rare fruitful day for their team hunting gods. He has already shown off those 3 spinning knife spiders all day long. No wonder. The man shook the 3 round piece armors in his hand. Can you do this? Just jealous. Yes, you're impressive. Just don't know how many of those 15 points will be counted towards you. The man seemed to hit a sore spot and turned around, no longer boasting. The people behind Qin Xiang continued to go after him. The truly impressive ones don't flaunt themselves. It's often those who are just tagging along who make the noise. Exactly. In my opinion, if he can get 1 point out of 15, that would be good. The man immediately turned back and shouted, don't look down on people. I can get 1.2. Oh wow, how impressive. You actually have 1.2. Quite fitting for your 1.2 personality. The man turned red in the face, and laughter erupted from behind Qin Xiang. After verifying the round piece armors, the person in front of Qin Xiang left in defeat. Finally, it was Qin Xiang's turn. It was his first time verifying the round piece armors. The verifier from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau looked at the round piece armors in Qin Xiang's hand. Name, Qin Xiang. Sequence Ability User ID, 00009527. The verifier checked and frowned. There's no team information for you. Are you solo? Yes. Upon hearing that Qin Xiang was solo, the people behind erupted in discussion. My god, so he can get 12 points all at once. He is solo? How is that possible? That old man has been standing next to him the whole time. Is he cheating? The verifier cast a suspicious glance at Li Tianming. Li Tianming calmly replied, I'm the insurer. I did not participate in hunting gods. The verifier nodded, then took a small scanning lamp, shone it on the round piece armors. And then on Qin Xiang. The killer's aura matches, identity confirmed. Then he took out a palm-sized square device and aimed the screen at Qin Xiang's features. Qin Xiang saw his face on the screen. The lie detector seemed to have a front-facing camera, and he wasn't clear on the principle. According to the rules, I need to conduct a lie test on solo users. Please answer. Did you completely hunt the god alone? Yes. 5 seconds later, the square device emitted a sound, truth. The verifier put away the lie detector and said to Qin Xiang, next, I need to conduct a memory continuity test. Please give me your hand. Okay. Qin Xiang placed his hand on the verifier's hand. The verifier's palm suddenly sprouted many small suckers, connecting with Qin Xiang's palm. The verifier then closed his eyes for about 10 seconds, then opened them, his eyes turning pure white. Qin Xiang knew this was the sequence ability of the verifier, which could check the brain activity of others. If the brain activity was normal, the verifier's eyes would turn white. Otherwise, they would turn black. Brain region functioning normally. No signs of other sequence users invading with abilities. Memory continuity verification passed. The verifier's eyes returned to normal, and the suckers on his hand disappeared. You can go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau to claim your rewards. But I will send the data of your hunt for the divine remains to the Godslaying Camp in this solo team score section. If there are valid reports, your rewards will be revoked, and you will face punishment. Understood. The others were all shocked to see Qin Xiang pass the test. 12 points at once. That's enough to exchange for a bottle of sequence potion. Plus, there are 6,000 copper coins to be claimed. Zhang glanced at Qin Xiang from the side and coldly said, just a lucky kid. He can't eat fat in one go. Sun Juhong smiled and touched the corner of his mouth, saying nothing more, but his gaze was rather frivolous. At the exit of the safe zone, there are always people striking it rich. There might be someone like Qin Xiang every year. However, solo players face more dangers and often end up either dead outside the safe zone or seriously injured, with no good outcome. As for the insurer, they can't protect him forever. Sooner or later, he will have to face the dangers outside the safe zone himself. Alright, next. After the verification personnel posted the information about Qin Xiang's solo team and rewards on the forum, they asked Qin Xiang to step aside. Wait, but Qin Xiang did not step aside. The verification personnel looked at the youthful Qin Xiang and asked, is there something else? Are you saying that this disc armor is not obtained by you? There's no chance left. I have completed the verification and posted a report. Even if you admit your mistake now, it's too late. Qin Xiang smiled. I am not here to admit a mistake. You just haven't completed the verification. Saying this, Qin Xiang took off his bulging backpack and threw it in front of him. With a bang, the verification personnel felt the floor beside him shake. He didn't know what this boy was carrying so much for hunting the gods. Perhaps being cautious as a solo player, he brought many tools just in case. Others were also curious about what was inside Qin Xiang's backpack. Probably a newbie, carrying a bunch of useless things to hunt the gods. Exactly. I was the same when I first left the safe zone. However, when Qin Xiang unzipped the backpack, everyone around widened their eyes and stopped breathing. With a clatter, the disc armors rushed out of the backpack, scattering all over the ground. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. Please continue the verification. Chapter 63. Generous rewards. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, someone reacted, realizing that the disc armors all came from this boy, Qin Xiang. John immediately said, You little liar. You look as cunning as a black-footed fox. More sinister than the gods hiding in the dark. Where did you steal so many disc armors from? Sun Juhong, who had just quarreled with John, stood with him. What tricks did you use? How could you possibly obtain so many disc armors? Qin Xiang ignored them and simply said to the dazed verification personnel, There's a large quantity. Please help with the verification. These disc armors were still obtained by me in a solo team. Impossible. Sun Juhong interjected. With so many disc armors. Not to mention you alone. Even if you teamed up with that person beside you, it wouldn't be possible to obtain them. Exactly. You have an insurer beside you, indicating you are not good at hunting gods. How could you possibly get so many disc armors at once? You must have obtained them through some method that violates the regulations of the United Government. The originally arrogant Sun Juhong and John were now red-faced, jumping up and down, seemingly wanting to swallow Qin Xiang alive. The verification personnel also widened their eyes and frowned, asking Qin Xiang, How did you get so many disc armors? Of course. They were obtained by hunting gods. How did you hunt them? The verification personnel's tone was harsh, as if interrogating a criminal. Qin Xiang understood this. After all, taking out so many disc armors at once would definitely raise suspicion. Qin Xiang calmly replied, May I ask, does the Sequence Ability Management Bureau have a regulation that requires one to explain how they hunted the gods? The verification personnel lowered their eyebrows. No, but your situation is too special, so I need to clarify. Since there is no such regulation, then why are you asking about this? I need to make a reasonable judgment. Qin Xiang interrupted. The methods of judgment available to you are the breath detector in your hand, the lie detector, the memory continuity test skills, and the forum report encouragement posts. Your personal inquiry does not belong to any of these, right? The verification personnel's expression turned very displeased. But Qin Xiang did not care. Hunting gods is a top priority in the safe zone, so the United Government has established detailed regulations. The reason for regulations is to standardize various behaviors. And in places where regulations exist, the survival rule is to act according to the regulations. As long as what one does complies with the regulations, there is nothing to fear. He cooperated with every regulation. For matters outside the regulations, he wouldn't say a word more. The verification personnel and Qin Xiang stared at each other for a long time, and Qin Xiang still looked calm, with no intention of giving in. The verification personnel had no choice but to conduct the inspection according to the regulations. He first took out the breath detector, scanning each disc armor one by one, confirming that the breath came from the same hunting dagger. When he counted the 794 disc armors, he couldn't help but be shocked. Since he became a verification personnel at this safe zone exit, he had never seen so many disc armors. Even he, as a verification personnel, was tempted by such a huge fortune. However, in front of everyone, he couldn't use any underhanded methods to pocket some. His jealousy towards this boy, Qin Xiang, grew stronger. Why does he get to have so many disc armors? So he checked particularly carefully, making sure to scan each disc armor 4 or 5 times before he resentfully set it down and checked the next one. The whole process lasted more than 2 hours before it ended. Then he checked Qin Xiang again, confirming that Qin Xiang was indeed the user of this hunting dagger. He then conducted the lie detector and memory continuity tests, which Qin Xiang also passed. When posting the report, the verification personnel asked again, Your more than 700 disc armors seem to be from the long-footed worm. The verification personnel dealt with disc armors every day, so it was not surprising that he recognized them. Before Qin Xiang could respond, the crowd erupted once again. Long-footed worm. These are all long-footed worms. Exactly. Look. These disc armors are the size of copper coins, with only a groove on them, very similar to long-footed worms. So that large group of sandworm minions were all long-footed worms. All killed by this kid. No wonder he could kill so many. Turns out they are all easily defeated long-footed worms. What sequence does he belong to? How could he attract so many long-footed worms? Qin Xiang originally wanted to say something, but after hearing this, he shut his mouth again. He coldly looked at the verification personnel. He knew that this person's statement was meant to let those people know that most of the sandworm minions had been hunted by him. This also meant that many hunting teams had made a wasted trip. Their resentment is likely to be vented on themselves. Qin Xiang looked at the angry gazes of the crowd and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Clearly, there was no enmity. Yet it seemed as though they had a deadly feud. No matter. They were just a bunch of shrimp and crabs. The strongest person here was probably only at sequence level 2, perhaps even weaker than Li Tianming beside him, not worth much. If a life-and-death battle were to unfold outside the safe zone, Qin Xiang was confident that he and Li Tianming could wipe them out completely. He might not even need Li Tianming's help. As he thought of this, a killing intent unconsciously revealed itself in his eyes. The other sequence abilities users immediately realized that Qin Xiang seemed not as naive as he appeared. Li Tianming gently patted the back of Qin Xiang's hand. Tone it down. Qin Xiang then reacted, rearranging his expression into that of a student again. He was only 18, why was he always thinking about killing? This was not good. Very not good. The acceptance personnel announced Qin Xiang's Hunter God rewards. 1 point for round armor, 794 pieces. And 1 piece of round armor worth 6.6 points. A total of 800 Hunter God points. Since it was a solo team, the points were doubled. So he received 1,600 points. Other rewards remained unchanged. 1 point corresponds to 1,000 copper coins. So in total, that was 800,000 copper coins. 1 point corresponds to 1/10 of a bottle of sequence potion. This time, you will receive 80 bottles of sequence potion. Due to the large quantity of rewards, I cannot distribute them here. Please go to the nearby Sequence Abilities Management Bureau to collect them. After hearing this, Qin Xiang's smile was about to split his face. 800,000 copper coins. That was over 60 silver coins. He would leap into wealth. Wait. Qin Xiang suddenly glanced at Li Tianming, who was also smiling widely beside him. It seemed he still had to give this bald, big-bellied man half. Chapter 64. Resolving disputes. Qin Xiang earned money easily. But Li Tianming earned money even more easily. Just by following Qin Xiang for a stroll outside the safe zone, he got over 30 silver coins. Qin Xiang felt a bit pained, but also did not plan to pocket the money. Although Li Tianming did not contribute physically, he had been taking care of his safety the whole time and was in a tense state. Out of sentiment and reason, he should provide the agreed compensation. Moreover, his cooperation with Li Tianming was long-term. They were not going to part ways after just one job. Over 30 silver coins, just give it to him. Qin Xiang, who had gone from poverty to wealth, did not want to wait even a moment. The nearby Sequence Abilities Management Bureau was the one in Area 14121, where Qian Window was located. Qin Xiang immediately decided to go to the bureau to collect his rewards. Just as he picked up his empty backpack and was about to turn to leave, he was suddenly called out to. Wait a minute. Qin Xiang turned back and found it was John. What do you want? I want to invite you to the battle arena. Qin Xiang frowned. Battle arena? What is that? A place for fighting? Yes. Go to the battle arena and compete with me. Why should I compete with you? Are you afraid? Qin Xiang was a bit stunned, looking at the furious blonde John, then turned his head to glance at Li Tianming. What is wrong with this blonde? Did he get stimulated or become a fool? Li Tianming said. You should have heard. He was originally in the top 5 at this exit for accumulating points and had privileges. Now that your ranking is higher than his privileges have been knocked off by you, so he wants to challenge you in the battle arena. Wait a minute. That's a lot of information. Qin Xiang sorted through Li Tianming's words and first asked, what are the privileges? Each management personnel at the safe zone exit has performance indicators. The more divine beings killed at this exit, the more rewards the person in charge receives. Therefore, to encourage powerful hunter god teams to set out from the exits they manage, management personnel arrange rewards for the top 5. This method of rewarding is also recognized by the Management Bureau and the joint government. Qin Xiang looked at the acceptance personnel. What are the privileges for the exit of Area 38,324? The acceptance personnel's expression was cold, an extra 10% on copper coins. Then don't I get 880,000 copper coins? Qin Xiang's eyes widened immediately, pointing at the acceptance personnel. You damn thing. You actually want to swallow my privilege reward? The acceptance personnel snorted. You only obtained privileges after today. What came before doesn't count. Oh, I'm sorry. I was poor before, so I got a bit carried away in my speech. Please forgive me. Humph. Qin Xiang immediately put on a smile and apologized to the acceptance personnel. Li Tianming sighed helplessly at Qin Xiang's sudden change of expression. A bit embarrassing. If I knocked off his privilege, shouldn't he work hard to kill divine beings to get it back? Why challenge me in the battle arena? By the way, what is the battle arena? Between sequence abilities users, conflicts are inevitable. The battle arena is an official venue provided by the joint government for sequence abilities users to resolve disputes. Before going on stage, both parties sign a wager. And after the fight, the wager's ownership is determined based on the outcome. Exactly. John waited for Li Tianming to finish explaining and said to Qin Xiang, I want to bet on the privileges of the exit of Area 38,324. Are you crazy? Why should I bet with you? John gritted his teeth. I'll give you 1 silver coin. Get lost. I don't even want such a small amount of money. If I lose, I'll give you a bottle of sequence potion. I have 80 bottles. What does that one bottle matter? I'll follow your orders for 2 years. I'm busy. I don't have time to raise a dog. John was exasperated. He had to regain his privileges. It wasn't just for the money. It was also for his status. The sequence abilities users at the safe zone exit who were originally privileged but got knocked off were the most looked down upon. Moreover, he was knocked off by a kid who relied purely on luck and had no real strength. However, Qin Xiang had no intention of going to the battle arena with him. No matter how much he talked, it was useless. After all, his sequence ability was not Phantom Assassin. If he revealed any flaws on the stage, it would be a loss. Just as he was about to leave, John blocked his way and said slowly, I just checked. You are of the Phantom Assassin sequence. If I lose, I will give you a Hunter God tool, a blind knife. Blind knife? I don't need. Before Qin Xiang could refuse, he was pulled by Li Tianming. Li Tianming whispered in his ear, this is a good thing. You can accept his challenge. How good? So good that you can't buy it, even if you have money. What thing can't be bought with money? Qin Xiang was not too convinced by Li Tianming's words. In his understanding, wealthy people had everything except troubles. Li Tianming said, Hunter God tools are crafted by sequence abilities users who specialize in forging. You should know that not all sequence abilities users only recognize money. Hunter God tools, that powerful? How come I haven't heard of them in the God-slaying camp? Li Tianming smiled. Those sequence abilities users qualified to possess Hunter God tools are unlikely to post information on public forums like the God-slaying camp. Does this mean my perspective is still far too limited? It seems that forum isn't too useful either. At least for the current Qin Xiang, it can no longer satisfy his needs. If he wants a broader perspective, he must go to a higher platform. Qin Xiang is even more eager for the sequence ability user university. Although the hunting god artifact is good, he still cannot accept it. He cannot expose his sequence fabrication for the sake of a weapon. Just as he was about to refuse, Li Tianming whispered, you don't have to worry. The combat arena has no spectators. Only the two of you are inside. Whatever happens, no one will know. Why is that? Every sequence ability user has their own trump card and is unwilling to let others know. According to the requirements of the sequence ability users, the combat arena set up by the United Government is completely secret. So how is victory determined? When you enter, you will wear a surrender bracelet. 3 taps indicate surrender. Once one side surrenders, the battle ends, and the winner can take the wager. Qin Xiang nodded, feeling that this arrangement was very reasonable. If there were only 2 people, they might surrender in the arena but then refuse to acknowledge it after leaving. However, the matter of surrender was not what Qin Xiang was concerned about. He quietly asked, what if I kill him? Will there be any trouble? No. Once you are in the combat arena, life and death are your own responsibility. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up. Killing someone is fine. Now I'm excited. Chapter 65. Heading to the combat arena, seeing the gleam in Qin Xiang's eyes, Li Tianming already knew what this kid was planning. He looked at John with sympathy. Poor John may just want to defeat Qin Xiang and regain his privileges at the safe zone exit. But Qin Xiang has set his sights on his hunting god artifact and also wants to take his life. Li Tianming knew that Qin Xiang's sequence was strange. Just his extraordinary strength and agility were enough to raise suspicion. Even though Qin Xiang had been holding back his strength, the seasoned Li Tianming still observed that his basic attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary level 1 sequence ability user. There are only 2 possibilities. Qin Xiang is not a level 1 sequence ability user, or Qin Xiang is not an ordinary sequence ability user. Regardless of which possibility, it implies that there is a huge secret hidden behind Qin Xiang. This secret can only be known by Li Tianming, who has mutual reliance with him. Others who see his sequence skills will not keep it a secret like he does. Therefore, in Qin Xiang's mind, once he and John step onto the combat arena, there is only one outcome for John: death. Seeing that Qin Xiang did not seem afraid of killing, with only a desire for the hunting god artifact in his eyes, Li Tianming became curious about him. This kid is definitely not killing for the first time. Who did he kill before? The edge of the safe zone is very chaotic, with people going missing and being killed every week. Li Tianming is also unclear. It doesn't matter. Li Tianming chuckled to himself. Who hasn't killed someone? Qin Xiang knew he could act freely in the combat arena and immediately looked at John like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Do you really have a hunting god artifact? I don't believe it unless you show it to me. John pulled out a short knife that was an inch longer than the hunting god dagger and handed it to Qin Xiang. Holding this blind knife, Qin Xiang immediately felt the power within him communicate with the blade. It seemed as if the knife had grown on him. This is a blind knife. If you cut a god with it, within a minute, that god will go blind. Qin Xiang licked his lips. It really is a good item. How long will the god be blind? This depends on the size of the god. The smaller the god, the longer the blindness lasts. If it's the long-legged worm you have hunted, it will probably be blind for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes? That long? Qin Xiang thought the skill attached to such a weapon could only control for a few seconds. He didn't expect it to last for 5 minutes. A treasure. A treasure among treasures. Qin Xiang's gaze seemed to be glued to the blind knife, unable to look away. Today, John is undoubtedly going to die. Even the United Government's people won't be able to save him. Seeing the greed on Qin Xiang's face, John sneered inwardly, knowing that Qin Xiang would surely accept his challenge. At that time, he would use the combat arena to make Qin Xiang suffer a bit and teach him a lesson about being young and reckless. Okay, I agree. Let's go to the combat arena. Now, of course, I'm busy. After the combat arena, I still have to go to the management office to collect my rewards. John thought Qin Xiang would ask to take a break, especially since he had just hunted over 700 gods, although they were long-legged worms. Chasing and killing so many was not an easy task. Qin Xiang didn't want to rest, which suited John's intentions. Okay, then let's go to the combat arena. How do we get there? Walk. Taking the bus is the fastest. All right, then let's go. Principal Li, can you cover my bus fare? Li Tianming snorted. I have no money left. John is taking you to the combat arena. Let him pay for your fare. Stingy. I'll give you more than 30 silver coins. And you won't even pay 10 copper coins for the fare? John didn't want to waste time on the fare and said directly, I'll cover the bus fare for both of you. Let's go. Okay. Thank you, Brother John. Others, hearing that John and Qin Xiang were going to the combat arena, also became interested and wanted to join. Weren't we planning to go hunt gods? Not going anymore. Hunt my foot. That kid has already killed over 700 long-legged worms. How many gods can be left outside? Let's go see the excitement instead. Exactly. We can kill gods any day. The nearby combat arena doesn't even open once a month. Can't you tell the priority? Is watching a show that interesting? You're just talking nonsense. If the excitement isn't interesting, then what do you call excitement? A large group of sequence ability users surged toward the bus station. When the bus driver arrived at the 38324 safe zone exit bus stop, he was stunned. Since the establishment of the safe zone, he had never seen so many people waiting for a bus. For a moment, he thought he had returned to the pre-apocalypse days when a bunch of office workers crowded onto the bus. But all the passengers getting on were wearing freeze-proof suits, bringing him back to reality. So many sequence ability users. Where are they going? The bus was filled with passengers. A few people unwilling to wait for the next bus even paid their fare and climbed onto the roof of the bus. There was even a sequence ability user whose sequence skill was suction, directly sticking under the bus, enjoying the spot beneath the vehicle. The bus driver drove away with a full load of people. The sequence ability users who did not get on the bus looked at those sitting on the roof and disdainfully curled their lips. A bus ride only takes 20 minutes. What does it matter to wait a while? They must rush to this trip. Do they think the combat arena will end in 20 minutes? Absurd. Driver. We're all going to the combat arena. Just drive straight there. Okay. Because the bus was packed and no one got off midway. The bus driver didn't even stop at other bus stops along the way. Arriving at the combat arena station, everyone quickly dispersed. The bus driver looked at the empty bus, feeling as if he had traveled to another world. John and Qin Xiang walked at the front of the crowd. Qin Xiang didn't know the way and relied entirely on John to lead him. However, the combat arena was quite conspicuous. After walking for about a minute from the bus stop, they arrived. John pointed to a dark square building in front of them and said, "This is the combat arena. Why are there no lights? No one usually comes here, so to save electricity, the lights are not turned on." All right. John stepped forward and knocked on a small door on the dark building. "Who is it?" "Here to resolve an issue at the combat arena." "Oh, wait a moment." After about a minute, all the lights around suddenly lit up, illuminating the area. Qin Xiang then saw that the seemingly dark building had a surface flowing with colorful hues. However, the colors were not pure, and there was a hint of darkness within them, resembling soap bubbles in the evening light. A person in uniform came out, holding an electronic tablet. The person yawned and asked, "I'm the manager of the combat arena. Who is here to resolve an issue?" "Both of us." "Fill out this information, press your fingerprint, leave your hunter's dagger, and then fill in your bet to get onto the arena." The manager seemed to be too lazy to say more, so he explained all the requirements at once. After Qin Xiang and John filled out the forms, they returned the electronic tablet to the manager. After confirming the information, the manager took out a remote from his pocket and pressed a button, causing a door in front of them to suddenly open. He then took out 2 wristbands and put them on the right wrists of Qin Xiang and John. The arena is right there. According to the laws of the United Government, the matches in the combat arena are completely confidential. If either party surrenders, just knock 3 times on the wristband with your left index finger, and the match will end. On the arena, life and death are your own responsibility. You both just signed the agreement on the tablet, so you should know this. The match can begin once the door closes. Go in. Okay. Qin Xiang couldn't wait to enter the arena. John sneered and followed closely behind. Once both of them entered through the large door, it closed again. Looking back at the spot where the door had opened, there was no gap at all, as if the door had never existed. At that moment, outside, Sun Juhong laughed. "That kid is definitely going to lose." Why? John is also a shadow assassin sequence, but his sequence level is level 2, so defeating him is easy. "No wonder you say that." Sun Juhong's long scar on his face twisted, revealing a strange smile. Moreover, John is going in with a blind knife. There are no rules against bringing weapons in the combat arena. A blind knife? Isn't that a hunter's item? Hunter's items also work on sequence ability users? Of course. You didn't know such a simple thing? Skills effective against humans may not necessarily work against gods. However, skills that work against gods are also effective against humans. With the blind knife, Qin Xiang definitely can't win. Sun Juhong then said to Li Tianming, "Buddy, are you ready to send that kid to the hospital?" Li Tianming glanced at Sun Juhong, who had a face full of schadenfreude, and didn't say a word. To the hospital? It's not that complicated. A direct funeral would suffice. Oh, wait, John isn't from Huagua, so he doesn't have the funeral customs. It seems like over there, they are into priests and funerals. Seeing that Li Tianming didn't respond to him, Sun Juhong stopped trying to be funny, snorted coldly, and quietly waited for news of John's victory. After Qin Xiang and John entered the door, they found themselves in a square room that was completely empty, with nothing inside. However, the four walls, ceiling, and floor were all covered with a white material resembling plastic, which they couldn't identify. In the four corners of the ceiling, there were very soft lights illuminating the entire room brightly. Qin Xiang suddenly realized that it seemed the entire room was the combat arena. Had he been standing on the combat arena all along? This combat arena was actually a completely enclosed room, with no boundaries. It seems that the only way to determine the outcome is for one side to surrender. However, it makes sense, without a referee or surveillance. How else could they judge the winner besides one side surrendering? Just then, the large door slowly closed. At the moment the door closed, John immediately drew his blind knife from his waist, activated the skill, life and death on the line, enhanced, tripling his agility and doubling his strength, and swung the knife at Qin Xiang's back. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang seemed to be unaware, standing still. "You little bug, you must pay the price for your ignorance and recklessness." John had already thought about how to torment Qin Xiang later. However, just when he thought this strike was a sure hit, Qin Xiang suddenly vanished. How is that possible? Just as he panicked, Qin Xiang had already appeared at his side. Qin Xiang's strength already exceeded that of an average sequence ability user. And with his sequence level being 3, he was on par with John even without activating skills. Plus, he had used the dual metal to quadruple his attributes and activated the brute force skill for triple stacking, giving him 12 times the strength and agility. John was utterly unable to defend himself. John's body couldn't keep up with Qin Xiang's movements. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Qin Xiang's frenzied smile. At that moment, he realized that Qin Xiang was not a shadow assassin at all. Moreover, Qin Xiang's sequence level was definitely higher than his own. What is he, a monster? Once this strike ended, he would immediately surrender. However, Qin Xiang wouldn't give him that chance. Qin Xiang's fist was raised high, and he gently said in John's ear, "Thank you." With one punch, it landed squarely on John's cheek. Before John could feel anything, he only sensed his vision being crushed in an instant, then suddenly disappearing. At that moment, his consciousness still hadn't stopped thinking. Why can't I see anything? Did I get hit by my own blind knife? No. He could still feel the blind knife tightly gripped in his hand. It was a punch that had solidly struck his face. What sequence is he? How could he have such great strength? After a moment of confusion, John stopped thinking. When Qin Xiang struck, John didn't feel any pain. Just in an instant. As his thoughts ceased, so did his life. Qin Xiang slowly walked over, picked up the blind knife, and looked at it with fondness. He originally wanted to cut his hand to test its sharpness, but suddenly realized that the blinding effect of this knife might also work on people. What if he ended up blind for a while? It wouldn't be good at all. Better not waste any more time. In the eyes of the crowd, he was just a sequence level 1 newbie. Defeating John was simply impossible. Qin Xiang first faked a fatal wound. Then John's face was treated until the mark from that punch was completely unnoticeable. Qin Xiang touched his chin and thought, "I have a rather irritable personality because I didn't receive good moral education at Juan School. Today, I was provoked by John in the battle arena, and after defeating him, seeing his disgusting face, I couldn't help but take action, which led to this result. This reasoning should be fine." He glanced at the display of his wristband. Only 2 minutes had passed. The skill, life, and death line from the Phantom Assassin, sequence level 1 doubles agility for 5 minutes, and then causes fatigue for 20 minutes. In that case, when I go out later, I'll have to let Li Tianming carry me on the bus. Giving him over 30 silver coins to carry me all the way should be reasonable, right? Chapter 67. Disgusting. The door to the battle arena slowly opened again. Others were somewhat surprised. Has it only been a few minutes? Has it been resolved so quickly? Did John already defeat that kid? He clearly said he wanted to torment that kid for a while. How did it end in just 3 minutes? Maybe he thought that giving that kid a lesson was enough and didn't need to be too harsh. Sigh. If I had known it would end so quickly, I wouldn't have come. It's really boring. Sun Juhong yawned and prepared to leave in boredom. At this moment, someone stopped Sun Juhong, who was turning to walk towards the bus station. "Brother Sun, something seems off." "What is off?" "Look." Sun Juhong followed the direction the person was pointing and immediately widened his eyes. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Xiang walked out of the door, covered in blood. However, Qin Xiang's gaze was vacant, still holding a blind knife in his hand. Why is it Qin Xiang who came out? What about John? John's teammates immediately rushed forward to grab Qin Xiang. wanting to ask him what happened. However, Qin Xiang seemed to have lost his soul, not answering, and walked straight towards Li Tianming. Seeing this, John's teammates rushed into the battle arena, just as others were curious about what had happened. The teammates who ran into the battle arena came running out again, holding onto the wall and vomiting uncontrollably. The looks they cast at Qin Xiang were filled with horror. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang seemed unaware. Suddenly, Qin Xiang appeared to have lost all his strength, collapsing onto Li Tianming. Li Tianming supported Qin Xiang, showing a helpless expression. This kid is quite the seasoned actor. Sun Juhong was puzzled and also entered the battle arena. After a while, Sun Juhong returned outside. However, being well informed, he didn't vomit like the others. He only trembled slightly and glanced at Qin Xiang before averting his gaze. Upon seeing John's gruesome death, Qin Xiang undoubtedly appeared to be a madman in Sun Juhong's eyes. Moreover, a madman whose trump card was unclear. Although Sun Juhong verbally looked down on John, he had to admit that John, who ranked just below him in the hunting god points at the exit of safe zone 38324, was no simple character. With rich battle experience, sequence suppression, and holding hunting god items, under such circumstances, he was surprisingly killed by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was definitely not a simple character. Moreover, judging by the completely deformed head, it seemed that Qin Xiang had beaten him for quite a while. From the moment the two entered the battle arena to when Qin Xiang came out, it had only been a little over 3 minutes. This meant that Qin Xiang very likely defeated John in under a minute. How did he do it? The more Sun Juhong thought about it, the more anxious he became. This youth's strength is actually so terrifying. Others, seeing Sun Juhong's dumbfounded expression, were also filled with curiosity and gradually entered the battle arena. However, like John's teammates, most people ran out after about 10 seconds, holding onto the wall and vomiting desperately. The staff member was also vomiting while trying to block those wanting to go back in to see. Don't go in. I still have to find someone to clean up this area. It's too disgusting with all the vomiting. All those who saw John's death were filled with fear as they looked at the powerless Qin Xiang leaning against Li Tianming. Li Tianming understood that Qin Xiang definitely didn't do anything human inside. 80% of it was to prevent John's memories from being read by the undying sequence ability user, processing his head in a bloody manner. Li Tianming didn't bother going in to see what happened. No matter how terrifying it was just a matter of killing someone. In Li Tianming's rich experience, killing was entirely unrelated to horror. It was commonplace. Li Tianming leaned down and whispered in Qin Xiang's ear. You're acting like you're exhausted after using life and death line. But you still have the strength to grip that knife, huh? Qin Xiang replied quietly. I wanted to see if this hunting god item skill works on people. You don't need to try. I can tell you it works. All skills that are effective against gods are also effective against people. The reverse isn't necessarily true. Oh, then I can rest assured. Clang. The blind knife slipped from Qin Xiang's hand, falling to the ground and making a crisp sound as it hit the marble surface. Li Tianming picked up the blind knife while supporting Qin Xiang and placed it in Qin Xiang's backpack. Then Li Tianming turned to the still vomiting staff member and said, this battle should be counted as Qin Xiang's victory, right? Then we'll take this blind knife, okay? The staff member leaned against the wall, not looking up, and just waved his hand at Li Tianming, signaling for them to hurry and leave. All right, thanks. Li Tianming supported Qin Xiang and left the battle arena. Principal Li, can you carry me? It looked like Qin Xiang was being supported by Li Tianming, but in reality, he was being dragged along, his toes scraping against the ground, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Carry you? Dream on. Do you still want your silver coins? Heh, why don't you try not giving me? Principal Li, I'm at least your student. I haven't taught you how to read, and I certainly haven't taught you how to kill. We have no teacher-student relationship. Li Tianming wasn't fooled by Qin Xiang's tactics, but Qin Xiang had no choice. After all, Li Tianming knew him well, and he had no way to threaten Li Tianming. He could only let him drag him to the bus station. The two waited for a while at the bus station, preparing to take the bus back. However, taking the bus didn't mean going home. They were going to the management bureau to collect their rewards next. This was Li Tianming's request, and it was also Qin Xiang's idea. He dragged him onto the bus and paid for the fare. The two, covered in blood, stood out on the bus. Even other sequence ability users unconsciously moved to a spot farther away from them. Qin Xiang's head rested on Li Tianming's shoulder, his expression vacant. Yet, he was filled with joy at acquiring the hunting god item. Near the battle arena, many people had not dispersed yet. They all had a new understanding of Qin Xiang. The order at the exit of safe zone 38324 might change because of this. Just then, those sequence ability users who had boarded the first bus and were watching the excitement arrived. They saw that so many people were still gathered outside the battle arena and guessed that the battle between Qin Xiang and John hadn't ended yet. Leisurely arriving near the battle arena, he caught a whiff of vomit. Looking around, he was shocked to see pools of disgusting filth everywhere. A person pinching their nose asked, "What is going on? What are you all doing here? Did you all eat something bad?" However, no one paid him any attention. He asked again, "Where are Qin Xiang and John?" Has the battle not started yet? A weak voice from the crowd replied, It's already over. Over. Chapter 68. Claiming rewards. Upon hearing that the battle was already over, the newcomers hurriedly inquired about the results. What? Are you saying John lost? What? Are you saying John lost with a blind blade? What? Not only did John lose, but he also died. The more they listened, the more absurd it sounded. And they insisted on entering the battle arena to see what was going on. The staff tried to stop them, but two onlookers pushed past, and the group rushed inside. Before long, this group rushed out again, finding a cleaner spot, and started to vomit as well. The staff were already feeling drained, and seeing so many places needing cleaning made them faint from anger. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang and Li Tianming were oblivious to what was happening behind them. The two were sitting on the bus, each contemplating how to distribute the rewards from the management bureau. After a while, Li Tianming gently nudged Qin Xiang with his elbow. It's been 20 minutes. We can move now. Oh. Qin Xiang pretended to just regain his strength, no longer leaning on Li Tianming, and sat up straight. The management bureau station has arrived. The bus's speaker announced the stop, and Qin Xiang and Li Tianming got off, chatting and laughing as they walked towards the management bureau in Area 14121. The bus driver looked at their backs and sighed helplessly. These two got on the bus covered in blood from their frost-resistant suits, which he found quite distasteful. But since they were both sequence ability users, there wasn't much he could do as an ordinary person. Their seats were stained with blood, and he would have to clean up after work. Damn sequence ability users. The driver muttered before continuing to drive. Qin Xiang asked, Principal, are you going to come with me to claim the reward? I won't go in. Insurer doesn't have the qualification to claim a reward. I'll wait for you outside the management bureau. All right. Once again, they arrived outside the 3-story management bureau building. The gray paint on the outside remained unchanged, and the dim light outside was similar to before. But Qin Xiang felt like a different person. He realized that every time he came to the management bureau, it meant he had made new progress or gained something. Therefore, he felt very good every time he was in front of the management bureau. No wonder the sequence ability users from Godslaying Camp like the management bureau so much. Now I understand. Every time I come here, I feel incredibly relaxed. Li Tianming smiled, non-committal. Qin Xiang entered the management bureau, passed through the foyer, and once again saw the empty office area. However, this time, he was wearing a frost-resistant suit and covered in blood, which was very eye-catching. Realizing Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user, a staff member immediately stood up and walked over. Sir, what brings you to the management bureau? Oh, I'm here to claim the reward for slaying a deity. Claim a reward? All right, please wait a moment. The staff member returned to their desk, picked up an electronic tablet, and quickly walked back. Sir, what is your sequence ability user number? 000095527. Is it Mr. Qin Xiang? That's right. Okay. Let me check your points acquisition location, which is the exit of safety zone 38324. That's correct. The points awaiting collection for slaying deities is 1006. The staff member looked incredulously at the string of numbers following Qin Xiang's name and couldn't help but exclaim. This exclamation attracted the attention of other management bureau personnel in the hall. 1,600 points. Who is this young man? Among the nearby safety zone exits, the largest was the exit of safety zone 38324, home to the strongest sequence ability users in area 14121. However, even the top scorer at the exit, Fran, had only over 300 points. How could he have 1,006 points? Did he clean out all the deities outside the exit of safety zone 38,324? Amidst the astonished gazes, Qin Xiang nodded. That's right. My points for slaying deities have already been verified by the management bureau staff. I'm here to claim my reward. The staff member swallowed hard. All right. Please wait a moment. I'll get your reward. Thank you. Qin Xiang intended to find a chair to sit down, but looking at the clean management bureau hall and then at the blood on his clothes, he decided against it. After a while, the staff member returned with 2 cloth bags. Hello, this is your reward. First, here are 800,000 copper coins. We VE exchanged them at the rate, giving you 80 silver coins. Please check. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang took the heavy money bag and immediately beamed with joy. 800,000 copper coins was a lot. The management bureau would definitely exchange it for him in silver coins. He had expected the bureau to follow the market rate, giving him 1 silver coin for every 12,000 copper coins. Instead, they followed the United Government's rate and gave him 80 silver coins at a 1 to 10,000 ratio. This was 20% more than he had anticipated, and Qin Xiang was even happier. He took out the silver coins, counted them twice, and bit each one to check for issues. After confirming there were none, he happily accepted them. Next, here are 80 vials of sequence potions. They are all in this bag. It's a bit heavy, so please take care of it. Qin Xiang took the bag containing the sequence potions and found 4 layers of small shelves inside, each neatly holding 20 vials of sequence potions. No problem. Thank you. All right, have a good day. Although Qin Xiang looked young, this staff member unconsciously used you to address him. 1,600 points was truly terrifying. After Qin Xiang left, the personnel on the first floor of the management bureau immediately began discussing his identity. Who is he? I've never seen him before. I checked his information. He is a level 1 newcomer. He actually just scored 1,600 points. I just received news from Lao Cheng that he passed the verification at the exit of safety zone 38,324 today, saying this kid single-handedly killed over 700 long-legged worms. Qin Xiang stepped outside the management bureau and shook the money bag at Li Tianming. Principal, it's time to split the money. Li Tianming nodded at him. The two walked aside, and Qin Xiang was elated. I didn't expect to receive 80 silver coins. We each get 40 coins, how wonderful. He counted out 40 silver coins and put them in his backpack, then handed the remaining silver coins along with the money bag to Li Tianming. Li Tianming pondered for a moment and said, well, I won't take the silver coins. No way. Before Li Tianming could finish his sentence, Qin Xiang ruthlessly interrupted him. Qin Xiang's smile faded as he coldly stared at Li Tianming, devoid of the earlier warmth. Chapter 69. Rules of Cooperation. Li Tianming's expression also turned cold. 40 silver coins was indeed a significant amount of money for him, but it couldn't change his situation. However, the sequence potions were different. He didn't expect Qin Xiang to obtain 80 bottles of sequence potions in one go. If he could get half of them, it might greatly enhance his abilities. With more effort, advancing to sequence level 4 would not be a problem. Therefore, he planned to forego the silver coins and asked for the sequence potions instead. However, his thoughts were seen through by Qin Xiang. Before Li Tianming could finish speaking, Qin Xiang interrupted him and placed the pouch of 40 silver coins in front of him. Li Tianming forced a smile and said, Classmate Qin, your ability to obtain so many rewards this time is closely related to me being your guarantor. Yes, that's why I'm giving you 40 silver coins. This was what we agreed upon before. But silver coins are of no use to me right now. They are more beneficial to you, aren't they? Qin Xiang scrutinized Li Tianming. Principal Li, do you know what the rules of a transaction are? We agreed on how to distribute the rewards after the task is completed. Now that the matter is settled, are you trying to renege? It's not that I'm reneging. It's just that I need the sequence potions. Who doesn't need sequence potions? Hunting deities is for this kind of money? Principal Li, if we had agreed beforehand that after the task I would give you half of the sequence potions, then I wouldn't have anything to say. But we clearly stated that I would give you half of the money. You never mentioned wanting the sequence potions. You can't just change your mind now, because you see that I have more sequence potions. Li Tianming's mouth twitched slightly. I really didn't expect you to obtain so many sequence potions. 80 bottles of sequence potions are indeed a hot item in your hands. That's my business now. Seeing that Qin Xiang was resolute and not budging, Li Tianming sighed helplessly. If it were a one-time deal with Qin Xiang, he would definitely find a way to snatch all those sequence potions. But the problem was, he also needed Qin Xiang's help. Without him, he had no way of connecting with other sequence abilities users. All the channels were blocked by those damned people. Qin Xiang's appearance was his only lifeline. Moreover, Qin Xiang was such a formidable ally. He couldn't afford to offend him over a few bottles of sequence potions. How about this? You give me the 40 silver coins, and I'll use them to buy the sequence potions. That should be acceptable, right? Buying sequence potions? This suggestion was something Qin Xiang could consider. With 80 bottles of sequence potions, plus the 2 bottles at home, he didn't need any of them. He was just planning to sell them for resources. If Li Tianming was willing to buy, it would save him a lot of trouble. How are you planning to buy them? At market price. 1 bottle of sequence potion costs 5 silver coins. I'll buy 8 bottles for 40 silver coins. Is that okay? Your market price seems a bit cheap. Qin Xiang had seen a post in the forum about buying sequence potions for 7 silver coins each. That was just the buyback price. The selling price would definitely be higher. However, that post was fleeting, deleted by the admin within a minute. Because trading sequence potions was prohibited in the safe zone. Li Tianming said, cheap? Are you trying to sell them to me at black market prices? Black market transactions aren't as simple as you think. Just showing your face could land you in big trouble. I'm using them myself. I don't plan to sell them. If you sell them to me at a lower price, we both benefit. Li Tianming's words convinced Qin Xiang. Right now, he really didn't have any channels to sell sequence potions. It was fine to sell a few to Li Tianming at a low price. After all, they were partners. All right. Qin Xiang counted out 8 bottles of sequence potions and handed them to Li Tianming, then took back the pouch of 40 silver coins. Li Tianming tucked the sequence potions away and nodded. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. Where are you going next? I'm going to rent a place next to the school. I'm still in the identity of a drifter. Dante, you remember, principal? Oh, I really forgot about that. Who would think that someone with 80 silver coins is a drifter? I'm just a poor person suddenly coming into wealth. Just the two of us here. There are some things you and I both understand. No need to talk in circles. Hearing this, Qin Xiang awkwardly chuckled twice and fell silent. But I advise you to be cautious about renting a place. It's best not to reveal your identity. Why? Because your information is still posted on the forum's report section. Everyone knows you have 80 bottles of sequence potions now. Although using abilities is prohibited in the safe zone, money can move hearts. Your 80 bottles of sequence potions are a tempting target for many sequence abilities users who are stuck at a bottleneck with no income. There are definitely people planning to come after you. I suggest you temporarily stay in a cheap place that doesn't require identity registration and change locations every day. Qin Xiang sighed. But I have to go to school. With so many people watching me, if I don't go to school, I'll definitely be reported and forcibly expelled. If that happens, I won't be eligible to participate in the Sequence Abilities Assessment after the college entrance exam. And I won't be able to go to university. That is indeed a troublesome matter. Li Tianming thought for a moment. How about you stay at the school? There are cameras everywhere in the school. No sequence user would dare to cause trouble in such a place. I thought you would let me go to your house. My house is not an option. Why? Is it because of Dingting? Qin Xiang teased with a smile. He remembered seeing the messages and explicit videos sent by Dingting when he was in Li Tianming's office last time. Li Tianming was not evasive at all. How should I put it? There is indeed Dingting at home, but sometimes it's just one, sometimes it's 3 or 5, and they change every so often. Qin Xiang was taken aback. Principal Li, you're quite the player. Not anymore. It used to be even more exciting. Then he glanced at Qin Xiang with a hint of nostalgia. Ah, I really missed the time when I was your age. Those wonderful times will never come back. Ugh, your look just gave me goosebumps. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us head back to school together. I need to bring back some personal items. Thanks, Principal Li. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming took the bus again. Now that you're so rich, why do you still need me to help pay for the fare? Qin Xiang scratched his head. I just took out the money. But the driver said he couldn't give change. You're something else. Chapter 70. Deadly Enemies. Qin Xiang returned to school with Li Tianming. By the time they arrived, it was already night, and the school was deserted. The school gate was locked, but that didn't stop 2 Sequence Abilities users. They jumped a few times and climbed over the gate into the campus. Principal Li, do you think the teacher watching the surveillance tomorrow will be scared if they find us? I'm the principal. What can they say? But you look quite frightening with all that blood on you. Qin Xiang looked at his protective suit. The bloodstains had already dried. The dark green stains at the bottom were from the distorted scythe. The layer of red blood on top is from the long-footed worm. The deep red blood at the very top belongs to Unlucky John. The layers are distinct, and the colors are varied, resembling a camouflaged outfit with adjusted color differences. Qin Xiang said, Principal, is there a place to take a shower in your office? Li Tianming scratched his neck and replied, the principal's office is lucky to have a bed. How could there be a place to shower? When I used your computer that day, I saw a folder named Office. How much did you actually look at? Not much, but I noticed you've always been quite refined, with your clothes neat and new, suggesting you're someone with a cleanliness obsession. So, there should be a place to shower in the office, right? Well, behind the bookshelf in the office, I had someone converted into a bathroom. I knew it. Thank you, Principal. You're welcome. Remember to clean up after using it. Okay. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming entered the principal's office together, and under Li Tianming's guidance. They went into the bathroom, cleaned their clothes, and took a shower. After giving him a couple more reminders, Li Tianming left with a folder and a bag containing 8 bottles of potion. After showering, Qin Xiang lay down on the folding bed. The soft mattress made him feel as if he had returned to his past life. Since his rebirth, he hadn't slept on such a comfortable bed. Fatigue soon washed over him like a tide. Lying on the bed, he reflected on the events of the day and quickly fell into a deep sleep. When Qin Xiang woke up, it was just past 6 in the morning, perhaps because he was not used to sleeping in the principal's office. The comfortable bed did not extend his sleep. Qin Xiang got up, unwrapped a towel and toothbrush that had not been used in the bathroom, and washed up. I guess this was prepared for some female teacher. It's better used by me. At least I can sell him the sequence potion at a discount, Qin Xiang thought. Feeling justified in enjoying Li Tianming's private space, he spent some time at the computer checking information about sequence ability users and only set off for the classroom when it was almost time for morning self-study. After becoming a sequence ability user, he felt a bit less free. In the past, skipping class was no issue. Now it was different. He had a valid reason for not attending school yesterday, since he had gone outside the safety zone to hunt deities, and no one could challenge that. However, if he didn't go to school today without a good reason, he would surely be reported to the education department by envious classmates. The United Government places great importance on the ideological and moral development of students. They do not want the sequence ability users they fund to have antisocial or anti-human traits. Therefore, those who awaken as sequence ability users during their student years are given special attention. The United Government strives to ensure that every student entering the Sequence Ability University is exceptional and can become a pillar of humanity's future. However, Qin Xiang felt that this effort had little impact. Still, he didn't want to attract trouble. If skipping class had too great an impact, the Education Department would likely contact the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, and personnel from the Bureau would come to give him a verbal reprimand. He was quite sure that soon someone from the Bureau would approach him to inquire about the incident with John at the battle arena. Killing, even within legal bounds, was not a trivial matter. Therefore, he had prepared an excuse. He had not received moral education and would shift the blame to the school's moral education director. He tore off a page from the office calendar. Blue Star Era, January 27, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Wednesday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Earth Ox, December 13th. Suitable for resolution. Suitable for resolution? Resolve what? Qin Xiang shook his head and walked toward the classroom. As soon as Qin Xiang sat down in the classroom, two people appeared in front of him. He looked up to see Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen clung to Zhou Yang's arm, and her gaze towards Qin Xiang was still filled with fear. Zhou Yang said, "Qin, you and my uncle are both sequence ability users. Can you, for my sake, not hold a grudge against Jingwen for the previous matters?" Qin Xiang sniffed lightly and disdainfully glanced at Li Jingwen. "This is the helper you found?" Li Jingwen swallowed hard and said, "Qin Xiang, I really know I was wrong." Qin Xiang turned to Zhou Yang again and asked, "Zhou Yang, do you really understand what grudge exists between Li Jingwen and me?" Zhou Yang held his neck high and replied, "No matter what the grudge is, we are all classmates. There's nothing that can't be resolved." Qin Xiang nodded. "It seems she hasn't told you the truth. That's to be expected. How could she dare to tell the truth about such matters? You're quite quick, Li Jingwen. What do you mean by that? I made it public the day before yesterday that I was in bed with Zhou Yang, tying up this fool." Zhou Yang immediately blushed. "Don't spout blood. I am a sequence ability user. My sense of smell is very keen." Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and added, "That's right. I have made arrangements to marry Jingwen after the college entrance examination. So can you give me a break and not stir up trouble with her anymore?" Qin Xiang sneered. "I really don't know who gave you the courage to speak to me like this, your useless uncle. What did you say?" Qin Xiang took out his phone and threw it to Zhou Yang. "You should remember your uncle's phone number, right? Call him now. You otherwise, I'll slap you just like I did the grade director. I mean it." Zhou Yang thought of the grade director who was still lying in the hospital and felt a chill down his back as he dialed his uncle's number. "Hello, uncle. It's me." As soon as Qin Xiang heard the call connect, he snatched the phone back. "Hello, Director Zhou. This is Qin Xiang." On the other end, Zhou Xing immediately sounded cheerful. "Oh, it's you, Qin student. Just in time. I wanted Zhou Yang to contact you to ask about your recent school life. What a coincidence that you reached out to me. By the way, what can I do for you? Do you know about what happened yesterday?" "Of course I do. You hunted so many deities at once. You're a hero of GUN School, a model for our 14,121 area, with 80 bottles of sequence potion in hand." Qin Xiang was already certain to advance to sequence level 3. Additionally, as he awakened his sequence ability before the college entrance examination, entering a top university was not a problem, and his future was limitless. He was far beyond a grassroots official from the education department at the edge of the safety zone. Furthermore, as an awakened sequence user, Qin Xiang was only bound by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, and the education department could no longer control him. Although Zhou Xing was nominally an official and Qin Xiang a student, he was very eager to befriend Qin Xiang. "Well, if you know, it's much easier for me to communicate with you. There's nothing much, but your nephew Zhou Yang wants me to spare one of my enemies. What do you think?" Zhou Xing was taken aback and asked, "Enemy?" "Yes, a sworn enemy." "I see. Please pass the phone to Zhou Yang." "Okay." Zhou Yang took the phone and shot a glance at Qin Xiang. "Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense. We are all classmates. There's no sworn enemy." A cold voice came from the other end of the line. "Cut ties with that person and apologize to Qin Xiang." "But uncle, if Qin Xiang does not forgive you, then your family will have no further relation with me. Do you understand?" Chapter 71. Classroom Conversation. Zhou Yang heard his uncle Zhou Xing's unquestionable words and instantly turned pale. His father once said that he and his younger brother Zhou Xing were not particularly close. One reason was that there was an 8-year age gap between them, creating a significant generational divide. Another reason was that when they were younger, Zhou Yang's father had much poorer academic performance compared to Zhou Xing. Out of jealousy towards his younger brother, he had thrown many obstacles in Zhou Xing's way. Although they were biological brothers, they both looked down on each other. Zhou Yang's father had mediocre grades and took the college entrance examination before the apocalypse. However, even though there were many universities and broader recruitment opportunities before the apocalypse, he still failed to get into college. After graduation, he became an ordinary freight worker. In contrast, Zhou Xing, who excelled academically, only took the college entrance examination after the apocalypse and successfully enrolled in a college, later becoming an official in the education department. This stark difference in status further distanced their families. If it weren't for their mother's dying wish for the two brothers to get along better and for Zhou Xing to support his elder brother, Zhou Xing probably would have cut off all ties with their family. Zhou Yang's father also realized that his younger brother now held a high position and was an important figure on the outskirts of the safety zone. So he changed his past cold words and mockery, instead acting subserviently towards his brother. Although Zhou Xing didn't like his elder brother, out of respect for their mother's wish and due to his elder brother's repeated apologies, he decided to help him. Therefore, if Zhou Yang got into big trouble, Zhou Xing could definitely harden his heart and sever ties with their family. However, Zhou Yang never thought that this big trouble would be related to Qin Xiang, someone he once didn't even want to look at. Zhou Yang could only mumble, "Yes, uncle, I understand. Please hand the phone to Qin Xiang." Zhou Yang handed the phone back to Qin Xiang, his eyes filled with reluctance and confusion. Qin Xiang took the phone. "Hello? Director Zhou, thank you." As soon as Zhou Yang heard Qin Xiang's voice, he immediately regained his enthusiasm. "Classmate Qin, When are you free? Let's have a meal together. Qin Xiang bluntly asked. Is there something that needs to be discussed over dinner? Zhou Xing, the director of the education department, couldn't influence him in any way. So, Qin Xiang spoke straightforwardly, not wanting to get entangled with him too much. Oh, I see. A special recruitment quota from Xingren University has been sent down from above, and I want to discuss it with you to see if you're interested. Xingren University? Qin Xiang knew very little about the universities for sequence ability users and wasn't well informed about the special recruitment. He was somewhat interested in the olive branch thrown by Zhou Xing. After thinking for a moment, Qin Xiang decided to agree first and later ask Li Tianming about it. If it wasn't appealing, he could always decline the dinner invitation from Zhou Xing. All right. Since Director Zhou is interested in having dinner together, I naturally would be happy to. You can choose a time and place. Okay, thank you for the honor, classmate Qin. I'll send you the restaurant and reservation time via text later. Sure. Then goodbye. Classmate Qin. Goodbye. Qin Xiang hung up the phone and glanced at Zhou Yang and Li Jingwen. Zhou Yang, what do you say? Zhou Yang was already extremely shocked to see Qin Xiang chatting happily with his uncle, who seemed eager to please. He had never seen his uncle like this. Because Zhou Xing had awakened his sequence ability, even the director of the education department had to treat him equally, and Zhou Xing seemed to hold an upper hand. Qin Xiang actually dared to make Zhou Xing so humble. Zhou Yang realized that Qin Xiang was indeed someone he couldn't afford to offend. Moreover, the order that sequence ability users could not kill ordinary people only applied to students and public officials. Once he graduated from high school and lost his backing, if Qin Xiang pursued him, he could easily take his life. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Compared to his relationship with Li Jingwen, maintaining a good relationship with his uncle Zhou Xing was far more important. Zhou Yang bowed to Qin Xiang, saying, I'm sorry, classmate Qin. I was wrong about the previous matter. I won't interfere with you and Li Jingwen anymore. Upon hearing that Zhou Yang would no longer involve himself with her, Li Jingwen immediately panicked and grabbed Zhou Yang's arm, trying to keep him. Zhou Yang, what did you say to me last night? Do you remember? You said you would be with me for a lifetime. You said you would protect me and take care of me forever. Zhou Yang, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't dare to look at Li Jingwen. Who told you to offend classmate Qin? You heard what my uncle said. How can I manage? You might as well apologize to classmate Qin and see if you can resolve your enmity and get his forgiveness. You heartless person, you're breaking your promise already. Why didn't you say that when we were together? Are you still a man? You're simply a little woman. Being a little woman is still better than being dead. Zhou Yang shook off Li Jingwen's hand and left the classroom with that remark. Qin Xiang nodded with interest. Jingwen, congratulations on finding a smart person. Li Jingwen turned around, looking at Qin Xiang, who had a smiling face and was shocked to the core. Qin Xiang, I really know I was wrong about the previous matter. Can you forgive me? I can give you anything as long as you let me go. As she spoke, Li Jingwen pushed out her slightly rounded chest. Qin Xiang looked her over and shook his head. This isn't enough to atone. You might as well enjoy your last peaceful moments. Upon hearing this, Li Jingwen's face turned as pale as the wall, devoid of any vitality. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the class bell rang. Return to your seats. Don't disturb my class. Li Jingwen walked back to her seat in a daze. Her seat was already empty. The feud between her and Qin Xiang had quickly spread throughout the school since Qin Xiang became a sequence ability user. Although almost no one knew the specifics of their enmity, apart from Zhou Yang, who had a bit of background, no one was willing to provoke Li Jingwen. Even her deskmate chose to sit elsewhere. The friends who had previously surrounded her now kept their distance. She sat alone in her chair, her face filled with fear. Everything was over. There was no chance left to resolve Qin Xiang's threat. Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user and an orphan, with no weaknesses. Wait, weaknesses? He had no weaknesses, but the people around him did. Qin Xiang seemed to have a good relationship with the old lady, Zhu Li, in the library. And when Shu, it must be like that. Otherwise, Qin Xiang wouldn't keep running to the library for no reason. Thinking of this, Li Jingwen's eyes lit up. If she could get hold of these two people, perhaps she could make Qin Xiang hesitate. Chapter 72, An Ordinary Day. After class, Qin Xiang went to the library once again. The library looked the same as before. Only Teacher Zhu, who was tidying up books, and Wen Shu, who was studying nearby, were there. Long time no see, Qin Xiang greeted Teacher Zhu and Wen Shu before helping to tidy up the books. Teacher Zhu smiled. What do you mean long time no see? It's only been a day, is it? Qin Xiang thought about it and realized they indeed hadn't seen each other for just a day. It was just that so much had happened yesterday, hunting the gods, killing John, and going to collect rewards, that made him feel like it had been a long time. Oh, all right, I've been a bit busy lately and lost track of time. By the way, Wen Shu, how has Zhao Wenlai been recently? Wen Shu, who was doing her homework, looked up and said, he transferred schools yesterday. Transferred? Qin Xiang chuckled. He sure runs fast. You've gone through the head of the grade and your homeroom teacher. If he hadn't transferred, he would be worried about his health for the college entrance exam. That makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome. Hey, Teacher Zhu, don't bother with that. I'm a sequence ability user. Moving books is a piece of cake for me. I'll handle it. It's precisely because you're a sequence ability user that I won't let you do it. You need to focus your energy on the assessment after the college entrance exam, or on hunting gods to save humanity. Teacher Zhu, I'm just an ordinary sequence ability user. In our area, it's rare, but in those developed regions, it's just common stuff. How am I supposed to save humanity? I should save your back first. Saying this, Qin Xiang snatched the books from Teacher Zhu's hands. Teacher Zhu stood there empty-handed for a moment, then smiled and sat down in a chair. After Qin Xiang finished tidying up the books, he said to Teacher Zhu, Teacher Zhu, how much does it cost to treat your stomach ailment? Why bring that up out of the blue? Just asking. Hey, I've come to terms with it. It's not important. Not important. How much is that? Teacher Zhu glanced at Qin Xiang and said, I don't know. That's impossible. You must have at least inquired about the cost before giving up treatment. Teacher Zhu understood the implication in Qin Xiang's words and advised, Child, even though you are a sequence ability user, Teacher Zhu knows that earning money is not easy. I've lived a fulfilling life. You should keep your money for yourself. I'm just asking how much. Seeing Qin Xiang refusing to back down, Teacher Zhu sighed. About a silver coin or so. You scared me. I thought it would cost dozens of silver coins. Dozens? That would be enough to replace all the parts in my body. You really have no concept of money. Qin Xiang took a pouch from his waist, shook out 80 silver coins, and pushed 3 of them towards Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, take this money to treat your illness. Teacher Zhu was stunned, her eyes wide. Where did you get so much money? I earned it yesterday. If you don't believe me, I specifically took it out to show you, so you don't think these 3 silver coins are all I have, and refuse to accept it. Wen Shu glanced at the silver coins on the table, slightly taken aback, but then continued to immerse herself in her studies. Teacher, just accept it. Earning money for me is quite easy. At least it's much easier than you think. Teacher Zhu was silent for a while. She wasn't someone who sought death. If she could live, who would want to die? It was just that she didn't have money. Now that Qin Xiang placed her life-saving money on the table, she was indeed tempted. But why should she take so much money from Qin Xiang? Teacher Zhu had dedicated her life to teaching and was strict with herself. At this moment, her moral values and her desire to survive were in constant struggle. Qin Xiang could also see Teacher Zhu's dilemma. Teacher Zhu, you think this money is a lot, but in my heart, you are my only elder in this world. This money really isn't much. Wen Shu also spoke up. Teacher Zhu, just take it. Looking at his appearance, earning this money should really not have taken much effort. That's right. One shouldn't go against their life for anything. Teacher Zhu, I'm an orphan. You are the only one who cares for me. Just take it, and when you recover, consider it my filial piety, and I'll feel more at ease. Saying this, he stuffed the 3 silver coins directly into Teacher Zhu's pocket. All right then, take the day off today. Go to the hospital for the surgery, and make sure to spend the money. If something happens, it's not worth it. Leave the library closure issue to me. Don't worry, Principal Li will definitely approve your leave. You speak well, Xiaoqin. I understand. Teacher Zhu nodded excitedly, but didn't say much. She clutched the 3 silver coins in her pocket, looked gratefully at Qin Xiang, then took her backpack and left the library. After Teacher Zhu left, only Qin Xiang and Wen Shu remained in the library. Qin Xiang tried to ask again. I heard from Zhao Wen that you want to apply to the 2 worst colleges? What do you mean by the 2 worst colleges? Those are the last 2 among the 8 colleges. It sounds like I want to apply to some unworthy place. Is it because of the dormitory issue? You have to bring your grandmother, so you need a single room. Only the last 2 colleges will provide single rooms for students. Wen Shu put down her pen and looked at Qin Xiang with interest. I have so much money, but it won't be of much use for the time being. How about this? I'll cover the rent for your college. Consider it a loan, with a small interest. You can pay me back after you graduate and enter the United Government and start earning money. How does that sound? Wen Shu smiled slightly, shook her head, and continued to do her homework. You're not agreeing? It's not that I don't agree. I just think you probably can't afford it. Even if you could, I still can't pay it back. Qin Xiang frowned. How much could renting a room cost? You can check it out. Qin Xiang looked at Wen Shu oddly and walked towards the principal's office. Qin Xiang tried to push open the office door, but it was locked. He took out the key Li Tianming had given him and opened the door, only to be met by 2 startled gazes. Li Tianming was in a heated exchange with a female teacher on a folding bed. Qin Xiang closed the door, sat in the principal's chair, and directly opened the Sequence Education Forum, then said, Principal Li, Teacher Yang, you continue with what you're doing. I'm just checking some information. The female teacher immediately panicked, got dressed, and rushed out. Li Tianming looked furious. Qin Xiang, what are you trying to do? Oh, I said I was checking information. Can't you wait a moment? Curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't wait. Li Tianming came up behind Qin Xiang, adjusting his pants. You want to check the price of a single room near the college? You're going to a sequence ability user university, not a college. Who are you checking this for? Seeing that Qin Xiang was ignoring him and still browsing, Li Tianming squinted. You brat are checking for Wen Shu, aren't you? Damn it. You're ruining my good deeds for your own romantic pursuits. Li Tianming was genuinely angry, cursing without restraint, completely losing the calm demeanor of a principal. Who is pursuing romance? We have a serious student relationship. Don't bullshit with me. A serious student relationship. And you can spend hundreds of silver coins to help her rent a room. Chapter 73. The Poor in the Rich District. How much? Qin Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief at Li Tianming. Renting a room costs hundreds of silver coins. I may not have seen much money, but you can't just lie to me like that. Hundreds of silver coins? I might as well buy a house. No, buying a house isn't that expensive, right? Li Tianming sneered, casually fastening his belt. Kid, you're still too young and don't know much about the world of safe zones. Do you think other places are like our dilapidated edge of the safe zone, where one silver coin is enough to buy a single room? Let me tell you, the gap between different areas within the safe zone is even larger than the gap between you and your classmates. To put it simply, we are in safe zone 14121. Do you know where the 8 colleges are located? I don't know. They are all in the top 30 zones. The area numbers are just like the exit numbers of the safe zone. The smaller the number, the more powerful and influential people there are. Residents in the top 30 districts are either rich or powerful. If you casually strike up a conversation with someone on the street, they could very well be a department head or a director. There, even the head of the education department has to be humble. You might wonder, what could the housing prices be like in that place? Perhaps you also want to ask why all the colleges are built in the top 30 districts. Qin Xiang nodded. I was just about to ask that. Have you ever thought about the essence of the 8 universities built for ordinary people? Are these so-called colleges really aimed at ordinary people? If they were truly for ordinary individuals like Wenshu, why not build 100 or 80 colleges instead of just 8? That is, because these 8 universities are designed for the privileged children who have not awakened their sequence abilities. This group comes from noble backgrounds and cannot be denied even decent education just because they lack awakened abilities. So, to stabilize the internal situation, the government collaborated to establish these 8 universities. You think the colleges serve ordinary people while the universities for sequence ability holders serve the elite. But that is a big misunderstanding. Hundreds of universities are meant to serve people like you and me. The colleges were originally set up for that elite group. The difficulty in getting into these colleges is also related to the fact that most of the spots are pre-allocated. Excluding those privileged students who are recommended through funding or alumni networks, only 1/5 of the spots are available for students like Wenshu. This means that 4/5 of the applicants come from the same circle, and only 1/5 get in through their own efforts. You see, is the location of the college accommodating that 1/5, or is it catering to the 4/5? Qin Xiang was shocked. He hadn't expected there were so many issues surrounding the so-called 8 universities. So, if you want to date a girl and pay for her accommodation, I advise you to save your money. After 4 years at the college, given the surrounding housing prices, a studio apartment would cost at least several hundred silver coins. And that is still hard to come by. I've heard that as the safety zone stabilizes, housing prices in that area are rising rapidly. The average rent for a studio has already risen to 1 gold coin. If it's at Lianrong College, which ranks first in the 3rd district, the 4-year rent for a studio there would likely double. And even then, you need to book in advance to secure a place. Li Tianming put on his suit and poured himself a cup of hot water. Wenshu had discussed college matters with me a long time ago. I supported her choice of attending the lower-ranked Tiantong College and Rinqing College. She wants to bring her grandmother with her to study. And only these 2 colleges provide studio dormitories for excellent students. She even calculated that if she took out loans for rent, she might never be able to pay them off after graduating and working for the United Government. I supported her view because these rental properties were never meant for students like her. The main tenants are still upper-class youths who find it inconvenient to go home. You understand? Li Tianming looked at Qin Xiang, who was still in a daze, and his earlier frustration was swept away. Classmate Qin, I advise you to save your breath. The money from hunting gods is a fortune for ordinary people, but it's not nearly enough in the core area of the safety zone. I understand you like Wenshu. After all, she is a well-behaved and pretty girl. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang glanced at Li Tianming. Li Tianming, the lecherous man. Wouldn't he be thinking about students, would he? Li Tianming scoffed. I'm not that desperate to target students. My concern for Wenshu is simply that of an elder. You better not think too much about it. Better not. She is a naive student, not my type, so don't worry. Naive? Qin Xiang didn't bother to argue. It seemed Wenshu was hiding it well in everyone's eyes. Li Tianming continued. Classmate Qin, as someone who has been through this, I must give you some advice. When it comes to dating, there are basic principles. You're not seriously considering earning a few hundred silver coins or even a few gold coins to help her pay rent, are you? That much money. She'll probably never earn in her lifetime working for the United Government. If you really want to be with her, it would be better to save that money for your future home after marriage than to pay exorbitant rent, right? Qin Xiang was somewhat impatient. I said, I'm not pursuing her. Yes, you're right. I'm just sharing my thoughts. I'm the principal, and while discussing with you, you should listen first and hold your opinions until later. Okay, I'm not one to preach, but I genuinely admire you. So I'll say a bit more in hopes you can take it to heart. I know Principal Li's words are for my own good. I'm not someone who doesn't appreciate advice. I knew you'd grasp that quickly. Let me say something unpleasant. Don't think that just because you like her now, even if you two end up married, nothing is guaranteed. Look at me. When I was the vice president in college, I got along very well with my wife. Later, I got into some trouble, and she became my ex-wife. So, don't invest all your energy in an elusive love. People have to live for themselves. I completely agree with Principal Lee's words. I never intended to make things difficult for myself to help her. Lee Tianming clapped his hands. That's the point. Love is unreliable. The husband-wife relationship isn't even as close as our cooperative relationship. Doing 1,000 good deeds together doesn't compare to doing one bad deed together. Lee Tianming sighed. To be honest, there are few relationships closer than ours. Unless you've killed someone together or disposed of a body together. But that good girl Wen Shu would never do that with you. No matter how much you say, you still need to be grounded, classmate Qin. Chapter 74. Question Qin Xiang then asked. Principal Lee, do you think a relationship forged by killing and disposing of bodies is close and unbreakable? Basically, yes. In such situations, it's hard for relationships to fall apart. Even if they do, Lee Tianming's expression suddenly turned wary as he continued. He glanced at Qin Xiang and asked, why do you ask this question? Qin Xiang had merely asked casually, initially worried that Lee Tianming might sense something from him. He didn't expect Lee Tianming's reaction to be even more intense. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. Principal Lee, how many have you killed? What do you mean how many? How could I have killed anyone? Lee Tianming snorted and stopped responding to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang chuckled and didn't mind anymore. Killing is still a rather normal thing. Sometimes, secrets that one doesn't want others to know are discovered, or one is threatened. If you don't kill, what else can you do? Wait for others to kill you? There's nothing to discuss. As for who Lee Tianming has killed, it doesn't concern him. Whoever wants to do it can do it. His collaboration with Lee Tianming is limited to hunting gods, advancing education, and seeking the fraudster sequence ability. Other matters are best kept separate. This is a boundary that collaborators must maintain. Just as Qin Xiang was about to continue the conversation, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the principal's office. The principal. The officials from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau have arrived and said they have some questions for student Qin Xiang. I went to the classroom and the library but couldn't find him. Someone mentioned that Qin Xiang should be with you, so I brought him over. Lee Tianming and Qin Xiang exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They must be inquiring about how John died yesterday. Let them in. Yes, please come in. The door was pushed open. The first to enter was a medium-built official in formal attire. Qin Xiang focused and realized it was Qian Wenda. Since it was someone from their side asking questions, it shouldn't be too hard to get through this. He initially wanted to greet casually, but noticed that Qian Wenda's expression seemed somewhat serious. Qin Xiang was puzzled as to why, until he saw another person following Qian Wenda into the office. This person had a head full of white hair, wore a coat, and after entering the office, sat next to Qian Wenda. Let me introduce myself. I am Qian Wenda, the section chief of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau for Area 14121. This is Senior Inspector Olaf from the 14121 police station. Olaf scrutinized Qin Xiang with a meaningful smile. Student Qin, you really have exceeded everyone's expectations. You were previously a homeless drifter, and now you have become the most sought-after new star of sequence ability users in our area. Olaf seemed generous with his praise, holding Qin Xiang in high regard. However, Qin Xiang, along with Qian Wenda and Lee Tianming, could sense that Olaf's words carried an ulterior motive. Qian Wenda spoke up. Student Qin, I am here on behalf of the Bureau to ask you about the incident where you killed John in the combat arena yesterday. Inspector Olaf is here to consult you about some cases. He learned that I was coming and decided to join me. Qin Xiang glanced at Qian Wenda, realizing why he didn't seem relaxed when entering the office. It turned out there was a police inspector joining unexpectedly. Olaf nodded at Qian Wenda. Thank you for your guidance. Section Chief Qian, I do have some questions for Student Qin. However, since you represent the Bureau, you can go ahead and ask first. Lee Tianming looked at the two and asked, do I need to leave? Qian Wenda shook his head. You are Qin Xiang's insurance person. And the questions I need to ask require your testimony as well, so you don't need to leave. As for Inspector Olaf, I don't know what he will say. Olaf smiled amicably. I am here to understand some matters from Student Qin individually, so it would be best if everyone else could step back during my conversation with him. Without further ado, let us begin. Student Qin, you killed John Sturpin around 6 o'clock last night in the combat arena, correct? Yes. Why did you kill him? Because he seemed to intend to kill me. He said he wouldn't give me a chance to surrender. So I acted out of desperation and killed him. He is a level 2 Phantom Assassin sequence ability user and possesses a God Hunter artifact, while you are a level 1 Phantom Assassin sequence ability user. I'm curious how you managed to kill him. Qin Xiang thought for a moment. Isn't the combat method in the arena confidential? Well, it is confidential. I was just curious to ask. Do I have the right to choose not to answer? After all, that is my means of survival, and I don't want others to know. All right. Qian Wenda's words seemed to be putting Qin Xiang in a difficult position. He couldn't let others know about his relationship with Qin Xiang. In fact, when he asked, he deliberately added I'm curious to indicate the subjectivity of the question. It also indirectly reminded Qin Xiang that this question was not necessarily something the Bureau had to ask. If Qin Xiang couldn't pick up on that, then there was nothing that could be done. Fortunately, Qin Xiang was quick-witted and realized Qian Wenda was sending a signal. While showing displeasure, he refused to answer the question. May I ask why you killed him? I said. He said he wanted to kill me, so I acted out of impatience and killed him. Then why did you crush his skull? Because I was impatient. At this moment, Qin Xiang appeared a bit restless, as if he really had become impatient again. Li Tianming interjected. This matter is also related to me as the principal. Principal Li, please go ahead. Qian Wenda also knew that our GUN school has never had a precedent of awakening sequence ability users among students. Therefore, my usual educational policy is to focus on the top students who can enter the academy, neglecting some other students. The specific manifestation of this neglect is allowing a rather irresponsible teacher to serve as the head of moral education. Student Qin has been an orphan since childhood, introverted and bullied at school, and has a reserved character. If the head of moral education had provided careful guidance, it might have made his character more cheerful. However, due to my negligence, the head of moral education did not timely address these issues in the school, leading to student Qin's temper becoming easily irritable. Previously, when he was at school, he accidentally injured the head teacher and the grade director, and everyone in the school knew about these incidents. I believe they all serve as proof of his somewhat irritable character. To make up for past mistakes, I chose to be his insurance person, protecting his safety outside the safe zone and guiding his study and life inside the safe zone. At the same time, I replaced the previous head of moral education with a well-respected staff member known for good character who can teach by example. I believe under such influence, student Qin will gradually improve his previous issues. Qin Xiang nearly applauded in admiration. No wonder he was the principal. He was indeed a slippery old fox. Chapter 75. Olaf's conversation, the principal, is impressive. Although Qin Xiang's expression still showed anger and he was breathing heavily, he admired Li Tianming's rhetoric greatly. The cause and effect were clearly explained, and he even proposed methods for future improvement. The entire matter was airtight. After listening, Qian Wenda pretended to ponder for a moment before slowly nodding. What Principal Li said indeed has no issues. I will report this matter truthfully to the Bureau for record keeping. Olaf stared at the smiling Li Tianming for a while, not saying much. Li Tianming said, "Thank you for your understanding, Section Chief Qian. Our school will definitely continue to work hard. All right. I have finished my questions and now need to return to the Bureau to report. Inspector Olaf, I want to wait for you." Qian Wenda was very careful to maintain a relatively distant and limited concern for Qin Xiang at all times to avoid Olaf discovering issues from the details. He was not like Li Tianming, who had no heavy cases to carry, with no upward mobility, and was sent to a remote area to be a high school principal. Qian Wenda had always been diligent, and given the rarity of his awakened sequence, it was set in stone that he would work hard to become the director and then retire. If he provoked Olaf and got into other troubles, that wasn't something he wanted to see. Olaf nodded. I look forward to meeting Section Chief Qian again next time. Good. Qian Wenda stood up, glanced at Li Tianming sitting in his seat, and said, Principal Li, Inspector Olaf needs to have a private conversation with student Qin, so you should step out as well. Understood, Section Chief Qian. Li Tianming stood up, followed Qian Wenda out of the principal's office, and closed the door. Only Qin Xiang and Olaf were left. Olaf smiled faintly, deep lines etched into his aged face by the passage of time. Qin Xiang, you're quite impressive. You've deceived me. Qin Xiang quietly looked at Olaf, remaining silent. I've worked in the police department for 40 years and have been deceived only 5 times in total. You're the youngest one. Qin Xiang still did not speak. When I saw you in the Internet CAF's warehouse last time, I truly thought you were a poor, pitiful child, trampled by that relatively wealthy bastard Wang Defa. I never expected that an 18-year-old high school student could orchestrate the actions of a local bully like Wang Defa. Olaf mused to himself. Qin Xiang remained silent. When Olaf realized he had awakened as a sequence ability user, all explanations became futile. Therefore, he had no interest in discussing useless matters, simply waiting for Olaf's questions. At that moment, Olaf made no inquiries, merely stating the facts he believed to be true. If Qin Xiang spoke now, he might inadvertently reveal more. Seeing Qin Xiang's calm demeanor, Olaf became even more convinced that the youth was not simple. So he posed his first question. The day before yesterday, while browsing the information hall for sequence ability users, I saw your information. I was shocked. I confirmed it several times before being certain it was you. So, I went to the Internet CAF right away and inquired about you with Wang Defa. Guess what he said? Qin Xiang knew this was a bait. Although Wang Defa was the owner of an Internet CAF on the edge of the safe zone, he had backing and was quite clever. That night in the warehouse, Wang Defa had not admitted to anything and certainly had not claimed to have acted inappropriately toward Qin Xiang. All of Olaf's speculations were imposed on him by Qin Xiang's almost instinctive body language and speech. If Wang Defa insisted he had no connection to the matter, everyone would be fine. But if he let something slip, an endless abyss awaited him. The orphan Qin Xiang believed that Olaf's questioning of Wang Defa would yield nothing. Qin Xiang slowly spoke, Detective Olaf, is this what you wanted to ask me today? I don't believe these matters have anything to do with me. Olaf gasped. You know Wang Defa won't say anything, right? Detective Olaf, I'm just a student. Your questions are too profound for me. I don't understand. What is your relationship with Wang Defa? Ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? Yes. You didn't say that last time. Did I? I forgot. Olaf adjusted his head of silver hair. You're quite a tough little brat. Perhaps I should get a warrant to lock you up in the police station and interrogate you slowly. I know about this matter. Detective Olaf, I am a sequence ability user. Only the Sequence Ability Management Bureau has the authority to detain me. It seems you do not have that power. Olaf's gaze on Qin Xiang brightened. You know quite a lot, huh? Is that information from Wang Defa's Internet CAF? No, the Internet CAF is too expensive. I can't afford it. I used the computer in Principal Li Tianming's office to look up information. Qin Xiang did not respond about checking information at Wang Defa's Internet CAF. Because before he awakened his sequence ability, he was just an orphan. If he frequently visited the Internet CAF, explaining the Internet fees would be a tricky issue. So, he directly cut that off, using Li Tianming as a shield. The only ones who know about your Internet CAF experiences, besides you and Wang Defa, are Lu Daji. You killed Lu Daji, and if Wang Defa insists there is no relation, I really have no way to get to you. Qin Xiang's expression did not change, but his heart tightened. He did not expect Olaf to associate Lu Daji's death with him. Moreover, and you have a solid alibi. When I entered the school, I asked the gatekeeper and checked the surveillance footage from the morning of Lu Daji's death. You arrived at the school less than 10 minutes after Lu Daji died, giving you no time to commit the crime. That means I am not the murderer. A sly glint flashed in Olaf's eyes. You should ask me who Lu Daji is. A brief silence followed. Qin Xiang shook his head. Since I know Wang Defa, how could I not know Lu Daji? Detective Olaf. I was also quite saddened by his accidental death. But to say I killed him is a bit excessive. After all, you also said I had no time to commit the crime. Olaf slightly clenched his fist, narrowing his eyes at Qin Xiang. He hadn't encountered such a tricky suspect in a long time, and it turned out to be an 18-year-old high school student. You're very cautious. You're practically a natural-born criminal. This was Olaf's conclusion after the first round of questioning. Yes, as I said, you have no time to commit the crime, provided that you had not awakened your sequence ability that day. Qin Xiang replied blandly, but I did awaken my sequence ability just last weekend. No, you could pretend you awakened your sequence ability last weekend, but in reality, you had already used your sequence ability long before. Qin Xiang shrugged. Detective Olaf, your speculation is quite interesting, but how can you prove it? Chapter 76, Digging Deeper. Olaf sighed. As I just said, you're very cautious. You burned Lu Daji's body. His brain is already a mush, and the sequence ability user skill resurrection cannot take effect. So, you're right. I truly cannot prove any of this. Qin Xiang said seriously, Detective Olaf. Everything you said is speculation without evidence, so please don't say I burned Lu Daji's body, because I did not do that. All right. I'll take your word for it. Olaf smiled nonchalantly and continued, you crushed John's skull, and his brains were scattered all over the fighting arena, which also prevents us from reading his memories from when he was alive. To me, you are naturally suited for killing, calm and cold-blooded. This isn't the first time you've done this, is it? Qin Xiang replied. Killing John was a moment of loss of control. I apologize. As for the other matters you mentioned, I truly am unaware. Detective, I am a student and still need to attend classes seriously. If you have no other questions for me, then I'll take my leave. There's one more thing. Good, please ask. I hope it's not more of the same nonsense. Olaf did not hurry to ask. Instead, he took out a cigar, lit it himself, and exhaled a puff of smoke. The space between the two became hazy and blurred. You know, a few days before Lu Daji's death, we discovered 3 charred bodies 2 stops away from the exit of Safe Zone 54320. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang tensed up uncontrollably. He did not expect Olaf to connect this matter as well. Even though he tried to maintain his composure, a hint of unease inevitably appeared on his face. Olaf, with a cigar in his mouth and a smirk on his face, continued leisurely. Those 3 people not only had their skulls smashed, but were also burned afterward. There is no doubt that the perpetrator was a sequence ability user. At the time, I found it strange why the murderer would do that. Later, I came to the conclusion that the murderer did not know about the limitations of the resurrection skill of the sequence user. Such a basic theory, yet the murderer, as a sequence ability user, does not know it. At that time, I speculated that this should be a sequence ability user awakened in a poor area, lacking channels to obtain this information. This murderer, having just awakened their sequence ability, could only guess, destroying and then burning the body to prevent other sequence ability users who read the deceased's memories from discovering their identity. Qin Xiang wanted to calm himself down, but beads of sweat instinctively seeped from his forehead. He could only rely on silence to maintain his composure. Then, Olive said something he least wanted to hear. This murder case occurred after the bizarre disappearance of the divine remains from the trash can at the exit of Safety Zone 54320. Classmate Qin Xiang. Do you think there is any connection between the two? Qin Xiang closed his eyes. Olive guessed correctly, even though he had never seen him commit the crime. He pieced everything together. At this moment, he recalled the advice Roylina gave him when they parted that night. Never fall into Olive's hands. Now, he finally understood this statement thoroughly. He finally realized why Roylina was so wary of Olive. Olive claimed to be a natural criminal. But Olive was inherently a detective who captured criminals. The cat-and-mouse game was being played between the two. Qin Xiang slowly spoke, controlling his voice to prevent it from trembling. But you have no evidence. Detective Olive, everything you say is merely speculation. You're right, I lack evidence. But do you think I care about these individuals themselves? Olive shook his head and smiled. The lives of John, Lu Daji, and those 3 nameless corpses are not my concern. How they died, what they experienced before death, is also unimportant to me. The only thing I have been interested in from the beginning is one thing. Who exactly is the one who stole the divine remains? Where you hid the divine remains? And what you did with them is what interests me the most. Classmate Qin, can you answer this question for me? Olive finally revealed his true intentions. He had gone in circles just to clarify the relationship step by step in front of Qin Xiang. Then he told Qin Xiang that he had already discovered his secret. I'm sorry, but I still don't understand what you're saying, Detective Olive. Qin Xiang was no longer panicked. His hands gripped the armrests of the chair, a smile on his face. He had already developed murderous intent. This person was too terrifying. He could guess everything. Keeping him alive might not necessarily lead to a major disaster. Killing Olive was the only way to resolve everything. Olive said, Qin Xiang, have you ever thought that you cannot escape? All this trouble is just to hide the fact that you have already awakened your sequence ability. I am 90% sure that your sequence is definitely not Phantom Assassin. I don't know what method you used to forge your sequence. If I want to expose you, all I need to do is take you to the Management Bureau for another test of your sequence ability. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang was stunned for a moment. He looked at Olive in disbelief. Qian Wenda had told him that once a sequence ability is determined by the Management Bureau, it will not be re-verified, unless this sequence ability user has been convicted. The United Government had previously faced protests from sequence ability users in safety zones for repeatedly verifying their sequence abilities and levels, leaving them no room for privacy. Since then, the United Government had turned a blind eye within all safety zones, no matter what your sequence or level is. As long as you hunt down divine beings and do not cause trouble within the safety zone, your legitimacy is assumed. But you also cannot go too far. If you openly assist in forging a sequence, the United Government will still hold you accountable. This is also the reason why Qian Wenda dared to take money to help forge sequences. If the United Government strictly prohibited forging sequences, catching someone would be a death penalty, and Qian Wenda would never get involved in such murky waters. In short, it is something almost every sequence ability user knows, that sequence abilities are not subjected to multiple tests. The Management Bureau, as the place that issues sequence certificates, would definitely not agree to help Olive test Qin Xiang's sequence ability again. What puzzled Qin Xiang was that Olive did not know this news. Something was off. Qin Xiang, like a mouse sensing cheese, stroked the armrest of the chair, lowering his head in thought. Chapter 77. A turn of events. Qin Xiang's sudden silence and contemplation made Olive's white eyebrows raise slightly. He silently scrutinized him while holding a cigar. He did not know what this young man was thinking. Qin Xiang glanced at him and then silently got up to sit at the computer. He checked again, and indeed, the United Government's regulation on not conducting secondary tests on sequence ability users was well known within this safety zone. Only after a conviction would a sequence ability user be retested. But that was after a crime had been confirmed for identity verification, not to be used as evidence to accuse a sequence ability user of a crime. In other words, once a sequence is forged, as long as you do not commit a crime or are not identified as a criminal, your sequence will always be safe. Olive did not know this. Very strange. Qin Xiang sat in front of the computer, seriously contemplating what had led to this disharmony. He opened Olive's information panel in the Godslaying camp. Olive Shalius was an excellent police officer before the apocalypse, serving as the head of the National Police Department. After the apocalypse, he continued to fulfill his duties, successively serving as the head of the police department in Safety Zone 45 and the director of the police department in Safety Zone 18, before being transferred 6 months ago to serve as a detective in Safety Zone 14121. Seeing Olive's resume, Qin Xiang was even more puzzled. Originally an official in a 2-digit Safety Zone police department, he was unexpectedly transferred to the outskirts of a safety zone to become a grassroots detective. Very strange. The disconnection in Olive's information and the gap in his position made Qin Xiang feel that this old man with white hair was not a good citizen. Classmate Qin Xiang, I feel that our conversation is not yet over. It is somewhat inappropriate for you to leave directly to do other things. Upon hearing Olive's urging, Qin Xiang had to quickly try to draw conclusions based on the current situation, even though he found it somewhat absurd. Detective Olive, I just thought of a question that I need to verify with you. You say, although there are several large safety zones on Blue Star, it seems that these safety zones do not communicate with each other, right? They say it's the United Government, but in fact, each safety zone is basically self-governing, only exchanging certain important information. Even the networks we usually use are just local area networks within the safety zone, right? Olive did not understand why Qin Xiang would ask this question, but he still nodded. You are correct. There are countless large divine beings wandering between the major safety zones, making it impossible for human resources to pass through and establish network connections. Therefore, the network is only a local area network within the safety zone. Information between safety zones can only be released by the United Government. As for how the coalition government communicates between safe zones, I, an old man from the police station, don't know. Qin Xiang nodded. Confirmed this information from Olaf made him even more confident in his conclusions. If he guessed correctly, Olaf also had some unspeakable secrets behind him. Detective Olaf, let me ask you another question. Seeing that Qin Xiang suddenly became more talkative and very proactive, Olaf thought his words had taken effect. It seems that understanding everything is not far off. Go ahead and ask. Olaf extinguished his cigar, crossed his hands over his abdomen, leaned back on the sofa, and smiled kindly at Qin Xiang. Detective Olaf, where do you come from? Upon hearing Qin Xiang's question, Olaf's smile remained on his face, but the kindness in his eyes faded a bit. Qin Xiang, what do you mean? Detective Olaf, let me clarify. Which safe zone are you from? Or, are you from some unknown place? Anyway, you are not from this safe zone, right? Oh, by the way, I probably shouldn't call you Detective Olaf. After all, the real Detective Olaf has never left our safe zone. Olaf's smile faded. Qin, your story is a bit exaggerated. Is it? Then I just happen to have a story to tell Detective Olaf. I'm all ears. 3 years ago, there was a protest by sequence ability users in this safe zone. Of course, that protest did not involve the 14121 area we are currently in, as there are hardly any sequence ability users here. At that time, the protest was mainly concentrated in the areas numbered over 100. Oh, right. At that time, Detective Olaf was still serving in that area. So you must know about it, right? Olaf's mouth slightly sank, and he did not respond. Qin Xiang smiled slightly and continued. The reason for the protest was the coalition government's frequent testing of sequence ability users within the safe zone, testing their sequence levels and skills one by one. This made the sequence ability users feel extremely uneasy. So, under the organization of certain individuals, large-scale protests began. After that, the coalition government stipulated that the sequence abilities of sequence ability users in the safe zone would only be tested once. Unless the person had been convicted, a second test would be conducted. After hearing this, Olaf's brows furrowed, and his expression became cautious. Detective Olaf, you might ask, if multiple tests are not conducted, how is the level information of those sequence ability users on Godslayer camp modified? Very simple, they update it voluntarily. Although the coalition government does not conduct multiple tests, you can choose to voluntarily take a test to update your sequence information, making yourself a more desirable Godslayer team member and gaining more resources. However, this has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I just think that perhaps it is the continuous updating of the sequence ability user information on Godslayer camp that gave you the misunderstanding that our safe zone is still conducting multiple tests on sequence ability users. Seeing Olaf's increasingly serious expression, Qin Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Back to my earlier question. Detective Olaf, you are an old-timer in the safe zone and participated in that protest. Why don't you know about the coalition government's policy change? Qin Xiang lightly tapped the desk with his fingers, resting his chin on one hand. Detective, I'm very curious. Where exactly do you come from? Also, where is the real Detective Olaf buried now? Olaf took a deep breath. Qin Xiang, you should know that I did not report your matter directly, but came to talk to you instead, with no malice. Detective Olaf, you should know that I did not directly post about you on the forum, but continued to sit and talk with you, with no malice as well. Olaf shook his head. Actually, I have never killed anyone. Coincidentally, neither have I. Oh, except for John. Chapter 78 Reminder from Li Tianming. Olaf realized that Qin Xiang, who had regained the initiative, seemed to be extremely resistant to him. He understood this. For unknown people or matters, one must adopt a questioning attitude. Olaf decided to lay his cards on the table. Qin Xiang, I believe your sequence may be humanity's hope to counterattack the gods, so I hope you can cooperate. Cooperate with what? Body experiments or biological slices? Qin Xiang sneered. Don't talk about humanity's hope. When I had no hope in my own life, no one came to save me. Olaf sighed. Sometimes, everything in life is very empty, and in the end, you find that nothing remains. You're so young, you probably don't understand. Qin Xiang was even more disdainful. In my 2 lives, who are you to teach me how to be a person? Since Detective Olaf is so selfless, why not tell me some stories about wandering freely outside the safe zone? I believe everyone in the safe zone would be very interested in your stories. Olaf shook his head. It's not that I don't want to talk, but that I can't. Neither can I. Qin Xiang's attitude was resolute, like an unbreakable rock, leaving Olaf feeling powerless. Since you refuse to believe me, then I want to say much more. Of course, I want to impose my thoughts and intentions on you. Some things you will understand later. After saying this, Olaf wrapped his scarf around his neck again and got up from the sofa. It was a pleasure chatting with you today. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me. I don't wish to have too much entanglement with you, Detective Olaf, as it might make others think I'm a misbehaving student. If there is nothing else, let us not meet again in the future. Olaf shrugged and still said, maybe it won't be as you wish. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. After seeing Olaf off, Qin Xiang let out a long breath. This was the most dangerous moment he had encountered since his rebirth. He almost got dragged by this old man for slicing. How risky. Qin Xiang was unwilling to explore the secrets on Olaf. It was obvious that if his speculation was correct, then Olaf was the first person to cross outside the safe zone. Such a thing could definitely not be accomplished by an ordinary scale sequence. Or perhaps there was a powerful organization behind him. It involved many matters. In any case, it was much more complicated than Qin Xiang's current situation. His secret was just his own sequence. Li Tianming walked in and asked, "How did your conversation with Detective Olaf go?" Qin Xiang shook his head. "Not well at all. This old man is too formidable. He basically knows everything I've done wrong before. The key is, I clearly left no decisive evidence. Yet he still traced it back to me." Li Tianming patted Qin Xiang on the shoulder. "Look at it positively. If he had any decisive evidence, he wouldn't be asking you questions in my office, but in the interrogation room of the administration, right? That's reasonable. But this Olaf is really a bit strange." "Strange?" "Very strange. Principally, do you know him?" "Of course. When I was the vice dean at the university, there was a serious serial killer case in the school. At that time, the police and management in our region were at a loss, so they reported it, and the joint government dispatched Police Chief Olaf to lead the investigation. He was impressive. A case that others had no leads on for a month was solved in just 3 to 5 days with his help." Qin Xiang thought about his own experience, realizing that Olaf could find him out based on mere clues. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a detective. He felt that Olaf taking 3 to 5 days to catch the murderer was already underperforming. What was strange about it? Of course, it was his background. He had clearly made no mistakes. Yet he was directly transferred from a promising position as a mid-level officer in the Joint Government Police Department to this impoverished and harsh place. Moreover, he was not even a police chief, just a detective. The change in his rank was akin to a shooting star falling from the sky. "So, you should keep your distance from him." Li Tianming timely gave Qin Xiang a warning. "I know. No, I can see that you have the intention to compete with him. So, what I mean is, do not provoke him, and stay as far away from him as possible. If he provokes me, I can't provoke him. You can't provoke the trouble behind him. How troublesome can it be?" Li Tianming sat on the sofa and pulled out a cigarette. Qin Xiang impatiently said, "You just finished one, and now you want to smoke again. Can't you stop making me inhale secondhand smoke? But this is my office." "Fine." Li Tianming exhaled a smoke ring and continued, "Look at my background. It clearly states the reason I was demoted to be the principal of this broken school. What does this indicate? It shows that the people I have offended still have some scruples and need to frame me with a grand excuse to justify my demotion. However, Olaf's background is as clean as a blank sheet of paper, simply stating his job positions without explaining the unreasonable transfer. This indicates that the troubles behind him are so significant that they can't even be bothered to put on a show. I have a feeling that the trouble he has caused is much bigger than mine." After hearing this, Qin Xiang nodded slowly. "Qin, I know you have a background and some influence." Qin Xiang was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He almost forgot that in Li Tianming's eyes, he was also someone with a background. If he hadn't reminded him, he might have slipped up. "I have nothing to say." Li Tianming said, "Your orphan certificate is flawless. I can't even find out when you were left at the edge of the safe zone. The forces and troubles behind you are probably quite significant." Qin Xiang cast an unhappy glance at Li Tianming, seemingly dissatisfied with Li Tianming's investigation into his identity. "Don't look at me like that. I have to understand you before deciding whether to cooperate with you, right? Moreover, I am also giving you a piece of advice. The power dynamics in the central area of the safe zone are intricate. You have a powerful background, but his background might be even more formidable. Don't think you can provoke anyone. I believe you, Qin. Don't have such a boring thought of being the best in the world. Of course not. If I did, our cooperation would have collapsed long ago. I would have pocketed your 40 silver coins, and you wouldn't have any say. That's unreasonable. If I were the best in the world, would I still bother reasoning with you?" Chapter 79. The special recruitment matter. All right, you are right. I'm just reminding you not to provoke Olaf. Qin Xiang curled his lip. "Do you think I have a masochistic tendency?" Li Tianming took off his tie, threw his formal attire on the sofa, and said, "No more talking nonsense. If you have nothing else to do, go back to class and don't disturb me from doing serious work." "Serious work? Come on. Am I starting to undress before I leave? Are you the one who can't wait, or is it Teacher Yang who can't wait? What does that have to do with you? Don't rush. I actually have a question for you. Spit it out." Zhou Xing, the section chief from the education department, told me that Xingren University has a special recruitment spot and wants to talk to me about it. "Special recruitment? Xingren University?" Li Tianming initially thought Qin Xiang was just making small talk, but he didn't expect him to bring up something that piqued his interest. "Yes. I want to ask you if this matter is credible." Li Tianming straightened up, furrowing his brows in serious thought. This Zhou Xing is not ordinary. He actually has the power to nominate for special recruitment. What's wrong? Generally speaking, students like you, who are sequence ability users, receive a score after the sequence ability assessment following the college entrance examination, and then you can apply to universities with that score and your background. However, there is an exception where universities proactively send invitations without you having to apply. This is called special recruitment. Special recruitment gives outstanding sequence ability students a chance for guaranteed admission to university. But this special recruitment opportunity is usually allocated by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. You know that as long as it's a sequence ability user, they are managed by the Bureau. Therefore, 80% of the special recruitment spots released by universities every year are handled by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. What about the remaining 20%? The remaining 20% are nominated by officials from the joint government. Generally speaking, the higher the area number, the more officials have nomination qualifications. In our area 14121, which is on the fringes, I even thought there were no officials with nomination qualifications. Zhou Xing being able to secure this special recruitment spot indeed shows some strength. After hearing this, Qin Xiang nodded, surprised that the seemingly useless Zhou Xing had such significant power. Principal Li, what's the use of special recruitment? You won't have to participate in the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination. However, you will need to take a special recruitment exam. Isn't that still an exam? There's not much difference. It's different. The content of the special recruitment assessment is different from the regular post-examination assessment. The special recruitment assessment only looks at one item. Which item? Hunting God points. The higher your hunting God points, the higher your special recruitment ranking, and the better university you can be admitted to. Qin Xiang was puzzled. But Principal Li, you told me before that even in the normal assessment, hunting God points can replace the assessment score for university applications, right? So it seems there's no difference between special recruitment and regular applications. It's different. The requirements for special recruitment are stricter. If you are an auxiliary sequence, like my shaman sequence, only the points obtained in teams of 3 or fewer will count as scores. If it's a combat sequence, like yours, the so-called shadow assassin, only individual team hunting God points are counted. The conditions are that strict? Of course, or else how could it be called special recruitment? What about other sequences? For example, the fragrance user, which can neither fight nor assist. Such sequences cannot be specially recruited and must obediently participate in assessments. This special recruitment is to find the spear and shield that can hunt gods. Sequences like the fragrance user, which only have effects within the safe zone, will naturally have lower priority. Alright, when is the score submission for special recruitment? On the same day as the college entrance examination. After submitting the special recruitment scores, the ranking results will be visible to all universities the next day. Then, within a week, various universities will actively contact the students they have selected to discuss the conditions for special recruitment. Students can negotiate conditions with the university? Qin Xiang's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. Nonsense. Who would go without conditions? Are students that amazing? Special admissions are all top students selected from the best. If this school doesn't provide you with good conditions, would you go? You might as well participate in the regular assessments after the college entrance examination and rely on your grades to get into a top university. It makes sense. Moreover, the joint government conducts annual assessments of the school's student sources, which is an important indicator for measuring university rankings. The higher the university's ranking, the more funding it can receive from the joint government. All universities are working hard to attract outstanding students through special admissions. I've even heard of a school's admissions office director who became a janitor after an unsuccessful special admissions result. Qin Xiang listened in shock. By the way, special admits have privileges at every school. Special admits in university are considered superior. So if you can get into special admissions, it would be ideal for you. But Zhou Xing said that his special admission quota is given by Xingren University. Does that mean I have to go to Xingren University? How is Xingren University ranked? Hey, you don't have to worry about that. Who gives the special admission quota has nothing to do with who eventually recruits you. If Xingren University doesn't issue its special admission quota, it will lose one special admit this year. The school wouldn't make a losing deal. At most, you might give Xingren University a little face. When they set the conditions for special admissions, you can lower your requirements a bit or consider them first under the same conditions. So how is Xingren University? The level of Xingren University is about the level of our area within the safety zone. Isn't that at the bottom? Pretty much. So, schools like Xingren University generally can't attract good students through special admissions. They throw out special admission quotas, which is just a matter of luck. So, if you got this quota, you don't need to feel too much pressure. Just go to a good school if you can. I see. The special admission quota is very important for you. Unfortunately, I didn't qualify for a special admission quota, and Chief Qian and Olaf definitely didn't either. Here, the Management Bureau has never issued special admission quotas. Zhou Xing is likely your only opportunity. So, have a meal with Director Zhou and have a good talk about the special admission quota. Qin Xiang licked his lips, recalling how he seemed a bit too arrogant during his phone call with Zhou Xing this morning. He also vented his dissatisfaction with Zhou Yang onto Zhou Xing, showing no respect or reverence that a good student should have for the leaders of the education department. He must try to perform well when dining with Zhou Xing. Chapter 80. Hanyan Restaurant. Just as Qin Xiang was chatting with Li Tianming, he received a text message from Zhou Xing. At 5 p.m., 500 meters south of bus stop at exit 38324, Hanyan Restaurant. Qin Xiang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 3 p.m. Li Tianming looked up at Qin Xiang. What's wrong? Did Zhou Xing message you? Yeah, I'll sit here for a bit, and then I should leave. What are you still sitting for? Hurry up and go. Li Tianming couldn't help but urge him to leave. Qin Xiang thought for a moment. He indeed should go early to show his humble and respectful attitude as a student. Oldly, give me some copper coins. Qin Xiang changed how he addressed him because calling him Principal Li felt a bit distant and inconvenient for asking for money. Huh, taking the bus, no money. Li Tianming slammed the table in anger. You want to take the bus with 80 silver coins and ask me for money? The bus doesn't accept silver coins. Li Tianming just wanted to get Qin Xiang out quickly, so he took 5 copper coins from the drawer. Hurry up and go. You've only given me enough for the bus fare to go. I still need to come back. Li Tianming impatiently counted out 5 copper coins. Go, go, go. Thanks. Oldly, Qin Xiang happily left the office. After Qin Xiang walked far away, Li Tianming took a few deep breaths to calm down his anger. He was a bit worked up by Qin Xiang, so he needed to call Xiao Yang to vent his frustrations. After muttering to himself, Li Tianming opened Xiuqiu. Qin Xiang went to the library and told Wen Shu that he had something to do and asked her to help lock the library door after school. Wen Shu said no problem. On the way to the bus stop, Qin Xiang kept rehearsing how to greet Zhou Xing when they met. According to Li Tianming, the special admission quota is very critical and rare. He must make Zhou Xing feel comfortable. Speaking of flattery, Qin Xiang is an expert. After all, in his previous life, he had flattered Li Jingwen a lot, so he had plenty of experience. Hello, old Zhou. No, that's too frivolous. Hello, Director Zhou. A bit too formal. Hello, Uncle Zhou. That title seems appropriate. When he arrived at the bus, Qin Xiang found an empty seat and sat down, quietly waiting for the stop. The people on the bus were all wearing anti-freeze suits, probably heading to the 38324 safety zone exit to hunt divine beings. At this moment, a sequence ability user saw Qin Xiang and was taken aback. Are you Qin Xiang? Qin Xiang looked at the person speaking, having no impression of him. Yes. What's up? The person hurriedly shook his head. It's nothing, nothing. Other sequence ability users on the bus also glanced at Qin Xiang with a hint of fear upon hearing his name. Then, at the next stop, all the passengers on the bus hurriedly got off, leaving only Qin Xiang alone. Qin Xiang scratched his nose and disdainfully said, They all seem so scared of me. What's the big deal? The sequence ability users who got off the bus sighed in relief. I heard this kid isn't in good mental shape. He flattened John's head during their fight. I wouldn't dare ride the same bus with him, in case he suddenly goes off. Exactly. Too creepy. Plus, he has the insurer identity. His background is not ordinary. Better not provoke him. Almost an hour later, Qin Xiang finally arrived at the stop. At this time, he received another text message from Qian Wenda. How's the conversation going? Qian Wenda should be concerned about his private talk with Olaf. As allies with common interests, Qian Wenda certainly doesn't want Qin Xiang to get into trouble. But if Qin Xiang really gets in trouble, Qian Wenda would not hesitate to distance himself. Very impressive. He deduced my sequence registration issue, but the trouble has been temporarily resolved by me. Qin Xiang didn't hide it, and spoke about the issues he was facing and the information within his control. This could make Qian Wenda wary of Olaf and also show him his ability to handle problems. This was a carefully considered response. He hoped to deepen Qian Wenda's belief in cooperation during their exchanges. Shortly after, Qian Wenda replied, No need to worry about the management bureau. Qin Xiang followed the address given by Zhou Xing and found the Hongyan restaurant. Since it was not yet 5 o'clock, the restaurant was empty with very few customers. However, all the overhead lights in the restaurant were on, making Hongyan restaurant the only bright spot in the surrounding darkness. Being so wasteful with expensive electricity resources, the owner of Hongyan restaurant must have some background. However, he quickly spotted a refined middle-aged man sitting at a corner table. He wore black-rimmed glasses and had a neat slicked-back hairstyle, paired with a dark tie and a white shirt, exuding a sense of composure. Next to him on the chair was a dark blue suit. Qin Xiang glanced around for a moment and noticed that this person seemed somewhat similar to Zhou Yang. Is that Zhou Xing? Zhou Xing actually arrived earlier than me. Qin Xiang approached and asked, Excuse me, are you Uncle Zhou? The middle-aged man looked up at the youthful Qin Xiang and immediately broke into a friendly smile. Yes, that's me. You must be little Qin, right? Please have a seat. Boss, take the order. Qin Xiang pulled out a chair and sat down. Uncle Zhou, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. No problem. It's my fault for coming early. Did you finish school early today? Qin Xiang shook his head. Because of the incident with John, I was questioned by the management bureau and the police all day. So I wasn't in the mood for class. I just happened to receive your message, so I came directly to find you. Zhou Xing smiled. In our 14121 area. It's been a long time since a sequence ability user died in the battle arena. It's normal for you to be questioned, so don't take it to heart. I understand. At that moment, a man in his 40s, with a big belly and a scruffy beard, approached, smiling politely, but not obsequiously. Director Zhou. Would you like to order? Is there a menu? This student is here for the first time, so he doesn't know what dishes are available. Okay. Please wait a moment. Qin Xiang said, Uncle Zhou, you can order. I don't know what dishes are good. Who invites guests and only orders for themselves? Don't worry. This restaurant's food is quite good. Anything you order won't taste bad. The boss brought over the menu. Director Zhou, if you say that. You're putting a lot of pressure on me. If the food doesn't taste good later, won't you report me to the Education Bureau? Zhou Xing smiled. I wouldn't dare criticize you. At most, I would just tell Director Du that you're taking advantage of old friends. With my brother's temper. If he finds out I didn't put my heart into cooking for you, he'll definitely scold me to death. You might as well report me. Little student. Take a look and order whatever you want. I guarantee I'll put in my utmost effort in preparing the dishes. And I won't give Director Zhou a chance to speak ill of me. Qin Xiang listened to their conversation and thought, indeed, this boss is someone with a background. He took the menu and was instantly stunned by the signature dish. Braised pig's trotters and southern fermented bean curd. There aren't many readers now. I can't write much longer. Please give 5-star reviews. Chapter 81. The deal at the dining table. Qin Xiang stared at the 5 characters braised pig's trotters and southern fermented bean curd. His eyes nearly popping out. This dish, is it really pig's trotters? He pointed at the dish name and asked. The boss smiled. Little student, you have a good eye? This dish is my specialty, but it takes a bit longer to prepare. As for whether it's pig's trotters? That's right, it's pig's trotters. Is it from a pig with 4 legs? Yes. Is it the kind of pig with pink skin, big ears, and a snout? Haha, little student, you're really interesting. Yes. It's the kind of pig you know. Qin Xiang swallowed hard. Pigs, haven't they gone extinct? Extinct? Who said that? If they hadn't gone extinct. Why do we usually eat mutated creatures like 3-eyed flying fish and blood-red jellyfish? The boss tilted his mouth, rubbed his belly, and smiled. Little student. Pigs have not gone extinct. The reason you usually eat mutated creatures is quite simple. Pork is too expensive, and most people can't afford it. As he spoke, the boss extended his thick finger and pointed at the menu. Just look at the price of this dish, and you'll know. Qin Xiang glanced at the price next to the dish name. 299 copper coins. Isn't this robbery? Just as he was about to question it, Zhou Xing said, since classmate Qin wants to try this dish, Boss Du, please take care of it. Just choose a couple more dishes. Sure. No, Uncle Zhou. This dish is too expensive. I'll just order the fried octopus instead. Boss Du, add a fried octopus. Okay. Qin Xiang was taken aback. Uncle Zhou. That's not what I meant. We can skip the pig's trotters. Zhou Xing adjusted his black glasses and smiled. I'm treating you to a meal. It can't be too shabby. After all, our classmate Qin is going to become a big shot in the safe zone in the future. Qin Xiang understood that Zhou Xing was bringing up serious matters and stopped focusing on the dishes. Uncle Zhou, please don't say that. I can't even be sure which university I'll go to after the assessment. That's why I'm here to give you support. Classmate Qin, have you looked into the special recruitment quota? Principal Li has mentioned it to me. You're unsure? Yes, Principal Li should know. Do you have any thoughts on it? Of course, I am very eager to obtain the special recruitment quota. But in our area, you know, there are some difficulties. Yes, you're right. Zhou Xing picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for both of them, already forming some ideas in his mind. Qin Xiang, who doesn't even know that pigs haven't gone extinct in the apocalypse, isn't someone who has seen much of the world, so he should be easy to handle. Zhou Xing crossed his hands on the table and said very seriously, getting this special recruitment quota isn't easy. It requires connections, background, and relationships. In our area, only the director of the management bureau has a special recruitment quota. I've heard that it was traded not long ago. I am classmates with the director of the admissions office at Xingren University. To get this special recruitment quota, I've really put in a lot of effort. Zhou Xing spoke about the difficulties he faced in securing this special recruitment quota. It seemed he regarded Qin Xiang as an inexperienced high school student. So he spoke without holding back, fearing that he wouldn't understand. Qin Xiang nodded, I understand. If anyone can obtain Uncle Zhou's special recruitment quota, they will definitely remember this great favor. Moreover, they must repay this favor immediately, as empty words are meaningless. This favor must be repaid right away. For example, if Uncle Zhou needs sequence potions or something, I will definitely provide as much as I can. What do you think, Uncle Zhou? Zhou Xing's teacup trembled slightly, as he didn't expect Qin Xiang to say such things. He had never dealt with Qin Xiang before, only inferring from his possession of the insurer that he had some mysterious background. In Zhou Xing's eyes, Qin Xiang was just an ordinary youth. Even during their phone call this morning, he carried the arrogance typical of a young person who was inexperienced in the world. However, upon meeting Qin Xiang, he found that the young man seemed more complex than that. Adding to that, a recent conversation where Qin Xiang directly pointed out his desires only made Zhou Xing more intrigued. Zhou Xing put down the teacup, leaned back in his chair, and smiled while re-evaluating the 18-year-old in front of him. Did Principal Li teach you to say that, classmate Qin? Qin Xiang shook his head. Principal Li is just the insurer, not a nanny. What I just said came from the heart. Zhou Xing nodded slightly. I must admit, what you just said, classmate Qin, really resonated with me. This special recruitment quota is hard-earned for me, and I was thinking of doing something with it. I wonder if I can help Uncle Zhou fulfill your requirements? You also know, I am a wandering orphan, and right now, other than a few silver coins, I only have dozens of bottles of sequence potions. I have nothing else. If your request exceeds my capabilities, I may not be able to help. Zhou Xing smiled slightly. Yes, I certainly know about Qin's situation. I asked you here today to borrow some sequence potions. Uncle Zhou, that's not quite right. How can we call it borrowing? If you need them, I can give you some without any problem. How many do you need? Qin Xiang stopped beating around the bush. Since Zhou Xing came for the sequence potions, he would directly probe Zhou Xing's price. Zhou Xing extended 5 fingers. 5 bottles. 50 bottles. Qin Xiang's smile froze for a moment, suppressing his anger, and slowly said, Uncle Zhou, asking for so many puts me in a bit of a difficult position. The price for 50 bottles is absolutely unacceptable. Even Li Tianming, as my insurer, only took 8 bottles. If he knew that the special recruitment quota was exchanged for 50 sequence potions, he would definitely be furious and want to break ties with me immediately. Zhou Xing said, Qin, you have so many sequence potions, you can make more in the future. Since you can't sell them there, why not give them to Uncle Zhou? Right? Qin Xiang shook his head. Since it's a transaction, let's be open and honest. Uncle Zhou, although I am a good student and would never do anything illegal, many people have contacted me, hoping to buy the sequence potions in large quantities at a price of 8 silver coins per bottle. Asking for 400 silver coins worth from me is really hard for me to agree to. Hearing this, Zhou Xing's expression also turned cold. He originally thought Qin Xiang didn't know the price of the sequence potions and wanted to trick this newcomer. Now, his plan had fallen through. 30 bottles. Qin Xiang still shook his head. Uncle Zhou, if you are willing to help me with the special recruitment, then we can negotiate properly. If you ask for too much, how can I explain it to others? Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. You said it yourself. You are an orphan. Who do you need to explain to? Qin Xiang responded with a youthful, bright smile. Uncle Zhou, have you ever seen an orphan at the edge of the safe zone who awakened to sequence? Chapter 82 Confirming the special recruitment quota. Zhou Xing understood the implication in Qin Xiang's words. Setting the background. Zhou Xing had always thought that Qin Xiang's awakening was somewhat strange and treated it as a low-probability event. However, a few words exchanged face-to-face made him realize that the swamp behind Qin Xiang was unfathomably deep. So, how did you awaken your sequence, Qin? Qin Xiang smiled slightly. That's inconvenient to discuss with Uncle Zhou. Let's focus on how much sequence potion you hope I can give you. Zhou Xing fell silent after hearing this and realized Qin Xiang's attitude. His background is very deep. His backer is not one to probe. The two of them are simply trading and will not have any other connections. Zhou Xing had originally developed a new interest in Qin Xiang, wanting to explore his background to consider whether to have further cooperation. However, Qin Xiang's words blocked that possibility. This was also a conclusion Qin Xiang drew from their simple exchange. Zhou Xing is a greedy person without much background. If the person sitting across from him were Li Tianming, he would certainly find ways to establish a relationship. If it were Qian Wenda, he would definitely show goodwill and indicate that they could interact frequently. But Zhou Xing did not. Perhaps it is because Zhou Xing has always been an academic person, studying within the safe zone, working in the education department, and after awakening a useless soft sequence, he never had the opportunity to hunt gods outside the safe zone. He always circles among people, accustomed to the ups and downs of officialdom, so he would not place much importance on Qin Xiang. Even if he speaks of Qin Xiang as the new star of this area and the future of this region, he does not truly believe it. In his view, Qin Xiang is merely a lucky person who awakened a sequence by chance and obtained a lot of points by luck. It is the subtly influential environment and closed vision that hinder his thinking. If Zhou Xing had experience in hunting gods, he would know how shocking it is for Qin Xiang to leave the safe zone for the first time and earn 1,600 points as a solo player. If Zhou Xing had experience in fighting, he would know how terrifying it is for Qin Xiang, at sequence level 1, to kill John, who was at sequence level 2 and armed with a sequence weapon. Unfortunately, he knows none of this. Or rather, he knows but cannot understand. A person can only obtain information and intelligence within their field of vision and cannot earn benefits beyond their understanding. When Zhou Xing asked for 50 bottles of sequence potion, Qin Xiang keenly realized that he and Zhou Xing were not on the same wavelength. Zhou Xing is not a fool, but Zhou Xing is not the right person for him. In other words, befriending him could very likely lead to losses greater than the benefits. Qin Xiang would not agree. You give me a special recruitment quota, and I give you sequence potions. We trade fairly. Zhou Xing, unable to comprehend Qin Xiang's strength, understood the implication behind his words. Since Qin Xiang rejected his other ideas and only intended to discuss business, then let us properly negotiate the price. Zhou Xing put away his smile and restored the authority of a superior. Behind the black-framed glasses was the gaze of a department head in the education sector scrutinizing an ordinary high school student. Classmate Qin, 20 bottles of sequence potion for you. And I will give you the special recruitment quota. This is already my bottom line. Uncle Zhou, let me be clear, that is impossible. It seems classmate Qin doesn't want this special recruitment quota anymore. No, it's Uncle Zhou asking for an unreasonable price. You don't understand the value of the special recruitment quota. It's you who do not understand the price of sequence potions. Sequence potions are valued, yet have no market. 8 silver coins is what I sell to the second-hand dealers. If you want to buy privately, it cannot be less than 10 silver coins. Why is it so expensive? Because for most sequence users, Earning a bottle of sequence potion is very difficult. But you have 80 bottles. That's because I am not like most sequence users. Qin Xiang continued, I don't know how your government department as sequence users obtain sequence potions. But I can assure you that in an environment where the joint government encourages hunting gods, the difficulty for you to obtain sequence potions while sitting in the office must be even greater. 5 bottles of sequence potions are enough to elevate someone who has just awakened their sequence to sequence level 2. 20 bottles can elevate 4 people as sequence levels. Do you know what that means? Even at the largest exit of Safe Zone 38324 in this area, there are no more than 20 sequence users at level 2. They would do anything for sequence potions. Qin Xiang's gaze suddenly turned cold. If I offered 5 bottles of sequence potions, they would be willing to kill you. They would fight for it. Zhou Xing, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Xiang, but still did not respond. Qin Xiang smiled brightly again. Like a sunny youth. Of course, I wouldn't let anyone kill Uncle Zhou. There's no need. It's really unnecessary to kill for a special recruitment quota at the cost of 5 bottles of sequence potions. Qin Xiang's words made Zhou Xing's heart sink again. He wouldn't kill him, not out of fear, but because it was unnecessary. This made Zhou Xing involuntarily wonder just how many people Qin Xiang had killed before. Zhang was probably not the first victim. With his mysterious background, what he just said might really not be just bluster. Qin Xiang said, I think the price Uncle Zhou offered at the beginning with 5 fingers is very appropriate, don't you think? Zhou Xing's initial target was 50 bottles of sequence potions. However, Qin Xiang made it clear that he was only willing to offer 5 bottles. Asking for more would be somewhat ungrateful in his eyes. To Qin Xiang, Zhou Xing's life wasn't even worth 5 bottles of sequence potions. He was confident that 3 bottles of sequence potions could lead someone to kill Zhou Xing. However, there would be some unnecessary trouble to deal with afterward. Zhou Xing clenched his fists, his gaze toward Qin Xiang filled with an indescribable mix of fear and disgust. Just then, as the tension between the two escalated, the boss came over with a plate of food. You should eat this while it's hot. It won't be crispy for long. I've stewed the pig's trotters. Let me prepare 2 cold dishes for you. Boss do, no need for the pig's trotters. My relationship with classmate Qin isn't that deep, but I've already put them in the pot. Qin Xiang smiled. Uncle Zhou has agreed to my request. Zhou Xing replied coldly. We'll handle business after eating. Qin Xiang's smile widened. Since Uncle Zhou is willing to help me, I'll treat for this meal. Boss, keep the pig's trotters simmering. I want to taste them. You're treating? The boss looked at him skeptically. What student around here could afford their signature dish? Zhou Xing said indifferently, don't worry. He has the money. All right, please wait a moment. When the boss brought out the stewed pig's trotters, the aroma immediately wafted into Qin Xiang's nose. He took a deep breath, recognizing the familiar taste from his memories of restaurants. Enjoy your meal. Qin Xiang swallowed hard. Uncle Zhou, please help yourself. Zhou Xing seemed disinterested, merely shaking his head and continuing to eat the small plate of cold dishes in front of him. The special admissions quota that he thought would bring in a huge profit had only yielded 1/10 of the initial value under Qin Xiang's aggressive bargaining. Although this 1/10 was worth 5 bottles of sequence potions, a substantial fortune. It would take at least 5 years to accumulate based on his current position and the dosage provided by the joint government. However, he still felt unsatisfied. Yet, Qin Xiang's tough attitude left him hesitant to ask for more. After finalizing the deal, Qin Xiang was in an exceptionally good mood. Coupled with the sight of the pig's trotters, his appetite was whetted. He picked up a pig's trotter and started gnawing on it. With one bite, his mouth was filled with a soft, sticky, and fragrant taste. The flavors of the pork, spices, and the fermented bean curd mingled to create a rich texture. Qin Xiang closed his eyes, savoring the chew, with grease on the corners of his mouth and a satisfied smile. This is the kind of meal one should have. Qin Xiang sincerely sighed in his heart. Since they had ordered quite a bit, the two couldn't finish everything, so Qin Xiang chose to pack the leftovers. Classmate, the total is 2,532 copper coins. Just count it as 2,500. Qin Xiang pulled out a silver coin. Please give me change. But that means I have to give you nearly 10,000 copper coins. I can't manage that. Classmate, do you have an electronic account? Our restaurant also accepts transfers. Qin Xiang shook his head. No. This is what the management bureau gave me. They didn't provide me with an electronic account. I only have cash. The restaurant owner looked aggrieved and then turned to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing impatiently said, open an account, and I'll transfer you 12,000 copper coins so you can pay. Just give me the silver coin. How do I open an account? Log in to the Godslayer Camp forum on your phone, and at the bottom of the forum, there's a link to Sunbank. You can quickly open an account with your Sequence Ability user ID. Okay, I got it. Qin Xiang took out his phone and registered an account with Sunbank as Zhou Xing had instructed. Zhou Xing took his silver coin and then transferred 12,000 copper coins to him as promised. Qin Xiang then transferred 2,500 of those coins to the restaurant owner. All right, I've received the payment. You two take care. Welcome to visit again. Yeah, goodbye. Boss. Qin Xiang and Zhou Xing walked out of Hanyun Restaurant. Uncle Zhou, where to next? First, come with me to the Education Bureau. I'll recommend you for the special admission right in front of you, so you can rest assured. Then tomorrow, I'll visit your school. And you can give me the sequence potions. Our transaction will be complete. Okay. Qin Xiang followed Zhou Xing on the bus to the Education Bureau. Outside the Education Bureau, the lights were bright. Qin Xiang stood in front of the bureau, clearly seeing the outline of his shadow beneath him. Looking up, the street lamp nearby shone as brightly as the sun, making it hard for him to look directly at it. The appearance of the Education Bureau was not much different from that of a police station. Both had a rather imposing exterior. Besides being very square, the outer wall was built of granite, giving it an ancient feel. It lacked the mystery of the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau. Perhaps to indicate that the Education Bureau was related to education, there was a huge white stone sculpture of an open book placed in front, surrounded by a bubbling, artificial water pool. Qin Xiang followed behind Zhou Xing and entered the Education Bureau's main door. The interior of the Education Bureau was also well lit by ceiling lights, and the decor was quite appropriate. But it didn't have the same shock factor as when Qin Xiang entered the Management Bureau. Following Zhou Xing up the spiral staircase in the lobby to the second floor, they entered an office. The office wasn't particularly spacious, but having a separate working area within the Education Bureau meant he was no longer a low-level employee. Zhou Xing sat in front of the computer and opened the Special Admission Recommendation website. He entered his identity information and the source of the special admission quota, then proceeded to the page to recommend the special admissions candidate. Next, I need to input your information. Qin Xiang stood behind him, watching Zhou Xing enter his details. Sequence Ability User ID 00009-527 Address? Homeless. Homeless? You don't have a place to stay? Uncle Zhou, I won't lie to you about my special admission. Qin Xiang was a bit annoyed by Zhou Xing's questioning. Since this was a business transaction, cash for goods was the real deal, why ask so much? Zhou Xing stopped asking and filled in the rest of Qin Xiang's information before submitting it. Recommendation approved. Classmate Qin Xiang has obtained the special admission qualification for 2010 university. Alright, I've successfully recommended you. You can log in to Godslayer Camp to check your account. There will be an additional special admission icon indicating that you're a student eligible for special admission this year. Qin Xiang opened the forum and indeed found a green special admission icon added to his information. Okay, thank you, Uncle Zhou. MHM. Just have the sequence potions ready for me tomorrow. By the way, Uncle Zhou, could you lend me 5 copper coins for the bus? You have no money? I only have 10 copper coins on me. I originally planned to go back, but I ended up coming to the Education Bureau with you. So I really don't have any money now. Zhou Xing opened the drawer and counted out 5 copper coins for him. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. See you tomorrow. MHM. See you tomorrow. Not long after Qin Xiang left, the phone in Zhou Xing's office rang. Hello, I'm Zhou Xing. What's the matter? My brother is here to see me? Okay, I got it. Let him come up. All right, thank you. After a while, a middle-aged man with a weathered face knocked on Zhou Xing's office door. Ah Xing, sorry to disturb your work. Zhou Xing didn't have much affection for his brother Zhou Zhe, and after just having been put in his place by Qin Xiang, he wasn't in a good mood. What's the matter? Well, that little brat Zhou Yang came home and told me about what happened in the classroom this morning. I was so angry that I gave him a beating, and now I brought him here to apologize to you. Little brat, get in here and apologize to your uncle. When Zhou Yang walked in, his cheeks were already swollen from blood, and his eyes were red from crying. Uncle, I'm sorry. Zhou Xing didn't dare provoke Qin Xiang. He maintained good relations with his colleagues and flattered his superiors. However, his caution was only towards those of higher status. The refined Zhou Xing was not his true nature. He only acted that way out of necessity. Therefore, when facing his brother Zhou Zhe and nephew Zhou Yang, who only sought to please him, he freely released his pent-up emotions. Even if he scolded them mercilessly, they could only nod in agreement. Chapter 84. The disappearance of Li Jingwen shut the door. Okay. Zhou Zhe hurriedly turned around and gently closed the door, then continued to bow and smile at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing rotated his neck and said to Zhou Yang, Didn't I tell you not to act recklessly at school just because you're my nephew? I didn't. Bang. Zhou Xing suddenly slammed his palm heavily on the table. You say you didn't. If you didn't, how could Qin Xiang's call possibly come to me? Zhou Zhe quickly slapped Zhou Yang on the head again. Listen to what your uncle says. Don't you dare talk back. Zhou Yang felt wronged, but had to endure. I'm telling you, today you were just lucky. Qin Xiang had to give me face. So he didn't do much to you. Otherwise, if he killed you, I wouldn't be able to seek justice for you, understand? Zhou Yang was stunned, looking at Zhou Xing in disbelief. Zhou Xing huffed, looking furious. Zhou Zhe cautiously said, Ah Xing, isn't Qin Xiang just a student? How could he possibly kill someone? Zhou Yang is so disobedient because you spoiled him. Zhou Xing coldly pointed at Zhou Zhe. Even though you're my older brother, you shouldn't speak carelessly about matters regarding sequence abilities if you don't understand. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. I've warned you. Qin Xiang is not someone you can provoke. Today he said he has a deadly feud with that girl. She definitely won't live long. If you stir up trouble and lose your lives, don't expect me to help. Ah Xing, it's my fault. Please save us. Blood is thicker than water, right? Mom said before she passed away. Stop talking nonsense. Zhou Yang, if anyone asks you about Qin Xiang in the future, there's only one answer. I don't know. But uncle, Qin Xiang is my classmate. If I say I don't know, no one will believe me. Are you stupid? Just say you don't remember, don't know, unclear. Who can do anything to you? It doesn't matter if they believe you. The most important thing is to keep your life safe. After Zhou Zhi took Zhou Yang away, he sternly reminded him along the way, listen to your uncle. Never provoke Qin Xiang again. Do you understand? I understand. You've grown up, you should understand some things. Your mom is in the hospital for stomach cancer, needing connections to arrange doctors and money for surgery. All of that relies on your uncle. If it weren't for him, your mom would just be waiting to die. Understand? I'm hitting you today not because you did something wrong, but because you didn't listen to your uncle. Dad, I know I was wrong. All right, you go home and make yourself something to eat. I'm going to the hospital to take care of your mom. I heard someone is getting their surgery first because they paid more. I need to see what is going on. Your mom has been waiting for almost half a year. Finally, it's time for her surgery. How could they let someone cut in line? When Zhou Yang heard this, he became anxious. Dad, I'll go with you. We've waited in line for so long, plus used Uncle's connections. Why should someone else cut in line? You go back. I'll just call a few friends to go with me. If that damn hospital dares to let someone else go first, I'll make sure they can't operate anymore. Dad, in the future, let your parents worry less. That's better than anything. This beating on your face hurts my heart. I hope you can remember this. I understand. Zhou Yang returned home dejectedly. He didn't believe Zhou Xing's words. He felt that his uncle was just being alarmist. Qin Xiang was in the class next to his, and he had known him for almost 3 years. He was just an ordinary, cowardly 18-year-old boy who recently awakened his sequence ability and suddenly turned his life around. What was so impressive about that? It was just luck. If he awakened a sequence ability, he was sure he would be more powerful than Qin Xiang. But reality quickly told him that Zhou Xing's words were not groundless. The next day at school, 2 police cars were parked at the school gate. As soon as Zhou Yang saw the police cars, his heart sank, and he felt inexplicably uneasy. As he walked forward, he saw Li Tianming at the school gate, communicating with a detective wearing a scarf and smoking a cigar, seemingly discussing a case. However, as he passed by the two, he heard 6 words that made his blood run cold. Li Jingwen is missing. In an instant, Zhou Yang's soul seemed to leave his body, wandering aimlessly like a deity in the night sky. He didn't know how he made it to the classroom. His mind was filled with the phrase Qin Xiang had used regarding Li Jingwen yesterday, deadly foes. Had Qin Xiang really killed Li Jingwen? Zhou Yang's body was covered in goosebumps, and he started to tremble uncontrollably, to the point that Olaf called his name 3 times at the classroom door. But he didn't hear. Olaf stepped forward. Zhou Yang, are you alright? Zhou Yang stared blankly at Olaf and shook his head. Well, we want to understand some things about Li Jingwen. I heard that she was your girlfriend. I don't know anything. I don't remember anything. Zhou Yang hurriedly shook his head. Don't ask me. I don't remember anything. Olaf frowned. Zhou Yang's state clearly indicated that he knew something. Li Jingwen was in the same class as Qin Xiang. His intuition told him that this matter was closely related to Qin Xiang. You don't need to worry. Let me ask you, where were you from 7 to 7:30 last night? I was at the Education Bureau talking with my uncle Zhou Xing. I have plenty of alibi. You were at the Education Bureau? Alright. Then do you know where Li Jingwen might have gone? I don't know. I don't know anything. My uncle is the head of the education department. You can't arrest me for questioning. I don't know anything. Zhou Yang refused to cooperate, which made Olaf feel a bit of a headache. Zhou Yang was right. His uncle indeed had some background, and it wasn't appropriate for him to arbitrarily arrest someone for questioning. Forget it. It might be better to directly ask Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, who was sleeping in the principal's office, was awakened by the knocking on the door. He had grown too lazy to attend the morning self-study session and planned to just go to the classroom when the first class started, to just muddle through. Qin Xiang groggily got out of bed, opened the door, and expected to see Li Tianming standing outside, but to his surprise, it was an old man with white hair. Upon closer inspection, it was Olaf. Qin Xiang frowned. Detective Olaf, what a surprise to see you again. Do you treat our school like your police station office? You come here every day? Olaf didn't care about Qin Xiang's unwelcoming attitude, stepped into the principal's office, and sat down on a nearby sofa. I came today to inquire about some other matters. Qin Xiang looked displeased. What is it now? Li Jingwen went missing last night. Do you know about it? Li Jingwen is missing? Qin Xiang frowned upon hearing this. Chapter 85, Family Annihilation. Yes, Qin Xiang was first puzzled about who could have done it. Then he thought, wait a minute. It's only been a little over 10 hours since she went missing last night. Why is Detective Olaf so anxious to come over? Detective Olaf, I heard that the police only files a case 48 hours after someone goes missing. Yes, so I'm just here to gather information. Qin Xiang snorted. The police must be really bored. Li Jingwen has only been missing for a little over 10 hours, and you already want to interrogate me. Perhaps while you're talking to me, Li Jingwen will show up. Qin Xiang sat in the principal's office chair. Detective Olaf, you can't treat this case specially just because Li Jingwen is my classmate. I have to suspect that you're abusing your power here. I know the police regulations better than you, so you don't need to worry about that, Qin Xiang. I just want to ask, Where were you between 7 and 7:30 last night? I was on the bus. Why did you answer so quickly? Of course, I left the Education Bureau just before 7. Where else could I be between 7 and 7:30 if not on the bus? You went to the Education Bureau? Director Zhou Xing from the Education Department admired me and insisted on giving me a special recruitment spot. We had dinner at the Hongyan restaurant, and then went to the Education Bureau where he recommended me for the special recruitment right in front of me. Olaf frowned upon hearing this. Zhou Xing again. The situation was developing differently than he had anticipated. Olaf visited Qin Xiang's classroom and learned from classmates that Li Jingwen had a very poor relationship with Qin Xiang. Confirming his suspicions, Li Jingwen must have been killed by Qin Xiang. However, Qin Xiang seemed to have a solid alibi. Noticing Olaf's suspicious gaze, Qin Xiang said irritably, "Detective Olaf, there are over a dozen bus stops between the Education Bureau and the school. How could Li Jingwen's disappearance possibly be related to me? You don't suspect I can perform some sort of body double technique, do you? Is there such a technique? Did you really go to Zhou Xing? You can ask Zhou Xing. Director Zhou might have mistaken someone else. Can I ask the Education Bureau?" After hearing this, Qin Xiang's tone became more unfriendly. "Sure. Why don't you ask the Education Bureau to check the surveillance from last night? See if I went to the Education Bureau? The surveillance might show someone else impersonating you." "Detective Olaf, that's a bit ridiculous. I have witnesses, and you say they are lying. I have physical evidence, and you say it's not me. I'm just puzzled. What makes you so sure that Li Jingwen's disappearance is related to me? Do you know how we discovered Li Jingwen was missing?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know. Because there was a big fire at Li Jingwen's house last night at 7:30, and her whole family perished in the fire. Only her body is missing. We searched the area and found no trace of Li Jingwen. However, someone saw her near the school at 7 o'clock. That's why we determined the time of her disappearance was between 7 and 7:30. Qin Xiang was immediately stunned. Her whole family was burned to death. And Li Jingwen was missing? It sounded like something he had seen before. After Olaf finished speaking, he closely watched Qin Xiang's reaction. From his expression, it seemed he really didn't know that Li Jingwen's family had met with such a tragedy. But Olaf already knew about Qin Xiang's background and did not regard him as an ordinary student. So even if Qin Xiang's reaction showed no flaws, Olaf still firmly believed he was the murderer. Murder and body burning. Doesn't that sound a bit familiar? Qin Xiang nodded. It does sound familiar. Similar to the 2 cases you mentioned when you met me yesterday. Exactly. In my opinion, these 3 cases should be committed by the same person. Qin Xiang showed an approving expression. I think so too. You committed the first 2 cases, we both know that without saying. So this time, how did you kill Li Jingwen's whole family and make her disappear? Detective Olaf, you misunderstood me. What I mean is, I couldn't have had the time to kill Li Jingwen's whole family. I have a solid alibi. The murders of Li Jingwen's family and her disappearance have nothing to do with me, since all 3 cases were committed by the same person. The other 2 cases also have nothing to do with me. I am innocent. Qin Xiang, this conversation is getting boring. I came to find you voluntarily. Actually to help you. Detective Olaf, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm doing just fine and don't need your help. If you have the energy, why not help the orphan children wandering near the safe zone? You're also a wandering orphan. If you insist on saying that, I can't help it. By the way, I want to ask, did Li Jingwen's family burn to death, or were they killed first and then burned? We cannot disclose too many details about the case. Qin Xiang shrugged. All right, then I wish you success in solving the case. Olaf did not obtain any useful information from Qin Xiang. The most important reason was that he couldn't explain how Qin Xiang could have killed someone from such a distance. All signs indicated that Qin Xiang must be involved in Li Jingwen's disappearance. Olaf found himself in a deadlock. He began to wonder whether Qin Xiang's sequence was related to timed killing or body doubles. After Olaf left, Li Tianming entered the office again. Is Olaf still fixated on you? Qin Xiang leaned back with his eyes closed, twirling a ballpoint pen in his hand, feeling quite a headache. This old man insists on linking Li Jingwen's disappearance to me, even though I have an alibi and both witnesses and physical evidence. Those police officers are all like this. They read too many detective novels and like to stir up trouble. The less suspicious you are, the more they want to suspect you. There was even a blonde female officer who insisted on suspecting that I had inappropriate relationships with many married women. It's simply slander. I think that matter you mentioned could very well be true. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Qin Xiang gave Li Tianming a knowing look and continued to rest his eyes. The only person who had a grudge against Li Jingwen was himself. After all, she had sent her uncle, Kuan Chenglong, to hunt him down, which was a grudge that would never die. Who else would kill her entire family? Suddenly, a vision of a beautiful girl with long hair and big eyes flashed through Qin Xiang's mind. Her sweet smile sent a shiver down his spine. He felt like he had been electrocuted and immediately sprang up from the back of the chair. Chapter 86. Going to the hospital. Qin Xiang stared at Li Tianming with wide eyes in disbelief. Li Tianming felt uneasy under his gaze. What do you want to do? Don't tell me one of those married women is your relative? Qin Xiang ignored Li Tianming and continued to contemplate the possibility of the situation. When Shu killing someone? Li Jingwen had been driven to a dead end by him. With no other options, she might choose to threaten Wen Shu. Qin Xiang recalled how, during the last incident in the abandoned yard when he killed Li Jingwen's uncle, Kuan Chenglong, and his gang of friends, when Shu had exhibited an unusually calm demeanor and skillful methods to remove the traces, it was all too suspicious. But he never imagined that when Shu could be so extraordinary, a seemingly ordinary girl could actually kill Li Jingwen's entire family. It was a bit absurd. How did she do it? He should go confirm this with her. If when Shu didn't kill Li Jingwen's family, then things would get complicated. Qin Xiang stood up, moved away from the office chair, and prepared to ask for clarification. Li Tianming asked, "Where are you going? Isn't teacher Zhu on leave?" "She left the library to me. I need to tidy it up." "You're quite nice, huh?" Qin Xiang arrived at the library and saw Wen Shu quietly working on problems by herself. When she noticed Qin Xiang, she looked up and smiled. Qin Xiang approached her and pulled out a chair to sit down. "I want to ask you something." "I did it," Wen Shu replied directly, looking calmly at Qin Xiang. Seeing her nonchalant demeanor as if nothing had happened left Qin Xiang somewhat stunned. After killing someone, she was so composed. "Are you wondering how I can be so calm after killing?" A little. She wanted to harm me, so I killed her." "Is there a problem?" "Well, not really. Her whole family kept bothering me, so I killed them all." "Is there a problem?" "No, not really." "Then that's it. What's there to be uneasy about?" After chatting a bit with Qin Xiang, Wen Shu continued to focus on her work. Qin Xiang remained curious. He didn't understand how she managed to do it. Li Jingwen's family had at least 5 or 6 members, yet she had killed them all. Moreover, she didn't seem to have any injuries, which astonished Qin Xiang even more. But just as the question was on the tip of his tongue, Qin Xiang remembered that Wen Shu had never pried into his secrets either. Why should he ask so much? Though they had both committed murder and were considered close friends in Li Tianming's eyes, they still needed to maintain a certain distance. After all, Qin Xiang himself had secrets he couldn't reveal. Qin Xiang decided not to make things awkward. He stood up and began tidying the disordered books in the library. Wen Shu looked at Qin Xiang's back again and smiled gently. Just as Qin Xiang was about to head to class, he suddenly heard a sound of crying. He turned around to see a round-faced little girl at the library door, crying and asking, "Excuse me, who is Qin Xiang Gij?" Qin Xiang walked over and crouched down to be at eye level with the little girl, who was just above his knee. "I am Qin Xiang. What's the matter?" "I'm Yi Qianqian. My grandma is Zhu Li. She was beaten at the hospital, and her money was stolen. She told me to take the bus back to find you." Qin Xiang's expression turned cold, and he picked up Yi Qianqian with one arm and let her sit on his shoulder. He then turned to Wen Shu and said, "I need to go check on teacher Zhu. Can you please close the library today? I'll go with you." "No need. I'm a sequence ability user. If I can't solve teacher Zhu's problem, it won't help for you to go. Besides, don't you need to go home to take care of your grandma?" After saying that, Qin Xiang ran out of the small door with Yi Qianqian. "Is teacher Zhu okay now?" "I don't know. My parents are at work and can't be reached. Grandma gave me money for the bus and told me to find Qin Xiang Gij at school." "You're in school?" "Not yet. I'm in kindergarten nearby." Qin Xiang looked at Yi Qianqian, whose head was only the size of a palm, and suddenly remembered that he too had been that small once. However, that was a very vague memory now. "Don't worry, teacher Zhu will be fine. And when I get there, I will definitely help you solve the problem." It was already class time, and students couldn't come and go freely. When Qin Xiang walked out of the school gate, the guard recognized him and didn't dare to stop him, pretending not to see. At the bus stop, Qin Xiang suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten to bring copper coins. But going back to get the coins would take quite a bit of time. When the bus arrived, he got on first and casually found a sequence ability user wearing a thermal suit. "Friend, do you have cash? I forgot my money. Could you lend me 10 copper coins? I'll transfer it to you via my electronic account. Thank you." The sequence ability user looked at Qin Xiang with slight annoyance. "What kind of bus are you taking without money? You might as well." Before he could finish, Qin Xiang glared at him coldly, his hand already crushing the alloy bus handrail. The person swallowed hard and said, "You might as well just tell me directly. I'll just give it to you. 10 copper coins, no need for a transfer." He then shakily pulled out his wallet and counted out 10 copper coins for Qin Xiang. "Thanks." Qin Xiang took the coins, paid the fare, and then went to sit at the back with Yi Qianqian. Meanwhile, the sequence ability user's heart was still racing. That was close. This kid has such strong basic strength and looks like he has a bad temper. For 10 copper coins, it wasn't worth getting beaten up over. Yi Qianqian quietly said to Qin Xiang, "Qin Xiang Gij, I have money. My grandma gave me some copper coins. If you don't have bus fare, you can tell me." Qin Xiang was taken aback. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I saw you jump on the bus and go directly to the back to find someone, so I thought you could ride without paying." "All right." The road to the hospital was long. The hospital was 5 stops away from the exit of safe zone 38324, taking more than 2 hours by bus. Yi Qianqian seemed too tired and soon fell asleep against Qin Xiang's arm. Qin Xiang gazed out at the rapidly retreating street scenery, contemplating how to handle matters at the hospital. In this area, those who could afford medical treatment were not ordinary people. Although it was an ordinary hospital, apart from the director, none of the medical staff were sequence ability users. However, it was likely that within the hospital, one could find relatives or friends of sequence ability users. Those causing trouble for teacher Zhu certainly had some background. If the background was too troublesome, it might be better to let it go and focus on treating Teacher Zhu. If the background was similar to Zhou Yang's, then he wouldn't hold back. Chapter 87. Taking action in the hospital. Qin Xiang arrived at the hospital with Yi Qianqian. A strong smell of disinfectant filled the air. It seemed no different from the hospitals in his memories. However, the biggest difference from hospitals in his previous life was that there weren't many people here. The front desk was empty, and the corridors were deserted. Even when doctors or patient relatives occasionally walked by, their steps were calm and orderly. As expected, when the cost of medical treatment skyrocketed and no longer became affordable for ordinary people, hospitals became more luxurious and elegant. But Qin Xiang didn't like it. He was still more accustomed to the noisy, more vibrant hospitals of his past life. Do you remember where your grandmother was lying? I remember. Okay, then take me there. Yi Qianqian pulled Qin Xiang's hand and walked through the hospital, perhaps stimulated by the smell of disinfectant in the hospital, which triggered some bad memories. Yi Qianqian was no longer confused. Her little short legs were running quickly, her small face full of anxiety. Qin Xiang followed her, comforting her. There's no need to rush. Your grandmother is fine. Finally, after turning a corner, Yi Qianqian gasped and pointed ahead. My grandmother cough, my grandmother is there. Qin Xiang looked up and saw a group of doctors and nurses gathered around, with a few tall, plain-dressed men nearby. He picked Yi Qianqian up again, letting her sit on his shoulder to rest. Then he walked up and said, I'm a relative of Zhu Li, please make way. The doctors looked grim. Although they didn't know Qin Xiang, they recognized the little girl on his shoulder, so they stepped aside. Qin Xiang glanced at the scene and immediately covered Yi Qianqian's eyes. Brother Qin Xiang, why are you covering my eyes? Qin Xiang looked at Teacher Zhu, covered in blood, gritted his teeth, and did not answer Yi Qianqian. He handed Yi Qianqian to a nearby nurse. Please take her aside. Don't let her see what is happening here. The nurse hesitated a bit. Seeing that Qin Xiang looked like just a student, she was afraid he would end up like the elderly lady lying there, beaten to death by the group of big men nearby, so she kindly asked, You're still young, don't be too impulsive. While speaking, the nurse also gave Qin Xiang a look, indicating that the nearby tall men were not to be trifled with. Qin Xiang nodded to the nurse. Thank you. You don't need to worry, I'm fine. The nurse saw that Qin Xiang seemed calm and not like an ordinary high school student, so she curiously asked, Who are you? Qin Xiang looked at the group of rough-looking men. I am someone who can kill them without facing consequences. As soon as he said this, everyone froze. The only people who can kill without facing consequences are one type of people, sequence ability users. The nurse realized she couldn't get involved in this matter, and not wanting to be implicated, hurriedly took Yi Qianqian and ran away. I want to see Grandma. I want to see Grandma. The nurse ignored Yi Qianqian's cries and ran to the end of the corridor until she disappeared. Meanwhile, the several burly men nearby looked at each other in terror, not daring to move. A doctor nearby saw this and also tried to leave, but was stopped by Qin Xiang. Several doctors, don't leave yet. A bespectacled doctor drooped his mouth. This friend, we're here to check the injuries. It has nothing to do with your relative being injured. Another doctor added, Yes, we've been here without eating to check your grandmother's injuries. Don't wrong good people. Qin Xiang's expression darkened, and he calmly said, It's fine. I have no intention of blaming you. I just want to ask, is there still hope for her? The doctors exchanged glances and sighed. She can be saved. But the elderly lady is old. Even if she is saved, she may end up bedridden. Plus, she was supposed to undergo surgery for stomach cancer, and with this injury, the surgery could cost her life. We don't know when she can have surgery again. Maybe, during her recovery, she might pass away from stomach cancer. You should have some expectation in your heart. Qin Xiang nodded. So, if she hadn't been injured, she should be able to recover healthily after the surgery, right? That's about right. The elderly lady came to the hospital yesterday, and all her examination indicators were good. If the cancerous part of the stomach tissue is removed, recovery shouldn't be difficult. One of the burly men immediately pointed at the doctor and shouted, Nonsense. Just now, you clearly said that this elderly lady cannot be saved regardless of her injuries. The doctor looked at the big man in fear. You were the one who made me say that. I never said that. The doctor didn't want to offend the big man, but he was even more afraid to offend a sequence ability user, to avoid being blamed. He certainly said whatever came to mind. The big man stared wide-eyed. You're talking nonsense here, looking for a beating. The big man swung his fist, ready to hit the doctor. Bang! Suddenly, a shadow appeared before the big man, and he flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a row of shelves in the corridor. Qin Xiang retracted his fist, glanced at the big man lying on the ground, and continued to look at Teacher Zhu, whose chest was slightly rising and falling. Everyone looked at the big man in horror. They saw that his originally robust left pectoral muscle had deflated as if the air had been sucked out. The entire left side of his chest formed a deep dent, probably with his heart smashed by a punch. The big man's mouth trembled twice and then opened wide, as if he could swallow a fist. His body uncontrollably convulsed, twisting into a strange angle, and then went still. Suddenly, the big man convulsed again, and bright red blood gushed from his mouth, pooling on the ground. This boy is indeed a sequence ability user. He went straight for the kill. Everyone was stunned, not daring to move or speak. Qin Xiang also had no mind to care about them. He looked at the bloody teacher Zhu and slowly clenched his fists. He said to the nearby doctors, "Please go save her first. Money is not a problem. I will pay." The doctors, hearing this, felt as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders and quickly said, Okay, we'll go save her right now." After saying that, 5 doctors awkwardly pushed a not very wide hospital bed out of the corridor. As they left, one doctor tripped over the big man's body, staining his white coat with blood. But he didn't stop, turning back to Qin Xiang and nervously nodding a few times before chasing after the other doctors. Qin Xiang shook his neck, listening to his joints cracking, as if tolling a death knell. He scanned the pale-faced big man and finally focused his gaze on a slightly shorter middle-aged man. Chapter 88. What a coincidence. This middle-aged man, though somewhat fearful, still dared to meet Qin Xiang's gaze, as if he had something to rely on. "You are different from them, looking the most useless. You must be the one in charge." The middle-aged man forced himself to stand straight and said stubbornly, "So what if I am? Don't think you are the only sequence ability user. The safe zone is vast and full of hidden talents. You can't just act recklessly." Qin Xiang nodded. "That's right. I agree with what you said. So I haven't made a move against you yet. But since you've hurt her like this, it's not enough to just shout a few times now. Let us hear the name of your backer." As he spoke, Qin Xiang took out his phone and skillfully opened Godslaying Camp. Whether you live or die depends entirely on how loud the name you provide is. Qin Xiang held the phone, coldly looking at the middle-aged man in front of him. An inexplicable panic surged in the man's heart, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will also be held accountable." Qin Xiang calmly said, "The name." The middle-aged man bit his teeth. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Xiang's phone suddenly rang. He looked at it. It was a call from Zhou Xing. Qin Xiang answered the phone, his tone not particularly harmonious. "Hello, Director Zhou. Is there something you need?" On the other end, Zhou Xing's voice was tinged with anger. "Qin, didn't we agree to meet at school today? You got the special admission quota, and now you don't acknowledge it? Even the way you address me has changed?" It was then that Qin Xiang remembered he had promised Zhou Xing yesterday to give him the sequence potion today. However, it was a universally acknowledged rule not to discuss confidential matters over the phone to prevent eavesdropping. Therefore, Zhou Xing didn't explicitly mention the potion. "I'm sorry, Uncle Zhou. I'm currently at the hospital dealing with some matters. Can I give it to you tomorrow?" "You're at the hospital? What? Were you injured while hunting gods?" "No. A relative of mine was beaten at the hospital. I'm here to check on the situation." Zhou Xing found it amusing. "Your relative was beaten? They really must not want to live. All right, I'll call you tomorrow." Just then, a middle-aged man in front of Qin Xiang panicked and shouted into the phone, "Brother, save me. It's me. I'm at the hospital treating your sister-in-law, and I accidentally hurt someone. Please come quickly." This middle-aged man was Zhou Xing's brother, Zhou Zhe. He thought that mentioning Zhou Xing's name would intimidate the young man before him, but he didn't expect Zhou Xing to call him first. On the other end of the line, Zhou Zhe clearly heard the voice of his brother, the director of the education department. Zhou Zhe felt a bit weak, realizing that this matter might not end well. This young man not only knew Zhou Xing, but seemed to have an equal status. Zhou Zhe hurriedly asked for help through the phone. Zhou Xing was silent for a moment, then said, "Qin, could you please pass the phone to that person?" Qin Xiang replied, "Director Zhou, this matter isn't as easy to handle as last time. You should be aware of that." "I know." Qin Xiang handed the phone to Zhou Zhe, his gaze still cold. Zhou Zhe looked at Qin Xiang with a flattering expression, taking the phone. "Hello, brother, it's me. I told you yesterday not to provoke Qin Xiang. What do you mean by this? Are you intentionally making things difficult for me? Didn't you hear me cursing Zhou Yang? I didn't know that old lady was Qin Xiang's relative. Didn't they say he was an orphan? How was I supposed to know? It doesn't matter whether she is or not. She showed up, so that means she is. Are you out of your mind? Attacking an old lady? No, brother. You know I've been waiting for half a year to get my sister-in-law's surgery done. Suddenly, someone paid a large sum to cut in line. Of course, I couldn't let that happen. With the little money you have, you were only able to get in line because of my connections. And you're still picking and choosing while blocking the hospital from making money. Who gave you the guts? Even the hospital director wouldn't dare offend the area director. I know I was wrong. Stop talking nonsense. What happened to that old lady? She's injured quite badly." Qin Xiang seized the phone. The old lady was supposed to recover after the surgery, but now she's close to death. Zhou Xing fell silent again. "Qin, he's my brother and your classmate Zhou Yang's father. I don't know if you can. What does Zhou Yang's father have to do with me? Do you really think Zhou Yang and I have a good relationship? All right. If I want to save my brother's life, what conditions will you set?" 5. I asked you to set conditions, not to make jokes. Qin Xiang cautiously only mentioned the number, not specifying that it was for the sequence potion. But Zhou Xing understood the implication. 5. Uncle Zhou, I believe that if I ask for too little, it won't make you realize my current anger. I've already made a move and killed one of your brother's subordinates. What? When Zhou Xing heard that Qin Xiang really killed someone, he realized that he wasn't just someone who made empty threats. Zhou Xiang's price was something Zhou Xing couldn't agree to. 5 bottles of sequence potion was his best chance for promotion in rank and position. He couldn't give that up. Qin Xiang was determined to take his brother's life. However, after all, Zhou Zhe was still his brother. He couldn't let Qin Xiang kill him like a chicken. Uncle Zhou, let me make another offer. As long as you don't get involved with Zhou Zhe's matter, I'll give you one more. Another bottle of sequence potion. This time, Zhou Xing hesitated. He tried to ask. After all, he's my brother, my flesh and blood. Can you? No more increases. Just one. Take it or leave it. Although Zhou Zhe didn't know what deal they were discussing, he heard his brother was bargaining with his life. Zhou Zhe immediately shouted, "Brother, did you forget what Mom said before she passed? She asked you to take care of me. You can't do this." Zhou Xing had long been tired of his older brother's family. They were like a tumor hanging on him, but he had held back from cutting them off for the sake of their mother's last wish. Now, with father and son consecutively causing him trouble, if he didn't cut them off soon, it might spread like cancer throughout his life. He had worked hard to study and climb to his current position, not to accompany his brother's useless family to the grave. Thinking of this, Zhou Xing no longer hesitated. You handle it yourself. Tomorrow, the administration and police might come to ask you questions. The day after tomorrow, I'll see you again. All right, goodbye. Qin Xiang hung up the phone, looking at Zhou Zhe, whose face was as pale as a sheet. Your brother's side is not very reliable. Besides Zhou Xing, do you have any other backing? If you do, speak quickly. Zhou Zhe was stunned for a moment, then suddenly knelt on the ground, desperately bowing to Qin Xiang. Please spare me. I really didn't know that old lady was your relative. Chapter 89. Teacher Zhu in critical condition the first time Qin Xiang killed someone. It felt like indulging in a feast, tense and excited. The second time, it felt like a big meal, still tense, slightly excited. By the countless times he had killed, it felt like eating bread, only calm. His fists dripped with blood. The blood on his fists did not belong to Qin Xiang, but came from several people. Looking at the scattered, breathless corpses in the hospital corridor, Qin Xiang took a deep breath. Finally, the gloom in his heart lightened a bit. He first checked the pockets of several people, finding 3 silver coins and several hundred copper coins. These 3 silver coins should be the ones he had given to Teacher Zhu, which were stolen from him. Holding the 3 silver coins, Qin Xiang felt a mix of emotions. After entering high school, at Jiuan School, Teacher Zhu had always been the librarian. He had always reserved the library work-study position for him. He had always remembered Teacher Zhu's care for him. So when he heard that Teacher Zhu needed money for medical treatment, he made up his mind to hunt gods to raise the surgery fee. However, he didn't expect that while he had managed to gather the surgery fee, Teacher Zhu had encountered unforeseen calamity. He didn't know whether the 3 silver coins he had given to Teacher Zhu were life-saving money or death money. Qin Xiang sighed, walking to the nearby restroom to wash the blood off his hands. He glanced at the mirror. His face and body were also stained with some blood. He cleaned the blood off his face, but the blood on his clothes could only be left for now. Qin Xiang took out a few pieces of paper to wipe his hands and face clean, silently praising himself. I'm really becoming more and more composed. He took out his phone and dialed the number for the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Hello? Yes, I just killed a few people, and I want to turn myself in. It's because they hurt my mentor, and I lost control and killed them. Yes, they are all ordinary people. Yes, there are no other Sequence Ability users involved. I'm at the hospital in the 14121 area. All right, I'll wait here for the Bureau's personnel to come. After hanging up, Qin Xiang returned to the corridor, quietly waiting for the Bureau's personnel to come and convict him. He had carefully reviewed the punishment for Sequence Ability users killing ordinary people. To offset the crime of killing an ordinary person, one needed to earn 2 Hunter God points within 6 months. Because it was offset by Hunter God points, these 2 points would not yield any monetary reward. However, the Hunter God points earned in sequence potions would not be deducted. For sequence ability users, the most important aspect of hunting gods was points and sequence potions. Money was merely a bonus. Such a punishment could be said to be mild. Moreover, even without punishment, he would have to continue hunting gods to improve his points ranking and strive to be specially recruited by top universities. Offsetting the crime was just a side issue. That was why he had no hesitation when killing a few people, including Zhou Zhe. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed outside the corridor. Shortly after, 2 individuals in formal attire approached. They looked somewhat surprised at Qin Xiang. It seemed they did not expect that someone who had killed so many people would be a young boy. You killed all these people? Yes. Hey, you're still young. How could you commit such an act? I really couldn't hold back. They almost killed my mentor. Your mentor? Also a sequence ability user? An ordinary person. An ordinary person? All right, I can understand you even less now. One of the bureau personnel took out a tablet. I need to record your information. Name? Qin Xiang. Upon hearing his name, the 2 paused again. You are Qin Xiang? Yes. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Since he was Qin Xiang, it was not surprising that he had killed someone. Qin Xiang's name was well known among sequence ability users in the 14121 safety area. He had initially gained 600 Hunter God points and later killed sequence level 2 user John in a combat arena. He was clearly someone not to be trifled with. In fact, many believed he was somewhat abnormal both physically and mentally. Now, He had killed 6 or 7 ordinary people. In comparison, killing these ordinary people seemed to be the most ordinary thing he had done. Sequence ability user number 00009527. Alright, it's been recorded. You have killed 7 people. This is a very serious safety incident. As punishment, you need to earn 14 Hunter God points within 6 months. While earning points, you will only be able to receive sequence potion rewards and will not enjoy monetary rewards. Do you understand? I understand. After obtaining 14 Hunter God points, your crime will be automatically offset and you won't need to do anything else. If you fail to earn 14 Hunter God points within 6 months, just forget it. Since you were able to obtain 600 Hunter God points in one go, how could you not obtain a mere 14? Qin Xiang spoke up. I still want to know what happens if I can't complete this punishment task. Alright, if you fail to complete the punishment task, the Bureau will impose stricter penalties on you. Specifically, they will deduct your future sequence potion rewards based on the points you owe. Okay, I understand. Thank you for clarifying. We will notify personnel to clean up the scene here. You may leave. Sorry to trouble you both. One Bureau personnel said earnestly. It's good that you realize you're causing trouble. In the future, try to restrain yourself and don't be so impulsive. Although we sequence ability users are different from ordinary people, we ultimately came from ordinary people, and we must still maintain a certain reverence for life. I understand. I will remember. Alright, you can go. Qin Xiang bowed to the two and left the corridor. After Qin Xiang left, the two showed a helpless expression. I've been following Qin Xiang's situation recently, and I feel like this kid is like a black box. No one knows what's inside. Why bother with that? Black box or white box, it has nothing to do with us. Call old you and ask him to come pick up the bodies. Qin Xiang then found his way to the emergency room where Teacher Zhu was located. The doctor at the entrance saw him covered in blood and had already guessed what had happened. Qin Xiang approached and respectfully asked, Doctor, how is the patient? The patient's condition is not good. We have tried our best and have notified her family. They are on their way to the hospital. Qin Xiang knew the doctor was referring to Teacher Zhu's daughter and son-in-law. Doctor, is there really no hope for the patient? Chapter 90. Dean Shen Fenghe. The doctor sighed. I'm very sorry. We have done our utmost. As for how far the patient can go, it all depends on her. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. At that moment, the doctor added, By the way, we are just ordinary doctors and truly lack the ability to save her. But if the dean is willing to step in, there might be more opportunities. The dean? Yes. Our dean, like you, is also a sequence ability user. Her sequence ability is healer. Qin Xiang immediately reignited hope. How do I contact your dean? The doctor thought for a moment and said, But our dean has not performed surgery in a long time. Even when the head of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau came to the hospital for treatment, she just sent the bureau chief to another area hospital without intervening herself. The bureau chief can't do it? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's recently kindled fantasy was once again shattered. He didn't believe he could obtain something that the bureau chief couldn't. Money? The bureau chief certainly had more than him. Sequence potions? The bureau chief probably had his own quota and would not be inferior to him. Moreover, money and sequence potions were Qin Xiang's only two supports at the moment. It seemed that the hospital dean could not be swayed by these two things. Teacher Zhu's situation was still unresolved. At that moment, the doctor's phone rang. Hello, Dean, it's me. You want Qin Xiang to come to your office? Yes. He's right here. Alright, I understand. The doctor looked at Qin Xiang with some surprise. The dean wants you to go to her office. I'm not sure why. But perhaps she is willing to help you? Qin Xiang was also somewhat astonished. What could the dean want with him? Could it be that she knew his secret? Just like Olive? But Olive was always investigating cases, so he could guess his background. How could the hospital dean know? Could it be that the dean and Olive were in cahoots? However, since the dean took the initiative to find him, Qin Xiang felt he should go and find out. He took the elevator to the 5th floor of the hospital. This floor could only be accessed by the elevator, and the entire floor was dedicated to the dean's office. Qin Xiang first registered at the front desk next to the elevator and waited for a moment before being taken into the dean's office. As soon as he entered the office, a faint fragrance wafted towards him. He had smelled a similar scent when he met Ruliana, but it seemed that Ruliana's perfume was a bit more intense than that in the dean's office. The aroma in the dean's office was slightly more mature and composed. Qin Xiang looked around the office and noticed many medical devices he had never seen before, with some peculiar shapes, likely modified according to the dean's sequence ability. Is it Qin Xiang who has arrived? Come in, a mature and gentle female voice came from an inner compartment. Okay, Dean. Qin Xiang walked over to the compartment and pushed the door open. He saw a long-haired, intellectual beauty sitting in front of a computer, typing away. She wore a loose business outfit, but it did nothing to hide her impressive figure. The charm accumulated over the years left Qin Xiang in awe. The dean smiled and said, Please have a seat. Wait a moment, I'll finish what I'm doing soon. Alright. Qin Xiang sat on the sofa, contemplating how things would unfold next. Hopefully, it wouldn't go in a strange direction. Before long, the dean finished her work with a crisp sound from the return key, turned to Qin Xiang, adjusted her thin-framed glasses, and revealed a mature smile. You are Qin Xiang? A student from Jiuan School? Yes, that's me. Is that Julie your relative? No, she is my teacher. Your teacher? She's just your teacher, and you're so concerned about her? Before I awakened my sequence ability, she took good care of me. So, I want to repay her kindness. However, her kindness shouldn't warrant such devotion from you. I've heard you even just killed someone in the hospital for her? Qin Xiang calmly replied, I will repay both the kindness of friends and the grievances of enemies doubly. The dean chuckled. You are quite an interesting young man. All right, I accept your reasoning. I am Chen Fenghe, the dean of the 14121 Safety Zone Hospital. Hello, dean. About your teacher's surgery. I am willing to arrange it and personally oversee the treatment. Of course, I have my conditions. Qin Xiang remained silent, quietly observing Chen Fenghe, waiting for her to present her request. Chen Fenghe noticed Qin Xiang's composure and was somewhat surprised. Aren't you curious about what the conditions are? I heard that even the director of the management bureau came to seek treatment from you, but was tactfully refused. So I believe your conditions should have nothing to do with sequence potions or money. What you propose should be very difficult to fulfill. Therefore, rather than being curious, I am more concerned. You are quite the little sly one. Chen Fenghe smiled again. The slight signs of age at the corners of her eyes only made her charm more captivating. In fact, my requirements are not difficult to meet, at least for you. It should be a piece of cake. Qin Xiang swallowed nervously. Your previous heroic deeds of hunting deities outside the safety zone have already spread. Everyone knows that a remarkable young man has emerged from our safety zone. You're too kind. So, you want me to hunt deities? Of course not. Those monsters outside the safety zone have nothing to do with me. I'm just a healer, not a ruler. Qin Xiang was puzzled again. Then what do you mean? When you were hunting deities outside the safety zone, didn't you have an insurer with you, your principal Li Tianming? Yes, that's right. Since he is willing to be your insurer, then your relationship with him must be quite close. Sort of. Qin Xiang didn't dare to make definitive statements, fearing he might later be unable to refuse Chen Fenghe's request. Since you are close, you should also know about the wrongful accusations against him. Li Tianming was wrongfully accused. Qin Xiang's heart suddenly tightened upon hearing this. This Chen Fenghe was actually not coming for him, but for Li Tianming. Qin Xiang was unsure how many people knew about Li Tianming's situation and could not tell whether Chen Fenghe was friend or foe. To be cautious, he shook his head. I don't know. Chen Fenghe said, use your phone to call him. Call Li Tianming. You want to talk to him directly? That's a method. After all, since I don't know the situation, if I say something wrong and ruin Li Tianming's affairs, that would be troublesome. Qin Xiang dialed Li Tianming's number and then handed the phone to Chen Fenghe. On the other end of the line, Li Tianming was panting, Hey, what do you want, kid? I'm busy, spit it out. However, Chen Fenghe suddenly had tears in her eyes. Li Tianming, you heartless man. Chapter 91. Surgery completed. On the other end of the line, Li Tianming was caught off guard, hearing Chen Fenghe's voice from Qin Xiang. He was stunned for a while, didn't respond, and hung up the phone. Li Tianming sat on the folding bed in shock, wanting to reach for a cigarette, but after fumbling for a while, he remembered he was still naked. A delicate finger crawled up his back to his shoulder. A soft voice bit into his ear. Principal, what's wrong? Li Tianming got up, took a box of cigarettes from his formal wear on the chair, and lit one for himself. That's enough for today. You go wash up and then leave. The woman leaned against Li Tianming. Principal, I'm not done having fun yet. Get lost. The woman noticed that Li Tianming, who had just been passionate, was now as cold as ice, making her feel inexplicably uneasy. He was a sequence ability user. If he got angry, he could kill. So the woman stopped pestering and obediently went to wash up, then left. Not long after the woman left, Li Tianming went to wash up as well. After tidying up his office, he replaced the bedding on the folding bed with the set Qin Xiang usually slept on and sat in his office chair in a daze. Qin Xiang, you really know how to get me into trouble. Meanwhile, in the dean's office at the hospital, hearing the beeping sound from her phone, Chen Fenghe angrily threw the phone to the ground. Qin Xiang hurriedly stepped forward to pick up the phone to check. Although he had quite a bit of money, it wasn't just blown in by the wind. In Qin Xiang's eyes, a phone that was only used for communication and logging into forums was good enough as long as it worked. There was no need to waste coins. Fortunately, this model of phone was known for its durability. There were only slight scratches on the back, and both the camera and screen were fine. He cast a somewhat resentful glance at the saddened Chen Fenghe. Why throw my phone when you two are arguing? It's not like it was my fault. I earned it fair and square, so it's mine. Qin Xiang wiped his phone with a pained expression and put it back in his pocket. Chen Fenghe wiped her face, seemingly brushing away tears from the corners of her eyes. Qin Xiang, I have a condition for treating that old lady. As long as you can meet it, I can perform the surgery right now. You say, I want to invite Li Tianming to dinner at Hongyan Restaurant. You help me bring him there. Again with Hongyan Restaurant. It seems that this place is indeed the top dining venue in this area. Qin Xiang frowned. Dean Shun, if you want to invite Principal Li to dinner, just tell him directly. Why come to me? He didn't say a word before hanging up. Do you think he would agree to go on his own? I can't command him either. I don't care. If you agree to take him over, I'll do the surgery. Otherwise, no deal. Seeing Chen Fenghe's uncompromising attitude, Qin Xiang sighed. Women, regardless of their age, really can't be reasoned with. He didn't rashly agree, but contemplated whether he could fulfill Chun Fenghe's request. After all, Li Tianming was his ally and had helped him a lot. He couldn't just drag Li Tianming to meet Chun Fenghe in order to save Teacher Zhu. He knew that if he agreed to Chun Fenghe's terms and failed to deliver, even if she performed the surgery on Teacher Zhu, she could still find a way for Teacher Zhu to die inexplicably in the hospital. This woman, Chun Fenghe, didn't want money or magic potions. She seemed to have only eyes for Li Tianming's big belly and Mediterranean looks. He couldn't figure out why. Qin Xiang pouted. He had thought that Chun Fenghe was interested in him and was even considering selling his looks to save Teacher Zhu, which he could accept. But he didn't expect this. Sigh. In front of Chun Fenghe, Qin Xiang dialed Li Tianming's number again. Li Tianming hesitated for a moment, but still answered. Though he didn't say anything. Old Li, it's me. What do you want? Chun Fenghe wants to have a meal with you. If you don't agree, she won't save Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu is almost at the end of her life after being beaten, and if she doesn't take action, she could die at any moment. Please do me this favor and have a meal with her. Zhu Li and I have nothing to do with each other. If she dies, she dies. I know she has nothing to do with you, but she has something to do with me. How much can an ordinary person be related to an orphan like you? Qin Xiang, don't take advantage of my good temper and push your luck. I haven't even settled the score with you for making her call me. Old Li, Teacher Zhu is indeed an ordinary person, but she was the only one who treated me well before I awakened my sequence ability. Sequence ability users are not beasts. We should always be grateful. Oh, a favor of 10 copper coins a week. Isn't it enough to repay her a few silver coins for the surgery? Old Li, what you said is not right. Back then, I had nothing. And Teacher Zhu refused the benefits offered by other parents of students and insisted on giving me this work-study position. If it weren't for those 10 copper coins each week, I might have starved to death during the long vacation at school. So, I now have the ability to repay. I must save Teacher Zhu's life. To put it another way, Old Li, if one day you find yourself in trouble and need my help, would you prefer I give you a few bottles of sequence potions to repay your current favor? Or would you prefer I help you wholeheartedly like I did for Teacher Zhu? Listening to Qin Xiang's reasoning, Li Tianming was indeed moved. Now that Qin Xiang had soared to great heights, his future was limitless, and with the strong background behind him, he might truly need to rely on him someday. At that time, he would certainly hope that Qin Xiang would spare no effort to help him. He was willing to continue cooperating with Qin Xiang also because Qin Xiang was indeed a person who valued emotions and righteousness. All right, you've convinced me. I agree to have a meal with Chun Fenghe. However, this matter is a bit troublesome. You have to give me 10 bottles of sequence potions as compensation. Before Qin Xiang could respond, Chun Fenghe came over and snatched the phone away. Li Tianming, you still want compensation for having a meal with me? What do you mean? Am I that worthless? Beep beep beep. Li Tianming hung up again, taking advantage of the fact that Chun Fenghe hadn't had time to get angry. Qin Xiang quickly retrieved his phone and then said flatteringly, Director Chun, you heard what Principal Li said. He agreed. Could you please help Teacher Zhu with the surgery? Chun Fenghe clenched her fists in anger, squeezing out words through her teeth. I know. I'm going to prepare for the surgery now. Qin Xiang was afraid she would take out her anger on Teacher Zhu during the surgery, so he added, Director Chun, you need to calm down. Or else you might tremble with the scalpel later. Chun Fenghe shot a glare at Qin Xiang. I don't need a scalpel to perform surgery. Oh, that's good. That's good. But you need to calm down. Getting too angry isn't good for your health. Leave a phone number. And I will send you the results of the surgery and the time for the reservation at Hanyan Restaurant. You remember to inform Li Tianming. All right. Thank you, Director Chun. Chapter 92 Two Tigers in Conflict. Qin Xiang left the hospital happily, humming a tune as he boarded the bus back to school. Not long after Qin Xiang left, the police department received a report of a murder and rushed to the hospital. Olive led a team to the corridor where Qin Xiang had committed the murder, but found personnel from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau handling the scene. The Management Bureau staff looked up upon hearing the sound. Colleagues from the police department? You don't need to take care of this matter. It's a murder by a Sequence Ability user, and we will handle it. Olive nodded. Thank you for your trouble. May I ask who the murderer and the victim are? Oh, no problem. The murderer is Qin Xiang, who has just awakened his sequence ability, and the victims are several bullies and the elder brother of the education director. Zhou. Olive's eyes brightened. Qin Xiang again. Why is he everywhere? Zhou. Why was he killed by Qin Xiang? The management bureau staff were also helpless. It was because Zhou injured Qin Xiang's teacher. In a fit of rage, Qin Xiang killed them all. Olive thought for a moment and asked again, does Zhou have a son named Zhou Yang, who studies at Jiuan School and is a classmate of Qin Xiang? We don't know that. However, it seems he does have a son who is currently studying. Zhou was in the hospital to accompany his wife for treatment. And sometimes his son would come. You can ask the doctor on duty. Okay, thank you. No problem. It's not easy for your police department to make a trip. After finding out where Wu Jia was hospitalized, Olive headed to the appropriate ward. He leaned against the window of the ward and quietly watched what was happening inside. This was a single room. Inside, a woman lay on the hospital bed, and a young boy was sitting beside her, packing up some things. Olive recognized the boy. It was Zhou Yang. Both of them looked extremely pale, as if they had already received news of Zhou's death. Zhou Yang was packing the miscellaneous items in the ward into a large backpack, as if he was about to leave the room. Olive lowered his eyes in thought, realizing Zhou was killed, but Zhou Xing didn't hold Qin Xiang accountable, which clearly indicated that a certain agreement had been reached with Qin Xiang. With this agreement, Zhou Xing would no longer care for Zhou's family, leaving Zhou Yang's mother without support and financial resources. Thus, they were kicked out of the ward by the hospital. Looking at the somewhat miserable mother and son duo, Olive felt not a shred of sympathy. He had seen too much of this kind of thing and was already numb. Moreover, she was qualified to enter the hospital for treatment, which was already better than 99 of the people in this safety zone 14121. Olive's attention was now focused on one thing only, Qin Xiang's secret. He could no longer gain Qin Xiang's trust, as every conversation was met with rejection from Qin Xiang. Therefore, the only way to get Qin Xiang to open up to him was to hold on to his weaknesses. The more weaknesses he held, the more solid their relationship would become. He could then obtain more information from Qin Xiang. Olive was certain that Qin Xiang carried the secret to change the world. Roylina, could you please do me a favor? Olaf left the hospital door and said to the blonde policewoman behind him, Detective Olaf, is there something? Please keep a close eye on Zhou Yang and his mother. If someone is going to kill them, you must document the scene, preserve the evidence, and then hand it over to me. When they are being killed, should I quietly record it without intervening? Don't take any action until you have sufficient evidence. The lives of these two are not that important. If their lives can be exchanged for solid evidence to identify the murderer, then you will have completed your task successfully. Olaf lit a cigar, adjusted the angle of his scarf, and continued, If you can complete this task, I will consider transferring you when I return to the Sigma district. Yes, I will do my best, and I hope you won't try to outsmart me. If you make any wrong moves midway, I cannot guarantee that your identity as a fraudster will remain concealed. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Olaf believed that with a stick to give a sweet date, Roylina would know what to choose. He inferred that Qin Xiang was someone who left no room for maneuvering and was accustomed to eliminating all hidden dangers. This also meant he would find a way to kill Zhou Yang and his mother. Zhou Yang was still just a student, even if he were a series ability user. Killing him would still lead to accountability. This was the first leverage that he needed to capture Qin Xiang. However, Olaf, too immersed in thought, did not notice the complex look in Roylina's eyes. She had already learned from the conversation between Olaf and the bureau staff that Olaf was setting a trap for Qin Xiang to make Roylina obedient. Olaf threatened her with her secret. It seemed that Olaf's plan was foolproof. Unfortunately, he was not the only one who knew about Roylina's fraudulent identity. Qin Xiang also knew. When he met Qin Xiang that night, although he did not reveal himself, Roylina still had a rough guess about him based on his voice, figure, and clothing. It was only a few days ago that Qin Xiang made a splash as the Phantom Assassin, coming into her view. She was surprised to find that several characteristics of Qin Xiang completely matched those of the person who had threatened her that night. Thus, she completely locked onto Qin Xiang's identity. However, she did not intend to confront Qin Xiang. The thought of their conversation that night made her scalp tingle. It was better to avoid contact altogether. But now, she had no choice but to deal with Qin Xiang. Roylina was very troubled. Olaf and Qin Xiang were both like hungry wolves, easily extracting the secrets from her, the docile little sheep. Worse still, she had no way to counteract. They were fighting to the death with each other, yet she, an ordinary police officer, was stuck in the middle. This was what they called when gods fight. The little devils suffer. For Roylina, she had no choice. She couldn't afford to offend Olaf, nor could she provoke Qin Xiang. The only way for her to safely extricate herself was for nothing to happen to Zhou Yang and his mother. If nothing occurred, she wouldn't have to face any difficulties. The police station was near the hospital. After bidding farewell to Olaf, Roylina first returned to the police station. Knock, knock, knock. Roylina knocked on the door of the reception room. The guard opened the door. Officer Roylina, what can I do for you? Roylina displayed an apologetic smile. Holding her dead phone. Sorry, my phone ran out of battery. Can I borrow the landline to make a call? No problem. Thank you. Roylina dialed the phone number she had just looked up on her phone from memory. Hello, Arlene, it's me. I have to cancel tonight, sorry. Yes. There's a case at the hospital. I have to work overtime. Let us reschedule. Yes, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Roylina smiled at the guard. I'm done. Thank you. No problem. You all work hard during overtime. Haha, it's all for the stability of this area. Roylina smiled as she left, and the guard clicked his tongue. If only I could marry a beautiful, generous, warm-hearted policewoman like Roylina. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the phone in the reception room rang again. This is the reception room of the 14121 Safety Zone Police Station. How can I help you? Beep beep beep. No one spoke and the call was disconnected. The guard frowned. Another prank. I need to suggest at the next meeting that we equip landlines with caller ID to strictly investigate these people who waste my time. Chapter 93. Li Tianming's request. When Qin Xiang returned to the principal's office, it was already 7 in the evening. On his way back from the hospital, he had packed 3 dishes for dinner at a restaurant. However, when he pushed open the door, he found Li Tianming still sitting in the office. Li Tianming held a cigarette in his hand, casting a cold glance at Qin Xiang before continuing to stare blankly. The ashtray on the desk was already filled with cigarette butts. Qin Xiang placed the food on the coffee table next to the sofa and sat down, picking up the chopsticks. Old Li, want to join me for a bite? You eat. I have no appetite. Seeing that Li Tianming was not in a good state, Qin Xiang put down the chopsticks. Old Li, what's wrong? Nothing, just thinking about the past. About Qinfenghe? Yeah. Qin Xiang was a bit curious. Speaking of Qinfenghe, I find it strange. She seems to have such good conditions. Why does she seem to have a crush on you? Li Tianming couldn't even be bothered to look at Qin Xiang. It's none of your business. Qin Xiang shrugged. All right, if you're not eating, I'll eat by myself. He opened the food box, the fragrant roasted four-legged black chicken making his mouth water. By the way, I received a call from the police station this afternoon. It should be for you. Qin Xiang, with a chicken leg in his mouth, mumbled. What do they want with me? I'm not sure. It was a female voice. She said some random things. Like she couldn't attend the banquet because of a sudden case at the hospital, and then hung up. When I called back, I found that the call was from the reception room of the police station. Since I haven't been to the hospital, this call should have been to remind you. Qin Xiang frowned, pondering the caller's intentions. A case at the hospital was just about killing Zhou Yang's father, not about killing him. What was there to remind? Realizing this, Qin Xiang suddenly understood. I get it. It should be a warning for me not to provoke Zhou Yang anymore. It's very likely that Zhou Yang has already been targeted by the police. Understanding the purpose of the call, Qin Xiang guessed who the woman was that called Li Tianming. The only female police officer he knew at the police station was Roylina. It seemed that Roylina had guessed his identity. Perhaps not wanting to get involved in trouble, she hadn't confronted him directly. Her call was likely meant to dissuade him from the idea of killing Zhou Yang, to avoid causing any problems that would implicate her. Qin Xiang smiled. She's overthinking it. Zhou Yang hasn't even graduated from high school. Killing him would be a hassle for me. Even if I want to eliminate all threats, I have to wait until after the college entrance examination. Li Tianming blew out a smoke ring. Are you really planning to kill Zhou Yang? Of course. What if one day he awakens his sequence ability? Or if he has been holding back to harm me? Not killing him, just keeping him around to find trouble for myself? Li Tianming shook his head helplessly. You're so young, yet you kill all day long. I wonder who you learned that from. Qin Xiang teased Li Tianming with a glance. It's all thanks to our school's excellent education. I certainly didn't teach you that. At that moment, Qin Xiang's phone buzzed. It was a text message from Qinfenghe. The content was very brief. The surgery went smoothly. Tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. at Hongyan Hotel. Qin Xiang said to Li Tianming. Old Li, tomorrow at 5:30 p.m., go to Hongyan Hotel to meet Qinfenghe. Got it. According to what we agreed before. You owe me 10 bottles of sequence potion. 10 bottles? Qin Xiang snorted. Why don't you just go rob someone? Li Tianming extinguished his cigarette. I am robbing you. What are you going to do about it? Old Li, it's all fun and games. But I'm not really one for jokes. Zhou Xing gave me a special quota of only 5 bottles of sequence potion. You're my insurance. And that's only 8 bottles of sequence potion. You let me have dinner with a beauty like Qinfenghe, and not only do you not give me money, but you also want me to give you 10 bottles of sequence potion? That's too much. Eating with her is a very troublesome matter. If it weren't for the fact that you owe her this favor, I wouldn't want to see her again in my life. You big heartbreaker. Stop pretending to be lovesick in front of me. Qin Xiang was also getting impatient. You want the potion, but you're risking your life. Figure it out. Li Tianming said. Qin Xiang, what are you going to do if you don't give me the sequence potion? After all, I see that you've never used it yourself. Qin Xiang suddenly froze. He squinted at Li Tianming. What do you mean? Your sequence potion is in my office. I can see if anything is missing at a glance. After so many days, you haven't drunk a single bottle of sequence potion. Doesn't that mean you don't need it at all? Qin Xiang's gaze became increasingly harsh. He had clearly bought a box specifically to lock up his sequence potion. He didn't expect that Li Tianming had secretly opened it to take a look. Li Tianming seemed to be too clever for his own good, which made Qin Xiang feel insecure. Principal Li, don't you know you shouldn't casually touch other people's things? Li Tianming calmly waved his hand. You don't need to be nervous. I'm not that curious about your secrets. Since the awakening of the sequence ability, many things are inexplicable, and order hasn't been fully established. I estimate that for every 10 sequencers, 1 will have a secret. Since you don't need it, why not give it to me? After all, you need to achieve good results in the special recruitment and continue hunting gods, and you need me as your insurance. I only want a few bottles of sequence potion. That's not too much. Moreover, I didn't plan to take it in the first place. Unfortunately, you got me into this big trouble with Qinfenghe. It's only fair for you to give me some trouble handling fees. Qin Xiang's fists tightened slightly. Trouble. His relationship with Li Tianming was too complicated. It wasn't something that could be solved by just killing him. 10 bottles of sequence potion could be acceptable if it could stabilize this greasy middle-aged man. But he was worried that when they went hunting gods again, Li Tianming would take advantage and ask for more sequence potions. So for safety's sake, Qin Xiang had to clarify things now. When we go hunting gods again, How do you plan to distribute it when you act as my insurance? Just like before. Giving me half the money will be enough. This statement surprised Qin Xiang. He thought Li Tianming would ask for a lot more, at least half of the sequence potions. Instead, he still only asked for a share of the money. Qin Xiang suspiciously asked, "Are you serious? Do I need to lie?" I said, "The reason I asked you for 10 bottles of sequence potion to have dinner with Chunfeng is to let you know that you got me into big trouble. Do you think I'm joking?" Li Tianming's attitude was cold and indifferent, which made Qin Xiang feel somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed that Li Tianming was truly resistant to the idea of having dinner with Chunfeng. Qin Xiang couldn't help but ask, "Is Chunfeng's background very complicated?" Chapter 94 Two Troubles. Li Tianming did not reply to Qin Xiang, picked up his clothes, and left the office. Only Qin Xiang remained, eating thoughtfully. Whether it was because the food had gotten a bit cold, Qin Xiang suddenly lost his appetite. He threw down his chopsticks. Damn it, it's all trouble. Qin Xiang turned around and entered the bathroom, took a shower to relax. When he came out, he suddenly saw that there were over 20 missed calls on his phone. His heart sank. He felt that something troublesome had happened again. These 20-some missed calls were from two numbers. One number called 21 times, and the other called twice. He didn't recognize either number. Not even a moment to wash up. He first dialed the number that called 21 times. "Hello, I am Qin Xiang. Who are you?" The voice on the other end was extremely urgent. "Qin Xiang? It's me. I'm Shen Shursong." "Shen Shursong?" Qin Xiang thought for a moment. "I haven't heard of you. You remember that you kidnapped me? I'm Qian Wenda's nephew. So it's that fool. Oh, you called me. What is the matter?" "My uncle ran into trouble. He was taken away by the bureau while having dinner at home. I know you've been very impressive lately, and with your insurance helping you hunt gods, you must have some background. Can you help my uncle?" Qian Wenda was captured? Qin Xiang immediately felt something was off. Why was he captured? I don't know. The bureau's personnel said the charge was embezzling a large amount of sequence potion. But I know it must be false. I'm his nephew. If he embezzled a large amount of sequence potion, he should at least give me 1 or 2 bottles. But not only did I not get any, but his own sequence level has also been stuck at level 2. How could he have embezzled sequence potion? Shen Shursong's reasoning had no persuasive power in Qin Xiang's eyes, who said that embezzling sequence potion meant you had to use it yourself. Moreover, Shen Shursong was not very bright. If the embezzled sequence potion was given to him, it could very well be sold off at any moment. But Qin Xiang believed that Qian Wenda wouldn't embezzle sequence potion. It's very simple. If he had embezzled sequence potion, why would he bother to earn money by forging sequence identities? Selling sequence potion on the black market would be much quicker and easier, making a lot of money without having to sit in the Psych virtual chat room every day, which is such a hassle. Unless Qian Wenda was extremely greedy, taking everything that came his way. But based on Qin Xiang's understanding of Qian Wenda, he was extremely cautious, almost airtight. He would never do something risky. Embezzling sequence potion from the bureau is a serious crime. He had seen related laws from the joint government while in the Godslaying camp. Embezzling even 1 bottle of sequence potion is enough to go to prison, and 10 bottles would warrant immediate execution. Qian Wenda was not the type to risk his life for money. Shen Shursong, why are you calling me instead of asking your uncle's colleagues for help? It was my uncle who told me to contact you before he left. Qian Wenda said that, but he was taken away, and I can't see him. You call me. What do you want me to do? I don't know if you have any way. Qin Xiang cursed inwardly. He had only been to the administration bureau 2 or 3 times. How could he have any solutions? Taking a deep breath, he thought to himself not to lose his temper with a fool and patiently guide Shen Shursong. First, we need to see Qian Wenda and understand the situation. He is currently being detained by the management bureau. Do you know any way to meet him? Shen Shursong fell silent for a moment and suddenly said, "Right. I remember now. When my uncle was taken away, it wasn't an arrest warrant but an investigation order, which means he hasn't been dismissed or investigated yet. According to the regulations, he can meet with family members. Are you free now? I can take you to the management bureau to see my uncle." "Great. No time to waste. I'm leaving right now. See you at the entrance of the management bureau." "Okay." After hanging up Shen Shursong's call, Qin Xiang didn't bother to dry his hair, grabbed Li Tianming's coat, and left the house. As he hurried along, he dialed another missed call. "Hello, this is Qin Xiang. What do you want?" "Hello, this is Olaf." As soon as the low, hoarse voice on the other end spoke, Qin Xiang tensed up again, becoming alert. He couldn't help but slow down, pondering the reason Olaf was calling him. "What do you want? Where are you now? What does it matter to you? I need your alibi." Qin Xiang snorted. "I'm at school, just about to head out. If you don't believe me, you can come to check the surveillance tomorrow." "You're not outside?" Qin Xiang was quite impatient. The thought of Olaf annoyed him. "Are you encountering another murder case and trying to pin it on me again? I tell you, Olaf, can you stop fixating on me? I took the bus back to school from the hospital, and many people can vouch for me. So, you have no time to commit a crime?" Qin Xiang chuckled lightly. "Can I express myself clearly? You tell me. Leaving the hospital and taking the bus back to school, where could I have committed a crime? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Wait. All right. It seems this case really wasn't your doing. Don't try to trap me. I've never committed any crime." Fine, even if what you said is true. But Zhou Yang is dead. He and his mother died together in an alley. What? Qin Xiang was taken aback. Now you understand why I suspected you, right? After all, you just killed his father. You Chinese people love to eliminate threats, so I deduced that to prevent future problems, you also killed him and his mother. You've really misunderstood me. I'm not stupid. Zhou Yang is a student. Killing Zhou Yang would bring me trouble. Although the case has nothing to do with you. We still need your cooperation. You said it has nothing to do with me. Why should I cooperate? Because this case is particularly serious and needs to be investigated thoroughly. I must contact all relevant personnel to understand the situation. It's just two ordinary people who died. What's so significant about that? It's not just them. The female police officer I secretly sent to protect Zhou Yang and his mother was also killed. Qin Xiang was completely stunned, unable to speak. The sound of the wind could be heard by the microphone. Olaf waited impatiently. Hey, Qin Xiang, are you still there? Did you hear what I just said? Chapter 95. The Framed Qian Winda, Blue Star Calendar, January 29, 2010, Gregorian Calendar, Friday. Lunar Calendar, Year of the Earth Ox. December 15th, auspicious for trading, inauspicious for visiting the sick. After hanging up Olaf's call, Qin Xiang boarded the bus and stared at the Blue Star Calendar on his phone for a long time. Inauspicious for visiting the sick. I really should check the Blue Star Calendar today. Qin Xiang put away his phone and looked outside the bus window with some fatigue. It seems it doesn't matter anyway. I can't just leave Teacher Zhu alone in the hospital. If I don't visit today, she might not survive. Qin Xiang agreed to cooperate with the police investigation and provide any clues he knew, even though he had no clues to offer. The timing of Zhou Yang's death was too suspicious, occurring right after he killed Zhou Zhe. Qin Xiang even vaguely thought that the person who killed Zhou Zhe did so for some ulterior motive to help him. If it were just Zhou Yang's death, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key was that this person also killed the female police officer, Luliana, who was following Zhou Yang. Killing a police officer, especially one with special abilities, was undoubtedly a serious crime. If caught, it would mean certain death. According to Olaf, after killing the three of them, the person also burned the bodies, eliminating the possibility of investigating their memories while they were alive. A name faintly surfaced in his mind. Wen Shu. Was it her? It shouldn't be. After all, Luliana was a person with special abilities, whereas she was just an ordinary person. To kill all three effortlessly, one would need to be at least a combat-type special ability user. But if it wasn't Wen Shu, who else would kill Zhou Yang? It couldn't be that Olaf was trying to frame him, right? Qin Xiang's gaze became somewhat vacant. He no longer wanted to think. It was too exhausting and required too much brainpower. He had already expended too much energy today and felt extremely tired. Soon, he would have to muster his energy to meet Qian Winda at the management bureau. Qin Xiang leaned his head against the bus window and dozed off lightly. After more than an hour, he woke up. After resting for a while, he arrived at the management bureau for special ability users. He got off the bus, patted his face, which had just woken up, shook off his drowsiness, and walked towards the large building. Outside the management bureau, he saw Shun Shursong looking anxious. Qin Xiang, you're here. Upon seeing Qin Xiang, Shun Shursong rushed over as if he had seen a savior. Qin Xiang, I've finally been waiting for you. Let us go in quickly. All right. The two entered the management bureau, and Shun Shursong explained his identity, wanting to visit Qian Winda with Qin Xiang. The personnel at the bureau then took them to the third floor, in front of a completely sealed room. 4 guards stood outside the room, all appearing to be special ability users. Section Chief Qian is inside. You have 1 hour to talk. Thank you. The two entered the room and met Qian Winda. There was a murderous glint in Qian Winda's eyes, his arms crossed over his chest, and the veins on his forehead were already bulging. Upon seeing Shun Shursong and Qin Xiang, he took a deep breath. Sorry to trouble you both. Please have a seat. I didn't want to make our relationship obvious. However, having gotten into trouble this time, apart from you, I really have no trustworthy friends, which is why Shursong asked you to come up with a solution. Qin Xiang walked up to Qian Winda, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Shun Shursong knew he couldn't be of much help. So he sat quietly beside Qin Xiang, listening to their conversation. Section Chief Qian, what is going on? Qian Winda retracted his murderous intent. To make a long story short, someone in the management bureau embezzled special ability potions and framed me for it. Do you have any evidence? Qian Winda nodded. Yes. They checked the surveillance. I was the only one who entered and exited the special ability potion warehouse that day, but it's not conclusive evidence, as they didn't find any proof of me selling or misusing the special ability potions. Do you know who set you up? Qian Winda shook his head. This is the most troubling part for me. I haven't offended anyone at the bureau, only taking care of my own matters. How did I get into this kind of trouble? They say you embezzled a few bottles? Qian Winda smiled bitterly. 10 bottles. The design is quite good. Just enough to sentence me to death. If this incident hadn't happened, I would have been promoted to the director of the bureau next week. At this point, Qian Winda smiled again. I heard you went hunting gods and had a bountiful harvest. I originally wanted to seek some benefits from you. But now it seems I'm glad I didn't. Otherwise, I would be in deep trouble. Qin Xiang nodded slightly. Qian Wenda's implication was that he originally wanted to ask him for a few bottles of sequence potions. However, due to the listening devices in the room, he didn't say it too directly. Qin Xiang's ability to earn 1,600 points ultimately came from the sandworm scale provided by Qian Wenda. If Qian Wenda had asked him for 10 bottles of sequence potions, he would likely have given them. Even if Qian Wenda didn't say anything, he would still want to show his gratitude. However, Qian Wenda had not opened his mouth, and he had been busy these past few days, which was why he hadn't found the time to see him. Unexpectedly, when they met again, Qian Wenda had already been placed under control. Suddenly, Qin Xiang's gaze sharpened. Director Qian, do you think the person who framed you guessed our relationship, thinking I would definitely give you some gifts as thanks? And that is how they framed you just before your promotion? Qian Wenda's triangular eyes shifted. That's reasonable. If you really did thank me, and they found something incriminating in my house, then my guilt would be established. Qian Wenda squinted. So, our relationship has long been targeted by others? Director Qian, your sequence is outstanding, and your abilities are strong. You've been rising in the bureau, so you've probably been targeted long ago. Qian Wenda gritted his teeth. I was careless. These bastards. I clearly haven't offended anyone, yet they want to put me to death. Qin Xiang then asked, Director Qian, you call me here for a plan? Qian Wenda didn't hide it. I was thinking. Let you tell the bureau that you received 10 extra bottles of sequence potions last time and return them to the bureau, so I can clear my name. I'll return this favor to you later. Qin Xiang was stunned. Qian Wenda's method was indeed feasible, but since there were listening devices here, now that he had said it, this method would be known by others and could no longer be executed. Qin Xiang looked at Qian Wenda in shock, not understanding what he meant. Qian Wenda sneered, his triangular eyes revealing a murderous intent. From your analysis, I realize someone has been targeting me all along. Anyway, I didn't embezzle the sequence potions, and there's no evidence in the surveillance that proves I took the sequence potions. Whether they test my blood for the concentration of sequence potions or search my home, they won't find any results. Since they treat me like a dumpling they can manipulate, I'll play along with them. Just because I usually speak softly doesn't mean I'm a good-natured person. Qian Wenda's crooked teeth creaked. I want to see who can end up killing whom in the end. Chapter 96. Taking the initiative to go to the police station. Qin Xiang looked at Qian Wenda. You want to handle it yourself? Of course. Qian Wenda's face was uglier than rusted iron. This matter, I will resolve myself. Thank you for running this errand. But I still appreciate you pointing me in the right direction. I didn't help you much, just shared my thoughts. No, you were right. I've been targeted for a long time. This time, if I compromise, there will be a next time. Instead of just stopping the boiling water, I might as well cut off the firewood. Qin Xiang and Shen Shisong left the bureau. On the way, Qin Xiang reminded Shen Shisong, remember, don't do anything. If needed, Director Qian will definitely tell you. If you encounter a problem, don't act rashly. Contact me first, understood? Shen Shisong was older than Qin Xiang, but still unconsciously prioritized Qin Xiang. Nodding, I remember. Qin Xiang was very worried that Shen Shisong, who wasn't very bright, would panic at any sign of trouble and act hastily, making things worse. Fortunately, although Shen Shisong was a bit foolish, he listened to advice. He was just afraid of being incompetent and still stubbornly thinking he knew better. All right, let us leave it at that. We'll contact each other if anything comes up. Yes, thank you. Shen Shisong didn't expect that one day he would thank the person who had kidnapped him, taken his phone, and his sequence potions. But without a doubt, Qin Xiang was now an ally standing on the same front as his uncle. After leaving the bureau, Qin Xiang went to the police station. He wanted to find Olaf to understand the situation and investigate the possibility that this incident was done by Wen Shu. When he arrived at the police station entrance, the guard at the reception stopped him. Who are you? What are you doing at the police station? I'm looking for Detective Olaf. He wanted to talk to me about the case of the 3 people murdered on the street today. The guard, aware of the shocking case that had occurred that day, didn't dare delay and quickly dialed Olaf's office. Hello, Detective Olaf. There is someone looking for you, saying you called for him. The guard looked up at Qin Xiang. What is your name? Qin Xiang. He says his name is Qin Xiang. All right, I understand. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, the guard pointed, go down the corridor. The second office on the left, Detective Olaf is waiting for you inside. Thank you. Qin Xiang walked to the office door and gently knocked. Come in. Qin Xiang pushed the door open and saw Olaf again, his hair completely silver. His attire seemed unchanged for 1,000 years, with a scarf wrapped around his neck and a trench coat. Come in and sit. I'll pour you a cup of tea. Olaf stood up, took a cup from the table, and poured a cup of yellow tea from a kettle nearby. It's not quite the same as the tea you Chinese people like. Give it a try. Qin Xiang sat down, holding the teacup and blowing on the steam. There's no such thing as Chinese or European anymore. After the apocalypse, it's all the same, governed by the United Government. Olaf picked up a pen and wrote something on a piece of paper. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come find me. The case is too big. I'm afraid it might bring some trouble my way. So I wanted to clear things up early. Olaf smiled. You're quite straightforward. Chatting with you, beating around the bush would just waste time. Olaf nodded and sighed. Roy Liana also once said this. Roy Liana? Is she the police officer who died? Yes. You don't know her? Maybe I've heard of her or seen her, but I don't have any impression. In the police station, only you interact with me daily. I haven't learned about others. That is true. Our relationship has already grown quite deep. I can only say we know each other. As for friendship, I think that might be too much. Olaf put down his pen, clasped his hands on the table, and looked at Qin Xiang. If you didn't have a solid alibi, I would have reported you directly and subjected you to severe interrogation. Detective Olaf, that is a bit subjective, not something a police officer would say. Olaf slowly nodded. Let us not talk about that. I wanted to ask you some questions about Zhou Yang. Go ahead. Where were you when Zhou Yang left the hospital? Qin Xiang thought for a moment and said, Detective Olaf, I think you should have been right beside him when Zhou Yang left the hospital, right? Otherwise, how could they have dispatched a female officer to follow him and his mother so promptly? Since you're by his side, you should know that I left a long time ago, right? Olaf picked up a teacup. You're still so cautious. Just a reasonable guess. Well, I won't ask about your matters then, since you have no suspicion. Do you know if Zhou Yang has any enemies? Qin Xiang shrugged. I think his biggest enemy is me, the grudge of killing his father. Besides me, he probably doesn't have any other enemies. That's reasonable. Olaf sighed. Things had returned to square one. Qin Xiang asked, Inspector Olaf, has Li Jingwen been found? Why are you asking about her? Aren't you also unrelated to her disappearance? I just have a bold hypothesis. Let's hear it. Qin Xiang moved his chair forward and leaned on the table, saying, What if Li Jingwen's family was killed by Zhou Yang and his father? Li Jingwen witnessed everything and managed to escape. After escaping, she awakened her sequence ability and then returned to take revenge on her family, killing Zhou Yang and his mother? Olaf scoffed. Are you telling me some kind of myth? I just think this guess, although bold, is quite reasonable. Think about it. Zhou Yang offended me because of Li Jingwen's matter and almost had his uncle sever ties with him. Wouldn't his father, in a fit of rage, call people to kill Li Jingwen's entire family to eliminate future troubles? Then Li Jingwen's disappearance could be explained. She had to hide to take revenge. As a result, she awakened her sequence ability, wanted to come back to kill, but found that Zhou Yang's father had already been killed by me. So she chose to deal with Zhou Yang and his mother. Olaf nodded. Your hypothesis is indeed very bold. But there's a problem. What problem? If Li Jingwen came back for revenge, why didn't she also kill you? Kill me? Qin Xiang laughed. What makes her think she could kill me? My sequence ability is quite strong. Enough of the nonsense. You know this isn't your doing, and you have no clues, so hurry back. Don't waste my time. Qin Xiang pouted a bit disinterestedly. I was just enthusiastically offering suggestions. Throw your damn suggestions in the toilet. Fine. Since you're sure this matter has nothing to do with me and won't bother me again, I'll take my leave. Qin Xiang pushed the chair aside and left the office. As he stepped out, Olaf's phone rang. Hello? It's me. Hello, Chief. Yes, I will definitely start investigating this case. Yes, I will do my best to solve it. Currently, there are no clear suspects, but rest assured. Yes. Outside, Qin Xiang heard a couple of sentences before striding out of the police station. Chapter 97. Li Tianming questions Qin Xiang returned to the principal's office. It was already midnight. He wanted to lie down to rest, but felt a bit of discomfort on his head. After feeling around, he realized he hadn't dried his hair properly after showering, and the cold outside had caused ice to form in his hair. Although his sequence ability user body wouldn't catch a chill, he couldn't guarantee his hair was strong enough. If he didn't take care of it, he might end up bald before he even became invincible. Qin Xiang got up and took another shower to dry his hair, set an alarm for 9 a.m. on his phone, and then went to bed. Another exhausting day. Qin Xiang fell into a deep sleep. As expected, he was awakened by the alarm the next day. Qin Xiang got up, washed up, and checked the calendar on the wall. Blue Star Era, January 30th, 2010, Gregorian calendar. Saturday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Metal Ox, December 16th, suitable for repairing walls. It's Saturday. Did Zhou Xing ask me to come pick up the sequence potion today? The leftover food from yesterday was already cold, but it didn't stop him from eating it to fill his stomach. He was quite confident in his stomach and didn't worry about catching a chill or having diarrhea. If he could digest the remnants of a deity, what is a little cold food? After eating, he opened Li Tianming's computer and checked the rankings of various sequence universities on the Sequence Education Forum. As noon approached, Qin Xiang's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Uncle Zhou, yes. I'm at school. You've arrived? Just tell the security guard to let you in. I'm in the principal's office. Qin Xiang opened the box containing the sequence potions and counted out 6 bottles. There was a knock at the door. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Zhou Xing, dressed in formal attire and still wearing his signature black-rimmed glasses, walked in. Qin Xiang didn't waste any words and pointed to the 6 glass bottles containing light blue liquid on the table. Uncle Zhou, this is the sequence potion I promised to give you. Our transaction is now complete. Zhou Xing walked over and put the 6 bottles of sequence potion into his pocket. Looking at Qin Xiang with a complicated expression, Qin Xiang looked up at Zhou Xing and smiled slightly. What's wrong, Uncle Zhou? Do you have something else? You dared to kill the student Zhou Yang, which was already very bold. I didn't expect you to dare to kill a police officer. Uncle Zhou, don't talk nonsense. I was already back at school when Zhou Yang and that police officer died. This matter has nothing to do with me at all. Zhou Xing frowned, seemingly not believing Qin Xiang's words. Qin Xiang shrugged, propping his feet up on the table. Inspector Olaf has already confirmed that I have nothing to do with this matter. As for who the murderer is, the investigation is still ongoing. If you're interested, you can go to the police station and ask. Really, it wasn't you? Qin Xiang raised his eyebrows, looking quite disdainful. Am I crazy? To kill Zhou Yang, I would also kill a police officer? What is Zhou Yang to me that I need to take such a big risk? Zhou Xing looked at Qin Xiang, seeming to believe he wasn't lying, and nodded slightly. Yes, I also find it strange. You are clearly very smart. So how could you do such an unreasonable, stupid thing? But besides you, who else would kill Zhou Yang? And also kill the police officer tracking him? It's undoubtedly a sequence ability user at work. Who knows? You ask me, and I'll ask who. Zhou Xing sighed. To be honest, when the police station called me about this yesterday, I was shocked. I thought you were doing this to warn me not to act rashly. Qin Xiang said, Uncle Zhou, although I am younger, considering our smooth transaction, there is something I want to say to you. Zhou Xing turned to look at Qin Xiang, curiosity in his expression. You are not cautious when you should be, and overly cautious when you shouldn't be. It's easy to miss opportunities and get into trouble. Zhou Xing squinted his eyes, but didn't respond. All right, Uncle Zhou. If there are no other transactions, I need to get back to my own matters. Goodbye. No need to see you out. Zhou Xing stepped out, his footsteps much louder than when he entered, filled with dissatisfaction and protest. However, Qin Xiang didn't have time to care. After all, he saw this as the last meeting and conversation with Zhou Xing. It was more important to focus on the special recruitment matters. But constantly checking information would easily lead to fatigue, so he balanced work and rest, sometimes opening the folder where Li Tianming stored videos to review. TSK. Old Li really has no restraint. Before he knew it, night had fallen. While leaning back in the principal's chair and casually playing a video, the door was suddenly pushed open, startling Qin Xiang. As soon as Li Tianming entered, he wanted to complain to Qin Xiang. Xiao Qin, what were you and Chen looking at today? Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. You little brat. I went to sort out the trouble for you. And you're here spying on my hard drive. Qin Xiang was sweating profusely, and his hand holding the mouse was unsteady, accidentally breaking it. An awkward sound echoed in the office. He hurriedly pressed the shutdown button on the main unit. I didn't mean to. I was just curious. With your habit of sneaking a peek every day, you'll eventually get a needle in your eye. Qin Xiang chuckled and placed 10 bottles of sequence potions in front of Li Tianming. Old Li, who are we to each other? It's just a look. What could happen? Li Tianming took the 10 bottles of sequence potions, and his expression improved slightly. Seeing that the situation had eased, Qin Xiang seized the opportunity. Old Li, I checked. And my God Hunter points ranking is only over 200,000. If I want to get a special recruitment safely, I need to go outside the safe zone and make a few big moves. Can I trouble you to be my insurance? Li Tianming did not respond immediately, but took out a bottle of sequence potion, drank it in one gulp, then poured a little water into the glass bottle, stirred it, and drank again. Qin Xiang, there's something I need to say. Li Tianming suddenly called out Qin Xiang's full name instead of Xiao Qin or classmate Xiao Qin, causing a tightening in his chest. You say, I act as your insurance and even help you with points and related special recruitment matters. Isn't that keeping my promise? Of course. Old Li, you have no complaints. Besides that, I also helped you deal with Qin Fenghe. Although I took some compensation, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten involved. Do you understand? I understand. Old Li, you're good to me. So what about my request? Li Tianming scrutinized Qin Xiang. I've done so much. And I'm not after these few silver coins and sequence potions. What about the fraudster you promised to find? Chapter 98. Restarting the god hunting plan. Li Tianming's questioning left Qin Xiang speechless. He forced a smile, lowered his head, but inwardly cursed the person who killed Ruliana. You've really messed up my big plans. Qin Xiang was a bit conflicted. Old Li, I did hear about one, but that person is already dead. Li Tianming scoffed disdainfully, sitting on the sofa. Qin Xiang, are you making fun of me? Dead people can't talk. Realizing he was in the wrong, Qin Xiang could only nod. I understand. I'll find a way to look for clues from this dead person's body and then get back to you. Looking for clues on a dead body. Li Tianming looked at Qin Xiang oddly. The longer someone has been dead, the fewer traces there are to find. Given your confidence, this person must have just died, right? Sort of. It wouldn't be the policewoman who was killed yesterday, would it? Qin Xiang glanced at Li Tianming and nodded. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming's eyes widened in shock, and he leaned forward from the sofa, propping himself on the table, his face close to Qin Xiang's, only a fist's distance apart. Li Tianming asked each word carefully. So, you knew she was a fraudster in the sequence all along, right? Qin Xiang avoided Li Tianming's gaze, licked his lips, and did not answer. You knew all along, but didn't tell me. Now that she's dead, you come to tell me? Li Tianming laughed self-deprecatingly. I treated you sincerely. And this is how you play me? In this situation, you still have the nerve to ask me to continue being your insurance? Qin Xiang, you really disappoint me. Li Tianming seemed drained of energy and collapsed onto the sofa. Qin Xiang listened to Li Tianming's words in silence. After a while, Li Tianming waved his hand, You can go. Don't show up in front of me again. He stopped looking at him. Qin Xiang nodded. All right. After all, it was indeed his fault towards Li Tianming. He had initially kept Roy Liana as a trump card to ensure he could negotiate with Li Tianming. But as their collaboration deepened and became more harmonious, he no longer felt so distant from Li Tianming. He had planned to inform Li Tianming about Roy Liana being a fraudster after hunting another god, but he never expected that Roy Liana would be killed. Even he, who had a few murders under his belt, would not dare to kill a police officer. Otherwise, he would have been the first to kill that old ghost Olive. However, this hesitation caused him to lose Li Tianming as an ally. Temporarily losing Li Tianming as an ally, he picked up his luggage and the box filled with sequence potions and left the principal's office, looking for another place to stay. However, in the vast safe zone, there weren't many places that were safe. After thinking for a while, he ended up back at the warehouse next to Wang Defa's internet CAF. Wang Defa was closing the roller shutter, ready to go home. When he turned around, he saw Qin Xiang's figure appear in front of him. Wang Defa was momentarily stunned and couldn't say a word. He had already heard about Qin Xiang's rise after hunting gods and felt that they should never meet again. At that time, his feelings were very complicated, hard to describe as relief, regret, joy, or sadness. When they met again tonight, his feelings were equally complex, hard to define as nervousness, excitement, fear, or desire. Boss, are you back to find me? Staying in your warehouse for a couple of days. Wang Defa laughed heartily. No problem. I set up a folding bed in the warehouse, thinking that if you come again someday, you won't have to sleep on the floor. Okay, thank you, Wang boss. You're the boss. Just call me Afu. Thank you, Afu. After settling Qin Xiang in the warehouse, Wang Defa went home. He could see that Qin Xiang was not in a relaxed mood, so he did not disturb him too much. Since Qin Xiang could still think of him, there was no need to rush. Qin Xiang looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar surveillance monitor and sighed. Old Li, I will help you find the fraudster. However, everything has its priorities. With Roy Liana just dead, I can't go digging into her affairs. Moreover, among the people I know, only two know that Roy Liana is a fraudster in the sequence. One is in the police station, always thinking of catching me. The other is being controlled in the management bureau. So, it's impossible to carry out plans right now. Therefore, in Qin Xiang's view, the only thing he could do at the moment was to hunt gods outside the safe zone. Without Old Li as his insurance to provide information and support, it would be a bit more dangerous. But if he paid more attention, it shouldn't be a big problem. He took out the black bottle containing sandworm scales from his backpack. He didn't know if this thing was still useful. He would try it again tomorrow. When Qin Xiang woke up, it was still 5 in the morning. He didn't rest any longer, but put on his frost-proof suit, strapped on his backpack, and went out. This time, he did not go to the exit of safe zone 38324. Because the commotion he caused in safe zone 38324 was too great, his appearance would attract everyone's attention. He estimated that as soon as he made a move, someone would notice, making it unsuitable for his actions. Therefore, this time he chose to take a detour. First, take the bus and exit from the 89757 safety zone. Then, walk along the outer perimeter of the safety zone and detour to the 38324 safety zone exit. It's dangerous outside the safety zone, so few dare to do this. However, Qin Xiang believes that the dangers outside the safety zone can be mitigated, whereas the dangers inside can strike unexpectedly. With the enhancement from the dual metal, he has now activated Violence, granting him 12 times the strength and agility. Moreover, his base attributes are already significantly higher than those of other sequence ability users. If he were to face a strength-type sequence level 3 opponent, defeating 10 of them wouldn't be too much of a problem. Qin Xiang left the 89757 safety zone exit discreetly. There weren't many sequence ability users here, and since it was still early, only a dozen people were lingering at the entrance. His actions went unnoticed. After leaving the safety zone, he quickly advanced about 400 to 500 meters away. He planned to use the sandworm scales again near the 38324 safety zone exit, hoping for another chance at ambushing. However, there were no landmarks outside the safety zone. He had to rely on his instincts to reach what he believed was close to the 38324 safety zone exit. This time, without Li Tianming's protection, he didn't dare to stray too far from the safety zone, fearing he wouldn't have enough time to escape. 5 kilometers away from the safety zone, he took out a black glass bottle and placed the sandworm scales on the ground. He then drew the hunter's dagger and the blind knife seized from John, carefully observing his surroundings. Before long, a rustling sound came from the ground, indicating a considerable number of creatures. Qin Xiang was thrilled. Could it be another horde of long-legged worms? But as he listened closely, it didn't seem right. The sound of the long-legged worms appeared to be smaller. Suddenly, he recalled a post from the god-slaying camp and shivered. Could it be the iron-helmeted mouse flea? Chapter 99. The low cost-effectiveness of hunting then. Qin Xiang saw a group of fist-sized creatures springing out from the ruins in the distance, quickly crawling towards him. Damn, it really was the iron-helmeted mouse flea. Qin Xiang cursed, unsure whether to fight or flee. According to the information from the god-slaying camp, iron-helmeted mouse fleas were not a common type among the sandworm minions. However, as Li Tianming had said, Any information that appeared on a public forum like the Godslaying Camp was worthless. This meant that the iron-helmeted mouse flea shouldn't be considered a rare species. Typically, iron-helmeted mouse fleas appear in large numbers and outnumber long-legged worms significantly. Often, thousands can be found surrounding a single sandworm. However, despite their large numbers, iron-helmeted mouse fleas have a significant drawback that hunters despise. Not all iron-helmeted mouse fleas possess the round plate armor. Usually, less than 1/10 of them have a round plate armor with a concave dent on their abdomen. This is an extraordinarily absurd characteristic among deities. Iron-helmeted mouse fleas are indeed deities, yet most lack the round plate armor. This means that, on average, killing a dozen or 20 iron-helmeted mouse fleas yields only 1 round plate armor and earns 1 hunting point. However, iron-helmeted mouse fleas are not as easy to kill as long-legged worms, which can be easily crushed underfoot. They are covered with spiky scales as hard as iron, and their attack and defense capabilities far exceed those of long-legged worms, making them very difficult to kill. Thus, iron-helmeted mouse fleas are recognized as one of the least cost-effective deities, with thousands of iron-helmeted mouse fleas charging at him. Qin Xiang didn't feel confident he could easily defeat them, especially since he certainly hadn't reached an invulnerable physical state. He still had weaknesses like his eyes and abdomen and could very well be worn down. If Li Tianming had come with him, he could have activated the Earthbind skill to control the surrounding iron-helmeted mouse fleas when Qin Xiang was exhausted, giving him time to escape. Now, if he were surrounded, he had to be prepared to fight and retreat simultaneously, likely without time to collect the round plate armors from the corpses, resulting in wasted effort. Qin Xiang picked up the black glass bottle, hesitating on whether to fight. After thinking for a moment, he set the glass bottle down and decided to engage the iron-helmeted mouse fleas. Although hunting them was not cost-effective, he had no better options left. It's not easy to find deities to hunt outside the safety zone. As time passes, most sandworm minions will find new masters, and the usefulness of the sandworm scale he held was diminishing. If he guessed correctly, this should be his last or second-to-last use of the sandworm scale. He had to give it a shot. Qin Xiang gripped the hunter's dagger and the blind knife, entering a battle-ready state as he awaited the arrival of the iron-helmeted mouse fleas. The rustling sound grew closer, and the swarm's figures became clearer. The nearest iron-helmeted mouse flea had already jumped to within 3 meters of Qin Xiang. Meanwhile, countless black dots continued to emerge from the ruins at the edge of his vision, their scales glimmering faintly under the starlight. Qin Xiang charged forward, delivering a strike to the iron-helmeted mouse flea in front of him. With a crisp clang, the vibration of the broken metal traveled through the blind knife to his palm. However, the blind knife did not cleave the iron-helmeted mouse flea in two. It instead sank into its flesh. Qin Xiang swung his hand again, sending the iron-helmeted mouse flea flying. It rolled on the ground a few times, struggled a bit, and then died. There was no round plate armor on its belly. A wasted effort. At this moment, Qin Xiang's expression grew more serious. Just now, with only 10% of his strength, he couldn't instantly kill an iron-helmeted mouse flea or even cleave it in half. Even at that 10%, he was far stronger than an average person, significantly more powerful than a newly awakened sequence ability user. Yet even so, he still couldn't easily deal with an iron-helmeted mouse flea. This indicated that during a fight, if he didn't exert more effort, many iron-helmeted mouse flea corpses would end up hanging on his dagger and blind knife, wasting precious time to clean his weapons. But if he exerted more effort, he would lack the stamina to continue and wouldn't know if he could last until all the iron-helmeted mouse fleas were killed. No wonder they say these deities have low cost-effectiveness. What cost-effectiveness? It was a nightmare, especially when he saw that the recently deceased iron-helmeted mouse flea had no round plate armor on its abdomen. Qin Xiang's mood soured slightly. The thought that even a weapon like the blind knife, made of special metal, required effort to kill an iron-helmeted mouse flea was utterly dispelled. He didn't know if he could withstand it. However, there's a saying that goes well. Since we're here, let's give it a try. Qin Xiang charged into the fray of the constantly leaping iron-helmeted mouse flea army, engaging them in battle. He swung the blind knife and hunter's dagger continuously while moving to avoid the iron-helmeted mouse fleas jumping onto him. As Qin Xiang became deeply entangled with the iron-helmeted mouse fleas, he suddenly keenly noticed that these creatures seemed to share a common consciousness, collaborating to attack him. Some leaped at his legs to obstruct his quick movements. Others targeted his arms to prevent him from freely swinging his weapons. A few remained low to the ground, waiting for him to turn his back before leaping towards his neck and back to launch their assault. Unlike the last time with the long-footed worm, which knew nothing and only rushed towards the sandworm scales, Qin Xiang had to pay attention to both his offense and defense while also being wary of attacks from behind, making it difficult to cope all at once. It was too taxing on his energy. After fighting for more than 20 minutes, beads of sweat had already formed on Qin Xiang's forehead. He estimated that at the current rate of killing one armored mouse flea every 3 to 5 seconds, it might take 2 to 3 hours to resolve the battle. 2 to 3 hours. Forget about him fighting here. Even if Li Tianming were fighting on a folding bed, he wouldn't be able to hold on. He had to think of a way. Escape? Qin Xiang looked at the hundreds of armored mouse fleas lying on the ground, along with some exposed round plates, and felt quite unwilling. He focused slightly and activated Violence. In an instant, Qin Xiang felt as light as a swallow, and the movements of the armored mouse fleas became a slow-motion film in his eyes. He no longer had to worry about attacks from the armored mouse fleas behind him because they were too slow. The Godhunter dagger and the blind knife in his hands also became as sharp as cutting through mud. With a gentle swing, he immediately cleaved one armored mouse flea in half, as easily as slicing through soft tofu with wire. Moreover, he could finally step on the armored mouse fleas to kill them, even if it took some effort. The duration of Violence was 10 minutes, even without skill cooldowns. It was clear that continuously activating such a high-intensity skill would definitely overdraw his physical potential, and the consequences wouldn't be ideal. Therefore, he had to race against time. Dressed in an orange and white anti-freezing suit, Qin Xiang looked like a grim reaper, wielding two short blades, transforming into a blurred shadow as he moved among the armored mouse fleas. Before the thick blood of the armored mouse fleas could splatter onto him, he floated away, leaving behind a sea of dead armored mouse fleas. Each armored mouse flea's head and rear were separated cleanly, and the cuts on their scales were smooth, as if polished. The time of enjoyment was always short. 10 minutes passed quickly. Qin Xiang immediately felt as if his entire body was filled with cement. His movements slowed significantly, and both his perception and strength decreased. The armored mouse fleas that had just been caught off guard by him seemed to realize that his peak state had passed and immediately organized a coordinated attack again. While Qin Xiang dealt with the renewed assaults from the armored mouse fleas, he also checked the surroundings. In just 10 minutes, he had killed over 1,000 armored mouse fleas. However, he had only taken out a little over a third of them. There were still 2/3 remaining. According to his initial pace, he would need to kill for another hour and a half or more. But his current state was no longer as calm as at the beginning. Sweat was running down his forehead, dripping onto the visor of his anti-freezing suit. The mist from his breath occasionally blurred and then cleared the visor. He needed to activate Violence at least 2 more times to clear the area. However, given his current level of fatigue, whether he could calmly kill the armored mouse fleas after the next Violence was questionable. As for activating Violence 3 times in a row, it might leave him exhausted and collapsed on this cold wasteland. He had tried, and he really couldn't win. Qin Xiang had to accept this disappointing reality. Running away when you can't win isn't shameful. However, considering the points he had just gained from killing the armored mouse fleas, he would have at least 100 or 200 points if calculated as a large solo team. Just throwing that away was truly regrettable. He couldn't leave the bodies here to collect the round plates next time, for some unknown reason. As long as the round plates weren't taken by a sequence ability user, they would disappear, just like the bodies of gods. Qin Xiang wasn't someone who would risk his life for loot. Taking advantage of his remaining strength, he prepared to carve a path through the armored mouse fleas to escape towards the exit of Safe Zone 38324. However, it seemed that the group of armored mouse fleas had seen through his plan, as thousands of them surged towards the direction he wanted to escape, blocking his way completely. Qin Xiang took 2 steps back while wielding the blind knife and Godhunter dagger, furrowing his brows. Damn it, have these armored fleas become sentient? When browsing the forum, no one mentioned that they could coordinate attacks. Could it be, like Oldly said last time, that there was hidden information again? But as he thought about it, he felt it shouldn't be, because the description of the armored mouse fleas was released by the official personnel of the Management Bureau. Even if there might be backstabbing and schemes happening in the Bureau, there shouldn't be any obstruction to sequence ability users hunting gods on the surface. Could it be that I'm the only unlucky one, encountering a bunch of sentient armored fleas? At this moment, Qin Xiang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that among this group of armored mouse fleas, there is a commanding brain? There was no information indicating that the armored mouse fleas followed the command of a specific one, but these types of sandworm minions did obey the orders of the sandworms. Generally, sandworm minions had little killing power, and their attacks were instinctual. However, when they were subordinate to a powerful sandworm, they would, under the sandworm's command, utilize their respective advantages to coordinate attacks, making their strength extremely terrifying. The sandworm was the brain for the sandworm minions. Since the armored mouse fleas had formed an organization, there must be a brain among them. He increasingly felt that only this possibility could explain his current predicament. Qin Xiang suddenly found direction. He moved his neck a bit, causing a cracking sound from his joints. The sticky blood on his body had frozen in the cold wind, and a chill passed through his anti-freezing suit to his arms and legs, making him shiver and feel more alert. Qin Xiang continued to think. Since it was a brain, it would definitely be protected. This meant it would be easy to locate. Qin Xiang tried to break through from various directions. After some examination, he discovered a clue. When he charged towards the safe zone, many armored mouse fleas gathered to block his path, which was understandable, indicating they didn't want him to escape. However, when he charged in the direction away from the safe zone, many armored mouse fleas still gathered, which was a bit strange. Adding to that, Only these two directions of breakthrough would cause a massive movement of armored mouse fleas. He was even more convinced that this brain was right behind him. Moreover, these armored mouse fleas mobilized almost without delay, able to adjust accurately according to his subtle movements, which confirmed to Qin Xiang that their brain must be one of the armored mouse fleas mingling among them. He scanned carefully. With over 2,000 armored mouse fleas looking like poplar leaves, he couldn't discern any obvious differences. Since he couldn't identify the target, he had no choice but to use the method of elimination. He first charged fiercely towards the rear, shaking off some armored mouse fleas behind him. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the armored mouse fleas on the outside were still gathering in front of him, he activated violence again. If he could kill all of them, he would surely reach that commander. Qin Xiang transformed again into a reaper, killing all the armored mouse fleas in front of him. Just as he was moving through the armored mouse fleas like cutting grass, a sudden metallic clashing sound rang out. Ding! Next, he felt his left hand's blind knife being gently flicked. Huh, so hard. Qin Xiang instantly smiled, his rows of silver teeth glinting in the blood-stained mask. He quickly turned around and saw an unassuming ironclad mouse flea, filled with joy. Baby, I finally found you. The ironclad mouse flea seemed to realize it had been discovered and stopped hiding, suddenly displaying agility beyond its kind, trying to jump away. However, Qin Xiang kicked it, and it could only uncontrollably crash to the ground. Then, Qin Xiang stepped on it, gathering all his strength to stab the blind knife into its head, piercing straight through to its rear. A section of purple intestine hung from the exposed blade. Qin Xiang lifted it up, staring at the circular armor on its abdomen, his eyes widening like copper bells. How many circles had this iron flea stacked up on its circular armor? Please give a 5-star review. Friend support is my motivation to keep writing. Thank you. Chapter 101. Cleaning up the safe zone on the circular armor, a dent represented 1 hunter god point, and a circle represented 5 hunter god points. Qin Xiang looked at the densely packed circles on the ironclad mouse flea's circular armor, arranged like tree rings, and was left speechless. He didn't count them. Anyway, it couldn't run away. Taking advantage of the violence skill still being active, Qin Xiang continued to swing his knife, killing the remaining ironclad mouse fleas. Not long after, his body suddenly felt sluggish again. This time, the reaction after using violence was even stronger than the first. He felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, unable to keep up with his mind's commands. The movements of the other ironclad mouse fleas didn't seem quick to him, but he felt just as clumsy. He had reached his limit. Looking at the remaining 1,000 or so ironclad mouse fleas, he found himself at a loss. There was no time to clean up the battlefield. He should just take that guy back for the reward. Just as he was about to escape, he noticed that the ironclad mouse fleas were no longer attacking him. Instead, most of them rushed toward a nearby black glass bottle containing sandworm scales. Only a few ironclad mouse fleas remained around him, instinctively attacking him. Their attacks were neither painful nor itchy. Without the brain's command, they were no longer as threatening as before. After clearing the surrounding ironclad mouse fleas, Qin Xiang paid no attention to the 1,000 or so gathered around the sandworm scales. His clothes were already soaked with sweat. Inside the non-breathable frostproof suit, he was drenched in sweat. Qin Xiang took off his mask and breathed in the cold air deeply. Over 1,000 ironclad mouse fleas swarmed around the sandworm scales and then ran back into the ruins. Qin Xiang sat on the ground, watching them leave. He decided to give up on the sandworm scales. He glanced at the debris scattered around, preparing to clean up the battlefield. With no one around, the first thing to do was, of course, to devour the remains of the divine beings to enhance his own strength. However, the scales of the ironclad mouse flea were like metal, impossible to swallow. He had to peel off the spiny, hard scales like he would with a crayfish to get to the meat inside. Qin Xiang casually picked up half an ironclad mouse flea, using the hunter god dagger to clean it. Then he looked at the small piece of meat pinched between his thumb and index finger, lost in thought. This iron flea was the size of a fist, yet after peeling off the shell, there was only this little bit left. Less worth it than a crayfish. He swallowed it whole. Although the meat was chewy, the enhancement to his own strength was negligible. Only a very slight warm current surged in his body for a moment before disappearing. He tried peeling a few more, even taking on the hardest to kill ironclad mouse flea and eating it, yet still felt no enhancement. His fingers were already sore from the peeling. Eating this thing was much more effort than killing it. He then turned his attention to their scales. Qin Xiang picked up a scale and examined it for a moment. Would eating this be useful too? Only one way to find out. He knocked off the blade-like spikes on the scale with his knife and swallowed it whole. Uffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his throat. Rolling on the ground in pain, he had overestimated the toughness of his esophagus. Swallowing the scale had directly cut his throat. However, after the scale entered his stomach, it still did not provide him with any enhancement. The internal heat flow was much weaker than when eating meat. What a loss. Qin Xiang's voice was hoarse, filled with regret. This also completely extinguished his thoughts of eating ironclad mouse fleas. He might as well focus on collecting the circular armor. He patiently flipped over all the remains, checking their abdomens for circular armor. After examining over 2,000 ironclad mouse fleas, he found less than 300 pieces of circular armor. Not bad, over 500 hunter god points secured. He then took out the circular armor from the hardest to kill ironclad mouse flea, counting them one by one with his fingers. 1, 2, 37, 18. Wait, which one was 18? Due to exhaustion, he occasionally felt dizzy and had to count 3 or 4 times without finishing. In any case, there were at least 30 circles. This trip should yield several hundred points, which was acceptable. If he hadn't eaten that damn scale, he might have been even happier. Every word he spoke made the wound in his throat feel like it was splitting open, blood pouring out. He spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood, put on the slime-covered mask again, and headed toward the exit of the 38324 safe zone. As he got closer to the safe exit, he saw some hunter god squads hunting divine beings. Those people, seeing Qin Xiang alone from a distance, speculated about his identity as his backpack shook with every step he took. Who is he? I haven't heard about any solo experts appearing in our area. That knife in his hand looks like a blind knife. Besides John, who else has a blind knife? ISNT that blind knife John's. Is he Qin Xiang? Where is his insurer? He is going out for the second time without an insurer. How bold. Many recognized Qin Xiang's identity, and for a moment, their interest in hunting divine beings faded. Compared to the uncertainty of being able to hunt a divine being, it was more practical to see the spectacle. His first hunt as a solo team netted him 1,600 points. Within 20 minutes, he killed John, who was among the top 5 in points at the 38,324 safe zone exit. Most of the sequence ability users had heard of this rising figure in recent days, but had never seen him. Today, seeing him return to the safe zone exit to hunt divine beings, they naturally wanted to see if he was really that impressive. Captain, I don't want to try hard anymore. Let's call it a day. Captain, let us go back and take a look. I heard he directly handed in 800 points worth of circular armor last time. Maybe he has another big haul this time. Alright, with Qin Xiang's appearance, more and more sequence ability user teams paused their plans to hunt divine beings, silently following him back to the safe zone exit. Whoosh. The safe zone's door slowly opened, and Qin Xiang walked in, took off his mask, and approached the line of teams waiting for inspection. Just as Qin Xiang was queuing, a sequence ability user who had returned with him approached him with a smile and said, Qin Xiang, you are the one with the highest points for hunting gods at the exit of our safe zone, 38324. And you have the unique privilege of cutting in line to go directly to the front for inspection. Qin Xiang glanced at the long line and didn't want to waste time waiting. He wanted to complete the inspection quickly, find a nearby inn to freshen up, and then treat himself to a nice meal for his hard work. His throat was too sore to speak much, so he nodded and smiled to express his gratitude. Qin Xiang sheathed the hunting god dagger and the blind dagger back at his waist, held up his mask, and strode to the front of the line. Standing in front of the inspection personnel, in a hoarse voice, he briefly said, I, Qin Xiang, for inspection. Although his voice was soft, the blind dagger at his waist made everyone aware of his identity. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. One's name carries weight. Not everyone had seen Qin Xiang, but everyone had heard his story. Immediately, some people gathered behind Qin Xiang, eager to see the results of his latest hunt. What are you crowding for? Are you cutting in line? Who is cutting in line? I'm just standing outside the queue. I just came to take a look. With Qin Xiang's appearance, the line for inspection immediately became chaotic, with everyone crowding around him. The sequence user who was supposed to be inspected saw Qin Xiang cutting in line and quickly covered his small backpack. Seemingly worried that his meager results would embarrass him in front of everyone, he respectfully smiled at Qin Xiang, saying, Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Qin Xiang didn't want to talk, nodding to express his thanks. However, his silence, the sticky blood all over him, and his infamous reputation for killing John made everyone even more fearful of him. When Qin Xiang reached the inspection platform, everyone automatically stepped back 3 paces. Even Sun Juhong, who was ranked 5th, no longer had his previous bravado and obediently watched Qin Xiang's inspection from the crowd, his gaze meaningful. We meet again. The inspection personnel smiled friendly at Qin Xiang. It was the same person who had inspected him last time. However, Qin Xiang had not forgotten that last time. This person had deliberately made things difficult for him due to some unfounded malice when inspecting the round pieces of armor. Qin Xiang was not someone who would passively accept such treatment. Moreover, with his throat hurting, he was even less inclined to engage in small talk. He tossed his backpack to the ground, unzipped it, and then pointed with his chin, indicating that they could start the inspection. Okay, I'll help you with the inspection right away. The inspector seemed oblivious to Qin Xiang's indifference and remained enthusiastic. With John dead, no one was causing him trouble anymore. Everyone had turned into polite, good people. Qin Xiang sighed internally. The safe zone was indeed interesting. Sometimes one had to go to great lengths to keep others from knowing they had killed, while other times, letting others know they had killed was actually a good thing. The inspector opened the backpack and saw it filled once again with countless round pieces of armor. He first looked at Qin Xiang in disbelief. When his gaze met Qin Xiang's calm eyes, he swallowed hard and hurriedly said, "No wonder you are the top scorer at the exit of our safe zone 38,324. You've killed several hundred gods." As soon as the inspector spoke, the crowd was in an uproar. What? Several hundred again? Did he poke the nest of the long-footed worm? The inspector poured the round pieces of armor out onto the ground, then took the inspection instrument and scanned Qin Xiang's hunting god dagger, beginning to count the round pieces of armor one by one. The crowd stared at the round pieces of armor, slightly dumbfounded. The remains looked like iron-helmeted fleas. Iron-helmeted fleas. He brought back hundreds of round pieces of iron-helmeted fleas. Does that mean he killed thousands? It's not impossible, after all. He had obtained 80 vials of sequence potion last time, so his sequence level was probably already 3, even if he was a level 3 shadow assassin. It shouldn't be this outrageous, right? But when he was level 1, he had already brutally killed level 2 John. That's true. The crowd suddenly understood. Qin Xiang was a shadow assassin, capable of killing across levels, so he might very well have the strength of level 4 or even 5 now. This level had surpassed everyone's comprehension. In the 5 years since the establishment of Safe Zone 38324, such a powerful sequence ability user had never appeared. After more than 10 minutes, the inspector stood up, looking at the 10 neatly arranged round pieces of armor on the ground, and said to Qin Xiang, "A total of 266 round pieces of armor. May I ask if you are still in a solo team this time?" Qin Xiang didn't respond, and then took out another round piece of armor from his pocket and placed it in the inspector's hand. "Another piece? All right, let me take a look." The inspector looked down at the densely packed indentations on the piece of armor, his eyes nearly popping out. This. He looked at Qin Xiang, seemingly unable to believe what he saw. The surrounding sequence users also curiously leaned in. "Wow, how many circles is this? What kind of god is this powerful? My eyes are going blurry. At least several hundred points. This is almost approaching a medium-sized god. Wow. I never thought I would see such round pieces of armor at the exit of our level." The crowd was filled with exclamations, all scrambling to take a look. The inspector licked his lips. "Please wait a moment. I really can't see clearly. I need to use the instrument to count and confirm the points for this round piece of armor." After speaking, he smiled obsequiously, fearing that Qin Xiang would become impatient. Qin Xiang was practically a born godslayer, bringing surprises to everyone every time he appeared. He was just a low-level employee in the management bureau, but if he could establish a connection with Qin Xiang, he might gain some benefits. However, what he didn't know was that in Qin Xiang's eyes, he had long been placed on the blacklist. Qin Xiang slightly nodded, indicating he accepted the weight. The inspector hurriedly took out an instrument that looked like a flashlight from the equipment box. He shone the instrument on the round piece of armor, and the display screen on the side of the instrument immediately showed the text. 185. This round piece of armor is worth 185 points. Adding the previous round pieces of armor, the total is 451 points. Are you still in a solo team this time? Qin Xiang extended one finger. Then I will need to conduct a test on you as usual. Qin Xiang nodded. The lie detection and memory continuity tests were both passed. And then the inspector posted a report reward on the God-slaying camp. "All right, your points have been recorded. You can check them. Your rewards are too many to be issued here, so you'll need to go to the management bureau to collect them." Qin Xiang opened his phone, logged into the God-slaying camp, and took a look at his points. Hunting God points. 2502 Hunting God points ranking. 183380. He stared at the screen, his eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion, furrowing his brows. 2,500 points. This is the score he painstakingly accumulated, but unexpectedly, it only placed him in the top 200,000. What kind of monsters are ahead? Are they treating gods like chickens to be slaughtered? If killing gods were that easy, why stay in the safe zone? Go and counterattack Blue Star. However, everyone's points and rankings in the God-slaying camp are hidden, and he can't check their information. To understand this, he still needs to ask the knowledgeable Li Tianming. But Li Tianming doesn't want to see him right now. It's tough. Seeing Qin Xiang's expression suddenly turn ugly, the acceptance staff asked nervously, "Excuse me, is there something wrong with the points?" Qin Xiang shook his head, gave a thumbs up to the acceptance staff as a compliment, and then turned to leave. Chapter 103. Newcomer King Report Summary. Qin Xiang left the acceptance platform and walked towards the safe zone. A large crowd of ordinary people was still gathered here, waiting for a chance to approach the sequence ability users. Since today is the weekend, the number of ordinary people here is quite high. Qin Xiang glanced around and estimated that the number of people standing in the open space was about twice that of the iron-helmeted mouse fleas he encountered. Looking at them, Qin Xiang seemed to see himself from back then. But now, there is an insurmountable gap between him and these people. However, Qin Xiang knew very well that obtaining everything he has now is not solely due to his own efforts. Ultimately, it is thanks to the sequence ability bestowed upon him by that bird's eye when he was standing outside the corridor in punishment. Life counts, luck counts, feng shui counts, as the ancient summarized, still holds some truth. Qin Xiang sighed lightly in his heart and continued to walk forward. These people saw Qin Xiang, and wanted to come forward to promote their business or ideas. However, when Qin Xiang approached and they saw the bloodstains on him, they couldn't help but hesitate. It is said that some sequence ability users would take the opportunity to hunt gods outside the safe zone and kill their teammates. With Qin Xiang covered in blood and returning alone, it made others think twice. To make money, one must be alive to spend it. Qin Xiang took off his mask, surveyed the hesitant people, and raised a finger. Everyone stared at him intently, guessing the meaning of his gesture. One meal, one room. Qin Xiang's voice was hoarse, but since the venue was quiet, many still heard him clearly. He was here to seek services. Two bold individuals exchanged glances, realizing this was an opportunity, and immediately ran to Qin Xiang's side. Fortune comes from danger. One adjusted his collar and smiled at Qin Xiang, saying, "Sir, Mayan is nearby. We have baths and computers. You'll definitely be satisfied. Aaron also has laundry staff who can clean your clothes for you." The other person nervously rubbed his hands. "Sir, my restaurant is right next to his inn. If you go there, I can deliver food to your door." Qin Xiang nodded and simply said, "Let's go." Seeing that Qin Xiang didn't even ask about the price, the two knew that this sequence user must be wealthy. If this arrangement went well, they might have more business in the future. Great. I'll lead the way. Sir, please follow me. At this point, others finally realized. This sequence ability user didn't even ask for a price before agreeing. He must be both capable and easy to talk to. Others quickly gathered around. "Sir, Mayan is more luxurious than his. The bathtub has automatic massage. Sir, my dishes have even been praised by the director of the management bureau. They're better than his. Sir, my daughter was just captivated by you at first glance. She's naturally beautiful and perfect for serving a talented person like you. If you have a wife, I can be your concubine." Qin Xiang ignored them all. "Step aside. Don't block the sir." The two led the way for Qin Xiang, proudly taking him away amidst the envious gazes of others. The rest showed regret, cursing themselves for being timid and not stepping forward first. When Qin Xiang arrived at the inn, he handed over his changed clothes and frostproof suit to the service staff for cleaning. After he took a shower, the restaurant owner delivered the meal. Qin Xiang suddenly thought that his throat was too sore to eat hard food and should have told the restaurant owner to prepare some soft food in advance. But this was his own issue. The restaurant owner had already prepared the meal, and he had no reason to reject it. Let's see what food was delivered first. If it was fried or similar dishes, he would just ask the owner to make another batch. When he opened the food box, he found a bowl of noodle soup with plenty of soft fish meat. Qin Xiang couldn't help but nod. It seemed that the restaurant owner had discerned from his hoarse voice that he might not be able to eat hard food, so he sent this bowl of noodles. He initially thought that since he didn't ask about the price or make any requests, the restaurant owner would surely try to serve him the most expensive dishes to make a profit. Unexpectedly, he was so meticulous and considerate. Anyone who could get business at this safe zone exit was not a simple person. After a while, the innkeeper also returned with the cleaned and dried clothes. "Sir, your frostproof suit has some torn holes that we couldn't repair, so we won't charge for the cleaning of the frostproof suit this time. The cleaning fees for the other clothes have been included in the inn's expenses. Here is the bill. Please check." Qin Xiang took the bill and found it included the room fee, clothing cleaning fee, and meal fee. The total was over 700 copper coins. The price was much cheaper than Qin Xiang had expected. He transferred the money to the innkeeper through his electronic account and sat at the computer desk, checking the posts in the God-slaying camp while eating the noodles. He had to say that today's rest experience was very comfortable. Two people were careful in their work, but not greedy. It seemed they wanted to establish a long-term relationship with him for more business. Since he would be staying here for a few more months, looking for a fixed resting place after hunting gods would save him a lot of trouble. He picked up the business card holder placed on the computer desk, took out a card, and put it in his backpack. At this moment, he noticed a hot post in the area inspection section of the forum. Report summary of the outstanding newcomer king of Godslaying in City 141. Outstanding newcomer king of Godslaying? These 7 words seemed tailor-made for Qin Xiang. He immediately clicked into check. City 141 refers to the general term for the 100 safe zones numbered from 14,100 to 14199. The safe zone 14121, where Qin Xiang is located, is also under the jurisdiction of City 141. However, with his abilities, he had never interacted with the city-level joint government staff. But according to the description of this post, it seemed he had a chance to broaden his horizons. It turned out that next Monday, the city government of City 141 would hold a meeting to invite the newcomer kings of Godslaying from safe zones 14,100 to 14,199 for recognition and awards. The so-called newcomer king is the person among the newly registered sequence ability users in that area over the past year with the highest Godslaying points. The meeting has no fixed location, and the newcomer kings from various places would join this remote meeting through the internet. Qin Xiang will be going to study in another area in the future and will not be staying in this place, so he doesn't have much interest in the meeting organized by the 141st city. However, one sentence about the meeting caught his attention. Chapter 104. If you don't attend, I won't go. Qin Xiang looked at the meeting information. Participants: Mayor of the United Government's 141st City, Vice Mayor, Municipal Personnel, director of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Several bureau personnel, district heads of various areas in the 141st city, bureau directors, 2 bureau personnel, and the new king of hunting gods. 2 bureau personnel. Qin Xiang immediately realized there was something to be done here. A city-level meeting, with the mayor present, means that every area's candidates must be chosen with great caution. If he could make an appearance at this meeting organized in the municipal hall, it would signify that the participants were definitely competent and above board. It was likely that the district heads and the management bureau would reserve this opportunity for their own loyal subordinates. Qin Xiang was not someone who liked to stir up trouble, nor did he want to interfere in matters unrelated to him. However, whether it was out of friendship with Qian Wenda or wanting to inquire about Liana, Qin Xiang hoped Qian Wenda could quickly get out of trouble. Therefore, he made up his mind to ask Qian Wenda for a spot. The largest safe zone exit in the entire 14121 security area is the 38,324 exit. Since he is the highest ranked in the hunting god points at the 38324 exit, he is undoubtedly the new king of the 14121 area and qualifies for this meeting. However, the post was published last week, and he still had not received a call from the district government or the management bureau. This was a bit odd. Some people deliberately did not want to notify him in advance. But whether it was the district government personnel or the management bureau, or if both sides were keeping it from him, he could not know. Qin Xiang felt this was a great opportunity to wash away the dirt on Qian Wenda. Since neither side was notifying him, he would first go discuss it with Qian Wenda. Qin Xiang sent a message to Shin Song, asking him to wait for him at the door of the management bureau because he had important business to discuss with Qian Wenda. He then gave the innkeeper 500 copper coins to get him a full outfit, as he did not want to wear a tattered anti-freeze suit to the management bureau. In a while, the innkeeper hurriedly brought him a brand new outfit. "Sir, what do you think?" Qin Xiang touched it and found this outfit was very similar in material to old Li's formal attire, which cost 1,000 copper coins. In other words, the 500 copper coins he gave were not enough to buy this outfit. Qin Xiang asked, "How much?" The innkeeper replied, "Not much. Doing business is not easy." Qin Xiang then transferred another 1,000 copper coins to him and pointed at the phone number on the innkeeper's business card, saying, "In the future, when I go hunting, I will notify you first. Remember to pick me up. Also, I am very satisfied with the cook. Don't change." This was the longest sentence Qin Xiang had spoken since his throat started hurting. The innkeeper nodded vigorously. "Don't worry. We're cousins. We definitely won't change partners. Aren't you going to rest a bit more? You've paid for a whole day's stay but only rested for a little over 2 hours." Qin Xiang shook his head and smiled as he left. As soon as Qin Xiang left, the innkeeper immediately made a phone call. "Third brother, we've struck gold." The innkeeper had a good eye. Qin Xiang changed into the clothes, which fit perfectly and were very warm. He took the bus to the management bureau, where Shin Song was already waiting. Qin Xiang walked over. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "No problem. Qin Xiang, thank you for being so concerned about my uncle's matter. I received the message and rushed over, afraid of delaying things." The two entered the management bureau and were once again taken to the office where Qian Wenda was detained. Qian Wenda was resting on a folding bed, and when he saw 2 people enter, he first got up alertly. When he recognized that it was Qin Xiang and Shin Song, he relaxed. Qian Wenda got up and put on his shoes. "What brings you here? Is it again about my matter? I appreciate it, but I can handle it myself. You're too slow." Saying this, Qin Xiang took out his phone, opened the post titled Outstanding Hunting God New King Report Summary of the 141st City, and handed it to Qian Wenda. As Qian Wenda looked at the post, his frown deepened with each passing moment. "How did you know about this?" "I saw it on the forum." "No one notified you?" Qin Xiang shook his head. "Not even the district government notified you?" Qin Xiang continued to shake his head. Qian Wenda looked at him in confusion. "Is your throat uncomfortable?" "I was injured while hunting gods." Qian Wenda showed a look of understanding and then returned to his frown. "This meeting was only held once 5 years ago. For some unknown reason, it is being held again this year. It's likely that the municipal hall wants someone to make an appearance at this meeting." Qin Xiang nodded, confirming his suspicion. He checked the forum posts and found that such meetings were rarely held, realizing there were some hidden agendas. "The documents for this meeting should have been sent out long ago, but I've never seen them, and you weren't notified either. They're probably planning to keep you in the dark while preparing to notify you at the last moment to attend the meeting." Qin Xiang nodded. The 2 bureau personnel attending had probably already been arranged. Qian Wenda frowned. "You came to find me because you have something in mind? If you don't attend, I won't go." When Qin Xiang said these 8 words, his voice was still hoarse, but they rang in Qian Wenda's ears like a cracked pot. "You." Qian Wenda lowered his head slightly, a swirl of emotions rising within him. By saying this, Qin Xiang meant he was willing to offend the management bureau and the district government to protect himself. He wanted to use his identity as the new king to pressure the district government and the management bureau to grant Qian Wenda amnesty. Ordinary partners would not go to such lengths for him. Qian Wenda looked deeply at Qin Xiang again, who was looking back at him resolutely. Qian Wenda felt he hadn't misjudged him. Qin Xiang was a prodigy and a person of stature. Initially, he befriended Qin Xiang because of his strong background. Now it seemed that just Qin Xiang alone was worth his investment. He had struck gold. If it were Li Tianming, he would have immediately accepted Qin Xiang's help. But Qian Wenda believed that allowing Qin Xiang to pay the price for him would deplete their friendship. He could handle this matter himself and didn't need to rely on personal connections. So he still refused. Don't do this. You don't need to get involved in this mess. Besides, they have no evidence, so they can't do anything to me. I can resolve these issues myself. You're too slow. Qin Xiang repeated what he had said upon entering. Old Qian, staying here is wasting time. Our time is very precious. Qin Xiang stopped calling Qian Wenda Director Qian and instead used a term between friends. He noticed Qian Wenda's concerns and wanted him to not take the matter of owing him a favor too seriously. Friends deepen their relationship by mutually owing each other favors. It was more important to resolve the trouble quickly rather than waste time on such trivial matters. Qian Wenda understood Qin Xiang's meaning and nodded earnestly. His triangular eyes curved into two small sickles. Chapter 105. Warehouse Night Raid. Qian Wenda pursed his lips, feeling lighthearted. This was the proudest moment for him in recent years. Comparable to when he first awakened his sequence. Just as he was about to return his phone to Qin Xiang, he suddenly noticed in the upper right corner of the forum that his personal information displayed. Hunter points, 2,502. Qian Wenda was taken aback, pointing at the score and looking at Qin Xiang in confusion. You got 900 points again? Qin Xiang nodded, pointing to his throat. That's why it got hurt. Qian Wenda was about to ask how he managed that when Qin Xiang continued. Just like last time, thanks to you. Another sandworm scale. Qian Wenda could hardly sit still, excitedly getting up and pacing around the room. He never imagined that a single sandworm scale could bring Qin Xiang such great benefits. Qian Wenda's face was filled with excitement, seemingly happy for Qin Xiang. He asked, Xiao Qin, did you find a special recruitment quota? With such a high score, you must be able to get into a good school. Moreover, special recruits have many privileges in college. The benefits are great. After finishing, Qian Wenda felt a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, I don't have a special recruitment quota. Our area is too remote. Only the director has one. And I've heard it's already been given out. Qin Xiang replied, I have a special recruitment. You got a quota? Qian Wenda was even more surprised. Who gave it to you? Zhou Xing. Hearing Zhou Xing's name, the excitement on Qian Wenda's face faded a bit. Oh, him. Well, it's good that you got the special recruitment quota. It seemed that Qian Wenda didn't have a good opinion of Zhou Xing. Qin Xiang didn't pry further. First, it might involve personal grudges. Second, everything they said here was being monitored, making it unsuitable for private conversations. Qin Xiang said, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest. Okay, take care. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. See you on Monday. See you on Monday. After Qin Xiang went downstairs, he headed to the lobby and found a staff member from the management bureau. I'm here to collect my reward. The staff recognized Qin Xiang. He vividly remembered the last time he collected 80 bottles of sequence potions. It hadn't been long, and he was back to collect rewards again. Oh, all right. Please wait a moment. He checked the information. Mr. Qin Xiang, congratulations on earning another 902 points. His exclamation echoed through the empty lobby, and all the staff turned their heads in unison to look over. Yes, the staff looked at the number again, feeling utterly astonished. You can exchange for 45 bottles of sequence potions and 451,000 copper coins. However, because you killed 7 people at the hospital in Area 14121, 14 points will be deducted from your monetary reward, so you can finally receive 45 bottles of sequence potions and 437,000 coins. Thank you. In a short while, the staff brought over 43 bottles of sequence potions and a pouch of money. You have privileges at the exit of Security Zone 38324, so your cash reward is increased by 10%. Therefore, this pouch contains 48 silver coins, and the remaining 1,100 copper coins have been transferred to your electronic account. Thank you. Holding his items, Qin Xiang left the management bureau under the envious gazes of a crowd. Nearby, Shen Shursong looked at Qin Xiang as if he were a monster. He had joined the hunter team, and usually, it took 5 people 2 or 3 days to earn a few points. He hardly earned a single point himself. Who could be like Qin Xiang, returning from hunting gods as if he were wholesale buying armor, crazily stocking up at the management bureau? He wanted to cling to Qin Xiang's leg and fly to success. However, Qin Xiang had always been in a solo team, and bringing him along wouldn't help. It would only reduce half the points. So, he could only keep this envy to himself. Hunting gods together was out of the question. Building a good relationship with Qin Xiang seemed like a decent choice. After the two parted ways, Qin Xiang took the bus back to the warehouse of the internet cafe. He saw that a small house had been built outside the warehouse. When he walked over, he found it was a brand new bathroom. It seemed Wang Defa had built it for himself. Qin Xiang smiled lightly. Boss Wang is really thoughtful. He went into the warehouse, locked the sequence potions in a box, and then went to bed to rest. He slept soundly, and his body recovered quickly. However, his body suddenly shuddered, waking him from a pleasant dream. He rubbed his head, confused about what had happened. Glancing at the time on the monitor, it was 2:30 in the morning. Ever since his sequence level had increased, his body had become unusually alert. always able to sense subtle changes and impending danger. However, this was the first time he had been jolted awake while asleep. Qin Xiang was very cautious about this, believing it was not without reason. Suddenly, he heard a hissing sound coming from the roof of the warehouse. Qin Xiang looked up and saw a red light spot appearing on the ceiling. The red light slowly grew larger, and a sharp object began to descend. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a glowing iron cone. The iron cone slowly melted a hole in the roof before being retracted. Qin Xiang glanced at the edge of the roof hole, where the bricks and tiles had melted into black goo, dripping onto his computer desk and the floor. This was definitely the ability of a sequence user. Qin Xiang immediately sat up in bed. At that moment, a fluorescent green liquid suddenly dripped from the hole. Some fell onto the computer screen, producing a puff of black smoke. Others dripped onto the floor, instantly sprouting long vines. The vines thickened continuously, slithering along the ground like snakes, wrapping around the table and computer, while more black smoke emerged. This black smoke had a pungent odor, reminiscent of cafeteria food mixed with burning plastic, making it difficult to breathe. Qin Xiang quickly put on the mask of his freezing suit. However, his vision was still slightly blurred. The smoke was toxic. Someone was trying to kill him. Qin Xiang glanced at the box full of sequence potions, knowing that the intruder was most likely after them. He had previously been warned by Li Tianming that holding dozens of bottles of sequence potions would definitely attract attention. That's why he chose to settle in a school filled with surveillance. He never expected that just 2 days after being driven out of the principal's office by Li Tianming, someone would come to kill him and steal the sequence potions. This bastard must have been watching me for a long time. He kicked the box of sequence potions under the warehouse shelf, grabbed the hunter dagger and blind knife, and ran towards the door, preparing to jump out and confront the enemy. As for escaping, with Qin Xiang's experience in killing, running away was merely delaying the time of death. Only by killing the enemy could he survive. Just as he was about to push open the warehouse door, his eyes suddenly flickered, and he retracted his hands. No,